Let me go? I really don't know him. Rainy night, heavy rain, pouring, lightning flashing. In a high-end standalone villa with all doors and windows shut, a young man cowered in the corner, terrified. He stared at the doorway where a wounded figure stood, a knife in one hand, a hammer in the other, blood dripping from the hem of his clothes. I found you. The young man suddenly sat bolt upright from the bed, scanning his surroundings with icy eyes and a startled expression. In the shabby rented room, the rust-stained ceiling fan clacked round and round, dispelling the summer heat and bringing a hint of coolness to the faintly musty room. The room was barely 10 square meters, furnished with only a bed and a low table. A worn-out laptop lay beside the pillow, cycling through photos of the same girl as a screensaver. She had delicate features, a tall figure, a pure and slightly youthful face, a natural oval face with a tiny beauty mole, more natural than any internet celebrity look. Where is this? He should have died. Having committed a monstrous crime, no one would have saved him. Subai turned to the screensaver, then glanced at the familiar bottle of sleeping pills beside the computer, and a suspicion formed in his mind. A surge of unfamiliar memories rose from the depths of his mind and rapidly merged with his old memories, two streams of recollections interweaving into one. He felt the other set of memories in his mind as if they were his own experiences, yet Subai knew clearly that he had never done those things. He had to accept the truth. He had transmigrated into another Subai with the same name. This was a parallel world similar to Blue Star, largely the same except for a few different terms. Family background. The original owner and the girl on the computer screen had grown up together as childhood friends. Both families were ordinary. Their parents were office workers. In his memories, the two had been drawn to each other since high school. Zhang Yunxi was the school's celebrated beauty, and he was the top student. In everyone's eyes, the golden couple. In reality, Subai always did what the girl said. With grades good enough for a 211 university, he unhesitatingly followed her to a third-rate college when she tearfully complained that they would be too far apart. For 3 whole years, he gave her everything. Zhang Yunxi never initiated, never took responsibility. She always demanded money and gifts on every holiday, sulking and throwing tantrums if she didn't get them. This drove him to deliver food and take part-time jobs whenever he was free, and when that wasn't enough, he asked his family for money, draining his entire household. His parents worked from dawn to midnight, and then an accident happened. When Subai told Zhang Yunxi about it, she disappeared that very day. The next day, he unintentionally witnessed Zhang Yunxi getting together with a classmate's father, a company boss. Subai's accusations were ignored. Subai, don't you get it yet? You're just a sycophant I kept. Please don't get in the way of my time with Mr. He. If you truly love me, bless us. Prove your love for me. Zhang Yunxi's stunning face wore a smile. She spoke cheerfully, as if discussing something trivial. That scheming, sweetly feigned expression of hers remained etched in memory. Beside her company president, he stuck out his paunch, wrapped a rough arm around Zhang Yunxi's waist, and looked at Subai with eyes full of mockery. I hear you're a nice guy. Do you know the saying? A nice guy ranks behind a dog. How pitiful. President, he laughed loudly, still holding Zhang Yunxi's waist, and swaggered off with the school's pure goddess. Hot-blooded and young Subai chased after them, but lost the fight. He could have won, but Zhang Yunxi helped from the side. He didn't fight back. His arms were pinned, and he lost. Rage, humiliation, and endless grief made him choose to end it all. Worthless. Subai took out the only 1600 odd yuan from his pocket, his eyes icy. To have transmigrated into such a man was utterly disgraceful. These disgusting memories defiled him. He wished he could go back and cut those people down with his own hands, including himself. Because in his previous life he had suffered a deeper betrayal, one that shocked the entire nation. He had known his girlfriend for 4 years and had just married her when his wife betrayed their family, becoming someone else's possession for money. His parents discovered the affair and a conflict broke out. The lover and the wife were utterly inhuman. They sent people to beat his parents to death. The lover had influence and bore no responsibility. All of it was blamed on his underlings. Corrupt officials shielded one another, and a major crime was minimized. Unable to get justice, Subai took matters into his own hands. Alone, carrying for broken weapons and more than 20 wounds, he wiped out the lover and his wife's entire family. Refusing to let the guilty pair get away, Subai even used both phones to mass message their relatives and friends. He waited for 3 days. Everyone who came met the same end until no one else arrived. It was a true wipeout. That day the breath he had been stubbornly holding finally faded, and he died from blood loss. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he had transmigrated here. Does this mean the heavens acknowledged I was innocent? Subai calmly looked up at the ceiling, his gaze empty of joy or sorrow. Mom, Dad, I have avenged you. Watch me, Mom and Dad. I'll live out your share of life as well. He picked up his phone and began to check what details set this world apart from his own. 1242. He unlocked the phone. The screen lit up and crooked blood-red lines of text emerged. Did I tap something by accident? Subai instinctively tried to exit, but the text wouldn't go away, appearing line by line. The world is already rotten. The pyramid of classes is unbreakable. The powerful look down on all living beings and toy with human nature. If you are randomly granted the choices below, can you shatter this pyramid? 1. divine body immune to all viruses, impervious to poison, greatly resistant to abnormal statuses, enhanced survival in extreme environments. One's blood can cure poison and disease, and it possesses hidden attributes developable. 2. Apostle of Fate can briefly alter elusive fate. Unknown fate is always worth anticipating. 3. Spatial venerable master and infinite fundamental space with a faint spatial ability attached. 4. Immortality. If nothing unexpected happens, you can live until the end of the world. 5. Mind reading. You can peek into others' thoughts at any moment, which may not be a good thing. 6. Advanced prophecy. Predict the future within 3 days once a day. The future is changeable, so take it half seriously. 7. Infinite physique. Ignore the limits of the human body. Through training and absorbing energy, you can strengthen your body with max comprehension and photographic memory. 8. Firearm mastery. Master all firearms, equal to a genius who has trained each type for 10 years. 9. Martial arts mastery. Ancient Chinese martial arts equivalent to a genius martial artist who has cultivated for 20 years. A martial grandmaster with few equals. 10. Qilin fortune. Turn crises into blessings. A weakened protagonist halo. With it you become the chosen lord in your enemy's eyes. 11. Fire support. 10 utterly loyal subordinates, each with firearm mastery and martial arts mastery, equipped with rifles and sniper rifles and unlimited ammunition. 12. Void-breaking pupil. See through the past and all things. 10 uses per day, upgradable. The text nearly fills the screen. Against a backdrop of ruined city, every character is a regular blood red. In the lower left corner, a black agree button pulsed like a heartbeat. Subai frowned. He had tried to exit twice without success. Was this virus software? After a moment, he stopped caring. Even if it was virus software, it didn't matter. There was nothing important on the phone. Agree. Subai pressed the agree button. Bang. The Apostle of Fate option cracked, then shattered instantly. One after another, many choices burst apart, leaving 6 options glowing with red light. 1. Divine body. 2. Spatial venerable. 3. Immortality. 4. Advanced prophecy. 5. Infinite physique. 6. Void-breaking pupil. The screen changed again. Countless blood-red lines spread from every corner, drowning the options until they filled the entire display. With a rush, the blood-red lines shifted and condensed into lines of giant characters. The end-time calamity is coming. Dark spirit calamity, endless beast, tide, ice, fire, annihilation, primeval woods, first sprout, aberrant spirit insects. Bang. The twisted blood word shattered. The screen went black, then quickly lit up on a short video app where the same choices from before were playing. Subai froze, then slowly opened the comment section. While people were still discussing which choice was best, he twitched the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to exit, his pupils contracted. Endless information flooded into his mind, his brain stabbed with pain, as if about to explode. A tingling, cramping, itching sensation spread through his body. Subai's gaze burned. The pain might crush anyone else, but who was he? A ruthless man who could still hunt down his enemies while bleeding out. A wolf of a man. Subai calmly felt the changes in his body, ignored the pain, and smiled. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have felt a chill, a man convulsing all over yet still smiling. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly the pillow beside him burst into 2 halves. Black stuffing exploded out, showering the cramped room with black rain. The cut was perfectly neat, and a pitch-black crack flickered where the pillow had been. A white ring accompanied by strange phenomena descended from the air toward his right palm. Countless blurry human silhouettes danced above the ring like a slideshow. A violent wind surged into the room, black stuffing from the pillow swirling through the air like a dark snowstorm falling from the sky to the earth. Subai opened his eyes, a sharp glint flickering in them. Full of energy, he wiped away a layer of black, greasy filth from his body. His body felt unprecedentedly light, and the whole world seemed clearer. He stepped into the narrow washroom next to the bedroom and rinsed his greasy body with cold water. The black filth stank and flowed into the drain. He wiped the mist from the mirror. His face was unchanged, yet an unusual aura now set him apart, even making him feel slightly unfamiliar with himself. Subai calmed himself, walked back to the bed, and picked up the clean white ring. Rubbing it slowly with his left index finger, a strange stream of information flooded into his mind. Prophecy ring. Integration type equipment. After the first prophecy, it merges into the body and accurately reveals events in the next 3 days or major events in the next month. It can be used once per day. You may choose to prophesy forward from the ending time of the last prophecy. This method has major flaws. Believe it only half. Danger warning: the future is changeable. The moment the future is foreseen, the future is changed. Subai's eyes narrowed. So that was how this prophecy worked. He put away the ring. With a thought, a rift appeared in the air half a meter before him. Space itself seemed to twist. The rift was over 20 centimeters long, pitch black inside. Staring into it gave the illusion that one's gaze would be swallowed. Under Subai's control, the black rift gradually turned transparent, almost invisible to the naked eye. When the rift expanded to about 30 centimeters, it could no longer grow. Subai tried to move it, but it shifted an imperceptible distance. A splitting headache struck, and he hastily stopped. The spatial rift vanished. Subai frowned hard, then had a sudden idea. A moment later, a black hole, dozens of times larger than before, appeared in the room. In an instant, everything in the room disappeared. His consciousness followed instinct into a storage space. Endless as it was, the scattered objects in it were like specks of dust. What had come before was his spatial ability. This time, it was spatial storage. The storage space stretched boundlessly. As long as something was within 20 meters of him, he could collect lifeless objects into it through space. The ability was simply a key to control spatial storage. It could not form its own space, only open one. It also had offensive power. Currently, he could actively form spatial rifts within 3 meters of his body. The farther the distance, the slower the rift formed. Beyond 5 meters, it took 7 or 8 seconds, farther than that the time doubled. The most suitable distance was within 1 meter. His spatial rift could expand to 30 centimeters and cut through iron like mud. With practice, the spatial ability would grow stronger. Perhaps one day, he could develop godlike techniques, such as spatial movement. After understanding the difference between the two, Subai started thinking about the other 4 choices. Immortality, infinite body, divine body, void-piercing eye. Subai did not hesitate to silently utter void-piercing. His black and white eyes instantly turned pure white, like round pieces of white jade. The world before him changed. The colorful world turned black and white. He fixed his gaze on the iron-framed bed beneath him. After 2 seconds, a light curtain visible only to him slowly emerged. Old iron bed. Category junk. Value 0. Description: ordinary item, modern origin, surface covered with bacteria, needs cleaning and disinfection. After a long while, the sound of a car horn from outside the window brought Subai back. He looked away from the light curtain, his white jade eyes returning to normal, unconcealable excitement shining in them. Void-piercing eye. So that was it. After learning about the void-piercing eye, Subai thought of an even more important question. Since all these were real, then the apocalypse. Supplies. Subai's eyes hardened. Based on the choices he had been given, the disaster would strike within these 2 days. He had to gather enough supplies to be safe. He absolutely could not wait for death. Recalling the original owner's memories, Subai learned of a large supermarket nearby, over 5,000 square meters, fully stocked with supplies. Even more important was a Walmart warehouse in the suburbs of the neighboring city, a warehouse that had not existed in his previous life. It was over 100,000 square meters, a super hub and temporary transfer point for many supermarkets, containing an astonishing amount of supplies. Subai pulled a windbreaker out from under the bed. Before he put it on, he stopped. Even a warehouse smaller than that one in his previous life had considerable security. This time he should scout ahead with prophecy, first to avoid falling into a trap. He could not afford to fail at the last step. He quickly lay back on the bed, leaned against the gray-green wall, and put the ring on his index finger. Activate. The next moment, the ring emitted a silver-white light. A powerful drowsiness surged over him. Click. Subai woke up in dense pitch-black darkness. At an uncertain distance stood a huge white screen. The white screen had 2 options, 3 days and 30 days. Subai chose the former. The next second, a line of red words slowly appeared on the screen. I am Subai. Today is June 7th, 2026, 2:03 p.m. Heavy rain pours as you head to the supermarket. On the way, you witness a car accident caused by a pet. 2 vehicles collide, 1 dead, 2 injured. You ignore it and leave in a hurry. Not long after, you encounter another accident. This time no one dies. One party is a mother and daughter with striking auras, yet as the party at fault, they are domineering and unreasonable. You are silently hated by the younger daughter of the mother and daughter pair. In the afternoon, you remotely disable the supermarket's cameras and sneak into the warehouse. Subai stared at the lines on the screen, startled. Wasn't this just the simulator from those novels? But no, it truly was not. It really was foreseeing the future. You scavenge the supermarket's scant supplies. Because it is not a holiday, the stock is far less than expected. At 6 p.m., the rain stops. You board the high-speed rail to the neighboring city. On the way, you feel your body growing stronger. Even after staring at your phone for hours, your vision becomes sharper, letting you see roadside sceneries and people flashing past the speeding train. At 9 p.m., on the way to the warehouse, you rob several large pharmacies along the way. From a distance, gunshots ring out from the city center, and a fire breaks out. In the early morning, after 1 or 2 hours, you finally figure out the security guard's routine. There are 14 guards on duty, and surveillance cameras are everywhere. At 2 a.m., you deal with the security guards through special means. At 3 a.m., the warehouse case erupts. Countless people are implicated, and you are called the most mysterious robber in history. Passing through the city, you see it has fallen into chaos and countless people have vanished. At 4 a.m., you board a plane bound for America. The plane takes off, you encounter. The plane explodes and you die. The last 3 words were dripping with blood. Before Subai could react, a sharp pain pierced his brain. His vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by pitch-black, empty, ice-cold space with only a white screen. A few seconds later, words began to appear on the screen again. I am Subai. Subai rubbed his aching head. He had died. He died in a journey taken on impulse without even discovering what the danger was. Subai grew even more solemn about this disaster. Death will lead to a restart. Subai breathed a sigh of relief and almost thought the prophecy had ended. But then he thought, what if he kept dying again and again? Remembering the instant pain that had exploded in his head, a chill ran down his spine. At that moment the text reached a branching point. At 6 a.m., you give up your plan to go abroad and board the high-speed rail home. After getting off, you sneak into a famous shooting range in the city. With your spatial ability, you obtain a small amount of weapons and ammunition. At 3 p.m., you return to the city. It is already sealed off under heavy guard. In the bustling streets, a faint, uneasy scent hung in the air. At dusk, you slip into Tianbao Community, the city's famous high-end villa district. You enter an empty villa and watch carefully for any change. At night, the news shifts. At the same time, you notice something outside the villa watching you. At 9 p.m., the city erupts in chaos with gunfire and explosions. On the way to the city to investigate, you encounter danger in the wilderness. A thin, half-visible monster appears. Bullets can't harm it, fire and water can't stop it. You rely on your spatial ability to barely escape. You almost died. At night, eager for revenge, you search the city for Zhang Yunxi. Gunfire echoes everywhere in former peaceful streets. You witness many monsters attacking people. With your void-piercing eye, you learn they are mutant beasts. You shoot and kill one. You gain something unknown. You break your limits and step into an unknown realm, your power surging. After several dangers, you awaken your sixth sense and become more sensitive to danger. In the early morning, sensing the situation growing more perilous, you abandon the idea of hunting down that woman and return to the villa district. At dawn, your sharp hearing catches faint noise. You step out to see survivors looting supplies. Leaders try to maintain order, but it is useless. In the end, they resort to gunfire to suppress the crowd. At 8 a.m., the whole city feels suffocating. The streets have regained their former cleanliness, but the smell of disinfectant hangs heavy in the air. You begin training. You feel your body growing stronger, and the visible increase in power is addictive. At 1 p.m., someone barges into the villa. They are exactly the mother and daughter you met 2 days ago. It turns out this villa belongs to their family. The text on the screen suddenly stutters and begins to collapse. Subai stares at it. The 3 days are over, and the prophecy has ended. The white screen gradually dims before his eyes. When he opens his eyes again, he is back in the familiar rented room. The ring on his index finger is gone. A mysterious feeling tells him he can start the prophecy again whenever he wishes. Subai reviews the prophecy and looks up at the window. Monsters. And the unknown he gained by killing a monster. An unknown realm. A sharp light flashes in Subai's eyes. So this must be the hidden function of the divine body. He silently remembers it. Next, he will act according to plan. He puts on his windbreaker. Ding dong. His phone vibrates. Subai looks down. It is Zhang Yunxi's moments with several pretty selfies and a table at a high-end restaurant. Zhang Yunxi still looks pure and sweet, her sugary smile, almost lifelike. Today I finally got rid of an admirer I strung along for 10 years. As a woman, you must learn to say no and reserve a precious place for your future man. Subai is silent for a moment. In his memory, Zhang Yunxi used to call him big brother this and that. Now she called him her so-called admirer. He had indeed been naive, but she was the one who was despicable. If it were an hour ago, he would have endured it. Now, Subai picks up his phone and sends Zhang Yunxi a message. Yunxi, I bought you a Hermes bag. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Meet me at the gate of Tianbao Community. Since I can't find you tomorrow, I'll make you come to me. This time I won't teach you to be human. I'll teach you to know your place. Bang. Subai closes the door and leaves the shabby rented room. Bang. A violent collision, 2 cars slammed almost head-on into each other, blocking the road. Both hoods were crumpled, and the impact spread to 4 or 5 other vehicles. The scene was extraordinarily grim. Rain fell in torrents, and thick moisture filled the air. Amid the pattering downpour, a filthy silver-gray husky barked wildly, clearly startled by the chain reaction crash. Help! Someone save them. Pedestrians hurrying past were stunned. After a brief hesitation, someone shouted. Subai stopped and turned his gaze to the barking stray. It was the source of the accident. It had darted across the road and caused the pileup. Its frantic expression seemed perfectly normal. Yet Subai felt that something about the stray was oddly off, though he couldn't say exactly what. Void-breaking eye. Alaskan Malamute. Classification candidate. Strength 0. For strength represents physique, body toughness, recovery speed, various antibodies. Agility 0. 6 reaction speed, physical agility, movement speed. Spirit 0. 1 intelligence, consciousness, brain information processing speed. Combat rating, a stray dog at the level of bullying the old and abusing the young. Value, no special value. Profile, a pet dog abandoned by its owner. With a strong physique, it is the king of dogs, ruling 2 streets, and carries an unknown abnormal status. Using the wind and rain as cover, Subai slowly approached the stray. The silver-gray husky turned its head and stared fixedly at Subai, its animal pupils watching him for a long moment. Woof! It barked once, turned around, and ran off, vanishing swiftly through the curtain of rain. What a pity! Subai sighed inwardly. He pondered the situation from his prophecy for a while, then looked up and surveyed the surroundings. Wiping the rain from his face, he continued toward the supermarket. The rain gradually lessened. A fine drizzle drifted with the cool wind, cooling the scorching earth. Subai walked along beneath the eaves, watching the street. The second accident should happen soon. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The drizzle continued unabated. Subai saw no accident. Could the prophecy be wrong? He frowned in thought for a moment, then broke into a quick jog. After running 200 or 300 meters ahead, he indeed saw a BMW rear-end another car at the intersection ahead. Vehicles stopped in the road and fragmented quarreling drifted from the open area on the sidewalk. Subai first surveyed his surroundings and confirmed there was nothing suspicious before stepping forward to look at the so-called mother-daughter trio. Subai had already steeled himself for it, but when he actually saw the mother and daughters, he was still dazzled. The trio, mother and daughters, was confronting a man. The woman leading them had striking radiant features, large phoenix eyes, cold as ice, a high-bridged nose above a pair of sensual red lips, and the corners of her mouth tilted upward in slight derision. Her bearing was extraordinary. She looked at the man with a cold, proud gaze as though watching a jester perform. She wore a tailored silver-gray skirt suit, her black hair coiled into an elegant updo. The understated custom suit sculpted her figure to near perfection. With a pear-shaped figure and a height of at least 1.8 meters, she stood in red-bottomed pointed stilettos, looking down on others with an overwhelming presence. What made Subai gasp was her striking voluptuous curves. If she were compared with the 8-foot-tall lady, that lady would be left entirely overshadowed. The mother was cold and proud, and the genes she had passed on were even more extraordinary. The one doing most of the talking with the man was half a head shorter than her mother. Her figure was full, tall, and nearly a perfect mold of her mother's. She had a delicate oval face several times finer than any internet celebrity's, bright mysterious eyes, a straight exquisite nose as dainty as a work of art, and a beautifully shaped mouth painted with red lipstick. Her jet-black long hair was like a polished dark mirror, lustrous and beautiful. Wearing a patterned cheapao, her long straight legs and silver stiletto heels made her stand out as even taller and more dazzling. Even when she was cursing, her aura and stunning beauty could make every man's heart surrender and every woman feel ashamed of herself. "Do you realize you're wasting our time?" a sweet girl of 17 or 18 said, cutting off her elder sister's words. From behind her smooth forehead trailed 2 long twin ponytails, like reins for conquering a wild horse. The girl's features were delicate. Her soft, rounded face bore the appearance of a refined, well-bred young lady from a scholarly family, and a sweet aura rushed at the observer. She wore a black and white JK uniform. Beneath the immaculate clothes was a seductive figure, and below her swan-like neck lay a pale, delicate collarbone. At 1.67 meters, her proportions were superb, with a charm redolent of the Jiangnan water towns. Her golden ratio body was also blessed with long legs, and under semi-transparent white stockings, she wore a pair of small, round-toed leather shoes. At that moment, her delicate face wore an impatient expression, slightly spoiling her sweet charm. "What do you mean wasting your time? You rear-ended me. Until this is settled, none of you are leaving." Most of the onlookers kept silent. Feeling enormous pressure, the man involved shouted loudly, "What do you mean not settled? 5,000 yuan isn't enough to fix this piece of crap car of yours." The JK uniformed girl looked very sweet, but had a fiery temper. Hearing this, she raised her hand and slapped the man across the face. Smack. "You." The man glared with wide, furious eyes. This was the second slap he had received. The other party had rear-ended him. When he got out of the car to inspect the damage, he was slapped. Thud. A small stack of bills was flung over. That slap was your payment. The stack thrown by the cold, proud elder sister was at least 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. The man took one stack in his left hand and caught the other with his right, remaining silent. Inwardly, he was furious at his own spinelessness, but the last shred of dignity kept him from letting the matter rest. "The patrol will be here any minute. Just wait." The man gave a cold snort, but when he saw the JK uniformed girl raise her hand again, he hastily stepped back 2 paces. The tall elder sister turned her head to look at her mother, as if asking for guidance. The beautiful matron scanned the surroundings. Seeing many onlookers recording with their phones, she shook her head. In the public eye, they should act with prudence. This was not a major matter. Ning Shiwei's slapping him in full view of everyone was inappropriate, but she had already paid compensation. She had no concern for the rest. The money was paid for the public's sake. The real matter would be handled behind the scenes. As long as they didn't oppress ordinary people too egregiously, the internet could not stir up any waves. The beautiful matron took out her phone, sent messages to 2 or 3 people, then calmly put it away. From beginning to end, she never glanced directly at the man in front of her, as if he were an ant. Subai watched quietly for a moment, then decisively activated his void-breaking eye. The 3 people's identity information flashed before him one after another. Ling Yuding. Classification human. Strength 0. 7 normal adult male, standard 1. Agility 0. 6 normal adult male, standard 1. Spirit 1. 2 normal human, standard 0. 91. 1. Evaluation: a clever human who can barely defeat a wild dog. Value high. enormous wealth, social connections, and overwhelming power. Profile chairwoman of the Yulin Group, chairwoman of Huagong Real Estate, and a major shareholder in several listed companies. Once the kept canary of a certain high-ranking official, she used ruthless means to gradually break free behind the scenes. With that official at the center, she built a powerful network, paving her way with money and forging alliances with countless bigwigs. Detached and transcendent, she has a hand in both the lawful and unlawful worlds, domineering, arrogant, cold, and aloof. She is this city's strongest underground empress. Li Ningxue. Classification: Human Asian. Strength 0. 8 normal adult male, standard 1. Agility 0. 7 normal adult male, standard 1. Spirit 1. 1 normal human, standard 0. 91. 1. Combat rating: utterly unremarkable. Even a stray dog could take a bite out of her. Value low, virginity, wealth. Profile: a spoiled, headstrong girl with a stunning figure and face. Born into a wealthy family, she is extremely emotionally unstable. Li Ningxuang. Classification: Human Asian. Strength 0. 9 normal adult male, standard 1. Agility 0. 9 normal adult male, standard 1. Spirit 1. 1 normal human, standard 0. 91. 1. Combat rating: inheriting her mother's ruthlessness, she has mastered many fighting techniques, truly outstanding among women. Value medium, virginity, knowledge, social status. Profile: a highly educated intellectual with an angel's face and a demon's heart. General manager of Huagong Real Estate. An ice-cold beauty with a viper's heart, skilled at disguising herself. Underground empress. Su Bai's gaze landed on the beautiful matron, and he was astonished. The void-breaking eyes appraisal was a bit excessive. This city's underground empress. And she was a woman with no background who had risen step by step to this position. How many storms must she have weathered? He glanced again at the elder sister, who was less aggressive than her younger sibling. Truly never judge a person by appearances. Brother, forget it. They've already paid. Even if the patrol comes, it'll still just be compensation. Why insist on offending them? Is it worth it? The onlookers all thought the man was being senseless. It was obvious the women were not to be provoked. Accepting a small loss was better. He had already made 10,000 yuan anyway. If not for knowing these people could not be crossed, they would have liked to step and get cursed and slapped and take the money themselves. The JK uniformed girl stared at the silent man. If her elder sister hadn't held her hand, she would have almost failed to hold back and struck again. What are you looking at? Your eyeballs are making me sick. A bunch of losers. Haven't you ever seen a woman? Li Ningxue vented her anger at the onlookers. She especially noticed those filthy men staring fixedly at her and her sister. Their sinister covert glances made her explode. Li Ningxuang also felt uncomfortable after her younger sister's words. She immediately lifted her head, sweeping the crowd with her cold, beautiful eyes. The sheepish onlookers all averted their eyes. What are you looking at? Stare at me again if you dare. Li Ningxue found the one who had slipped through her net and glared at Su Bai. Su Bai had not been conspicuous in the crowd before, but now that everyone else had lowered their eyes, he naturally stood out. No wonder he had offended the youngest daughter. So that was the reason. Su Bai watched the girl walking over at the slightest provocation. His eyes flickered. He took a deep look at the trio of mother and daughters, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint arc. He felt a craving to possess all three. Su Bai felt as if he had changed. In his previous life, he had been an honest man. But he thought this was fine. Good men receive no reward, while the wicked thrive for 1,000 years. Su Bai turned and left. For now the existing order still held, and they had enormous power. The next time they met, it would be in a villa. When that day came, he hoped they would still be exactly who they were now. Su Bai's departure did not affect anyone. Aside from a few murmurings in the crowd about him not knowing his place, no one paid him any attention. That piece of trash's eyes, and he even dared to smile. Next time I meet you, I'll kill you. Li Ningxue gritted her teeth. She intensely disliked the look in Su Bai's eyes before he left, and in her heart, she resolved to find him and make him pay. The beautiful matron remained indifferent to the scene, occasionally taking out her phone to send a message. Li Ningxuang cast a contemptuous glance at Su Bai's retreating figure, then turned away and instantly forgot the utterly ordinary passerby. Her gaze fell on the people nearby who were recording. Not long after leaving the scene of the car accident, Su Bai spotted 2 patrol cars racing past at breakneck speed. With his powerful dynamic vision, he could clearly see the patrol members inside the cabs, their faces fraught with anxiety, and one of them bowing and scraping while on the phone. Su Bai lowered his gaze slightly. That man was about to be in trouble. Ding! A plane ringtone sounded. Su Bai picked up his phone and saw the contact name, Junior Sister, on the screen, and countless memories surged forth. His junior sister was named by Lingling. She was in the same department, but a different year, and liked making short videos. With a doll-like face, she was very popular on a short video app with nearly 100,000 followers. After Su Bai got to know her better, he realized that beneath her lowly face lay a strikingly hot figure, tall with curves in all the right places, and very well endowed. The contrast between her figure and her face was astonishing. Even if all her countless fans laid eyes on her in person, they still wouldn't recognize her as the internet's little lowly. From the memories, Su Bai knew that there had been a time when the two of them were close, very close. Lingling, why did you suddenly think to call me? Subai answered the phone. Brother Su, I heard. Brother Su, are you free recently? I want to go to a zoo, but I'm a little scared. Would you come with me? I'll buy the tickets. The voice on the other end was soft and lovely, carrying the charm of a Jiangnan girl and stirring a protective urge in the heart. She seemed to hesitate, then changed the subject, but Subai knew all too well that it was about Zhang Yunxi. Lingling, don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile. Subai hesitated for a moment, then said, Lingling, do you believe me? I believe you. Bai Lingling answered without hesitation. Don't go out for the next few days. Stock up on food and drink, and if possible find a chance to leave the city and head to the suburbs. Subai had revealed a little of the truth. He only hoped that this girl who was genuinely kind to him would truly trust him. It was a trivial effort after all. In his memories the two of them had been close. The phone fell briefly silent. Then Bai Lingling's gentle voice came through. Brother Su, I understand. Stay safe. Subai hung up first, inwardly cursing the original owner once more. Wasn't this girl far better than Zhang Yunxi? Trash. Meanwhile, in a pink bedroom, a young girl in the flower of her youth stared at her phone, lost in thought. She was tall and slender, and even in a Lolita dress the curve of her chest was clearly pronounced. Below the hem, her shapely legs were clad in white over-the-knee stockings through the thin silk, of which her fair skin was faintly visible. Black princess shoes rested on the wooden floor. A trace of confusion crossed by Lingling's youthful doll face. Her features showed no sign of adulthood, yet her eyes seemed to hold a lively spirit enough to stir compassion in anyone. Brother Su, what exactly do you mean? Bai Lingling's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had no idea what Subai meant. After hesitating for a long while, she gave up trying to figure it out. Forget it. I'll trust Brother Su. He won't hurt me. Bai Lingling, it's raining outside. Why are you going out? I'm going shopping. A roommate called out, and Bai Lingling left. After hanging up, Subai glanced at WeChat. Zhang Yunxi still hadn't replied, but there was a new post on Moments. He tapped it open. Zhang Yunxi was dressed in a fiery red evening gown with delicate makeup, attending a high-end banquet. The photos all served to frame her beauty in the most favorable light. She certainly had the looks for it. In the photos, her delicate and pitiable appearance always aroused a strong desire to protect her. Another day of being harassed. Her attention-baiting captions came in every imaginable form. Subai put his phone away, his eyes cold. Thinking of the naive original owner, now dead and gone, while that bitch still caroused in luxury and debauchery, he wished he could turn her into a dog right then and there. Bear with it, Subai. Soon. A good meal is worth the wait. Subai kept a cold face and continued on his way. The cold, gloomy sky once again began to drizzle. Having scouted the site in advance, Subai used spatial rifts from a distance to precisely sever the camera circuits, then condensed his spatial power into a long blade and cut through the stone wall. Once the gap was opened, he used his storage space to absorb the debris and slipped into the warehouse without a sound. Subai quickly looted the supplies. In half a minute, the nearly 1,000-square-meter warehouse was stripped clean, and he vanished without a trace. Not long after, a supermarket employee gaped at the empty warehouse, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? At the high-speed rail station, a train bound for the neighboring city slowly departed. As night fell, pairs of green beast eyes slowly opened in the darkness, savage, cruel, and completely inhuman. At a construction site, a pair of secret lovers were kissing passionately. The boy, burning with desire, broke off the kiss and immediately lowered his head to strip. When he looked up again, a splash of warm liquid hit his face. Stunned, he instinctively licked his lips and tasted blood. His girlfriend was gone. The clear sound of chewing came from beside him. He turned his head instinctively. A massive dark figure stood right next to him, its pale red beast eyes fixed on him. The familiar figure lay beside the shadow, no longer breathing. The scream was cut short, and the smell of blood only grew stronger. At 9 in the evening, in the No. 1 building of Y City, the city's top leader was roaring in his office. Why is the death toll still rising? What the hell are the patrol squads doing? Investigate. This time I don't care who it is or what kind of evil forces are behind it. It must be wiped out. Before dawn tomorrow, I want a detailed arrest report. Whoever stops me from reporting to my superiors tomorrow will have to report to me first. The senior patrol officer stood in silence, having been scolded into submission. From what I know, it's not just our city. The counties, towns, and villages under our jurisdiction have all seen the same situation. This is unusual. The second-in-command sat in his chair, ignoring the top leader's reprimand of the others. He lit a cigarette and slowly took a drag. Lou, the top leader was about to speak when the phone rang. What? Secretary Mo has disappeared. Lu Chong shot to his feet and shocked the cigarette he had been smoking falling from his hand. The night had deepened. At the Walmart warehouse, 2 staff members on duty were watching the surveillance monitors in the control room and chatting with each other. They didn't notice a transparent rift flash above the water cup on the desk, sending 2 wisps of white powder into the cup, where they quickly dissolved. Subai had already hidden himself in a camera-blind spot, observing and waiting. Why does this water taste weird? No way. Let me try a sip. It is a bit odd. Let me have another sip or 2. Strange, but it actually tastes quite good. Listening to the conversation from behind the door, Su-bai's eyes gleamed with delight. He had used his spatial ability to slip sleeping pills to the on-duty staff, knocking out 7 or 8 people. These were the last 2 security guards. Before long, the 2 collapsed in the monitoring room dead asleep. Su-bai didn't show himself. He waited 2 minutes, then first disabled the camera inside the monitoring room, entered, and turned off all the warehouse cameras. Turning off the cameras triggered a hidden alarm and silently alerted the police. Su-bai didn't care. He had already cut through the warehouse wall in advance. He walked over, removed the concrete debris blocking the opening, and slipped inside. Inside the Walmart warehouse, a spatial rift turned into a pitch-black film that swept across the rows of shelves, and the mountains of supplies vanished. Su-bai rode the electric scooter he had found in the warehouse and twisted the throttle. Countless supplies disappeared. Cold chain goods, daily necessities, fuel, household goods. Nearly 100,000 tons of rice of every grade, along with oil, mineral water, liquor, soft drinks, cold chain poultry, and livestock, added up to hundreds of thousands of tons, plus cold diesel engines and other goods. Appliances, forklifts, snowmobiles, and other bulky items. Some were sent into his storage space before he even got a good look at them. In 20 minutes, Su-bai had filled his haul to the brim. He left the warehouse with a smile and disappeared into the vast night. Beep, beep, beep. 5 minutes later, the patrol squad arrived at the scene. All that was left was the empty warehouse. Did a human being do this, eh? The patrol captain stared at the empty warehouse, involuntarily lighting a cigarette. His hands were trembling. 20 minutes, and the warehouse was empty. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. This matter had grown far too big. He couldn't shoulder the responsibility. The incident was reported up the chain. In the dead of night, countless people were roused from their sleep, and all the relevant personnel arrived at the scene. Even the city's one leader. The mass disappearances from last night were still unresolved, and now there was a case of vanishing supplies. In the dead of night, Su-bai found a secluded place to rest briefly, also to avoid any possible beasts. Although the sleep was short, Su-bai felt more comfortable than when he had slept 8 or 9 hours in the past. His energy, spirit, and vitality were all exceptionally full. The gray sky gradually brightened. Su-bai woke up, rode the electric scooter toward the station, his eyes like lightning, able to see farther than before. His ticket was booked for 6 o'clock, and he arrived at the high-speed rail station before 5. Su-bai casually found an empty lot and began to train. Simple push-ups, squats, and frog jumps. The infinite body could grow without limits. As long as he kept squeezing his stamina and physique again and again, he would only become stronger. At first, the workout felt especially easy and pleasant. Gradually, his muscles began to ache, weaken, and sting. Su-bai gritted his teeth and kept enduring, straining hard, trying to make every repetition as perfect as possible. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Each time he reached the verge of exhaustion, Su-bai felt a fresh power being born deep within his body. His strength was rising, and so was the soreness brought on by his muscles' excessive fatigue. The two reached an inexplicable balance. If he couldn't clearly perceive himself growing stronger, Su-bai really would not have been able to keep going. At 5:30 in the morning, basic exercises could no longer temper Su-bai. He rose to his feet with ease, feeling as though a fierce tiger was hiding within his body, a vast power with nowhere to be vented. His eyes darted, and he took out a mirror. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, he activated the void-breaking pupil. A screen of light unexpectedly appeared before him. Name Su-bai. Race Human, East Asian. Strength 2. 8. Normal adult male. Value 1. Agility 2. 9. Spirit 5. 6. Combat evaluation. You can't be counted as human. Nowhere close. Value medium. Strength. Skill, spatial ability. Profile: a lovesick man hurt by a trash woman who failure is the whole of his life. In a sense, you are rare in this world. In another sense, you are simply stupid and worthless. Su-bai smiled, ignoring the final evaluation. He hadn't expected the void-breaking pupil to be able to examine him too. This was a pleasant surprise. Earlier, he had only known that he had become very strong, but he had no direct comparison. Now, looking at the comparison, every aspect of his physical condition was several times that of an ordinary person, and his spirit stat was even 5 or 6 times higher. It must be thanks to the spatial ability and the void-breaking pupil. Each multiple was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was a stacking of every physical attribute. As long as his opponent had no weapons, Su-bai could toy with a sturdy grown man, as if he were a small child. Growl, growl, growl. Su-bai's smile vanished. Only then did he realize he was starving, as if he hadn't eaten for 7 or 8 days. He was hungry to the extreme. He quickly rummaged through his space and found some cooked food, several dozen caddies of braised meat. The meat had been found in the cold storage, and its chilly, stiff texture was not pleasant, but Su-bai wolfed it down. The feeling of fullness was deeply satisfying. I need to find a way to stock up on banquet dishes and store them. Su-bai wiped his mouth and added a new task. With the basic supplies secured, he could now raise the quality appropriately. It was almost 6 o'clock. Su-bai collected his ticket and walked into the high-speed rail station. There were many more patrol squad members inside, fully armed with real guns and live ammunition, all looking bleary-eyed. Clearly, many of them had not rested all night. There were far fewer passengers at the station than the day before. The train announcement rang out, and Subai followed the crowd onto the high-speed train home. Sitting in the business class seat, Subai casually glanced at the faintly brightening sky outside the window. His gaze froze. Outside the city's high-speed rail station was a large stretch of wasteland, and there among the weeds sat a silver machine that looked like a vending machine. His excellent eyesight allowed Subai to see it clearly. The machine showed no signs of previous use. It was new. "Hey Dad, don't worry. I'll be home soon." Was that really necessary? It's just some people going missing. Why did you have me rush back so urgently? By the way, I heard that big shot from the province is gone. The mother and daughter flower pair you keep around. Could you let me? Haha. A man's frivolous laughter drifted to his ears, drawing Subai's attention. He listened intently. The speaker's voice was low, deliberately suppressed in Subai's presence, yet it came through with perfect clarity. Subai casually glanced around the carriage and found only one other occupant, a man in his mid-20s, seated diagonally behind. From the corner of his eye, Subai noted the youth's clean features and sunny disposition, dressed casually, but wearing a luxury watch worth millions, a sign of considerable standing. A certain leader has been eliminated. Subai had no intention of activating his void-piercing eye. Someone like this rich second-generation heir would hold little value. Perhaps mindful of the public setting, the young man did not linger on the call. After some idle chatter about domestic matters, he hung up. The high-speed train began to move. Subai instinctively glanced outside, only to find the new machine had vanished as though it had never existed at all. Subai paused, pondered for a moment, and then a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Prophecy activate. He opened his eyes once more to the familiar dark space. Subai fixed his gaze on the white screen ahead. The options on either side had shifted. The right side still showed 1 month, while the left now presented 2 smaller choices: continue or restart. He could either follow the narrative from where the last prediction ended or begin anew. Subai chose to rerun the simulation. The previous prophecy held no value. My name is Subai. June 8th, 2026, 7:00 a.m. Through the void-piercing eye, you learn the identity of the young man in your carriage. His name is Lu Dong, son of the city's second-in-command. Subai's gaze sharpened. He had not expected the young man in his carriage to come from such a background. The subtitles continued to flicker. At 9:00 a.m. you prepare to infiltrate the famous shooting range to steal firearms and ammunition, but Lu Dong intercepts you with his men, because on the high-speed train, he took offense to the way you looked at him. You are taken to the suburbs. Once you confirm no one is watching, you break free from your bonds and slaughter Lu Dong's men with your bare hands. Bang! Bang! Gunfire echoes. You suffer grave injuries. Your terrifying power surges forth, once more locking onto your attackers. Despite taking 4 bullets, you methodically kill your ambushers, only to ultimately perish from blood loss. Subai's face drained of color as he endured the splitting headache. His cold gaze swept over the final line, and the corners of his mouth lifted. The subtitles reappeared. Drawing a deep breath, Subai looked ahead. This was the branching point. You calmly ride out the entire train journey. Upon disembarking, you head to the renowned shooting range and make off with a small cache of firearms, ammunition, and cash. You visit the lucky restaurant in the city to arrange 100 banquet tables. From the afternoon onward, you wander through the city in search of the mysterious machine. You find nothing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you collect the custom-ordered banquet and set out for Tianbao residential compound, only to discover citywide military forces have been deployed to maintain order. At 8 o'clock that evening, you check into Tianbao compound and take in a pet. It proves rather unruly, and you spend considerable time disciplining it. At 9:30, a gunfight erupts in the city center. You head there to assess the situation, preparing to hunt the mutated beasts. Once in the city proper, you find it in ruins. Mutated beasts swarm everywhere, feeding on human flesh and running rampant. It is as though overnight humanity had plummeted to the very bottom of the food chain, and the urban landscape has descended into absolute chaos. At 11 o'clock at night, you operate on the city's outskirts, ambushing and killing 2 mutant beasts, and gain something unknown. You break through your limits. In the early hours of the morning, chaos erupts in the city center, but you barely escape with your life and return to the villa. You check various news on your phone and log onto forums, only to discover the entire country has descended into chaos, with reports of mutated beasts devouring people spreading everywhere. At 2 in the morning, after you fall asleep, the pet attempts to escape. The awakened you decides to discipline it properly, and for that night it submits. At 6 in the morning, you are jolted awake by the commotion. Having slept only an hour, you are furious. But your pet proves useful, and you cool your temper. At 10 in the morning, you wake again and begin your training. Your strength increases across every dimension. The mother and daughter pair you expected never show up. You realize you have taken the wrong villa. After a quick search, you discover signs that someone has occupied the neighboring villa. At noon, a Zhang Yunxi attempts to flee while you are out, but you catch her and punish her. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a miracle occurs. Despite the scorching summer heat, hail begins falling and temperatures plummet. The biting cold wind intensifies with ice and snow growing steadily heavier. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the power goes out, and the world seems to fall into silence. At 10 o'clock, electricity briefly returns. The television broadcasts only disasters and catastrophes, countless patrol teams armed and rushing to provide relief, with casualties mounting beyond number. At midnight, the power cuts out once more. At 1 in the morning, you start generating electricity. At 3 in the morning, you jolt awake. Your animal instincts scream that danger is near. Soon enough, the sense of threat fades away. At dawn 6 o'clock, the hail ceases. Outside, everything lies buried under white snow. The door is completely blocked by ice and snow. At 8 in the morning, the temperature drops to a terrifying low. Some people clear the snow from the entrance and begin searching for food, while the television station starts broadcasting new official directives. During the heavy snowfall and howling winds, you continue your physical training, maintain your firearms, and drive away 2 wealthy families begging for food. At 10 o'clock, 7 or 8 people braving the snowstorm arrive, coveting your food supplies, and demand that you, the thief, leave the villa. After questioning them carefully, you realize they have formed an internal group, and even the original homeowner is among them. Their blood stains the white snow crimson. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you join the residential group chat. The mother and daughter next door pitifully describe their hunger and grievances, offering to pay premium prices for food. Watching the once proud mother and daughter now reduced to this, you cannot help but smile. In the afternoon, a mysterious machine, one you have seen before, suddenly appears on the distant snow and ice. You reach the machine first and fiddle with it to no avail. It appears to be a completely inert dead device. You secretly guard it for several hours, during which multiple groups of residents attempt to interact with it, but all fail. You temporarily give up. At 5:30 in the afternoon, you are at home, when suddenly an overwhelming sense of terror seizes you. Before you can react, a fireball the size of a house obliterates the villa, destroying every defense you carefully prepared, annihilating everything in its path. In the massive explosion, thanks to your divine physique, you barely survive, but your time is limited. In the distance, the mother and daughter, wrapped in cotton-padded jackets, lead 4 or 5 men slowly through the darkness. The towering flames cast their silhouettes in light. The stunningly beautiful young woman still does not deign to look at you, just as she did at the earlier car accident scene. Cold, arrogant, disdainful, showing none of the desperation she displayed when begging for food. The young woman, harboring deep resentment toward you, steps on your head and directs the others to hack you to death. Before dying, you catch a faint glimpse of something, a pile of black ash in the beautiful young woman's hand. What could it be? You are dead. The subtitles attempt to restart, but freeze. Subai, his head splitting with pain, realizes he may not survive another death. The prophecy is forced to end. Blood vessels burst in Subai's eyes as he quickly suppresses his raging fury. The prophecy is forced to end. What secret does that machine hold? And where did that fireball come from? After a long while, Subai's gaze returns to calm. This prophecy has given him a warning. He is not steady enough. He is too reckless. It is the villains in novels who possess overwhelming power, yet constantly fail. The fireball that destroyed the villa likely originated from the mysterious machine. How did they activate it? Subai thinks and analyzes. The space shifts incrementally, and after the world spins wildly, he opens his eyes and glances back. The high-speed train is still moving. Subai steadies his emotions and leans back in his chair as if nothing happened. He prepares to follow the plan precisely. Once the machine appears, he will guard it relentlessly, watching with unwavering determination. That fireball that obliterated the villa still sends chills down his spine. As for the mother and daughter trio off, the high-speed train was moving. Subai held his phone and opened a short video platform. The scene shifted. In the shaky footage, it was pitch black. Under faint moonlight in the distance, a huge dark figure was busily devouring something. The sounds of chewing and bone crunching were distinct in the night. The shadow was enormous, but the blurry quality made it impossible to discern. Beside it, what appeared to be the lower half of a human body was still twitching, sending a jolt through the viewer's heart. The videographer's breathing grew heavier, the trembling frame betraying his emotions. The shot cut, the video shook violently, and low, ragged gasps thundered in the ears. He fled. Before Subai could scroll through the comments, the video was taken down. Next came a small town with a distinctly foreign style. The camera followed the vehicle down an old, open road through the town, where doors and windows were tightly shut. Some windows were papered over, completely blocking the view inside. Subai quietly stared at the screen. His extraordinary visual acuity allowed him to catch details that ordinary people would struggle to perceive. Dried black bloodstains were everywhere, and bloodied bones swarming with flies. It was horrifying. What on earth had happened? Before long, an old pickup truck was parked sideways in the middle of the road, blocking their way. A black man and the white man holding the camera got out to inspect it. The front of the truck was badly dented, as if it had been rammed by a large truck. The windshield was shattered, the interior was in complete disarray, and the front window was covered in bloody fingerprints. Flies and small insects clustered inside the cab, scattering as the two approached. It was a horrific scene. In the footage, the foreigners' voices were urgent and tense. Without staying for another second, they turned and ran back to the vehicle. Before he could finish watching, the video was taken down again. Subai's expression turned grim. The disaster that had struck this town was no ordinary one. it was truly terrifying. Soon afterward, many various videos appeared on the short video platform. The scenes abroad were more horrific, while those at home seemed relatively peaceful. Overall, no one had yet captured a clear shot of the mutated beasts. Perhaps everyone who had seen the monsters was dead, and the authorities were deliberately suppressing information. With both factors at work, the internet naturally showed no chaotic content. Of course, the internet could not hide the truth forever. Perhaps intelligence had already surfaced abroad. Chaos reigned worldwide. An unknown panic was spreading. Except for Huaxiao, which still managed to maintain outward order, the United States had already descended into turmoil with gunshots ringing without cease. Water, food, and medicine. These countries, already chaotic in ordinary times, were now in even greater disorder. Looting, burning, and killing were everywhere. Subconsciously, Subai glanced inward at his storage space, grateful that he had prepared supplies in advance. He didn't need to worry about food shortages. He was about to keep scrolling when the screen paused. A piece of official news was being pushed to everyone. The content was simple. First, to prevent market chaos from today onward, all supermarkets and pharmacies will be purchased outright by the government. The government will intervene and implement daily ration sales. Second, all grain depots across the country will be opened and placed under unified government coordination. Communities will count their populations and apply to local authorities for food and medicine. 3 days later, the government will formally distribute supplies on a per capita basis. Third, unless necessary, do not go out during the day, and absolutely do not go out at night. Fourth, all railway, air, and road transportation will be fully suspended tomorrow to coordinate the allocation of food and daily necessities. Fifth, any illegal or disorderly acts, including arson, murder, and robbery, will authorize local authorities to impose the death penalty. Please trust the state. The state will say no to all crimes and violations. For the safety of the people and the stability of the nation, do not privately spread negativity. With one heart and one mind, we shall surely eliminate all demons and monsters. A rousing national anthem played in the background, stirring people's emotions. Subai remained silent for a long time, feeling as if even his long-chilled heart had warmed. In troubled times, severe punishment serves as a deterrent. Ensuring logistical support and unified coordination is a good plan. If they proceed accordingly and the situation does not worsen, it can likely be stabilized. Unfortunately, some people had long since changed. Recalling the outcome of his previous life, Subai silently shook his head. Their greed, deception of superiors and subordinates alike, and their crimes were no longer isolated cases. These people could still hide their nature for now, but once the situation deteriorated, they would instantly turn into ravenous wolves. The disaster had only just begun. The situation was destined to collapse. Last night was merely an appetizer. It would only get worse. This was an apocalypse. Huff. Subai let out a slow breath. He still needed to make thorough preparations and not let complacency take hold. When he scrolled through the short video app, it was still the same news. The platform had been placed under total control. No wonder my dad insisted I come home today, so that's why. Lu Dong murmured beside him, obviously having seen the news too. Soon after, he scrolled through it nonchalantly. Damn, why is it controlled? Across the country, as the news spread like a tidal wave, the state machine began to operate and officials devoted their full attention. City Center, the mayor's office. Mayor Lu, according to preliminary estimates, the supply requisition you approved isn't enough. The supplies to be distributed in 3 days should be doubled. Lu Chong surveyed the city's situation, took a couple of sips of tea, and without lifting his head reflected. The party secretary had gone out in the middle of last night and disappeared. Today, the second in command, who was in exactly the same situation at the provincial level, conveyed instructions Lu Chong would temporarily take on the secretary's duties. It was rare for both the municipal and provincial top leaders to be gone. Security around people like them had been strengthened. Lu Chong pursed his lips, spat out a tea leaf residue, and looked up. The man before him was Siming, director of the patrol department. Around 50 years old, he had a square face and thick eyebrows with large eyes, appearing steady and honest. At the moment, his face was filled with exhaustion. I know the supplies are insufficient for now. Give the people a bit less, your people will get theirs as usual. Lu Chong calmly held his thermos cup, took another slow sip, and glanced at Si Ming, who seemed to want to speak. Then he added, the city has too many missing people. Everywhere needs manpower, and so does grain transportation. Right now we're short-handed, and the supplies dispatched here are limited. We need to wait a bit longer. The top priority is to take control of the major shopping malls, urban areas, and pharmacies, count the stocks, and open limited sales tomorrow morning. Si Ming remained expressionless. He had just come from the temporary dispatch warehouse and knew exactly how much material was there, piled up like a mountain. Yet Lu Chong was his mentor, and he owed him a profound debt of gratitude. The topic had drifted. Si Ming said nothing and followed the conversation. Yes, Mayor. My people have already taken over the statistical work. All the data will be ready by this afternoon. Make a 3-day plan and determine exactly which store sells what. Oh, and if the supplies haven't arrived in 3 days, be sure to explain things clearly to the masses. Don't cause misunderstandings. Lu Chong said abruptly. Si Ming nodded and turned to leave. As he went out the door, he looked back and said, Brother Lu, I'll do as you say. Lu Chong put down his teacup, stood up, and revealed a genial smile, adding, "Communicate well with Deputy Director by you. You must keep the team firmly in hand. The city has been unsettled lately. We must protect the people's safety and also watch out for our own. Since people from certain areas have all poured into the city, have the patrol teams in those areas regroup and return to the urban area too." Si Ming was startled. He looked at Lu Chong and saw the other man nod again. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he felt a shadow fall over his mind. What about the masses in those areas once the patrols were withdrawn? "All right, Mayor." Si Ming nodded and left. Lu Chong narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then made a phone call. "By you have their family members been brought over?" 9 o'clock. After getting off the high-speed train, Su Bai took an electric bike out of his storage space and rode straight to the shooting range he had scouted out. Ding dong. His phone rang with a notification. He picked it up and looked. "Su Bai, I forgive you. I know you're the best. See you tonight, kisses." Zhang Yunxi also sent 2 emoji stickers, her excitement practically leaping off the screen. Su Bai gave a cold smile. "I hope you won't regret meeting tonight." Huh. A newly developed commercial street located 2 or 3 kilometers from the high-speed railway station had been abandoned by its original developer in previous years. It was later taken over by a wealthy businessman who constructed a spacious shooting range. With its extensive collection of firearms and live ammunition, shooting it attracted numerous visitors. The surrounding wasteland gradually saw new residents moving and slowly beginning to take on the appearance of a commercial district. But now, amid the turmoil gripping various regions, this already remote street lay utterly desolate and deserted. The Baiyun shooting range, situated at the easternmost end, had its main doors tightly sealed. Su Bai circumvented the shooting range building and paused to scan both directions, ensuring no one was nearby. Placing his hands flat against the wall on either side, he pressed hard and rotated his palms in a circular motion, creating a seal. When he withdrew his hands, 2 slender black iron cones appeared, resting in his palms. With a blink, they vanished. Su Bai shoved his palm against the solid concrete, and a concrete slab roughly the size of a manhole cover crashed onto the courtyard behind the wall with a thunderous impact. To any bystander, it would have seemed miraculous. Yet this was merely Su Bai manipulating spatial rifts, reshaping them into blade-like fragments that sliced through the wall with surgical precision. Bang! From his spatial dimension, Su Bai retrieved a demonic mask and slipped it on before darting inside. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was in the outdoor restroom of the shooting range and quickly followed his mental map toward the shooting room. The interior door was locked, but against Su Bai's reality-bending spatial abilities, any lock was insignificant. Within 2 minutes, he breached the shooting room door and slipped inside. 2 small-caliber pistols came into view, a Beretta 87 and a Luoluo pistol, both secured with chain locks, which Su Bai effortlessly collected before heading to the adjacent shooting rooms, each housing different firearms. 7 Beretta and 7 Luoluo pistols, 2 domestically produced AK, M35-12 rifles, 4 small-caliber pneumatic rifles, 2 revolvers, and 2 shotguns of unknown models. Since the ammunition was stored separately, Su Bai proceeded to the ammunition room, where he discovered tens of thousands of rounds across various calibers. After thorough reconnaissance, he also found tens of thousands of yuan in cash. Satisfied he hadn't missed anything, he retraced his steps back to the electric scooter by the roadside and casually unlocked it, preparing to depart. As Su Bai settled onto the seat, he spotted 2 or 3 high-ranking patrol vehicles pulling over. 7 or 8 armed officers entered the range with their supervisor clearly there to secure the weapons and ammunition. Su Bai studied the shotguns and rifles in their hands, noting they were superior to what the range offered. Adjusting his position, he rode the scooter a distance away and concealed himself in an abandoned plot of land, watching the range entrance from afar. Within 4 or 5 minutes, the patrol members emerged from the alley, their expressions visibly shaken. Su Bai summoned an AKM rifle from his spatial dimension. Resembling the standard Alaska design, it fired 5.6mm rounds with devastating power, uncommon even for a shooting range. Using iron sights, he targeted the patrol team from 200 meters away, his enhanced vision tracking every movement with clarity. The officers were fully equipped, body armor, riot shields, shotguns, and rifles. Their gear was dangerously tempting. After studying them for some time, Su Bai lacked confidence in a confrontation. He holstered the AK and walked away. The risk wasn't worth it. Beyond the uncertainty, he held genuine respect for the patrol members, and for various reasons Su Bai ultimately chose to abandon the attempt. His electric scooter sped along the roadside on the normally congested highway, now nearly empty save for the occasional vehicle fleeing the city at high speed. Su Bai rode steadily, his gaze scanning the surroundings for any sign of the mysterious device he was hunting, a fixation he could not shake. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep. A blaring horn shattered the silence. Su Bai didn't turn as a deafening crash echoed behind him, followed by the screech of tires locking up. Looking back, Su Bai saw a filthy BMW T-boned an SUV. Dark skid marks stained the asphalt, the SUV's side dented while the BMW's front end was completely crushed. Due to the height difference, the SUV had pinned half the BMW's hood beneath its frame. The collision was severe, The BMW driver might not survive. Subai instinctively scanned the area for anomalies, finding none. His suspicions eased. Just an accident, nothing more. You damn idiot, can you even drive? The BMW door flew open and a portly middle-aged man emerged, barking furiously. How do you drive? Are you blind? You change lanes without checking your mirror like the road belongs to you. Idiot. If I hadn't been so lucky, I'd be dead here. My head's pounding right now. How do you propose we fix this? The SUV driver, initially worried about the other man's condition, was ignited by the verbal assault. He hopped out, towering a head taller than the middle-aged man, built like a warrior, and sneered down at him. What's wrong with your brain? I was changing lanes normally. Your mirror showed you miles away. I signal you floor it. Think I'm the Grim Reaper or something trying to get yourself killed? You moron. And don't talk about headaches. If you lay a finger on me, I'll make your whole body ache. Try it. I'm Hijia. Do you have any idea how much time you've cost me today? Do you know what I'm supposed to be doing when I get back to the city? Apologize properly today or face the consequences. Subai was about to leave when he recognized the BMW driver. Hijia, he's the wealthy patron of Zhang Yunxi, whose daughter attended the same class as Subai. He glanced toward the passenger seat, disappointment flickering across his features. Zhang Yunxi wasn't there. After a moment's thought, Subai pulled his scooter to the roadside and dismounted. Beep, beep, beep. Another horn blast. A police car approached, slowing as it spotted the accident ahead. Hijia's brow furrowed while the SUV driver straightened with hope. Someone to mediate. The police car halted and the door opened to reveal a female officer stepping out. She wore a crisp police uniform, the fitted shirt neat and clean, accentuating her slim waist. Below her regulated denim shorts, bare legs stretched long and pale, flawless in texture. Standing nearly 1.70 meters, she possessed a striking cold beauty contrasted by gentle peach blossom eyes. A thin layer of gloss gave her lips a subtle sheen that stirred an immediate urge to taste them. Her presence exuded approachability, yet maintained an impenetrable distance. A rifle nearly half her height rested on her back, and her left hand hovered near the holster at her waist as she approached with chilling intensity. This is a minor accident. Clear the road immediately. Xia Xian's voice was frosty. She was escorting a grain convoy and could not afford distractions. Click-clack. 3 more officers descended from the rear, all armed. Surveying the scene, their tension eased slightly. A routine fender bender, and at a time like this they were quarreling over nothing. Ridiculous. Officer, if he admits his lane change error and apologizes, I'll leave right away. Hijia stepped forward, addressing Officer Xia Xian directly. I waive all compensation claims. I guarantee it. Beneath his words, Hijia seethed. By tomorrow he'd ensure this bastard's ruin. Time lost couldn't be regained, and truth meant nothing in this world. You were the one speeding through lanes. Now you're claiming you won't pursue me. You nearly totaled me. Look at the damage. From my rear to their side, the evidence is right there. Check it, officer. An officer, this guy's got no shame. Hit me, and then insult me, now wants me to admit fault. I want full compensation for all damages. Oh, and he claims his name is Hijia, threatened me too. The SUV driver recounted the incident with mounting fury, leading the officer to inspect the collision damage. Xia Xian's brows furrowed as she examined the clear impact marks spanning the vehicle's body. Scanning for cameras yielded nothing, and before she could respond, one of her male officers spoke up. Excuse me, did you witness what happened? The officer called out to Subai, who was observing from a nearby distance. I'm a witness. I saw everything. Hijia turned and watched Subai approach, recognition flickering in his eyes. There was something familiar about him, but the name eluded him. Tell me exactly what happened in this car accident, the male officer said, walking up to Subai. The male officer's tone was calm. Xia Xian, the female officer, watched with keen interest. Hijia's expression shifted slightly. He hoped Subai had not seen the entire accident, since Subai was ahead and could not have kept an eye on what was happening behind at every moment. The SUV owner felt a surge of relief. As long as there was a witness, Hijia could quibble all he liked, and it would be useless. Everyone wore a different expression, but Subai turned his gaze toward the female officer, Xia Xian. Void-breaking pupil. Xia Xian. Race, human, yellow race. Strength 1. 1. Normal adult male, value is 1. Agility 0. 9. Spirit 1. 1. Combat rating, a woman at the upper echelon of the female pyramid. Value high, a virgin, a highly educated, family members wield immense power and influence, patrol team captain. Bio, daughter of an aristocratic clan, immensely wealthy, a favored daughter of heaven with enormous influence. Because she believes in rewarding good and punishing evil and loathes injustice, her character clashes with her family's, and she is a person of steadfast righteousness. Looking at Xia Xian's panel, Subai, who had lived 2 lifetimes, truly encountered an aristocratic family for the first time. She and Ling Yuding were both of high value, yet their backgrounds were worlds apart. The only difference lay in Xia Xian's family members. Ling Yuding was the underground emperor of this city, while Xia Xian was only a patrol team captain, yet they were rated equally. While Subai was reading Xia Xian's information, Hijia recovered his composure. His eyes flickered, and he sneered, "Buddy, you were riding your bike in front. How could you have seen the accident? Don't get any improper ideas." Answer the officer's questions honestly. Although I know many big shots in the city, I'm still a law-abiding citizen. If you want to slander me or extort me, think very carefully. Don't talk nonsense and don't make up lies to confuse the officer. We should believe in the law and trust that the officer will be fair and just. He-Jie's words were loaded with threats, yet no one could find fault with them. Hearing this, Su-bai knew that the man didn't recognize him. That made sense. He was just a college student from the bottom of society while the other man was a big shot in the city, the boss of a major company. They were as far apart as clouds, and Mud the sort of man who forgot others in the blink of an eye. Su-bai was about to speak when Xia Xin gave a cold snort of displeasure. Please be quiet. Don't interfere with the witness. Noticing that Su-bai had looked at her before, Xia Xin assumed he was afraid of offending people and said decisively, young man, go ahead and state the facts without fear. No one can threaten you. After saying this, Xia Xin glanced at He-Jie with anger in her eyes. If He-Jie dared to threaten anyone again, she was prepared to take action immediately. No one could threaten a witness in front of her. Speak freely. I also have connections in the city. Seeing that Su-bai remained silent, she added another reassurance, then glanced down at the time on her phone and unconsciously furrowed her elegant brow. Su-bai acknowledged Xia Xion's words, but he had his own plans. I saw this accident with my own eyes. It was caused by the SUV changing lanes recklessly. Su-bai replied calmly. Everyone was stunned. After He-Jie's threatening remarks, who was at fault in this accident was basically obvious. Bullshit. The SUV owner shouted frantically. They definitely know each other. They're in cahoots. Officer, he's lying. This young man is just a passerby. If we were friends, how could it be such a coincidence? He-Jie smiled and nodded. Xia Xian frowned and cast a cold glance at Su-bai and He-Jie, then declared, take photos of the scene. We'll decide who is right and who is wrong another day. Bring the rear vehicle's dashcam over. Xia Xian turned to one of the male officers, who quickly brought back the dashcam's memory card. Officer, I demand that the other party apologize to me. The passerby made it very clear. He is the one at fault. I now suspect this gentleman is a road bandit who blocks transport vehicles from entering the city. As He-Jie was starting to speak, Xia Xian laughed coldly, drew her gun, and turned back to say a couple of words. He-Jie's face turned ugly, and he was choked with frustration. He shot an icy glance at Xia Xian. I know Director Xia of the Provincial Bureau. He-Jie was now thoroughly enraged and directly invoked the provincial director. Never mind that little woman knew people in the city. Even if she knew the top leader in the patrol system, no one had more authority than the provincial director. After saying this, He-Jie brazenly looked Xia Xian up and down. He had decided that once he got back to the city, he would find a way to abduct her and use her to warm his bed tonight. With such an exquisite beauty, tonight would surely be a sleepless night. Ha! He-Jie's words startled the SUV owner, who nearly fell to his knees. The provincial director. How could an ordinary citizen like him fight that? Maybe he should just admit fault. While he was hesitating, the male officers all wore expressions of barely suppressed laughter, as if they could hardly hold it in, with contempt hidden in their eyes. Xia Xian paused, then turned her head and cast a calm look at He-Jie. I remember you. I'll tell my nephew Xiao Liang when I get the chance. Don't associate with disreputable people. When those words came out, everyone was dumbfounded except the male officers, and Su-bai? He-Jie was almost scared out of his wits. Damn it, forget what I said, okay? Nephew Xiao Liang. That exalted provincial bureau director Xiao Liang was her nephew. He-Jie was first shocked, then suspicious. He carefully studied the expressions of the surrounding male officers, and his heart turned completely cold. Who the hell had he provoked? Now please drive away. Once I've investigated the matter, I will personally come to your door and tell you. Xia Xian said coldly. She gave the SUV owner a smile to indicate he could rest easy. She would always stand on the side of justice. The SUV owner looked distressed. Without saying a word or taking any photos, he drove away. He didn't dare say anything more. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two mighty figures. He was even planning to find an opportunity to go to their doors and apologize. Officer, shut up. You don't need to explain anything right now. Xia Xian was blatantly partial. She didn't give He-Jie a single pleasant look. Get in your car and get the hell out of here. She glanced at the road. The SUV had driven off, leaving only the BMW behind. He-Jie didn't make a sound and slunk off to his car. To his surprise, the engine wouldn't start at all. The car was broken, so he had to get out. Boom. With a deafening crash, Xia Xian savagely drove the police cruiser, which had been fitted with a crash bar, into the BMW, overturning it and shoving it directly off the road. Xia Xian sat in the driver's compartment. Without even glancing at He-Jie, she gave Su-bai a long, deep look, a trace of mockery curling on her lips, as if to say, you latched onto the wrong leg. Are you regretting it now? Su-bai remained impassive, which rather surprised Xia Xian. She floored the accelerator, and even her taillights were soon out of sight. Faced with his completely totaled car, He-Jie instead calmed down. He frowned, thinking about how to clean up the mess. The first thing he had to do was get back to the city and find a middleman to put in a word for him. He looked around. There weren't many vehicles passing by, so waiting for one was too uncertain. People wouldn't necessarily let him hitch a ride. Right behind him was the transport convoy. If they misunderstood, he would be dead 8 times over. Wait. He-Jie's gaze fell on Su-bai, more precisely on that electric bike. It was only a few kilometers from here to the city center. Xiaoxiong was busy stocking up supplies and couldn't get away, so he would just have to make do. He had only just started to wonder whether Su Bai would be willing when the young man who had lied to help him spoke up with great tact. Mister, why don't you ride on my electric bike? Thanks. I'll repay you once we get back to the city. Jia couldn't help smiling on the surface, but his eyes swept over the bike seat with a flicker of disdain. Su Bai smiled, and there was a faint eeriness in his smile. Back to the city. Can you actually make it back? Jia and Su Bai walked up to the electric bike, and the two got on. Come, mister. I'll take you a shortcut. After riding a few hundred meters, Su Bai turned onto a narrow path. Jia nodded slightly unconcerned. He lowered his head and was chatting with someone on his phone when 2 or 3 minutes later a message suddenly popped up. Baby, I miss you. A message came from a girl whose contact note was saved as daughter's classmate and whose profile picture was very beautiful. Jia smiled slightly, and the gloom suppressed in his heart eased a little. Maybe he should get a private room with her tonight. Over the past 2 days he had only savored the tender feelings and hadn't yet gotten a taste of her flesh. If it hadn't been for that stupid poor student the day before yesterday. Wait. Jia suddenly remembered where the sense of familiarity with Su Bai came from. He was that poor bastard of a student who had fought with him, the one he had sent people to find at his door without success. No, not good. Jia's expression changed. He looked up. Hell, the surroundings were a desolate wilderness. The road had disappeared, leaving only undeveloped yellow earth. The electric bike gradually slowed down. It's over. I've been set up. This little bastard is definitely planning to make a dirty move. Jia looked at Su Bai in front of him with a ferocious gaze, and without the slightest hesitation threw a punch at Su Bai's temple. Since this is a desolate wilderness, killing you here won't matter at all. Strike first to gain the upper hand. No. In an apartment building in a pink-themed bedroom, Bai Lingling sat in a gaming chair, swinging her feet in nude stockings as she scrolled through forums and discussion boards, occasionally chiming in. This was also one of the main ways most people could learn the truth. Short video platforms had been blocked and illegal apps kept springing up. On forums and discussion boards, information and intelligence about the situation around the world were everywhere. No one could stop those who sought the truth, especially with the outside world in total chaos. It simply couldn't be suppressed. Oh, how terrifying. Is that a beast? Bai Lingling stared at an image and opened her mouth slightly. The picture showed a blurry dark figure sitting amid fragments of human remains, stronger than a bear with blood-red eyes like 2 light bulbs. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Bai Lingling was startled, panic flashing across her young face. Then she remembered she was at home, not at the scene in that forum photo, and immediately relaxed. She pursed her lips, annoyed at her own cowardice, and called out, "Who is it?" Her voice rang out like a lark, and an answer immediately came from outside. "Lingling Qinglan, and I heard you bought a lot of food yesterday. The two of us can't buy anything outside now, and we're starving. Could you open the door and share some with us? There's nothing to eat outside." It was her 2 roommates in the shared apartment. Bai Lingling frowned, recalling the worldwide situation she had just seen, and felt a chill. She muttered, No, I didn't buy anything. I'm hungry too." She regretted that these two had seen her buying supplies, leaving her stuck in this dilemma. Young as she was, she knew that greed was insatiable. She could not open that door. If only. Brother Su, with the situation so chaotic, are you all right? Bai Lingling suddenly thought of Su Bai, and a hint of worry flickered across her bright eyes. She had stocked only a little, and already her roommates were eyeing her. Su Bai had warned her in advance, so he must have stocked supplies too. In this rule of law society, where nothing stayed secret, what dangers might he encounter? Thump, thump, thump. The knocking grew louder. Bai Lingling, I saw everything yesterday. We won't eat for free. We're willing to pay. The voice outside was very loud, as if applying pressure. No, I really don't have any. Bai Lingling lacked confidence, as she hastily took a sip of iced cola and denied it again. She didn't get along with her roommates. The 3 of them were full of schemes. If food and drinks were kept separate, the kitchen was off limits, and each had installed a small refrigerator in her own bedroom. Apart from polite greetings, they basically only had a cordial chat when paying rent. Bai Lingling, I'll be straightforward with you. Someone in the next building is paying good money. A pack of instant noodles for 100 yuan. And chocolate, no matter the size, 100 yuan apiece. Meat and vegetables will be priced separately. Lingling, we're the ones who gave you the lead. Oh, we'll go find the buyer. We want a 50% cut. No, I won't sell. Bai Lingling refused again, without a second thought. She was a little tempted, but then she realized that this was the rich people's idea. The rich would buy up supplies in bulk. If she sold hers, wouldn't she be a fool? She really does have some. She really hoarded supplies. Delighted cries came from outside in an instant. Bai Lingling was shocked, realizing she had made a mistake. Her refusal had been too abrupt. It didn't match how a normal person would react to so much money and such prices, and she had also let something slip. Not selling. Didn't that just mean she had some? Open the door. Bai Lingling, open the door now, and we'll talk calmly. Sure enough, the knocking grew louder and louder until the door rattled. It wasn't even a security door. Go away. I won't sell. I didn't stock much, just enough for myself. Bai Lingling was at a loss as she picked up her phone to call for help. Bitch. The 2 roommates were furious. The food Bai Lingling had bought was now worth at least several 100,000 yuan. How could she pass up such a fortune? The authorities had even announced they'd sell supplies tomorrow. How could she be so stupid? Brother Su, are you free now? Can you come over? I think I'm in trouble. Bai Lingling tried to dial, but there was no signal, so she sent a message. Crash. A huge bang. Bai Lingling was startled and turned around. The wooden door had been smashed. At the same time, the doorknob twisted wildly. You bitch, did you think I couldn't get in if you didn't open the door? Think you can hold out against us? Today you'll sell whether you like it or not. You're breaking the law. Bai Lingling decisively called the police, but the line was busy and her composure shattered. This was a disaster. Bang. The door burst open. A heavy-set girl lunged at her, and the phone Bai Lingling was about to use to send a message was knocked from her hand. Bitch, you still dared to call the police. Bang. Bang. The rolling shutter door of a convenience store was forced open. A group of masked men swarmed and dragged the shopkeeper and his wife away and started looting supplies. It's all falling apart. Su Bai put down his phone, setting aside his intention to reply to Bai Lingling, and watched the scene before him without the slightest surprise. The danger outside, the hunger in people's stomachs, the shuttered shops, the missing people, the rising death toll. Bit by bit they crushed the sanity of a few. The authorities' deterrent power had dropped greatly. If these people were not punished, an even bigger chaos would soon erupt. In chaotic times, severe punishment must be used. If you fail to suppress the chaos, you'll be wiped out. Those people would come to a bad end. Su Bai had already passed a death sentence on them. The authorities' power would deliver a fierce backlash. They were too hasty. Su Bai looked down at his phone again, and finding no further message from Bai Lingling, sent a reply. Lingling, don't go out these days. Stay home. What is this trouble you mentioned? Not long after the robbers fled, 7 or 8 police cars arrived. Su Bai wanted to see how the authorities would react. Sure enough, within half an hour all these people were apprehended. No review, no taking them into custody. They were executed on the spot. As for the supplies, gone. In this area no one would take such a risk again for a while. The authorities' power still existed, but chaos had already shown itself. Especially the official notice from the morning would terrify people. Having received no reply from Bai Lingling, Su Bai didn't think much of it. He made a lap around the city and personally witnessed no fewer than 10 robberies. Twice convenience store owners opened their doors for business and were swarmed by looters. Mr. Zhang Xiong, your banquet has been delivered to the warehouse. Please make sure to check and accept it. A message came in. Su Bai rode his electric scooter toward the temporary warehouse. Jia had been wary of both Xiao Xiong and the hotel staff, so he hadn't given out the cold storage address. Instead, he used a remote temporary warehouse and planned to move everything to the cold storage himself. This also made things easier for Su Bai. To be safe, Su Bai moved quickly, afraid that Xiao Xiong might take the supplies first amid the unrest. He reached the warehouse in 10 minutes and completed the handover with a staff member left by the hotel. He took the key and opened the door. Neatly packaged food boxes prepared according to requirements greeted his eyes. He casually lifted the lid of one, revealing a large Boston lobster, still emitting faint warmth. Su Bai closed the door, used his spatial ability to store everything away, and left the warehouse more than 10 minutes later. The moment he left, 2 large pickup trucks pulled up. The man leading them was broad-backed and thick-waisted with sharp light in his eyes. Dusk was approaching. On the street, armed patrols escorted Mayor Lu Chang as they began spreading the new policies and publicizing the supermarket that would open the next day. Occasionally, military vehicles entered the city with tremendous fanfare, their real guns and live ammunition, giving people a strong sense of security. Carrying his suitcase toward Tianbao residential community, Su Bai happened to pass by and see them. It was his first time seeing the mayor from the prophecy. Lu Chang was well preserved, looked around 40, and radiated official authority. Lu Dong was in a patrol vehicle. Su Bai couldn't help taking a second look. He had a feeling that these two would be future enemies. Suppressing the urge to draw his gun, he left quietly. Too many people. Tianbao residential community. This was a beautiful villa district with an enormous area only 10 li from the city center, yet it felt like a different world. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and artificial streams and lakes were everywhere. It was said that every villa here covered 1,000 to 2,000 square meters, each with its own gate and courtyard. The larger ones were more than 3,000 square meters. Everyone who lived here was either rich or powerful. Thus, Tianbao residential community was also called heaven on earth. The property management had run away. Why risk your life for a few thousand yuan? Early that morning, almost no one went to work except the officials. Su Bai stood in a patch of grass, dragging the suitcase, occasionally giving it a kick to confirm Jia was still alive, while waiting patiently for Zhang Yunqi. To be honest, he was getting impatient. After what felt like an eternity, each day like a year, Zhang Yunqi arrived as night was about to fall. Under the dim yellow sunset, Zhang Yunqi's youthful face was exquisitely made up. With shoulder-length hair and a fair face flushed with a hint of red, her bright eyes held a lively gleam. Her pure first love-like temperament was accented by a beauty mole, making her look innocent, yet subtly seductive. At 170 centimeters, she had a tall, slender figure and abundant curves. She wore a beige dress revealing a pair of long, straight, shapely legs in lacy nude stockings. Her lovely small feet were dainty toes as white as pearls. A red string tied around her ankle held a tiny silver bell. She wore open-toed sandals with 5 or 6 centimeter heels, thin red straps pressing into her snow-white insteps, making the whole sight extraordinarily alluring. Subai had to admit that this woman was quite beautiful. No wonder she had enchanted the original owner so completely. Even among the breathtaking trio of mother and daughters he had seen before, only the elder sister and the mother could truly outshine her. Unfortunately, she was a bitch. Carrying a designer bag, she walked up to Subai and handed it to him. "What are you standing there for? Take it. Can't you read the room?" I didn't want to get angry. Zhang Yunxi acted as if they were already familiar, as if what had happened a couple of days ago had never happened at all. Subai watched this woman walking closer and closer, about to fall into the abyss that was him, and couldn't help but smile. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Carry the bag for me. I'm a bit tired." Zhang Yunxi noticed Subai hadn't moved, and her brows knitted slightly. But remembering today's purpose, she held back. If this were any other time, she would have started scolding him long ago. "Don't think that just because I came I've forgiven you. I still need to see how you behave." Zhang Yunxi lowered the hand holding the bag, glanced around, and her gaze landed on the large suitcase, somewhat displeased. How could a designer bag be packed in a suitcase? If it got dirty or wrinkled, she'd scold him hard, make him buy a replacement, and throw a tantrum if he didn't. Then they could break up again. Zhang Yunxi had a sudden thought. Then she reconsidered, could he have bought more than one bag? Deliberately using a suitcase was to give her a surprise. Yes, a surprise. Subai must want to win her forgiveness. My performance, huh? Subai was rendered speechless. With a girl of such twisted values, the original Subai had actually fawned over her for so many years. "If you don't die, who will?" "Subai, bring me the suitcase." Zhang Yunxi gave a casual order. Hearing this, Subai noticed an inexplicable urge to please Zhang Yunxi rising within him. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the brief stir of emotion just now, and figured out the reason. The original Subai had loved her to the bone. Even on the brink of death, his only grudges were directed at Hejia and at his own spinelessness. Toward her, it had never changed. This emotional memory ran deep. Of course, Subai was Subai. As time passed, the feeling caused by the interference of the original Subai's memories gradually faded. This also meant that the original Subai's memories no longer had any influence on him, and had utterly departed to the afterlife. Here only Subai's disgust for her remained. "Come look at the surprise I have for you." Subai wore an odd smile, like he was trying to hold back a laugh, but couldn't quite suppress it, resulting in a strange half-smiling expression. Very weird. He casually pushed the suitcase in front of him, sending it sliding toward Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi seemed about to speak, but held back a smile on her pure and lovely face. She leaned slightly forward, moved one straight, shapely leg, her fair, delicate foot tensing a little as she stepped forward in high-heeled sandals and reached out to catch the suitcase. The suitcase felt heavy in her hands. Zhang Yunxi's beautiful eyes flickered. Something felt strange. She couldn't help looking up at Subai and discovered that the Subai who used to be so timid in front of her now wore an eager, excited expression. How odd. But Zhang Yunxi didn't pay it much mind. In her impression, Subai was the epitome of spinelessness before her, while she was an unquestioned queen. A couple of days ago, she had even helped Hejia beat him, yet he hadn't been willing to fight back. He couldn't possibly make waves. Perhaps she simply hadn't paid attention to him for so long that he now seemed a stranger. She found the suitcase's zipper and pulled it hard. Zzz. Clack. Clack. The zipper jammed twice. Zhang Yunxi's face showed displeasure. What a crappy suitcase. Subai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was eagerly anticipating the moment when this pair of despicable wretches would meet face to face. Would there be tears? A hysterical scene? Or mutual curses? Zzz. After jamming twice, the suitcase was finally opened. Zhang Yunxi was about to lift the lid when a dark lump suddenly popped out face to face with her. Oh! A woman's high-pitched scream. Zhang Yunxi was terrified, closing her eyes and shrieking. After 2 or 3 seconds, she burst into curses. "Subai, you lunatic. How dare you scare me? Do you want to die? I'll find you." As she ranted, Zhang Yunxi opened her eyes and caught a face-to-face look at the thing that had startled her, and froze. An unbearably familiar face appeared. Despite the many bloodstains, despite his vacant eyes, despite his face covered with snot and tears, she recognized the owner of that face at a glance. He was the man she had recently begun an affair with, the father of her classmate, Hejia. He was also the very person she had been planning to use to threaten Subai. She was too stunned to speak. Her previously rosy face after 2 scares had drained of all color. Zhang Yunxi panicked. Without raising her head, she could still see Subai approaching. That smile which she had found strange moments ago now resembled a demon's sinister grin. This place was no longer the mortal world. It was hell. She was a lamb stepping naked into a slaughterhouse, and to be devoured clean was her only fate. Cold. Though the temperature was over 30 degrees, it felt chillingly cold, the cold piercing to the bone. Her gaze moved downward. She watched the once mature man, now curled into a ball in the suitcase, his 2 legs twisted, the sound of blood dripping drop by drop into the suitcase. Her legs weakened. Kneel. Zhang Yunxi's mind was filled with terror until a hand lifted her chin and her eyes met the demon's. That emotionless voice was flat, yet it struck her like a 1,000-pound hammer. Humiliation, terror, fear. The demon did not look away or repeat himself. 1 second. 2 seconds. Thud. Zhang Yunqi yielded. She turned over and knelt down, her snow-white legs pressing against the ground, her stockings soiled with dust, her legs pressed tightly together, trembling in silence. Once again the demon forced her head up, exposing that stunningly beautiful face. Sadly, her once lovely face was now covered with tears, like pear blossoms in the rain, and her eyes held a broken look of having been ravaged. Her whole being radiated misery. At the sight, He Jie took another blow. Already unable to bear it, his vision blackened, and he fainted. Su Bai looked down at the trembling girl from his elevated position. The school beauty and goddess in the eyes of the world, a white lotus green tea bitch, now in her current shameful state. Suddenly Su Bai's heart tensed. He inexplicably sensed danger. The surroundings had already dimmed, night was falling. The terrifying creatures lurking in the darkness were about to come out. Su Bai scanned the surroundings. His powerful vision caught a massive dark silhouette, 400 to 500 meters ahead. 3 heads, 4 legs, taut muscles, no skin covering the whole mass, a raw flesh red. It was 2 sizes larger than a tiger, weighing at least 1,000 kilograms. At this moment, the beast's blazing red eyes, as large as light bulbs, turned toward this direction, filled with brutality, as if ready to charge at any moment. Su Bai's gaze sharpened. He had indeed never encountered a beast in real life. The void-shattering pupil was too far away to inspect its details. His palm involuntarily grabbed Zhang Yunqi's hair. If it charged, the void-shattering pupil would observe the finer details. Zhang Yunqi would be the perfect bait. If it was weak, he'd kill it on the spot. If strong, he'd run. Up. A shriek came from the distance. The beast stirred, vanished into the woods, and the trembling leaves exposed its path. Su Bai clearly saw the 3-headed monster heading toward the sound. Su Bai let out a slight sigh of relief, then felt a trace of regret. Killing a beast could strengthen oneself. Just then Su Bai sharply inhaled, his pupils slightly dilating. 10 seconds earlier, as Su Bai grabbed her hair, Zhang Yunqi's tears burst out instantly. This was a hint. If the demon was dissatisfied with her, would he kill her, or turn her into something even more miserable than He Jie? She didn't want to die. In Zhang Yunqi's beautiful eyes, disgust and anger were gradually replaced by determination. She raised her slender hand and touched Su Bai's waistband. Roar! In the thick night, monstrous beasts appeared, their roars deafening, rampaging, and slaughtering. Jingle jingle. The small bells on Zhang Yunqi jingled pleasantly. By the open suitcase, the groggy He Jie barely managed to open his eyes, breathing hard. Through blurred vision, he glanced left and right and saw a scene he couldn't believe. At this moment, his eyes nearly split with rage. He was furious to the extreme. The intimate acts the two had shared 2 days ago surfaced one by one in his mind, and his entire body trembled violently. No! 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 Bang! A gunshot tore through the night, and the night instantly boiled. In the city, gunfire rang out endlessly. The sounds of shooting and screaming everywhere. These sounds reached them here. Su Bai was momentarily distracted. Tonight was far more dangerous than last night. A moment later, Su Bai curled his lips into a smile. He glanced at the enraged He Jie, his interest growing. He turned to look at Zhang Yunqi. Her face tear-stained, yet forcing a smile, was both unfamiliar and familiar. Boom. A violent explosion sounded in the distance. Su Bai took a step back. Zhang Yunqi, listening to the gunfire in the city and thinking of the demon beside her, was terrified. She kept her head down, daring not to move rashly. Looking at the trembling Zhang Yunqi, Su Bai gave a wicked smile. He had a new idea. Follow me. Su Bai turned and walked toward the interior of the residential area. Zhang Yunqi hesitated for 4 or 5 seconds. Watching Su Bai walk farther away, she suppressed her discomfort and stood up. Her legs, weak from kneeling too long, made her unsteady on her high-heeled sandals as she almost fell. She stumbled 2 steps before regaining her balance. She looked back at He Jie in the suitcase, then at Su Bai walking ahead in the distance. She hurried after him, leaving the helpless He Jie behind in the darkness. The Tianbao residential complex was immense. Su Bai walked inward along a winding cobblestone path that stretched deep into the woods alongside a road wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side. The area was lined with transplanted trees, and an artificially dug stream wound through the grove, flowing off into the distance. Cool breezes swept past, with pavilions and rockeries dotting the roadside. Further in, a lake appeared, bordered by 2 villas with an unmanned boat drifting on its surface. The main road branched off toward numerous villas. Observing the layout as he walked, Su Bai found a villa with sparse trees around it, offering an unobstructed view. The villa had an outdoor swimming pool in the backyard and flowers and plants in the front yard. Standing 3 stories tall, it occupied a slightly higher position than the surrounding villas, making its rooftop an excellent vantage point for surveying the area from above. The villa was unoccupied, its doors tightly shut, and no lights on. Standing beside Su Bai, Zhang Yunqi pressed her lips together, her pale face gradually regaining color. Remembering what had happened earlier, she wished she could kill Su Bai. She had been utterly terrified, just now her mind clouded with panic. To save her own life, she had actually pleasured the very man she had always looked down on. Revenge. She would make him pay. She had to find a way to escape, then report him to the police. Murder rape, and judging by his behavior, he was about to break into someone's home. That was more than enough to have him executed. Zhang Yunqi's gaze darted around, concealing the disappointment in her heart. There was no one here to help her. Even now, gunfire echoed from the city center, still raging on, which meant she would have to endure another night of this. But if she stayed with this smug, contemptible loser, would she lose her virginity? Zhang Yunqi's expression shifted uneasily. She had kept herself pure in order to marry into a wealthy family. All these years of staying clean were precisely so she could find a suitable self-made rich man or a wealthy heir to marry. Though she had entertained many sugar daddies, at most she would hold hands or exchange a kiss or two. She had never even given oral. Every time she met a potential patron, she quickly gauged his wealth and influence. If he didn't measure up, she would string him along, extracting whatever she could before abandoning him. She firmly believed that the rich heirs within her target range were hardly lacking in skilled women. As long as she remained a virgin, inexperienced, and with her reputation as the college campus belle, she still had a chance if she gave it her all when she met the right one. If she were deflowered today, her future would be hopeless. Why did she have to provoke such a reckless, desperate loser? Zhang Yunqi was full of regret. No, I have to toughen up and treat him with the same attitude as before. Maybe if I act tough, he'll back down. Just as Zhang Yunqi was about to raise her head and puff out her chest to speak, a low, cold voice sounded. Come here. That voice instantly shattered the psychological defenses Zhang Yunqi had built. She half raised her head and briefly caught Su Bai's gaze. The icy look immediately reminded her of Hejia, who had been abandoned in the wilderness, doomed to a miserable fate she would never forget. He's a demon. Inhuman. Sorry, I can't act tough. Zhang Yunqi forced a smile, and with a timid demeanor folded her hands over her lower abdomen. Stepping hurriedly in her high heels, she trotted over to him. She stood before Su Bai, her heart pounding with unease, yet wearing a perfectly obedient expression as she waited. A cold hand lifted her chin, not with much force. Zhang Yunqi cooperatively raised her head, her tearful face exuding a pitiful charm. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Yunqi had been slapped hard across the face. Smile sweeter. At that moment, Zhang Yunqi was utterly stunned. Gazing at the young man before her, so familiar, yet so strange, she felt true fear in her heart for the first time as she looked at his somewhat handsome face. Never in her life had anyone treated her like this. Let alone hit her, she had rarely even been scolded. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been shocked. A campus belle, a gorgeous young beauty, had been slapped just because she felt wronged and cried a little. Was there no justice left in the world? Zhang Yunqi wanted to smile, but couldn't, as she wanted to cry, but dared not. Under Su Bai's calm gaze, she summoned her best acting skills and slowly squeezed out a sweet smile. I must escape today. Otherwise, kneel. Su Bai spoke again. Frustration flickered in Zhang Yunqi's eyes. She pressed her lips together and slowly crouched down, her knees pressed closely together. Her tall, slender figure brought her just level with Su Bai's lower abdomen. Leaning slightly forward, a gap appeared between her delicate white feet and her high heels. She reached out again toward his belt. Su Bai brushed her hand away from his belt and looked at Zhang Yunqi with a half smile. Tie your shoelaces, not my belt. Zhang Yunqi froze. Looking down, she saw that the laces on Su Bai's left shoe were indeed loose. She pressed her lips tightly together as a wave of humiliation surged up from within her. Especially that half smile of Su Bai's, as if mocking her for being cheap. I remember I tied your shoelaces for you many times, didn't I, eh? Su Bai recalled the scenes from his memories of the original owner tying Zhang Yunqi's shoelaces, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The original owner had always been servile, while Zhang Yunqi always looked down on him, never even lowering her head to glance at him. It was as if the original owner were a tool. No, he was a tool. Yes, back then you loved me very much, and I didn't cherish it. I'm a heartless woman, I'm a villain. Zhang Yunqi looked deeply remorseful on the surface, but inside, she was scheming. I've been thinking these past 2 days. Whether we could go back to the way we were. Zhang Yunqi lowered her head to tie the shoelaces. She had never done such a thing before, and her inexperience and nervousness left her fumbling for a long time. You should be grateful that you're useful to me. Otherwise you'd have ended up like Hejia already. Also, don't play mind games with me. I don't fall for that. Su Bai issued the warning with a smile, fully aware of what kind of person Zhang Yunqi was. He could clearly feel himself surging with excitement, an instinctive thrill when facing her. Zhang Yunqi had just finished tying the shoelace and barely steadied her racing heart when it abruptly quickened again. Hejia's bloody, mangled figure was vivid in her mind, and she dare not forget a single detail. I understand, Su Bai. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me for the sake of our past friendship. Friendship. Su Bai made no comment. He walked past Zhang Yunqi and headed toward the villa. Follow me. Zhang Yunqi numbly got up and trailed after him, utterly dejected. Su Bai circled around and arrived at the front door. Just as he was about to force it open, he noticed a string of keys hanging from the doorknob. He turned them with a click and the door swung open. Well, keys left hanging right on the doorknob. Su Bai smiled, thinking it was convenient for him. The villa had 3 floors. The centers of the first and second floors were open, forming a spacious, high-ceilinged hall, so large you could play badminton in it. On the left side stood a bar counter and wine cabinets stocked with various red and white wines. The entire hall was filled with luxurious furnishings, leather chairs, sofas, and the modern-styled walls displayed paintings of contemporary works. An opulent chandelier hung from the ceiling above. The second floor featured a cozy, understated little living room along with a yoga room, a home theater, a gaming room, and a small room stocked with premium cigarettes and liquor. Clearly the owner of this villa had a deep fondness for smoking and drinking. The third floor contained the master bedroom, a guest bedroom, a nursery, a bathroom, and an open terrace planted with withered flowers and plants where a simple rocking chair sat beneath a sun umbrella. Subai lay down on the clean, neatly made bed. The soft mattress was extremely comfortable. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled out his phone, and began scrolling through it. Zhang Yunqi stood restlessly by the door, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. Subai looked quite exhausted, and she thought this might be her chance to slip away. Come here. Kneel down. Subai propped himself up, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yunqi, and curled the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yunqi pressed her lips together and advanced step by step. Reaching the bedside, she obediently knelt down, reaching out with her slender, fair hands toward the bed. Rumble. A devastating explosion shook the city. Beneath the night sky, flames roared toward the heavens. Subai quickly rose to his feet and stepped onto the balcony, gazing toward the inferno in the distance. The flickering firelight punctuated by rapid bursts of gunfire. The patrol team had encountered a major crisis. A building had exploded. In the darkened city where everyone had extinguished their lights and sealed their doors, that towering pillar of fire stood out, starkly visible for miles in every direction. The rustling of fabric against the ground echoed softly. Subai glanced down to see Zhang Yunqi crawling toward him. Beneath her crumpled long dress lay pale, slender legs, one of her high heels having slipped off to reveal a delicate bare foot. Zhang Yunqi's gaze kept drifting toward the city district, lost in thought. Stop staring. They won't survive, Subai said, gently pinching her cheek, his touch soft against her smooth skin. Woo-woo. Zhang Yunqi looked up at Subai with pleading eyes, her expression brimming with unspoken questions. The nighttime creatures are hypersensitive to sound. That explosion and the towering flames would draw every monster in the district, sealing their fate unless... Subai paused, choosing his words carefully. Though the prophecy was clear about certain invulnerable beasts, he knew not to underestimate modern firearms. Regardless, the explosion would deal a devastating blow to the patrol team. Their fate now hinged on whether those behind the blast had any remaining means. Zhang Yunqi's pupils contracted. Why had the world been fine just 2 days ago, and why had everything descended into chaos overnight? Where had these monsters come from? I'm heading out. If you'd rather not die, run. Subai was preparing to leave. With the creatures drawn to the city center, he reasoned that keeping his distance would pose little danger. He might even scavenge some weapons and ammunition, and perhaps catch a glimpse of this new type of monster in action. The door clicked shut. Subai made no effort to stop Zhang Yunqi from fleeing. She simply lacked the courage. True to his assessment, Zhang Yunqi silently watched the closed door, her expression wavering as the distant sound of gunfire reached her ears, pulling her between fear and the instinct to survive. Death or freedom? For a long while she did not move. The outside world was far too perilous, and Subai might already be dead. If he perished, she would be free anyway. There was no need to risk her life. She rose once more, wiped her mouth, and spotted a single high heel lying some distance away. With uneven, hesitant steps, she made her way toward it. The outside world was indeed in turmoil. After the explosion in the city center, even the boldest dared not venture out. Once Subai entered the city proper, he encountered no monsters. Only shadowy figures lurking in the streets, darting between corners like rats. These were the reckless opportunists. The supermarkets and markets designated for tomorrow's distribution had been stripped bare. Scavengers infested every corner, and occasional screams of agony echoed through the air, sending shivers through the crowd. He found a gun, someone cried out, and a wave of figures surged toward the sound. Subai turned his attention to the scene. A young man in his early 20s crouched beside a corpse torn apart by creatures, his fingers closing around a rifle. The deceased wore a tattered uniform slick with blood. The youth broke into a sprint, and as the crowd dispersed, silence fell. A man slipped toward the ruined body, his hands working quickly through the debris. He was the one who had spotted the rifle first. Now that everyone had scattered, no one would suspect another weapon lay hidden in the wreckage. Sure enough, his fingers closed around something hard and heavy, a pistol. A cruel smile touched his lips as he turned to leave, but before he could move, a rough wooden club crashed down against the back of his head. He collapsed with a groan. The blonde-haired youth who had wielded the club bent down eagerly to claim the weapon. From the darkness, 4 or 5 figures emerged, closing in on him with predatory intent. The yellow-haired youth snapped his head up, scanning his surroundings with sharpened instincts. Who's there? I'll shoot if you don't show yourself. He barked, though he could see no one. Only heard the approach of footsteps. The approaching figures froze in uncertainty. At the alley's mouth, a pair of crimson eyes flared open in the darkness, their beastly gaze tracking each movement before fixing on them. Eventually, cloaked by the night, the group of 4 or 5 closed in on the yellow-haired youth. Kitchen knives, machetes, iron bars, hoes. Each weapon glinted in the dim light as they advanced. The youth stepped backward, pistol trained on a disturbance in the shadows, finger tightening on the trigger. A low guttural sound, what? Hoop, hoop, rumbled near his ear, and his body went rigid as he slowly turned. A creature resembling a fierce tiger lay coiled on the street, its sinuous frame powerfully built and sleek, each massive paw leaving faint floral patterns in the dust. Its head lifted, cross-shaped pupils glowing crimson, with primal savagery and raw violence that sent chills through the onlookers. As if puzzled by this unexpected meal appearing before it, the beast hesitated momentarily before opening its crimson-jawed maw and snapping down. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet striking the creature's chest, punching through its dense coat like makeshift armor. The beast erupted upward with a thunderous roar, tearing the yellow-haired youth apart in a single vicious bite and claw swipe, leaving him sprawled in bloody fragments before his horrified eyes. Two-tail phantom cat. Classification: mutated feline, lesser mutated beast. Power unknown. Agility unknown. Spirit unknown. Value moderate. The heart enhances resistance to mutation. Origin: a Chinese Lihua cat infected by an unknown substance, undergoing initial mutation, now possessing formidable strength. From his vantage point, Su-Bai exhaled in relief. He had spotted the creature earlier, but stayed to assess its true capabilities. His assessment confirmed conventional rifles could take down this mutated beast. Yet the government's massive explosion suggested they had encountered something far more dangerous. Scanning the surroundings for any other anomalies, Su-Bai briefly hesitated before drawing his AK rifle from his spatial storage and taking aim. Within 3 minutes in the darkness, the mutated beast had slaughtered them all. The two-tail phantom cat devoured its prey ravenously, the relentless crunching sounds and overpowering stench of blood filling the air. Suddenly it raised its head, scanning its surroundings with a mouth full of gore, letting out a low growl of warning. Then machine gun fire erupted from the rooftop, a barrage of bullets raining down. The phantom cat launched forward, kicking up dirt and debris, but when it finally came to a stop, 3 bowl-sized wounds gushed blood from its abdomen and haunches. For a beast of that size at such close range, a full magazine had only managed 3 hits. Despite the damage, the phantom cat's ferocious vitality kept it fighting. Blood loss weakening it, the beast abandoned its instinct to flee and instead pivoted towards Su-Bai's position on the rooftop, charging forward with desperate aggression. A final desperate lunge. The distance of 50 to 60 meters closed in mere seconds. Su-Bai had already switched weapons and continued firing, the rapid bursts of gunfire meeting the phantom cat mid-charge. At such close range, there was nowhere for the beast to dodge. The bullets tore through its body, spraying blood with each impact. 20 meters, 10 meters. The creature's gaze never wavered, locked on Su-Bai with singular murderous intent. 5 meters, now? The phantom cat launched itself into the air, soaring towards Su-Bai on the rooftop. In that critical moment, Su-Bai focused, a slight smile touching his lips as he adjusted his aim, locking onto the creature's eye socket. Bang! The bullet pierced through its skull, and the beast's massive form plummeted from the air, all its energy dissipating instantly. The phantom cat's eyes remained wide open, still burning with malice, but motionless, dead. Su-Bai waited a moment longer before firing 2 more rounds into its head, then descended from the rooftop, slinging his rifle over his shoulder as he inspected the mutated beast, finding nothing unusual. According to the prophecy, he should have obtained something unknown. Su-Bai frowned, pondered for a moment, then reached out to touch the phantom cat's corpse. The instant his palm made contact, a powerful suction drew inward. It felt as though something was being absorbed into him. Su-Bai froze, barely processing what was happening, when suddenly a wave of numbness and itching spread through his entire body, followed by sharp pain and the sound of cracking bones grinding together. 2 minutes passed. As the sensation subsided, Su-Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. He could feel immense power coursing through every movement of his body. So this was the hidden ability of the divine body, absorbing the physical attributes and strength of recently deceased creatures. Su-Bai tested it with a small jump and soared over 2 meters into the air, unable to believe what he was capable of at full capacity. He picked up a thick wooden branch from the roadside and snapped it effortlessly with both hands. Eyes blazing with intensity, Su-Bai retrieved the fallen pistol, then placed his hand on the beast's corpse, using his spatial ability to extract the phantom cat's heart from a distance. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself forward like a cannonball toward the explosion site, covering nearly 15 meters per second. The epicenter would have even more mutated beasts. He was addicted. Unbeknownst to him, a girl on a nearby rooftop recorded everything on her phone, utterly stunned by Su-Bai's extraordinary speed as he departed. "Honey, did you call the police? It's so chaotic outside. I saw someone getting killed." In a cozy bedroom on an upper floor of a high-rise, a beautiful young woman looked deeply worried. The room was warmly lit, and standing by the floor-to-ceiling window was a handsome man in his prime, dialing on his phone. "I can't get through. The lines are all busy. It's too chaotic, they won't connect for a while. Bang! The floor-to-ceiling window shattered into shards as a massive shadow flashed past, and the man vanished mid-sentence. Glass fragments littered the floor near the broken window, scattered with bloodstains alongside a phone still dialing. Beep, beep, beep. The young woman's eyes widened in horror, her red lips parting, but no sound escaping as tears streamed down her face. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted. The young woman blinked in confusion, peering through the light toward the opposite building, where she saw the security bars on the fourth floor shredded by a dark shadow. A monkey. The shadow slipped into the lit room, and within moments 40 agonizing screams echoed through the night, sending the woman scrambling to extinguish the lights and huddle trembling in the corner of another room. Loneliness, fear, terror, all surged within her. What had happened to this world? No one could answer. That night countless screams pierced the darkness, and the entire city seemed to have become a living hell. The world was never short of adventurous souls. Instead of hiding, they did the opposite and went out to search for food and weapons. Many patrolmen had been killed. If they could find guns, they would have the strength to fight back. Subai walked toward the explosion site and encountered people of every description. He personally witnessed 2 supermarkets that were scheduled to open the next day with their doors already smashed open, people hauling supplies out. Even more audacious was a dozen-strong team that had monopolized a small supermarket with 2 large trucks and 2 men crouched on the truck cabs holding standard-issue patrol rifles. On the outskirts, those 2 guns might be somewhat intimidating, but here, close to the central circle, it was extremely dangerous. The next second, gunfire erupted again on the neighboring street. Tat 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 tat. The group immediately retreated into the supermarket, their movements practiced and unhurried, even sparing a moment to chat. Hide for now. We'll come out to haul the goods later. Junji, why not hide until dawn? It's too dangerous. Are you stupid? When daylight comes, will the patrols spare you? Or spare me? Once we've taken these supplies, we'll leave the city and lie low. This urban area is no place for people anymore. After this brief exchange, the group quickly slipped back into the supermarket to wait and see. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. There was the sound of howitzer fire. Subai pressed himself against a wall corner, turned around decisively, and scanned his surroundings. In the darkness, he spotted 7 or 8 monsters rapidly approaching. These monsters were enormous, their beast hides stained dark red with blood. It went without saying what they had done to get here. Relying on his keen eyesight to maintain distance, Subai wove through the gaps between the monsters. This was not the time to strike. One move could affect everything. Suppressing the urge to act, he silently avoided them. The mutant beasts also seemed anxious to join the nearby gunfight. 1-2. The monsters left one by one. Just as Subai breathed a sigh of relief, an invisible pressure gradually crept up around him, the feeling of being marked by a mutant beast. Subai's gaze swept rapidly around him. The darkness was silent, he could see no trace of the enemy. Was it one of those translucent monsters? Subai's expression changed slightly. Not only were those creatures powerful, they could also use the darkness to become completely invisible, as if adding wings to a tiger. This was no place to linger. Subai began to back away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the shadows, a pair of green eyes stared at Subai. The beast pupils held no emotion, its icy gaze contained only cruelty. Its eyes shifted slightly, its pupils contracted, and the green glow of the beast pupils moved. Shah, shah, shah. There was movement. Subai's ears twitched, and he let out a relieved breath. It wasn't them. It was just an ordinary mutant beast. He pulled an AK from his spatial storage in an instant, and swept his gaze behind him, only to see 2 ghostly flames flying toward him like lightning. At first glance, they were still 20 meters away. Oh, when he focused again, they were already nearly upon him. Those 2 ghostly flames were actually a pair of beast pupils, and a huge black shadow was hurtling through the air to strike. The distance between them was no more than 10 meters, a gap that disappeared in an instant. It was already impossible for Subai to dodge the attack head-on. Mutant beasts were originally wild animals, extremely skilled at ambush. This was instinct. Facing the danger, Subai showed no change in expression. He raised the AK and pulled the trigger. Without aiming, he swept the muzzle back and forth. Tat tat tat. Flame burst from the barrel as bullets turned into a storm of lead that covered the target. Suppress first. Thud thud thud. Blood blossomed from the black shadow. It paused briefly in pain, then lunged ferociously again, this time with obvious dodging movements. Seizing the opportunity, Subai continued firing wildly, while leaping to the left with agile movements. In the next instant, he smelled a powerful stench of gore. The mutant beast's huge mouth brushed past him. Subai had dodged it. The sneak attack failed. Taking advantage of the moment, he backed off to create some distance, and turned around to keep firing. The sound of bullets piercing flesh mixed with the beast's anguished howls. The enormous black shadow suddenly recoiled, evading the remaining bullets. Click! The bullets were gone. Subai switched guns at once while sizing up the black shadow not far away. Only now could he see clearly. It was a pitch-black python as thick as a bathtub and dozens of meters long. Coiled up, it was actually taller than the single-story building beside it. A dozen or more holes gaped at the front of its thick body, oozing dark yellow blood. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it began to sizzle. It was corrosive. Kinyo python. Species mutated serpent low rank mutant beast. Strength, agility, spirit. Value low rank. Gallbladder can enhance virus resistance. Description: a pet python mutated after being infected by an unknown substance. It is bloodthirsty, sinister, and vengeful. At that moment, the terrifying python fixed its gaze on Sue by hatred burning in its beast pupils. After staring for a long time, the python shifted. Its enormous thick body slithered slowly away, vanishing into the darkness at the end of the street in an instant. Subai's eyes flickered. He watched the python leave without firing. This python was too massive. If it came down to a life-and-death battle, no one could say who would live and who would die. What's more, he was still inside the encirclement, and firing at any time could bring danger. Subai was unwilling to take risks, but things were not in his favor. The ominous crisis that he sensed did not fade with the python's departure. Instead, it grew even stronger. Fine. So you want to play that game with me? Subai understood this python was resorting to tricks. It had pretended to leave only to circle back and try to ambush him. Subai's gaze was like a torch as he swept the ground first. Nothing. The rooftops. Nothing on the left. On the right. At a spot 100 meters away, a huge figure lay silently on a rooftop, its beast pupils narrowed into tiny slits that revealed only a sliver of green light, utterly inconspicuous. The holes at the front of its body, which had been bleeding just now, already showed signs of healing, but because bullets remained inside, they could not fully close. Subai glanced at it and quickly looked away. His own sixth sense was extremely strong, and he had once awakened a beast's intuition through his prophecy art. The python must have it too. He was afraid that looking too long would startle it. Subai raised the imitation AK rifle with both hands. Based on the experience, just now this rifle's recoil was not strong, or rather for him it was not strong. One hand was more than enough. The only issue was accuracy. Of course, with a target that huge, there was no need for such precision. Subai swept his gaze around him. The gunfire on the right side street had not stopped, and it could attract other mutant beasts at any moment. This was no place to linger. If the gunfire on the right had not covered the sound of his own, he suspected he would have already been completely surrounded. End this swiftly. Subai shot the mutant python a cold glance and feigned a retreat. By now, having been active in the night for a long time, his infinite physique was gradually sharpening his vision. Without his noticing, a faint purple bestial light began to emanate from his pupils, and the night was less and less able to hinder him. He retreated several dozen meters and disappeared around a corner. The python came crawling along the street, its enormous body making no sound. Its cross-shaped beast pupils stared at the corner as it rapidly closed in. 10 meters. 5 meters. The python's body stopped because a human figure suddenly stepped out. Two tongues of fire blazed at once, and a storm of bullets howled through the air. The point-blank gunfire caught the mutant python completely off guard. Thud, 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 thud. Bullets slammed into its body one after another, leaving holes as wide as bowls. Its head took 7 or 8 shots in an instant and was blown apart. The python died, killed by a point-blank rifle ambush. Even after death, its corpse crawled several hundred meters to the right, struggling for minutes before gradually going still. Subai was about to step forward and touch the python's corpse when his expression suddenly changed. A tremendous roar shook heaven and earth, accompanied by ceaseless vibrations. He hesitated for a moment, then decisively stored the python into his spatial storage. Roar. A colossal pink boar nearly 10 meters tall smashed through a low building and planted itself 100 meters ahead of Su by blocking his path. It stood 3 or 4 stories high, its robust frame covered in layers of pink scales, as if armored, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Rumble. The building behind it collapsed. Someone was screaming a heart-rending cry. Overlord pig. Species dinosaur type, high-rank mutant beast. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Value high rank. Heart and stomach, when consumed, can enhance strength and physique. Skill: Overlord scale armor. High defense. Description: a pet mini-pig infected by an unknown substance devoured a creature carrying dinosaur genes, causing a second mutation. Its intelligence declined while its strength increased. Do not confront it head-on. Subai put away his gun. He had no desire to test the thickness of the pink boar's scales. He had never imagined the gap between high-rank and low-rank mutant beasts would be so great. This huge creature could not be dealt with by guns. The gigantic pink boar, however, had no interest in the tiny figure nearby. It shook its pig head and charged once more toward the direction of the gunfire. Rumble. Another building collapsed. Unstoppable. Before Subai's eyes, the wide avenue that the pink boar had carved out was now covered in collapsed buildings, with people everywhere wailing and crying for help. In the darkness, mutant beasts snatched people away as easy pickings. At this moment, the situation had utterly descended into chaos. Where were the government forces? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Subai realized it only belatedly. Across the entire city, the only gunfire still sounding was here. Everywhere else had gone silent. This place was like a beacon attracting mutant beasts. Could it be? Subai's pupils contracted. He turned and ran. Gotta go. After moving away from the center of the gunfire and explosions, Subai suddenly felt a chill, a deadly crisis. Forcing himself to remain calm, Subai silently surveyed his surroundings. With his powerful night vision, he spotted armed official personnel hidden on nearby rooftops and along the street. Patrol teams, advanced patrol teams, and armored vehicles. At this moment, Subai confirmed that tonight was a trap, a snare set by the authorities to clear out mutant beasts. Like many ordinary people, Subai left safely. Aside from a few glances at the beginning, no one paid him any attention. Some passers-by were still heading toward the center. Every time they brushed past Subai, they scrutinized him carefully. They wanted to fish in troubled waters, and the hidden official personnel on both sides of the road did not stop them. They were nothing more than moving bait walking to their own deaths. Subai quietly lay prone on a low building and calmly watched to see how the patrol would close out such an enormous trap. The mysterious, translucent creatures had not yet appeared. Bang, bang, bang. A string of large-caliber gunfire rang out. Subai turned around and saw a low-rank canine mutant beast take a lethal round of fire. More than a dozen bucket-wide holes were blasted through its body, and its head took 4 shots. It was completely blown away. The gunfire stopped. Not only did the shooting here fall silent, but the continuous gunfire from the central zone also ceased. Roar! The pink pig's thunderous howl shattered the heavens. The area where Subai had been standing was now reduced to ruins, countless survivors trapped like fish in a barrel becoming prey for the surrounding mutated beasts. At that moment, 7 or 8 columns of light streaked across the ink-black sky, approaching head-on. They were armed helicopters, 4 in total, each carrying a large dark mass suspended beneath them that affected the aircraft's flight. Upon reaching the center of the ruins, the beasts lurking in the darkness all raised their heads, their beast pupils filled with confusion. Then the dark mass plummeted. Fire erupted, a devastating shockwave raged forth. The last 2 tottering low-rise buildings at the epicenter collapsed. The shockwave swept across the entire area. Nearby mutated beasts were almost entirely annihilated, their bodies and bones erased without a trace. Those farther away bled profusely from their mouths, desperately fleeing outward. Roar! The mutated pig let out an enraged howl, standing beside a massive crater 100 meters wide. Its scales fell away piece by piece, its entire body rotting, flesh and blood mangled, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Yet it was not dead. In that critical moment, it had dodged the very center of the blast a second too late, and it would have died. Now its furious roar shook the heavens. Gazing at the second dark shadow descending, a strong sense of unease flickered in its beast pupils as it leaped with all its strength toward the left. Boom! The earth quaked. The enormous pink mutated pig shattered into fragments within the flames. Falling into the freshly formed 100-meter crater, it was dead, blood still gurgling from its mouth. Notify all squads, the extermination begins. Leave not a single one. I do not wish to see any of them still alive by tomorrow night. From afar, as if across the heavens, Liu Chang issued the final command for the remote operation. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gunshots erupted successively in all directions. The official extermination had begun. Father, after this encirclement and extermination, will our city finally be safe? Yesterday, I heard you say these mutated beasts are growing stronger day by day, evolving. I was nearly scared to death. Lu Dong leaned against the sofa, savoring red wine. Upon hearing his father's orders, a smile also appeared on his face. The stone pressing down on his head had been lifted. No. Liu Chang fell silent for a long moment, then raised his head to look at his only son, shaking his head. This round can at most exterminate some of the strange beasts. This noon, the higher-ups informed me. These strange beasts are ordinary city animals that have transformed. After yesterday's daytime pursuit and tonight's extermination, we estimate quite a few will still remain. Moreover, the wilderness outside the city has no shortage of animals. Yesterday, America lost 4 passenger jets and 2 fighter jets to strange bird-type beasts. The authorities have officially announced a flight ban. High-altitude flights are not permitted. Coastal cities must fully evacuate tomorrow and move toward the interior. Some small nations have already collapsed, and the higher-ups have detected something unknown approaching Blue Star. Xiaodong, listen carefully. Moreover, the wilderness outside the city has no shortage of animals. Yesterday, America lost 4 passenger jets and 2 fighter jets to strange bird-type beasts. The authorities have officially announced a flight ban. High-altitude flights are not permitted. Coastal cities must fully evacuate tomorrow and move toward the interior. Some small nations have already collapsed, and the higher-ups have detected something unknown approaching Blue Star. Xiaodong, listen carefully. Liu Chang noticed Lu Dong's wandering attention and frowned, reminding him. Lu Dong helplessly shrugged, took a sip of wine, and said, "This matter is useless to tell me. Have I spoiled you too much these days?" Liu Chang fell silent for 2 seconds, then continued. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand. The situation has become chaotic and things are not simple. If it were merely strange beasts, at most it would affect those small nations, and the 5 benevolent nations would be in chaos for a period of time, but ultimately, they could still resolve it. The higher-ups previously issued an early warning that soon the entire globe will experience unknown interference. It is caused by unknown matter gradually approaching Blue Star, and there may be more severe consequences at any time." currently unpredictable. Lu Chang drew a deep breath to release the pressure in his heart. Xiao Dong, tomorrow I will arrange for you to enter the military. You should perform well. Alright, don't say any more, I understand. Lu Dong stood up impatiently and walked toward the adjacent bedroom. With you here I won't worry. Click. The door closed. Screams from 4 or 5 girls rang out. Mayor Lu, save us. Save us. Someone. MMPH. Aunt. Lu Chang ignored the girls' screams, leaning against the sofa gazing at the night outside the window, lost in contemplation. May the situation develop favorably. Beep beep. Mayor Lu. We discovered the corpse of a pig at the explosion center, but... In the military walkie-talkie the speaker sounded somewhat flustered. Just say it directly. Lu Chang furrowed his brow. We discovered that this pig's corpse only weighs over 200 gene. Bullshit are you guys? Lu Chang flew into a rage, but stopped halfway through his words. His expression grew grave. Go check the other large strange beast corpses. Could they have changed as well? Leader. The other strange beasts haven't changed. Only this one has, and it's a frozen pig, hard as a rock. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang was stunned for 7 or 8 seconds before leaping to his feet. You think I'm a fool? Even if you guys wanted to steal the corpse, could you come up with a better excuse? I'd have let it slide if I closed one eye, but if you tell me about a frozen pig again, I'll freeze you into one. Lu Chang was furious, swearing profusely like never before. On the other end of the phone, the one who had been scolded said nothing until Lu Chang finished. Half a minute passed before a voice came through. Leader, I shouldn't be perceived as so foolish in your impression. No explanation, no excuses. Lu Chang instead narrowed his eyes, contemplating for 2 seconds. He picked up his phone and dialed several numbers, each time conversing briefly before hanging up. Finally, he picked up the walkie-talkie. I understand. Check again for any other anomalies. After all, this is experimental material needed by the higher-ups. Search more carefully. If there are no issues, then transport the frozen pig away for me. Understood. The walkie-talkie fell silent. Lu Chang couldn't sit still anymore. He picked up his phone to dial a number, hesitated for a moment, slowly set it down, closed his eyes, and became still. After a long while, a voice rang out in the dark room. The higher-ups are currently useless. They can't control me anymore. The sound of a phone being dialed came from within the room. Beep, beep, beep. 2 rings, and someone answered. Xiao Chun, tomorrow gather experts in genetics, biology, and related fields across the entire city. Not just in these fields. Any talent, any expert, gather them all for me. Even farming experts, get them for me. Understood, I'll do it immediately. Lu Chang conveyed the command with full vigor, then dialed another phone call. Leader, it's Xiao Lu. I'm reporting to you about the strange beast matter. Please don't get angry, don't scold me. What? Frozen pig. Believe it or not, I'll turn you into a frozen pig and serve you with braised pork sauce. Thunderous roars came through the phone. Mother, we're all prepared. Uncle Lu and Uncle Li have about 20 core members under them willing to follow us to Tianbao community. In a bright underground space, Li Ningxuang spoke to an elegant woman beside her. She wore a black blazer, her hair tied in a single ponytail that made her appear shrewd and capable. Her curvy figure was perfectly showcased by the tailored suit. The buttons on her white shirt were tightly fastened, on the verge of bursting open at any moment. She sat in a chair, massaging her white silk-clad legs. To relax further, she had only half worn her black high heels, her toes dangling and swaying. Beside her stood a woman in pajamas, looming proud and tall. Her beautiful eyes were placid, her demeanor cold and aloof. Even the loosest sleepwear was worn by her, as if it were form-fitting clothing, revealing her shapely figure. Her height, which would stand out even among boys, brought boundless pressure. Wang Zhen intends to betray me, knowing so much about me, trying to run. Ningxuang instruct old Li and old Lu later, before leaving, find Wang Zhen and kill him. At this time, do you think the sky is about to change? At this time, daring to refuse me. This precedent cannot be set. Refuse me, and you die. Refuse me, and you die. Li Ningxuang nodded expressionlessly. She had long been accustomed to her mother's dominance. She lowered her head, thinking, a cold gleam flickering in her eyes. She said, before leaving, I want to kill Lu Dong. My people told me he has done wicked things twice with my photos, and even made other women imitate you. Li Ningxuang nodded expressionlessly. She had long been accustomed to her mother's dominance. She lowered her head, thinking, a cold gleam flickering in her eyes. She said, before leaving, I want to kill Lu Dong. My people told me he has done wicked things twice with my photos, and even made other women imitate you. I tolerated it before because of his father, but now the city is in such chaos. His father will die sooner or later, and I... Stop. Ling Yuding cut and coldly her gaze toward Li Ningxuang, carrying disappointment. Stop. Ling Yuding cut and coldly her gaze toward Li Ningxuang, carrying disappointment. Do you truly know Lu Chang? Do you know what Lu Chang has been doing these past days? You have no idea. He has long since commandeered all the troops for his own use, supplies piled like mountains, and he is ambitious to the core. Secretly, he uses ordinary residents' lives as bait to fish out and cleanse the city. He is waiting until the higher-ups completely lose control. Then he will cleanse this entire area, rebuild a city, an entire city belonging to Lu Chang. If we dare kill his most doted-on son, now do you want to invite retaliation? He is waiting until the higher-ups completely lose control. Then he will cleanse this entire area, rebuild a city, an entire city belonging to Lu Chang. If we dare kill his most doted-on son, now do you want to invite retaliation? Li Ningshuang lowered her head slightly. No matter how overbearing or ruthless she was outside, she was always obedient before her mother. Because she was very clear about her mother's temperament. Vicious, cruel, and merciless. Li Ningshuang knew Lu Chang was no simple man, but her mother Ling Yuding was even less simple. She only needed to remind her once. What she found disgusting Ling Yuding could tolerate even less. Mother, I was wrong. Knowing your mistake is good. You don't need to worry about this matter. Go inform old Lu and the others. Wait, your people are unreliable. Don't distribute those guns to them. Have Wu take them away. All right. Li Ningshuang stood up and left. Ling Yuding narrowed her eyes, murmuring to herself. I've heard you want me and my daughter to accompany you. Then I'll satisfy you. Wait for me in hell first. Lu Chang, you are truly a troublesome fellow. This time you drive me away. Don't blame me for targeting your son. Su Bai was strolling home leisurely at this moment. The mutated pig's corpse naturally lay within his dimensional space. A frozen pig, that is, was what his upright character had left behind. Pig for pig, neither side at a loss. He also picked up 7 or 8 mutated beasts along the way. Beasts no one wanted, rotting beyond recognition. Just as Su Bai was about to leave the central zone, his smiling face stiffened slightly. His entire body dared not move. On the street to his left, a pair of red eyes glanced at him. The owner of these eyes was completely invisible in the darkness. A humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, faceless and featureless, with only a pair of blood-red eyes. Lingshu beast. Species spirit tribe, superior life form. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Value extremely high. A pair of eyeballs. If consumed, grants night vision, enhances physical strength, provides immunity to minor toxins. Skill. Ethereal body. Defies gravity, has no weight, immune to low and medium level physical damage. Ethereal body weakness. Cannot immune physical damage tainted with one's own blood. Introduction. A monster condensed from unknown matter. Running away is your only choice. Su Bai's pupils flickered. Without hesitation, he bolted and vanished around the street corner in an instant. The Lingshu beast instinctively gave chase, floating through the air, its speed several times Su Bai's, chasing for a few seconds before slowly stopping. Its blood-red pupils gazed at Su Bai's departing silhouette, then turned to look at the nearby ruins. Lingshu beast's blood-red pupils gazed at Su Bai's departing silhouette, then turned to look at the nearby ruins. Hesitating, Su Bai disappeared completely. The Lingshu beast locked its blood-red gaze onto the ruins and drifted over. The Lingshu beast locked its blood-red gaze onto the ruins and drifted over. Shortly after, a miserable scream pierced the night, followed by countless gunshots like a symphony that would not stop. A cruel massacre officially began. By the time Lu Chang received the intelligence, he nearly fainted from terror. None of this concerned Su Bai anymore. He distanced himself from the crowds, left the city center, and returned to the Tianbao Villa district. The little dog at home should have been obedient and not run away. In the magnificent palatial hall, Zhang Yunxi stood before a phone holder, learning a trending dance from a social media platform. Her hair was tied in twin ponytails, her face lightly made up, and her delicate, yet slightly youthful features exuded an air of noble royalty. From the second floor of the villa, she had found a seductive corset and a low-cut princess gown. The white dress fabric was silky smooth, hand-embroidered with delicate patterns. The corset accentuated her figure, and as her skirt swayed, it revealed a pair of fair straight legs, perfect save for 2 bruises on her knees. She walked barefoot across the floor, the proportions of her instep and toes exquisitely balanced, strikingly beautiful. Her pale soles carried a hint of pink, occasionally tensing with her dance movements, revealing faint traces of blue veins beneath. Brother Cici is so tired. I've been learning this dance for 3 days, all just to give my fans the best experience. Remember to like and follow, okay? After finishing her dance, Zhang Yunxi pressed one hand against her chest and spoke her prepared lines in a coy, flirtatious tone. After she finished, the hand covering her low neckline slid downward, failing to conceal what it should, and she hastily covered herself again. A flush of shyness rose to her cheeks as she promptly ended the recording. After closing the recording, Zhang Yunxi immediately returned to her normal self, spitting toward a nearby trash can. She removed her phone, saved the file, and waited to upload it once the platform was back online. TCH, giving those losers another free show. I wonder if any sugar daddies will take the bait. Zhang Yunxi strode to the sofa, in 2 steps threw herself onto it, and propped her beautiful legs onto the coffee table. The long skirt slid apart on both sides, revealing her straight legs. She scrolled through various websites and forums on her phone, gazing at blood-soaked, gruesome photographs. Her brow furrowed, then suddenly thinking of Su Bai, that demon, she laughed with delight. There was such a huge explosion in the city just now. He should be dead and gone. This guy, he must die. The worse the better. Click. The door opened. I hope a monster ate him piece by piece, died without a burial. You're still alive. Zhang Yunxi's beautiful eyes locked onto the door, staring at that familiar figure. that face she had seen countless times now splattered with dark crimson blood. His gaze was ice-cold, his entire being like a demon that had crawled out of hell. She trembling rose to her feet, her hands instinctively folded over her lower abdomen. Disappointed, I assume. I'm still alive. But now that I'm back, someone's going to have a bad time. Subai's lips curled into what resembled a smile, yet his eyes held no amusement whatsoever. He was in a foul mood. On his way back, he had encountered a Lingshu beast. Had the creature not ignored him, he might have been killed. And then he came home to hear Zhang Yunxi cursing him. How could his mood improve? I. Zhang Yunxi was panicked and frantic. She never expected that Subai would happen to overhear those two sentences she had muttered. I'm feeling quite heated. Subai stood motionless, casting a profound glance at Zhang Yunxi. This woman still had some use, at least she was useful at this moment. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yunxi showed no sign of anger. Instead, she felt relieved. She trotted over to Subai in 2 quick steps. The princess gown spread across the floor like a cloud, the hem occasionally covering a tile pattern, then revealing it again. Midnight. Subai leaned against the headboard, scrolling through forums. Suddenly, the short video app forcibly launched itself. The official news that once dominated the screen had vanished. Countless short videos that had been suppressed for so long came flooding out. Be gentle. Subai furrowed his brow. His finger scrolled down the phone screen. Another blurry video appeared, faintly showing a mutant beast crouching on a street corner, gnawing on something. Videos like this were no longer unusual now. Especially these blurry ones. For the survivors who had survived the first half of the night, they had already experienced mutant beasts firsthand. They had either seen them or encountered them. After scrolling through 7 or 8 videos, Subai finally found something interesting. The footage was very clear, shot right under a street lamp. A translucent figure flickered in and out of visibility, 2 blood-red eyeballs, strikingly prominent and conspicuous. Its eyeballs rolled. It stood there for about 7 or 8 seconds, then vanished from the frame. Someone had captured a Lingshu beast. This was the first time Subai had observed one up close, even through a screen. He studied the creature's entire body. This monster was immune to physical damage. How could he obtain its blood? Would those eyes be a weakness? Subai gazed at the Lingshu beast's crimson eyeballs, contemplating this possibility. It was quite possible. The entire body of the Lingshu beast was semi-transparent, existing in a spiritual state, yet only its eyeballs were blood-red. Perhaps that was the sole vulnerability of this spiritual entity. I'll have to give it a try when I get the chance. With this idea in mind, Subai continued scrolling. He flipped through video after video, but they were all similar, nothing that piqued his interest. At this stage, ordinary survivors could only access this kind of information. Only a colossal entity like the nation itself possessed additional intelligence worth Subai's attention. He turned off his phone. Subai narrowed his eyes, his lips pressing together, then relaxing. He let out a long, slow breath, sat up, and lifted the air conditioning blanket, revealing a pale, delicate body beneath. I'm going out. You go take a shower and prepare some food for me. Make a lot. There are ingredients in the fridge. Subai, dressed properly, ignored Zhang Yunxi's confused gaze and walked toward the door. Relying on others was futile. Since those in power were still suppressing information, he would strengthen himself. He hadn't forgotten the mutant beast corpses he had snatched along the way. 7 or 8 carcasses. Would they allow him to break through his limits once more? There was a gleam in Subai's eyes. He strode out of the room. Left alone, Zhang Yunxi cursed Subai's inhumane treatment in her heart, but obediently rose to her feet. She tidied her messy skirt, restored her noble demeanor, and with her fair, slender legs, went to prepare the meal. There shouldn't be any food in the fridge. Zhang Yunxi remembered checking the refrigerator during the day. There was nothing. Skeptically, she opened the kitchen fridge. She was stunned. Inside was packed to the brim with meat, vegetables, even fresh produce, still glistening with water droplets. Chicken, beef, pork. Though there were signs of freezing, they still made her heart race with excitement. What excited her even more was that there were 7 large lobsters in the fridge. After the crisis of the first half of the night, food and drink outside had become priceless. Refugees were everywhere scrambling for supplies. Every major forum and platform was filled with people begging to buy food. A single packet of instant noodles was being scalped for dozens of dollars. No one had any faith left in the official distributed supplies. That night the situation had descended into chaos. Where did he get all this from? Never mind, I'll just prepare it first. Maybe I can eat a couple bites later. A smile spread across Zhang Yunxi's face. Before the smile could fade, she suddenly realized a problem. She didn't know how to cook. And so she came up with a brilliant idea. First, she took a photo of the ingredients in the fridge, then posted it on a food forum. Help! With these ingredients, what dishes should I make? What can I make? How do I make them? Swipe, swipe. Habitually, Zhang Yunxi attached 2 of her beautiful photos along with 2 photos of the fridge ingredients. Then she turned around and went to take a shower. So hungry. In the darkened room, a young man huddled against the corner, doors and windows tightly shut, enduring the gnawing pangs in his stomach. Since this morning, he hadn't eaten a single bite. The kitchen had never been lit. Living alone had been going quite well until this inexplicable catastrophe descended without warning. No shops remained open. The supermarket was shuttered. The convenience stores were closed as well. The only two shops still unlocked had been emptied by earlier scavengers, leaving him with merely 2 bags of pickled sour beans. Will those supermarkets really open tomorrow? The young man began to spiral into anxious thoughts. Not long ago, standing by the window, he had watched residents of the neighboring community returning laden with supplies. They must have looted the supermarket or convenience stores. Yet he dared not venture downstairs, because out of more than 20 people who had set out, only 7 had returned. The roars of beasts outside never ceased. Every now and then tragic screams echoed from nearby residential complexes, sending shivers down his spine. This city district isn't fit for human habitation. Tomorrow I'll find a way to get to the countryside. No, that won't work. I have no food. As the young man muttered to himself, despair washed over him. He could already see his fate laid out before him. Death was his destined end. So hungry. The young man picked up his phone beside him and with practiced ease lifted the water jug in front of him. A food forum. Gazing at photographs of pre-apocalypse culinary delights, exquisite dishes of every kind rich in aroma and color, he swallowed hard and drank gulp after gulp of water. Refreshing the forum, he spotted the newest help-seeking post. Help. With these ingredients, what dishes can I make? How should I cook them? Entering the thread, the young man's eyes went wide. The main photo showed a compact, double-door refrigerator stuffed to capacity. Densely packed food filled every corner. Meats crammed into the fridge until not a single gap remained. There were also 2 photos of Zhang Yunxi, who, like pre-apocalypse clickbait fishing posts, embodied a single-word beauty. In the first photograph, Zhang Yunxi wore a clean, tidy high school uniform with a high ponytail. Her youthful face carried light makeup and a demure schoolgirl smile radiating pure innocence. Yet the loose school uniform somehow curved at her chest, revealing a subtle silhouette. In the second photo, Zhang Yunxi wore a deep golden evening gown, standing beside a bustling hall filled with people. Her delicate jade-like hands raised a wine glass. She blazed like a radiant star, the evening gown accentuating her figure to perfection, her graceful curves exquisite. With legs like parallel chopsticks, she stood proudly in red-soled black-pointed heels. Even bowing her head, one could not see her feet. Slightly turning her head, she revealed an intoxicating profile. She appeared as a daughter of an imperial household, noble and elegant. 2 photographs in completely different styles left people even more astonished. I know how to make these dishes delicious. I'm the head chef at a restaurant. Could I have some of the food? Damn. Hottie's Food Villas. Everything's complete. These heartless rich bastards hoarded so much stuff. I've been starving for a whole day, can't even bring myself to eat the rice left at home. So jealous. Lobster. I'm drooling. So unfair. Why do they have so much food? I've only got 2 handfuls of noodles left. I hate myself for never cooking at home. The image has a location tag and address, brothers. I just checked. Tianbao community in Chi City is a villa community. So you know what I mean. Know what? Try going out in the middle of the night. Those monsters will eat you alive. Please, I'm from near Tianbao community, only 2 or 3 kilometers away. Can you give me some food? I'm going to starve. I've been dieting for 2 or 3 days. I was already hungry, and today I haven't eaten anything at all. Fairy, please have mercy and send me some food. I sent you the recipes. Can you give me some food tomorrow? I'll come pick it up. This girl is really pretty. Got fresh material for tonight. Below, the comments poured in endlessly. The young man, just barely filled with water, stared at the girl in the photos, completely entranced. So beautiful. A goddess from his dreams. If only I could. Kiss her once, dying would be worth it. Tianbao community. Tomorrow I must go out. In the magnificent living room, Zhang Yunxi beamed with joy as she read the forum replies, especially watching people beg for food like supplicants. This time she planned to prepare a huge feast. As long as Su Bai couldn't finish it all, everything would be hers. Imagining how she was about to feast on lobster and abalone while those people could only watch enviously. How wonderful. Zhang Yunxi smiled radiantly, carefully studying both the Baidu recipes and the recipes posted on the forum, contemplating them meticulously. Let you keep me imprisoned here. I'll make all the dishes for you. Outside the villa, Su Bai stood in an open space, waving his massive hand. A heavy thud rang out across the clearing, followed by a pungent, thick scent of blood. The corpse of the high-level mutant beast, the tyrant pig, materialized before him. Its entire body was drenched in blood, flesh mangled, skin scorched, bullets embedded deep within the muscles. Even in death, its eyes remained wide, with fury radiating an aura of savage ferocity. If not for the 2 official bombs, who knows how many lives would have been sacrificed to kill it. Su Bai couldn't help but drift into a momentary daze before placing his palm on the tyrant pig's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A sphere of emerald light writhed out from the tyrant pig's body, swiftly moving towards Su Bai's palm. Without pause, it drilled into his palm and vanished without a trace. Su Bai's still body trembled slightly. As the orb of light entered his body, he could feel every corner of him igniting. Stinging pain, excruciating agony. Words failed to describe it. It felt like self-immolation. His entire body was as if tens of thousands of embroidery needles were being thrust into his body, pulled out, then thrust in again, with salt sprinkled atop each time. Oh no, this surge of energy is so immense. Su Bai's vision darkened. Gritting his teeth tightly, he forcibly endured the pain, glancing left and right before diving beneath the tyrant pig's corpse to hide. He couldn't hold on any longer. If he passed out here, danger might find him. As for the villa, even more unreliable. After half a minute of struggling, Su-bai could endure no more and slipped into unconsciousness. Who knows how much time passed before Su-bai awoke. He felt his body incomparably powerful. Crawling out from beneath the corpse, the surroundings seemed unchanged, except the sky had grown darker. In the distant woods, two mutant beasts cautiously approached. Even though the tyrant pig was dead, they dared not draw near casually. At the slightest sign of movement from the beast, they would bolt away in an instant. Even a fallen tiger commands respect. One on the left front, a spider the size of a millstone. Its spider legs glinted with cold light, and silk threads as thick as infant arms shot from its abdomen, weaving web after web. The other mutant beast had 3 turtle heads, 4 legs, and a pair of transparent wings. Larger than a wild ox, with sharp fangs bared when it opened its mouth. When Su-bai emerged from beneath the tyrant pig's corpse, the two mutant beasts immediately halted their advance. After observing for a long while in the woods, they ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and began moving toward him. Su-bai's eyes lit up. Net spider, category arachnid, low-tier creature. Strength 6. 8. Agility 8. 7. Spirit 7. Free. Value none. Skills none. Description: originally an ordinary spider that underwent unknown evolution into a mutant beast. Frankenstein, category miscellaneous, low-tier creature. Strength 5. 8. Agility 9. 7. Spirit 8. 6. Value low. Consuming it whole may potentially enhance human regenerative abilities. Skills none. Description: originally a butterfly that underwent unknown evolution into a mutant beast. Su-bai was stunned. This mutant beast actually displayed numerical values. Unfortunately, upon closer inspection, they seemed to be just 2 worthless wastes. This made Su-bai secretly lament. He waited until the 2 mutant beasts drew closer, 100 meters, 50 meters. Only then did Su-bai draw 2 guns, aiming at the creature that was originally a butterfly, as its speed far exceeded the others. Bang bang bang. 3-round burst. 2 bullets that should have hit went wide. A 1 bullet that had gone off course was actively collided with by the beast's dodging movement, shattering its wing and leaving a gaping hole. Su-bai exhaled in relief and began suppressive fire. Bullets fired as if they were free. When one gun was empty, he simply swapped to the next. 1 person equivalent to 7 or 8's firepower, his powerful arms utterly indifferent to recoil bullets raining down like a cataclysm, annihilating everything. The 2 mutant beasts couldn't even make a ripple before being physically eliminated. Su-bai stored away the tyrant pig and their corpses before finally finding time to examine himself. His entire outfit was stained red with blood. From his skin, pores exuded a layer of pitch-black mud with an unbearable stench. His height seemed to have increased by a centimeter, and his pant legs had grown shorter. Su-bai swiftly returned to the villa, leaping directly into the backyard swimming pool for a simple rinse. Using the water's reflection, he called out softly, "Piercing void." The panel appeared. He was completely dumbfounded. Su-bai, race human, yellow race. Strength 11. For normal adult male, value is 1. Agility 11. 6. Spirit 9. 8. Strength evaluation, rank 1, human, possesses extraordinary power. Value high, a great medicinal herb. Skill: spatial ability. Bio: a ruthless man devoid of any saintly mercy with murderous intent deep in his heart. Staring at the drastically changed panel, Su-bai couldn't help but be stunned. According to the data, his physical attributes had all increased several-fold. In truth, his improvement was far more than just several-fold. The data wasn't a simple 1 + 1, it was a multiplication of sorts. 100 ordinary people couldn't defeat someone with all 3 attributes reaching 2 with bare hands. The previous prophecy technique had also shown that he had killed dozens of men brought by Lu Dong with his bare hands, and could still kill even after being shot. At that time, his attributes were already around 2. Now his overall attributes had surpassed 10 points, and he had entered the so-called rank 1 human realm. His strength was now as different from before as clouds and mud. Previously he needed a gun to kill aberrant beasts, now he could do it with his bare hands. To ordinary humans, aberrant beasts were hellish demons, pure slaughter. This evolution was too powerful, so much so that Su-bai couldn't even ascertain the specifics of his own strength. All he could say was that it lived up to being a high-rank aberrant beast and a divine body at that. The pressure that had weighed on Su-bai's heart since the apocalypse began dissipated in an instant. It was like a flood dragon entering the sea, roaming freely between heaven and earth, completely unfettered. Don't let your guard down. Be more careful. Su-bai composed himself and suppressed his elated mood. The tribulation of world annihilation was at hand. He must never become complacent over a small achievement. He needed to be even more vigilant. I wonder if the food is ready. Su-bai felt hungry as usual, even hungrier than last time. He glanced around, found nothing amiss, and then walked toward the villa. He needed a large amount of food. In the villa, Zhang Yunxi, after 2 hours of hard work, had barely managed to make a table full of delicacies. 3 Australian lobsters, 2 large steaks, braised abalones, 2 small dishes, and 2 homestyle dishes. Portions were generous. There was also a large pot of rice. Zhang Yunqi habitually took photos to show off. Seeing the praise from people online, she felt satisfied. Click. The door opened. Subai returned. Zhang Yunqi immediately stood up respectfully, standing at the side, and proactively pulled out a chair. Brother Su, please sit. She had changed into a simple-made outfit revealing large patches of fair skin with a demure expression. Subai glanced at Zhang Yunqi, thoughtfully sat down at the dining table, carefully scanned the dishes, and began to eat. He naturally sensed Zhang Yunqi's strangeness. This was different from the prophecy. She was more proactive. Trying to seduce me. Planning to run. While Subai was silently pondering, Zhang Yunqi came behind and pressed her soft body against his back and began to massage him. Subai enjoyed it, immersed in the moment for a while, then suddenly his hand trembled. Clatter. A pair of chopsticks beside him fell under the table. After a long while, Subai ate the last bite of food and casually handed over a glass of water. Zhang Yunqi, who had just picked up the chopsticks, took the glass and drank it. Only then did she realize that the entire table of dishes had been eaten clean, not a bite left for her. What's your relationship with He Jia? Subai put down his chopsticks and asked abruptly. A flicker of panic passed through Zhang Yunqi's eyes. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated. After a long moment she said, He Jia was my former prey. He had a decent net worth and was quite wealthy. I had intended to marry him, but after 2 days of conversation, he wasn't as rich as I had imagined, so I treated him as a temporary ATM. I've never slept with him. Oh, I was just fooling him. Subai didn't speak, continuing to watch Zhang Yunqi. Are you saying you're also fooling me now, using me? Facing Subai's baffling question, Zhang Yunqi was startled and hurriedly shook her head in denial. No. This time I'm sincere. Please believe me, I swear. Subai stood up and walked toward the bedroom. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Zhang Yunqi's loyal words. The first half of her explanation didn't seem like a lie. As long as she had no real connection with He Jia, that was enough. Otherwise, she would surely meet the same end as He Jia today. Uproot the grass and eliminate the roots was deeply ingrained in his heart. As for whether she was lying to him or thinking of escaping, it didn't matter. If she had value, he would keep her. If not. A chill flashed through Subai's eyes. Back in the bedroom, Subai lay on the unfamiliar bed. It was soft and comfortable. He opened his phone and began browsing. All kinds of information flooded major forums and video apps. Aberrant beast, aberration, monster, creature. Almost every video contained such words. The shortage of supplies had made people panic so much so that even deep in the night, information online kept updating endlessly. After scrolling for a while, Subai came across a new official announcement posted an hour ago. The announcement was very brief. All citizens are requested to go to supply distribution points on their own to collect goods for free. It is limited time and limited quantity. There is no need for community population census. You may go on your own. The supply distribution points will be announced daily on the city network. Each day, each person may collect 1 day's worth of food. The announcement was brief, but Subai understood that the shorter the message, the more information it contained. This announcement essentially granted maximum authority to local officials. If they turned out to be corrupt and tyrannical parent officials, the area would become a sea of suffering. Subai read it 2 or 3 times, then found the local official website and indeed located the newly posted announcement. City Center Square. From 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. All citizens are requested to queue up to collect supplies. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. Come in. Subai continued browsing his phone. He knew Zhang Yunqi had come to pledge her loyalty. Sure enough, Zhang Yunqi brought bedding and prepared to make a bed on the floor of Subai's bedroom. Her tall figure was clad in a sheer lace lingerie set revealing fair skin, straight long legs, and bare feet stepping on the wooden floor. She looked so delicate and pitiful. Zhang Yunqi deliberately struck a few sexy poses only to find that Subai wasn't paying attention to her. The smile on her sweet face stiffened slightly. What's going on? What's wrong with him? If I had dressed like this in the past, he would probably have lost control long ago. Zhang Yunqi thought to herself, clumsily made a floor bed, lay down on it, and stretched lazily, feigning exhaustion while flaunting her lovely figure. Trying to seduce me. Playing hard to get. Subai curled his lips into a smile. It was the same tactic as before. She liked to pull this kind of stunt. Whenever Subai wanted her, she would find all sorts of excuses to refuse. When Subai didn't want her, she would try every means to seduce him, pulling back and forth. In the end, the original owner merely touched her hand and was bewitched into losing his entire fortune. Unfortunately, she forgot where she was and who the master of this place was. Come here. Subai spoke in a very calm tone. Joy flickered across Zhang Yunqi's face. She was about to refuse when she saw Subai suddenly sit up. I was just considering whether to let you go down and keep He Jia company. A seemingly insignificant remark, yet Zhang Yunqi's legs went weak and the refusal on her lips couldn't be spoken. Oh no, he's a ruthless man. Zhang Yunqi squeezed a smile onto her bitter face and slowly walked over her skirt, sweeping the floor. At dawn, 2 gunshots rang out from the city. Subai slowly woke, glanced first at the young woman on the floor pallet who was curled up and still lost in slumber. Nothing from the prophecy had occurred last night. Zhang Yunxi had behaved herself and made no attempt to flee. The future is forever shifting imperceptibly. The prophecy art could be used once more, yet Su Bai chose not to use it. He planned to cast it tonight and activate the 1-month mode. Starting at night would grant him 1 extra daylight period compared to starting during the day. Tomorrow the vision would continue from today's baseline and stretch even further ahead. The coming days were all heavy snow, so using the 3-day mode now would be a waste. Tossing aside Zhang Yunxi's undergarment left on the quilt, Su Bai got up to train. As a tier 1 human, ordinary exercise equipment no longer had any effect. Su Bai went to the villa's backyard, spacious and filled with fresh air. He loosened his joints, swam several laps in the pool, then jogged a few laps around the courtyard. It might not build strength anymore, but it was still excellent for refining his control over his body. Upstairs in the villa, Zhang Yunxi also woke up. Finding Su Bai gone, she felt a little more at ease. Stretching, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat blankly for 2 seconds, and then stood up. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and spotted Su Bai swimming in the pool. Despite herself, she lingered on the sight for a moment. All around was tranquil. This area had always been sparsely populated, neither too far from nor too close to the city center. The flourishing commercial districts lay on the other 2 sides. The whole layout resembled an ellipse, and Tianbao community sat on the edge nearest the center. Secluded, it shielded against noise pollution while still remaining a reasonable distance from the city. Besides Tianbao, there were 3 other villa communities in the area, but Tianbao was by far the most luxurious and extravagant. This kind of luxury villa was precisely the home she dreamed of. If she could live here as the mistress for just 2 days, she would treasure it for a lifetime. Unfortunately, it came with Su Bai, that villain, that demon, utterly detestable. She had to swallow her pride and barter away part of her body just to get by. The demon was also mentally twisted. Last night, she had gone out of her way to please him, sacrificed so much, and still he kept his guard up. Recalling last night, Zhang Yunxi felt bitter frustration. With great effort, she had fought off drowsiness, pretended to sleep, and endured until the dead of night. 3 or 4 in the morning. At that hour, the outside world was no longer too dangerous, and dawn was near. Just as she was about to slip away, she found that any slight movement on her part seemed to make Su Bai open his eyes. She wasn't actually looking at him. It was a kind of sixth sense. She dared not make a move. If only he had died last night, how wonderful that would be. I would own everything here. That villain deserves a horrible death. Is there no sweetheart of mine who will come to save me? Put him in a novel, he is the villain doomed to be trampled beneath the protagonist's feet, and I am one of the protagonist's women. Zhang Yunxi retreated to her floor pallet, muttering to herself as she pulled out her phone and started browsing videos. This had become her habit. Yet when she opened the short video app, a clip posted late last night was pushed to her feed. It had tens of millions of likes. The title, "A Superman Appears." Has the apocalypse come? Are the evolvers from novels real? In the video, at the entrance of a dark alley, an aberrant beast dragged human corpses into a pile and feasted ravenously. The footage trembled. The beast was enormous, more powerful than the world's greatest tiger king, and roughly the size of a full-grown African elephant. With every breath, a plume of steam could be seen. Zhang Yunxi watched, intently curious. Were there really so-called supermen? If such a person truly existed, and she became his woman, wouldn't she be able to do anything she pleased? Even a bully and devil like Su Bai would have to kneel and lick her feet. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded from the video, a sound like rolling heavenly thunder that shook the soul. Zhang Yunxi lowered her gaze. In the frame, the feasting beast had lifted its head at some point, its huge maw hung open, and its roar was deafening. She was stunned. Was this even a beast? Even through the screen, it sounded like a thunderclap. If she were there in person, she might have gone weak on the spot, helpless and ready to be slaughtered. Could a human possibly resist this? At that moment, bang! A gunshot split the dim night. It was the opening salvo. Immediately, gunfire rang out in rapid succession, one bullet after another streaking through the air. The aberrant beast leaped, evading most of the shots. Its powerful limbs slammed against the ground, then it lunged forward straight toward the shooter. At this moment, everyone could see with their own eyes that several large holes had appeared in the beast's imposing frame, blood pouring from the wounds. Even so, it continued to charge forward and kill. A tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. Zhang Yunxi's lips parted slightly as she couldn't imagine how powerless she would be before such a beast. Whoever dared to open fire in front of such a beast was surely a true warrior. Pity, he would probably die. When would the Superman show up? While Zhang Yunxi was lost in wild thoughts, the camera swept rapidly across a wide, open area, wobbled for a moment, and finally settled on a rooftop. A young man lay prone on the rooftop. Under the pressure of the beast's assault, he fired relentlessly. The rifle in his hands seemed to have no recoil and never ran out of bullets. An endless, inexhaustible supply. The camera suddenly zoomed out, widening the frame. Both the young man and the beast appeared in the shot. The distance between them was no more than a few dozen meters. In mere seconds, the beast would reach him. The beast was covered in wounds and dripping blood, yet it still looked awe-inspiring and unstoppable. Facing such a ferocious creature, the young man remained composed and kept firing. The first moment the camera showed the young man Zhang Yunxi watching from her villa widened her eyes. This person is so familiar. Even though she couldn't see his face, clearly Zhang Yunxi grew excited. She knew him, which meant she might have a chance. While her thoughts ran wild, the two in the video finally faced each other. The mighty beast growled, kicked off with all four limbs, and leaped at the roof, more than 3 meters high. If it reached him, the young man was doomed. It's over. Bullet comments, protect me. He's about to die. Where's the Superman? This guy won't survive. Is the Superman going to save him? Such a ferocious beast. After taking that many bullets, it can still turn the tables and kill. I can't imagine what ordinary people like us are supposed to do. Just wait to die? There's no hope. Wait for the Superman. At this moment, countless bullet comments nearly blanketed the entire video. Bang, bang, bang. Their hearts turned cold. Even Zhang Yunxi had resigned herself to the fact that this acquaintance of hers was doomed, when several gunshots rang out. The beast, unstoppable just a second earlier, crashed heavily to the ground. A large hole had been blasted through its head, blood gushing in spurts. The tide had turned. Zhang Yunxi was startled, then let out a sigh of relief. Damn clickbait. There's no Superman. It was clearly just an experienced person killing an aberrant beast. She couldn't help complaining, but her eyes remained glued to the screen, trying to make out who the young man was. Which acquaintance of hers? As long as she found him, she could have him rescue her. The video didn't stop. In the dim footage, the young man climbed down from the rooftop, fired 2 more finishing shots, and then stood there dazed. Then the camera rapidly zoomed in, the image briefly lost before the shaky lens settled first on the beast, giving it a close-up shot. The beast was hideous, and even in death its expression was so savage that it gave the illusion it might lift its head and bite someone to death at any moment. The camera shook slightly, then locked onto the young man's figure. Zhang Yunxi studied it carefully, but because the footage was so dark, she couldn't recognize him at first. She only felt he was unbearably familiar. Suddenly the young man in the video jumped straight up, soaring into the air until he was nearly level with the rooftop. This superhuman feat was almost beyond belief. The bullet comments exploded. Warning. High energy ahead. The Evolver is here. Holy crap, he really is a Superman. If we don't watch this video now, it's definitely getting banned. Who can tell me if this is real or fake? I don't believe it. What the hell? That jumping power. Is that something a human being can do? Terrifying. No wonder he dared to kill a beast alone. He's an Evolver. Holy crap, did you see that? He snapped a wooden staff as thick as a bull's mouth with his bare hands. If anyone tells me he isn't an Evolver, I'll be the first to call them a liar. Whoa, so you guys have been secretly evolving and leaving me out, haven't you? Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? I want to evolve too. Zhang Yunxi's eyes gleamed as she watched. Her mind was made up. This Evolver was her destined man. The world had changed. Money and power could never compare to a powerful Evolver. He was something beyond human. She would win him over and make him rescue her from this sea of suffering. Perhaps in the future, she could become an Evolver admired by all. Who are you? Let me see you clearly. Zhang Yunxi's eyes turned dreamy, and she felt herself growing wet. She had always worshipped the rich and powerful, extremely money-worshipping. In this moment, she believed Evolvers were the true supreme path. While the bullet comments were blazing hot, the young man in the video turned around. A dark blur flickered and he vanished from the frame. The camera quickly pulled back, trying to find the young man again, sweeping left and right once or twice. But he was already gone. His inhuman speed was staggering, sending the bullet comments into an even greater frenzy. Then Zhang Yunxi's dreamy expression vanished completely. She sat dazed on the floor, her mind replaying the young man's final turn. The video quality was blurry and dim, but she had still recognized him clearly. It was Subai. It was the demon who had imprisoned her. The timeline matched perfectly too. He had indeed gone out yesterday. Oh my god. He was an Evolver. The video continued playing, but the screen remained pitch black for a long time, without any change. Obviously the person behind the camera was also stunned. Bullet comments flooded the screen like a dense curtain, each one expressing inner astonishment and confusion. This was the first time in history that non-human traces had been captured on camera. It should have been exhilarating news. If everyone could become an Evolver in these chaotic times of widespread turmoil, wouldn't they all possess the ability to protect themselves? However, many people realized something else. If Evolvers, once concepts only found in fiction, were now appearing in reality, did this mean the real world was far more dangerous than anyone had imagined? Perhaps these mutated beasts were all evolved creatures growing ever more powerful and bloodthirsty. Both the worried and the excited existed in equal measure. In short, the atmosphere seemed to have shifted. Many were discussing the possibility of becoming Evolvers. This continued until the video ended and looped back to play again. After watching it play twice more, Zhang Yunxi's eyes gradually brightened and her spirits lifted from their previous low point. I was so foolish. I actually fell into a false trap. He is an Evolver. For me, isn't that the best possible outcome? Why would I become his enemy? Make myself his adversary? From the very beginning, we had a wonderful relationship. Even though things later soured and I betrayed him. That's right, it was my fault. I was blind and foolish. But if I sincerely apologize now and remain loyal to him from here on, wouldn't that be enough to mend our relationship? I am his daughter. What do I have to fear? Zhang Yunxi, have you forgotten the vows you made before? No matter who the person is, as long as they possess wealth and power, you must give yourself wholeheartedly and never betray. Can money compare to an evolver? Can influence rival an evolver? The former is now nothing but paper and influence. He raises his arm and shouts, and what becomes of influence? He merely humiliated you, bullied you, struck you, and cursed at you. What else did he do? Zhang Yunxi muttered to herself as though hypnotizing her own mind. As time passed, when she finally rose to her feet and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at Sue, by running laps the confusion was gone from her eyes, along with the suppressed anger and vindictiveness she had always hidden. Only one feeling remained: adoration, a deep and heartfelt reverence. This had always been what she had instilled in herself over the years, unchanged to this day. Ultimately, she was still a worshipper of strength. Extreme devotion to power. How handsome he looks when he runs. Zhang Yunxi's eyes grew hazy and dreamy. The Sue Bai in reality and the one in the video merged into one, and the longer she watched, the more she cherished the sight. After gazing for quite some time, she reluctantly tore her eyes away and looked down at her phone. She opened the comment section, wanting to see how others viewed evolvers. If anyone planned to capture him or harm him, she would need to prepare in advance. The three most popular comments stood out prominently: impossible to miss. I have carefully studied the video and have three preliminary judgments. First, this young man likely just recently underwent evolution. His jumping and snapping the wooden branch in the video suggests he is still testing his own strength, which means he is not yet familiar with this evolved power, non-human physical capabilities. It is highly probable that he acquired it very recently. The second point is this: I surmise that the source of evolutionary power comes from mutated beasts. Focusing on the relevant segment of the video, we can see that this young man spaced out for a long time, completely aimlessly. After this period of blank staring, he began attempting jumps and snapping the branch. There is a high probability that killing mutated beasts grants non-human evolution. As far as I know, many people have killed mutated beasts, and the number among official forces is countless, yet not a single person has evolved. Therefore, I hypothesize that an additional condition is required. The third point, I tentatively propose two possible conditions. The mutated beast must be fully fed before death. From the video, the mutated beast consumed massive amounts of food before dying. It is reasonable to suspect whether a fully fed mutated beast undergoes its own evolution and whether dying mid-process would trigger evolution in nearby humans. The mutated beast must be killed with a headshot. It is best to drain its blood. If the mutated beast loses too much blood, it may release unknown particles. This remains to be determined. This comment was posted half an hour after the video was released. By then, nearly everyone had seen it, and the reasoning was fairly sound. The second hottest comment came an hour after the video's release from an official account. The message was brief. Please ask the evolver in the video to report to the Tianbei official base. We will provide you with top-tier service, comprehensive protection for your family, and all your needs will be met. Additionally, citizens are urged not to attempt this lightly. This is highly likely a unique incident that cannot be replicated. The third hottest comment was even simpler. I am an evolver. I want to save my parents. Please contact me, official authorities. Zhang Yunxi did not know whether the third comment was genuine or false. Based on the second comment from the official account, the content of the first hot comment was essentially useless. The officials had certainly already tested it. Their assessment was that it was a unique accident, unrepeatable. Zhang Yunxi scrolled further down and surprisingly found an abusive comment. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. This degenerate, dressed in cheap knockoffs has truly climbed to the heavens in a single step. Oh, daring to insult my dear father. He's asking for death. Enraged, Zhang Yunxi clicked on it. The first thing she saw were several photos of luxury cars and beautiful women. She didn't even glance at them, went straight to private messaging and unleashed her fury. Oh, were you so terrified by mutated beasts last night that you drank your own urine to satisfaction? Instead of minding your own business, you're worrying about others. Jealous that someone else killed a mutated beast and evolved. Calling others degenerates. I say you are a moron with endless urinary complaints. After pouring out hundreds of characters, Zhang Yunxi felt thoroughly satisfied. Then suddenly she slapped her forehead and exclaimed in frustration, I actually forgot to prepare breakfast. I really am useless. With that thought, she no longer cared about checking the comments and rushed out of the room toward the kitchen. I'll make extra today. He finished everything yesterday. An evolver must have a huge appetite. Find him. This is Chi City's opportunity. We must find him, an evolver. In the office, Liu Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected such a fortunate event to occur the moment he woke up that morning. The video revealing the evolver's location pointed directly to Chi City. Higher authorities had prepared to send people over, but for some unknown reason they gave up. Liu Chang did not care. He was determined to acquire this person, offering anything they wanted regardless of whether the evolution process could be replicated. Money. Give it. Whatever they want. Provide it. Beautiful women, status, wealth. All were available. As long as he could win him over, his own safety would be secured. Yes, we are already searching. Mom, an evolver has appeared. We Don't even think about it. As long as he is in Qi City, he belongs to Lu Chang. From now on we must keep a much lower profile. In the courtyard, Su Bai was exercising, completely unaware that because of him the situation had shifted once again. He was contemplating the mysterious machine ahead. This was an event where danger and opportunity coexisted. He had to consider it carefully. After a while, Su Bai grew hungry. He wiped his forehead, as if removing sweat that was not there, and walked toward the house. As he pushed open the door, hurried footsteps sounded immediately. "Brother Su, is that you? Let me change your shoes for you." Before anyone appeared, a sweet voice drifted over, radiating an unmistakable intimacy. Thud, thud, thud. While Su Bai was still puzzled about what was happening, Zhang Yunqi jogged toward him. She wore a small suit jacket and an ultra-short skirt, her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, and she ran toward him barefoot. She carried a pair of brand-new slippers in her hand. Reaching his side, she knelt on both knees, gently holding Su Bai's right foot in her pale, delicate hands to remove his shoe and put on the new pair. After finishing, Zhang Yunqi kept her posture, slightly lifting her head. Her beautiful eyes revealed obedience, and deep within her gaze there seemed to be a hint of eager anticipation. She opened her delicate lips and spoke. "Nobody has worn these shoes before, so you can wear them with confidence. Would you like Sheer to serve you here?" Su Bai's mind was in turmoil. He pondered over many matters. When something defies the norm, a demon must be at play. Yet gazing into Zhang Yunqi's eyes, he sensed not a shred of impure thought. Eyes are the windows to the soul. If she harbored ill intentions, they would betray her. Just like the night before, her attempts at flattery were riddled with flaws, those eyes brimming with fear and a desperate urge to flee from him. Had he transmigrated again? Or had she lost her mind? It was unnatural, extremely so. She appeared utterly sincere without the slightest trace of pretense, yet he felt a flicker of panic. It was beyond his control. Should he kill her? Su Bai walked toward the dining table, a chill flashing in his eyes, but just before making a decision, he retracted his killing intent. For a woman as frail as her, if she could truly make him stumble, it would be a form of growth for him. He had experienced too little. Let him see what kind of fall this top beauty of Jingda could bring him. Don't disappoint me. Su Bai made his decision. He was not afraid of stumbling. At worst, he could die in the prophecy art and be reborn. Standing before the dining table, he said, "If you're planning to scheme against me, make sure your plan is thorough. Do not try it casually. I have no intention of replacing a chef. After all, you're quite attractive and pleasing to the eye." Su Bai carefully scanned the various dishes on the table and narrowed his eyes. Could there be poison? He was immune to all poisons, so he wasn't afraid. At the door, Zhang Yunqi sat slumped on the floor with her legs splayed outward for a long, while her disappointed expression looking quite pitiful. Unexpectedly, after she took the initiative, Su Bai had actually become even colder. She did have a past that made him despise her. Jie, you truly deserve to die. Zhang Yunqi unhesitatingly shifted all the blame onto Jie, gnashing her teeth in hatred. She wished to kill him with her own hands to gain Su Bai's acceptance. It's all right. Zhang Yunqi, you must keep pushing forward. He is your goal. You must never give up. You must serve him wholeheartedly. His wariness of you is justified. Objectively speaking, I once harmed him. If he hadn't been wary of me because of my beauty, he wouldn't be my goal in this life. I should be happy. I should love him even more. Time will prove my heart. While Zhang Yunqi was secretly brainwashing herself, Su Bai's ill-timed voice came. By the way, you performed well today. Join me for a meal. Zhang Yunqi was overjoyed, turned around, and saw Su Bai sitting boldly in the chair, not moving his chopsticks, with a calm gaze. Although his character had flaws, Zhang Yunqi was intelligent. After a brief moment of joy, she understood. Testing for poison. Afraid I might poison him. Wonderful. As expected of you. Since Zhang Yunqi hadn't poisoned the food, she naturally wasn't afraid. She rose, walked over, and tasted each dish. Then she went behind Su Bai and began massaging his shoulders. Brother Su, if you don't like these dishes, shall I make another batch for you? Zhang Yunqi understood Su Bai's thoughts, but didn't point it out. Bending over with her head lowered, she whispered near his ear, I feel these dishes are somewhat bland, and also growing cold. It would be better to prepare a fresh batch for Brother Su. The girl's melodious voice rang out, gentle and considerate, with an innate familiarity in her words. Her soft, supple little hands began to gently tap and massage Su Bai's back and chest. No need. As long as Su Bai confirmed Zhang Yunqi was unharmed, he wasn't afraid of poison. He simply wanted to see whether she had attempted to poison him. If she had, she would suffer the consequences herself. At the same time, he also understood the hidden meaning behind Zhang Yunqi's words and felt a trace of surprise. What exactly was she thinking? Su Bai lowered his head and ate, tacitly accepting Zhang Yunqi's service. After all, he was also a man, a person who knew how to enjoy himself. Suddenly, Su Bai had an inspiration and thought of something. Zhang Yunqi was still pure. She would never prostitute her body for a scheme. That was her future capital. The chopsticks fell again. Zhang Yunqi was about to bend down to retrieve them. Wait a moment. Go take a shower and wait for me in the room. Su Bai looked at Zhang Yunqi, who was preparing to crawl under the table, a smile on his face. Zhang Yunqi was stunned, her youthful cheeks flushing slightly, her eyes brimming with charm, and her cherry-like lips slightly parted. She nodded without hesitation and ran toward the bathroom. I'll wait for you. 3 utterly ordinary words, yet carrying an enchanting quality. Su-bai's smile froze on his face. After Zhang Yunqi disappeared, downstairs a trace of confusion appeared on his otherwise calm expression. He thought about it for a moment, and then decided not to dwell on it. If she truly harbored no schemes, Su-bai wouldn't mind taking Zhang Yunqi in. This was his possessiveness, regardless of how poor her past character had been, as long as she proved truly loyal. Being a maid who served tea and water wouldn't be so bad. But if the prophecy revealed even a hint of disloyalty from her, she wouldn't survive till nightfall. Su-bai had made up his mind, and was unwilling to waste any more time on Zhang Yunqi, so he began to ponder the next steps. Today should be the day when the urban population fled in large numbers, and this place would also welcome a wave of refugees. From now on it would no longer be quiet here. As Su-bai had envisioned after last night's disaster, the urban residents scattered in all directions at dawn. Those with hometowns returned there, those without headed to others' hometowns. In short, they simply refused to stay in the city any longer. It was far too dangerous. Tianbao Residential Community. It was the destination for only a fraction of people. Its remote location, neither too close nor too far from the urban area, meant they would be immediately informed of any official actions and could also receive welfare benefits. Relatively speaking, the danger here was lower than in the city. Not long after dawn, people gradually arrived at Tianbao Residential Community from the urban area. At the community entrance, a woman's piercing scream shattered the peaceful sky. A woman with trembling legs stared at the suitcase before her. She wore light makeup with curved eyebrows and eyes possessing the allure of a married woman. She stood 1.6 meters tall with a gentle and elegant temperament, embodying the refined style of a Jiangnan woman. In front of her was a large suitcase containing a mass of mangled flesh and blood with several broken bones exposing their stark whiteness. This was a human corpse. "Husband, I'm scared," the woman called out softly to the man beside her. The man was in his 40s with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and a hint of fear visible in his expression. "Don't be afraid, Yi. This was likely consumed by a mutant beast. It's daytime now, we have nothing to fear. Is this place also unsafe? Shouldn't we? There will be no safe places in these times. Our location is the best for now. Let's go in quickly. If any thugs appear, it would be troublesome." The two supported each other as they departed. Soon several more vehicles stopped there. "Burn it for me." A woman's voice lingered in the wind, and the caravan disappeared at the community entrance. Tianbao Residential Community gradually grew lively. Meanwhile, Su-bai also felt quite hot in his lakeside villa halfway up the hill. "It's so hot." Zhang Yunqi's voice came. "Would white stockings or black stockings look better? How about wearing both pairs?" An enchanting voice echoed from the bedroom, one sound after another like hypnotic melodies reaching his ears. Su-bai lifted his head, rose, and walked toward the bedroom. "I want to see what abilities you truly have." Entering the room, Su-bai barely suppressed a startled exclamation. In the soft lamplight, Zhang Yunqi lay sideways on the bed, covered with a white bedsheet, the plush mattress sinking slightly under her weight. Her youthful face was adorned with delicate, understated makeup. Her already stunning features, enhanced by the light cosmetics, resembled a flawless piece of fine jade. With willow leaf eyebrows, a cherry-like small mouth, and a beauty mark, she carried an extra hint of elegance. Her white blouse wrapped tightly around her upper body, her familiar voluptuous curves threatening to burst the two uppermost buttons at any moment. Her waist was as slender and supple as a willow branch, fair-skinned enough to tempt one's touch. Below she wore nothing. Her smooth, straight, bare legs were clad in a pair of stockings, one black, one white, like two beautiful serpents, alluring and seductive. A 6-centimeter silver-white high-heeled shoe dangled precariously from her right toes, while the other one hung loosely in her hand, resting against her chest. A faint fragrance also lingered in the room. Stepping inside, Su-bai's immediate impression was one of comfort, coziness, and temptation. This was a bower of tenderness. Su-bai silently composed himself, first taking a cursory glance at the rest of the room and finding nothing amiss. Nor did his instincts sound any alarm. "I'm so hot. Brother, could you come over and help me out?" Zhang Yunqi happened to speak at that moment, her soft, feeble voice, one Su-bai had never heard from her before. Su-bai raised his eyes to take in Zhang Yunqi's expression once more, then a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he walked over. "Come, let me see where you're hot." Before he could finish, Zhang Yunqi turned over and threw herself into Su-bai's arms. "Brother, this is my first time. Please be gentle." Soon the room was filled with alluring sounds. Here, 50,000 characters are omitted. Shi City, Fukang District. This area was part of an old neighborhood, once the heart of the downtown. The only two relatively new high-rises had been gradually constructed over the past few years, but due to steep housing prices, their occupancy rates remained low. The two buildings stood side by side, 16 stories tall, towering conspicuously over the surrounding 6- and 7-story structures like cranes among chickens. At this moment, 2 jeeps pulled up downstairs and 4 or 5 burly men got out, all large and imposing, carrying restricted knives with bloodstains here and there on their bodies. They unloaded cases of bottled water, bread, instant noodles, and canned meat from the vehicles, carrying them into the building. After 7 or 8 trips their haul was enough to feed more than a dozen people for 10 to 15 days. The iron gate at the stairwell was closed and locked again. Ignoring the elevator, the group headed up the stairs to the 9th floor. 2 sturdy young men sat at the stairwell entrance on that floor, greeting their returning companions with cheerful banter. "Lao Dao, you've made a great haul leading this squad. The big boss might just reward you with a maid. Come on, there are only 7. Whoever has the most merit gets one." "Ooh, I'm not even close." "Who said 7? I'll tell you secretly. The boss has set a rule. Any one of them who helps lure 4 of her best friends here, or one friend with a huge stash of food, can become a full member herself." Ha ha ha. Will the boss's approach actually work? Lao Dao, as he was called, froze for a moment. Of course it works. Inspiration struck someone. Remember those 2 girls yesterday afternoon? They brought plenty of food to exchange for money, got caught, and then managed to dupe 3 of their best friends into coming. They even tied one up and brought her back. Now by the boss's order, she's become a full member. The young man said, glancing with awe at the bloodstains on Lao Dao's group. "Hee, I'll go up to see the big boss now. The supplies are still downstairs." Lao Dao instinctively wiped the bloodstains on his body and smiled with a simple, honest-looking grin. Turning around, his smile vanished, his gaze turning icy. Lao Dao and his men climbed the stairs, and the young men at the stairwell, left with no one to talk to, suddenly yawned. In the room farthest from the stairwell on the 9th floor, a girl pressed herself against the window, faintly overhearing the conversation. "Qing Lan, Zhongman, both of you will die a horrible death." Bai Lingling was filled with despair. She had finally learned what her own future held. Since being tied up and brought here by her 2 roommates yesterday, she had been praying that these people were not bad men and would only take their food. However, after a full day and night of eavesdropping, she came to understand most of the situation. This was a criminal gang that had been running in packs even before the apocalypse, formerly enforcers under Empress Ling, who was known as the Emperor of the Underworld. They had carried out a series of violent acts for the construction company of the Empress's eldest daughter. They were violent and ruthless. It was said 2 of them had blood on their hands. One was Lao Dao, and the other was the man they called boss. She had prayed that the authorities would come to rescue them, but now it seemed too late. It was only the 2nd day, and these men were already turning them into commodities to be handed out as rewards. "Brother Su, I'm sorry. Linger has failed your trust, and can no longer go on living." Bai Lingling's face was resolute as she refused to let these villains take her body. She would rather die than submit. In the room, the sound of girls weeping came in fits and starts. Bai Lingling looked back, gazing at the women huddled in every corner, her heart filled with nothing but sorrow. They might not share her resolve. After all, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Unfortunately, these men wouldn't let them off easily. More likely than not, they would end up dying even more horribly than she. Bam! The door swung open. 2 girls, one plump, one lean, strode in. They glanced at Bai Lingling by the door, their acne-covered faces breaking into smiles like blooming chrysanthemums. "Oh, if it isn't our dear streamer Bai. Look how far you've fallen." Bai Lingling said nothing as she disdained to trade words with those 2 bitches. Now that they were smug and had become official members of the gang, even a beating for a single unpleasant word was the least she could expect. "Qing Lan, you'll die a horrible death." A girl of 15 or 16 rose to her feet in the room and cursed one of the ones who had been tricked, Qing Lan's best friend. Slap. The lean girl stepped forward and delivered a ruthless blow. The girl was about to strike back when she caught sight of the 2 burly men glaring fiercely from the doorway. She covered her face, instead pouting her lips in grievance, while cursing silently in her heart. "Bullying. All right, I'm here to tell you all one thing. Do you want to become official members like us?" Boss, who says as long as someone can find 2 girls to bring here, she can become a full member. 2 for 1, fair and square. The plump girl Zhang Man clapped her hands and announced the new directive. "There are only 4 slots. Our team doesn't need that many female members, so first come, first served. Becoming a female member means you'll be able to do whatever you want, just like us. For instance." Slap. Bai Lingling was struck. Without provocation, her face flushed with fury. She suppressed it with all her might, her eyes wide. "That's right. Here I can hit whoever I want, curse whoever I want. I can even withhold your meals, have you wash my feet, massage me, and serve me tea and water. If you don't become female members, you'll be maids. The choice is yours." Zhang Man swept her gaze across the room, saw the flicker of emotion in everyone's eyes, and smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Bai Lingling's suppressed frustration last, she smiled even more gleefully. "I hate your look. You're asking for a beating." Zhang Man then beat Bai Lingling without hesitation. Bai Lingling was knocked down, punched, and kicked, but she remained silent, refusing to yield. She even secretly pulled a small shard of mirror from her pocket. The burly man at the door acted as if he saw nothing. He glanced around, noticed that many girls had peculiar expressions on their faces, and spoke slowly. "Next, I'll be sitting by the door. Anyone willing to become one of us can come to me anytime. I'll use your phones to chat with certain people on your behalf." After these words, Bai Lingling, who was being beaten, froze. Her brows furrowed. She put away the mirror shard and slowly raised her hand. "I'm willing." As soon as she said that, the man smiled, stepped forward, and grabbed Zhang Man's hand. "Come on, out with you. Remember, don't deceive me, or you'll get even more beatings." Bai Lingling rose to her feet, rubbed her aching body, and followed the man out. A few minutes later, under his supervision, she sent a message on a social app to a contact labeled "The Best You." Sister Subai, I hope this message finds you well. The apocalypse has come, and the situation is chaotic. If you haven't found your footing yet, you can come to Fukong District Building B of the new tower 9th floor and find me. I'll keep you safe. I hope you stay safe, healthy, and happy. Linger has stockpiled a lot of supplies, enough to last a long, long time. You can bring all the other sisters here too. After sending the message, Bai Lingling's eyes brimmed with tears. It was both her farewell words and a plea for rescue. Drip. In the bedroom, the phone rang. Su Bai's eyes snapped open as he sat up abruptly, pushing Zhang Yunxi, who had been pressed close against him, aside. Yesterday had not been Zhang Yunxi's scheme after all, which diminished much of Su Bai's hostility toward her. Just having awakened, Su Bai sensed that the power within his body had grown stronger, and certain aspects had become more formidable. Is this truly unlimited evolution? The infinite body is truly exhilarating, growing stronger simply by sleeping. A smile crossed Su Bai's face as he picked up his phone, though his gaze swiftly turned ice cold. Bai Lingling was in danger. Logically speaking, after his earlier warnings, she should have been safe and sound unless misfortune had led her straight into the path of some fierce beast. Brother, you're awake. Sheer was thinking. Zhang Yunxi stirred from her sleep, awakened by Su Bai's push. Her expression was demure and obedient, as if being pushed away was of no consequence. Be quiet. Su Bai frowned, irritated by Zhang Yunxi disrupting his thoughts. Oh. Zhang Yunxi nodded without taking offense. She glanced at Su Bai's phone, and a contemplative flicker passed through her beautiful eyes. Bai Lingling must be in trouble. Most likely she's been kidnapped. Zhang Yunxi whispered. Su Bai glanced at her. You're quite clever. But when did you come to know Bai Lingling? He did not doubt Zhang Yunxi's intelligence. A woman of loose morals has a character flaw, not an intelligence one. On the contrary, such women often possessed high emotional intelligence and considerable intellect. What puzzled Su Bai was that his contact name for Bai Lingling was Junior. Yet Zhang Yunxi somehow knew it was Bai Lingling. Could this be a conspiracy? The reason I know her is because you told me yourself, brother. I remember once looking through your phone contacts and social media friends, and you personally told me about each one. You explained every single contact. Zhang Yunxi added. Su Bai recalled in silence. It matched exactly what she said. No problem there. Yes, I remember now. I did tell you myself. Su Bai nodded, then his thoughts returned to Bai Lingling's situation. Evidently, this was a hidden distress signal, a message sent under the watchful eyes of the kidnappers. It carried a wealth of concealed information within. First, this criminal gang was targeting women. The message's surface meaning was merely bait to lure victims. Second, Bai Lingling was warning him that there were many of them. Third, the most direct blessing. In a distress message, it was essentially a farewell. She was telling him to know his limits, that if he could not save her, he should not take the risk. The authorities were currently overwhelmed with their own troubles. If Su Bai were merely an ordinary person, he truly would have few options. Tell me, should I go? Su Bai's eyes gleamed as he turned, reaching out to pat Zhang Yunxi's elastic backside. MMPH, be gentle, it hurts. Zhang Yunxi bit her lip, faintly casting a bewitching glance at Su Bai as she said with a knowing smile, I advise against going. The situation is unclear. This message appears to be bait on the surface, but is secretly a cry for help. What if in truth this is merely a trap? With people already captured, subjected to torture and humiliation, who can guarantee they wouldn't harm others to save themselves? If she were using this subtle method of warning to gain your trust, and tricked you into actually going, there might be 7 or 8 gun barrels aimed straight at you. Even if it's not a trap, Zhang Yunxi paused, observing that Su Bai's expression remained unchanged before continuing, I still don't recommend it. Your relationship hasn't reached the point of sharing life and death. Besides parents and grandparents, including myself, no one is worth such sacrifice. With the world in such chaos and apocalyptic landscape, selfishness is the wisest course. Survival matters more than anything. Zhang Yunxi's tone was resolute, choosing the optimal strategy from Su Bai's standpoint. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. The moment her words fell, she seemed to think of something and added, I'm not being jealous on purpose, trying to stop you from saving her. It's genuinely dangerous, not worth the risk. Su Bai gazed at Zhang Yunxi thoughtfully, for the first time acknowledging her. What she said was selfish, yet it was sound advice. It aligned with his safety, but not with hers. If he could abandon Bai Lingling this time, he could abandon her next time. This did not serve her own interests. If I don't go check this time, aren't you afraid I'll abandon you the next time I encounter danger? Su Bai voiced this thought as it came, watching Zhang Yunxi's eyes for any reaction. I am afraid. Zhang Yunxi answered without hesitation, then said, but I am different from Bai Lingling. I will be eternally loyal to you. She will not. I trust that when that day comes, you will make the wiser choice. Su Bai calmly withdrew his gaze, finding no trace of deception in her expression. She spoke with genuine sincerity, earnest in her conviction, even more believing in him than he believed in himself. In his heart, he began to accept Zhang Yunxi. If tonight's prophecy showed that her actions matched her words, he would not hesitate to shelter her for the rest of her life. Those loyal to him deserve forgiveness for all. I look forward to your performance. Su Bai stroked Zhang Yunxi's sensuous chin and smiled. This time I will go out. Su Bai spoke with hidden meaning. She was kind to me before, and I remember her kindness. In his memories the two of them had always gotten along well. After transmigrating, she was the only one who had offered him comfort. This debt, though not heavy, deserved repayment. Helping her within his means twice over was hardly a burden. At most a bunch of minor thugs. With his current abilities this outing would be no more than a stroll. It also served to show Zhang Yunxi that he would never abandon any of his own people. Since she has shown you kindness regardless of its magnitude, if you choose to help it is her fortune. Zhang Yunxi changed her tune. She understood that as an evolver with precise marksmanship proven in that video, this journey carried risk, but posed no real threat. Brother, I want to come along. More people mean more eyes. We can watch each other's backs and catch what the other misses. Zhang Yunxi offered to accompany him voluntarily. Here she played a subtle trick. Affection is always built one moment at a time. This trip would most likely be without danger since Su Bai was an evolver. So going along and deepening their bond would be a sweet deal. If any special circumstances arose, having already committed to Su Bai, she could lend whatever help was needed. Su Bai touched Zhang Yunxi's fair, tender cheek, studying her for 2 seconds before saying, "Very well, let's go together. Go change your clothes first, then we'll depart." The two dressed themselves properly. Su Bai threw on whatever was convenient, a t-shirt and jeans, neat and clean, his handsome face radiating vitality. On the surface, he looked like the kind of campus heartthrob every university had. Zhang Yunxi rummaged through the villa's wardrobe and pulled out a pure white blouse. Clad in it, her curves were exquisite, her silhouette elegant. Below she wore a colored short skirt, her long straight bare legs adorned only by white cotton socks, her pale jade feet slipped into a pair of blue and white flats. Despite this simple attire, her breathtaking beauty and flawless figure made her appear utterly captivating. Not long after her first night of intimacy, walking toward the door, she moved somewhat awkwardly. With every few steps a flush would rise to her cheeks, an involuntary smile tugging at her lips. The once innocent-looking girl now carried a hint of a married woman's allure. At a leisurely pace they reached the entrance. The door already open, Su Bai sat on the small electric scooter, gazing toward the northwest, his brow furrowed. Zhang Yunxi climbed on behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Following his line of sight, curiously, she could only see a villa perched on slightly higher ground. Nothing unusual. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's go." Su Bai turned away. He had merely felt someone watching, though there was nothing specifically amiss. The electric scooter roared to life. As it picked up speed, he felt something press against his back, a gentle bumping sensation like a massage. Just as Su Bai rode away on his electric bike, a plump young girl's face suddenly popped up on the open-air balcony of the second floor of the villa Su Bai had been gazing at. She took out a pair of binoculars and observed carefully. After confirming Su Bai and the others had departed, she promptly stood up. The girl, clad in a Lolita dress and tiny leather shoes, hurried back into the villa. "Mom, I discovered a huge secret. That evolver lives here, on the 3rd floor of the villa, in a small reception room." Ling Yuding was discussing matters with an elderly man in his 60s when she suddenly heard her daughter's call. She furrowed her brows, assuming it was just another trivial matter. But upon hearing the latter half, Ling Yuding's expression shifted subtly. A flash of astonishment crossed her cold and aloof face before vanishing in an instant. She instinctively rose to her feet and turned toward the door. She wore an apricot-colored suit, its custom fabric exuding luxury. Beneath it, a white dress fell to mid-thigh, revealing slender porcelain legs sheathed in sheer stockings. Her aura was elegant and refined, utterly free of vulgarity. On her feet, a pair of black and red bottom high heels further elongated the lines of her legs. Ling Yuding was like a crimson rose, captivating, yet dignified, sensual, yet graceful. The phrase, peerlessly radiant, perfectly embodied her. It seemed Li Ningxue was taking too long, unsettling her composure. She composed herself and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The elderly man across from her lingered his gaze upon Ling Yuding, his eyes concealing a veiled desire. This titan, renowned throughout the industry, was the dream of countless men. That figure, that aura. He'd gladly trade 3 years of his life for a single night. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Reluctantly pulling his gaze away from Ling Yuding, the elderly man turned his head. Seeing Li Ningxue panting, her chest heaving, his eyes widened instantly. Especially when he recalled the underground empress he had once dared not provoke standing right beside him, a strange fervor surged within him. "Mom, guess who I saw?" The girl's first words upon entering were a question, completely ignoring the elderly man as though he were invisible. "Ningxue, go greet Elder Lei first." Ling Yuding's voice was gentle. Rather than pressing her questions, she gestured toward the elderly man seated on the sofa. "Hello, Uncle Lei." Li Ningxue paused, then curtsied obediently to the old man with a bright smile. The elderly man nodded with a smile, his voice raspy as he replied, "The last time we met you were just a little girl. Who would have thought you've grown so much? By the way, I just heard Ningxue mentioning the evolver. You found that trending evolver, haven't you? Living here?" Elder Lei seemed genuinely concerned about this matter. Ling Yuding's gaze turned cold. After noticing Li Ningxue's expectant look, she gave a slight nod. "Ningxue, there's no one here but family. Tell us where you saw him, and whether you might have mistaken someone." Mom, remember when I told you last time watching that video that this person looked familiar? I just realized. He's the guy who walked away from the car accident we witnessed the other day on the street. I remembered him. He was so annoying. I'd already finished investigating and was about to apprehend him when he escaped. What infuriates me most? I was bored just now and saw his photograph in the neighboring villa. He must have lived here before. Li Ningxue spoke half in jest, her expression deeply indignant. A flicker of disappointment crossed Elder Lei's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he glanced at his phone, then turned to Ling Yuding and said, President Ling, the supplies my people delivered have arrived. When will you honor the terms you promised? You want my eldest daughter to spend 7 days with you. I'll have her come down right now. While dialing her phone, Ling Yuding nodded to Elder Lei. With confirmation of receipt in hand, a smile appeared between her brows. Her crimson lips parted, uttering a single word. Kill. Bang. 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 Gunfire erupted from the villa compound. Elder Lei, who had been fantasizing about 7 days of pleasure, was instantly struck with terror. Ling Yuding, what do you think you're doing? Ling Yuding cast a contemptuous glance at Elder Lei and spoke in a chilling tone. You want my daughter's companionship? Easy. Conquer me first. Once you conquer me, both my children will be yours for the taking. Unfortunately, I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. You lack both means and strength. Do not harbor idle fantasies, for you have sealed your own fate. She turned and walked to the window, standing tall and proud. The silhouette she left behind radiated not a single ounce of warmth. You've broken your word, Ling Yuding. You're destroying your own reputation. No one will ever do business with you again. Elder Lei grew desperate. He had abundant wealth, food, and supplies. Everything he needed. He could live in opulence. He truly did not wish to die. You dirty scoundrel. I heard you were eyeing my daughter. Li Ningxuang descended from the second floor. She wore a sharp business suit similar to Ling Yuding's, with one exception, black stockings. In her hand, she held a black pistol, aiming directly at Elder Lei's head. Old man, shall I give you a hand job? Li Ningxuang's face was icy. The mere thought of her previous verbal agreement with this old man made her want to retch. I don't want it. I don't want your hand job anymore. Elder Lei's face contorted in horror as he frantically shook his head. President Ling Lei Kun's men have been dealt with. You may handle him now. Ling Yuding's phone voice came through the speaker loud enough for all to hear. The last shred of hope in Elder Lei's heart shattered. He had brought more than 20 men, and they were all dead. Boss Lei, don't say I haven't honored my promises. I said my younger daughter would accompany you for 7 days, and I always keep my word. Without turning around, Ling Yuding's voice drifted into the hall on the evening breeze. A glimmer of hope flickered across Elder Lei's despairing face. Though he knew he could not survive if he could share one final night with Li Ningxuang before death, it would not have been entirely in vain. Unfortunately, Elder Lei instinctively glanced at Ling Yuding's voluptuous figure and swallowed hard. You dead old fool, still letting your imagination run wild. I'll kick you to death. Li Ningxue noticed the old man's lecherous stare, her short temper flaring instantly. She delivered a vicious kick with her leather shoe right between his legs. Oh. Ling Yuding, you didn't keep your word. Bullshit. I always keep my word. Ling Yuding spun around abruptly, her expression eerily calm. A sinister smile spread across her breathtakingly beautiful face. I'll break every bone in your body. Let my sister take care of you properly. Salt will be applied to your wounds daily, and you'll be served tea and water. Chilly water or salt water. You choose one to drink each day. 7 days, just as you said. Don't you dare give up on living. Ling Yuding smiled and departed. Outside the door, 2 burly men armed with baseball bats barged in. Li Ningxuang picked up a cup of tea and quietly watched. Li Ningxue covered her mouth and ran out. The room filled with agonized screams. Mom, I just lied to him. That evolver is in our neighboring villa, only about 700 or 800 meters away. Is that so? Let me think carefully about how to subdue him. An evolver. Rather interesting. Su Bai had no idea that right after he left, a gunfight erupted in the villa compound. This scene was absent from his prophecy technique vision. He had unknowingly altered something long ago. Su Bai did not concern himself with such matters. After nearly 40 minutes of travel crossing through half the lifeless city, he arrived at the Fukong district. Upon his arrival, he happened to witness 4 burly men dragging a man and a woman toward the stairs. The man appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s, covered in wounds with his limbs bound completely immobile. The girl was about 17 or 18, her clothes torn to shreds. The two were hauled up the stairs, each step punctuated by their pained wails. They really are a gang of ruthless villains. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. You'd better pray Bailing Ling is unharmed. Otherwise, you'll all die. Time was of the essence, and Bai Lingling's fate remained unknown, so Su Bai wasted no time. Leaving Zhang Yunxi where she was, he followed the 4 kidnappers upstairs. Zhang Yunxi ducked around the corner of the neighboring building and secretly scanned the surroundings for Su Bai. Her phone was still connected to his, as she kept him posted. She looked left and right, but found no one lying in wait. For now, she ruled out the possibility of a coordinated trap aimed at Su Bai. No anomalies. She whispered into the phone. Having used his spatial ability to spirit away the door lock, Su Bai caught the faint sound from the phone in his pocket and nodded. He had believed from the start that Bai Lingling would never deceive him, so Zhang Yunxi's caution was wasted effort. But when the answer came, he was still deeply satisfied. He hadn't misjudged her. She was just a little foolish she had supplies, yet still got captured. Pushing open the door, he entered the stairwell. 2 elevators stood on the left. Subai glanced at them. They had been shut down, which explained why the gang had taken the stairs. Further left past the elevators lay a dimly lit stairway. The steps were neither too high nor too low, and faint red bloodstains streaked the floor. Reaching the second floor by the stairs, Subai cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A thin layer of dust covered the floor. No one had swept it in days. The building had an excellent layout. Exiting the stairwell, the elevators were immediately on the left, and ahead of the elevator entrance the corridor branched left and right. There were 2 apartments on each side, all with doors and windows shut tight. The farthest unit was roughly 10 meters from the elevator entrance. The corridor was narrow with a railing over a meter high on one side, revealing the open ground below. No one was there. Brother Suai just saw a room on the 7th floor flicker. They might all be staying on the 7th floor or above. The higher up they are, the safer they are from the mutant beasts that come out at night. The higher they stay, the less likely those beasts are to notice them. Zhang Yunxi's voice came through the phone. She had spotted this detail from outside. Good. Subai took 2 rifles out of his spatial storage, slinging one over his shoulder and holding the other. He didn't know whether these men were armed, so caution was the wise choice. As he climbed the stairs, a major incident was unfolding in the room, whereby Lingling and the others were held. Bang! A bald head was slammed against the wall. Hu Xiang's eyes blazed with fury, his face a portrait of bitter disappointment. Boss, I was wrong. I had no choice. It was just his bad luck to show up right in the middle of our operation. If I hadn't caught him, all of us would have been done for. The bald man spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and couldn't help glancing toward the middle-aged man in the corner. Beside him, a young girl was tending to his wounds. The girl was also injured, her face bruised and swollen, but her life was not in danger. Nearby stood the young women and married women the gang had captured. All young and pretty, each with her own distinct figure, a striking collection of beauties by any standard. At that moment their faces were full of fear and unease as they looked at the man and the girl, unable to bear the sight. Can't you grow a goddamn brain? You dared to seize a patrol squad member. The authorities might choose to ignore us, but that doesn't mean they aren't capable of reining us in. Hu Xiang had rushed downstairs after receiving word from his men. Right now he wished he could kill the bald man with his own hands. Today's incident had blown up. All the members had come over and were standing at the door watching him handle it. These were brothers who had followed him since before the apocalypse, and the bald man had been among the earliest. He couldn't wound his brothers' hearts. If you'd made your move at night, the authorities might not have cared. Being devoured or mauled to death by mutant beasts would have been seen as normal. But in broad daylight under the open sky you still dared. Furious, Hu Xiang slammed a punch into the bald man's chest, making him wince and grunt twice. Boss, I don't think it's a big deal. The authorities don't have time to bother about whether some nobody lives or dies. One of the bald man's close friends at the door tried to intercede. You don't understand. Frowning, Hu Xiang let go of the bald man for the moment and explained it has nothing to do with whether he's a nobody. If a patrol squad member goes missing in broad daylight, it must be man-made. If the authorities don't look into it, the morale of their squad will fall apart. Once morale falls apart, do you think the team will still be easy to lead? If you were the authorities, wouldn't you think someone was provoking you? Wouldn't you suspect competitors of sabotaging you behind your back? And if they found out we were the ones behind it, we would be made an example of. As Hu Xiang spoke, even these thugs who usually understood no grand principles finally got the point. If they were in charge, they would never let a group like theirs get away. Since things have come to this, our only option is to clean up the mess. First, this man has to die. He cannot be left alive. Second, Lao Dao, prepare some tools. When we retreat, we'll do something to his corpse to keep the authorities from tracing it back to us. Third, pack up and get ready to move. Hu Xiang issued the 3 orders in succession, his face full of savagery. The authorities are human, not gods. As long as we prepare thoroughly, I refuse to believe they can find us. This is the apocalypse, not the old days. We still have sharp weapons in our hands. Hu Xiang drew the pistol from his waist and raised it high. In the corner, listening to the bandit leader's words, the young girl was crying uncontrollably. Her father was going to die. She was doomed to become these men's plaything. The middle-aged man reached out and patted her hand, encouragement shining in his eyes as his lips moved silently. Keep fighting to live. You must survive. There was no fear of death or sorrow in the middle-aged man's eyes. Instead, they were full of apology. He should never have brought his daughter along to meddle in other people's business. He had no real ability and had only made Xiaoling suffer along with him. Every wound on his daughter's body pierced him with guilt. Bai Lingling stood at the most inconspicuous spot by the restroom door, taking it all in. The father and daughter were in imminent danger, but how much better off were the rest of them? If the gang fled with the women, mere burdens, be safe. Each of you take a blade and kill him first. Hu Xiang spoke again, forcing everyone to offer their loyalty pledge. The crowd wore different expressions. Many of them had only been scraping by, and the sole reason they followed Hu Xiang was the benefits. Now they were being asked to become fugitives and murder a patrol squad member. They didn't dare. I'll go first. Seeing no way out, the bald man pulled a dagger from his waist, advanced 2 steps, and kicked aside the girl blocking his way. With a wet thud, a bloody hole was stabbed into the middle-aged man's thigh. His face went white with pain, but he uttered no sound. Instead, his gaze was full of worry for the girl who had been kicked away. At that moment, she looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. The man forced a smile, signaling to his daughter not to worry. The girl knew her father couldn't escape today. How tears filled her eyes. The bald man had delivered the first blow, yet no one stepped up to take his place. Huxiang spoke up, right on cue. I know you all have misgivings, but we brothers should stand together. Baldy made a mistake, so we must shoulder the consequences together. Of course, when there's hardship, we share it. When there's fortune, we share it too. I'm announcing right here, whoever takes a stab gets an equal share of the food, an equal share of the women, and an equal share of everything. Share fortune, share hardship. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The bandits' eyes brightened, and their gazes unconsciously fell upon the girls. The girls felt a chill run through their bodies and trembled involuntarily. Their fates had been decided. Huxiang silently calculated if they all handed in their blood pledges, it would mean they were bound to him, to live and die together. With these men, he could recruit even more capable men and expand step by step. One day, he too would have the chance to become a great man. Food and beautiful women didn't matter. In the apocalypse, people mattered most. In the corner, the little girl stubbornly shielded her father, only to be kicked away once more by the bald man. She crawled over. He kicked her away. She crawled over. He kicked her away. The bald man grew annoyed. Looking at the girl who was practically inviting death, a sinister smile crept across his ferocious face. You want to stop me? I'll give you that chance. Make me feel good, and maybe we'll be merciful and let both of you go. The bald man slowly unbuckled his belt. Numbly, the little girl raised her head, glanced at her father, whose fury and anxiety were overwhelming him, ignored his soundlessly moving lips, and crawled forward on all fours. With every move, her whole body trembled. She was badly wounded, only sheer obsession kept her going. Ooh, I wanted to. With a strange howl, a bandit stepped forward, brandishing a knife, his face twisted with cruelty. Death is no big deal. If I live, I'll live for ages. I'm willing to follow you, boss, through fire and water without the slightest hesitation. I want her. Walking toward the captured patrol squad member, he pointed at Bai Lingling by the restroom door. Even in hiding, she stood out like a crane among chickens, drawing the men's instinctive gazes. Bai Lingling's face turned pale, and her hand involuntarily tightened around the mirror shard. He hadn't come. Perhaps that was for the best. She hoped he would live on safe and sound. The moment that man moved, the others could no longer restrain themselves. With so many young and beautiful girls before them who hadn't set his heart on one, all they had to do was stab someone, and the spoils would be theirs. Having bottled up their desires for days, they couldn't hold back any longer. At once, men stepped out one after another. All the girls wore expressions of utter despair. The illusion they had clung to in their hearts finally shattered. Unless God himself came down, no one could save them now. Seeing the scene before him, Huxiang couldn't help but smile. Although he had lost a group of young and beautiful women, he had gained the loyalty of his subordinates. Don't come over. Don't touch my father. Gazing at the group of villains advancing with knives drawn toward the middle-aged man, the little girl let out a heart-rending scream. Who will save us? Sisters, please help us. My father is the patrol squad leader. He will surely reward you. I only have my father as my only family now. I cannot lose him. The little girl's cries fell on deaf ears. They were each struggling to save themselves, no better off than clay idols crossing a river. The bald man deliberately paused beside the little girl, crossing his arms with a sneer. Little one, there's no saving your father. I'll give you a choice. If you please me, I might grant your wish and give him medicine. Perhaps he'll survive. Ha! Beside her, Bai Lingling ground her teeth in hatred. With each blow that man dealt, there would be no hope. Not even a deity could save him now. That bald man was simply torturing the child's hopes. Scum. Villain. Inhumane. Each insult hardened her resolve as she locked onto the young man who had singled her out. Whip. The young man drove his blade into the middle-aged man's other thigh as a demonstration of loyalty, then lifted his gaze toward Bai Lingling with desire flickering in his eyes and a sinister smile playing across his lips. Jajage beauty, I'm coming. Bai Lingling retrieved a jagged shard of mirror from her pocket, her eyes filled with both fear and murderous intent. Let us perish together, you bastards. She would never submit to their cruelty. Bang! A gunshot shattered the air, echoing to the heavens. Everyone present was stunned. Huxiang's expression darkened violently. He drew a pistol from his waist and retreated toward the small room. It's over. The patrol force must have arrived. Not only did Huxiang think so, every villain in the room shared the same belief. Nearly half of them raised their hands without looking back and surrendered. A small portion took cover and peered out the window. The imprisoned girls suddenly burst into smiles, their spirits soaring. The patrol force had come to rescue them. Not a single one of these thugs would escape. A faint smile appeared on the little girl's face, though twisted by pain. She walked toward her wounded father with deep concern. Father, the authorities have come for us. We're saved. Bai Lingling exhaled in relief. The constant pressure lifted entirely. She had survived. At the entrance, 4 men who had been torn over whether to align themselves with Huxiang yielded first. Only after securing their own safety did they find the courage to look back. That single glance revealed everything. Surprise, anger, vigilance, suspicion. All kinds of emotions surfaced on their faces. The newcomer was not patrol force personnel, or at least did not resemble them. Dressed in civilian clothes appearing barely 20 years old, he could easily pass for a student were it not for the rifle slung across his back and pistol in hand. His appearance was unmistakably that of a college student, young and unassuming. Who are you? Daring to intrude on our peace society territory? Don't think for a moment that picking up a patrol squad gun gives you the right to run wild. If you don't explain yourself, be careful. You won't leave this building alive today. One man spoke with vicious intensity, clearly underestimating Subai. As long as it was the patrol force, this would be straightforward. While the opponents had firearms, they did too. Before the apocalypse, they had followed Sister Shuang's orders to purchase a cache of weapons from another province. It was with these black market rifles that they dared to break free from the Ling family the moment the apocalypse struck. Overwhelming numbers and firepower meant this young man had no escape. Hearing his companions question the Peace Society members hiding outside, suddenly realized he was not patrol force personnel, nor any official authority. In that instant, every member's eyes blazed with ferocity. Those with guns drew their weapons, others grabbed knives. If it wasn't the patrol force, who had they to fear? Hu Xiang emerged from the room with a dark expression. Damn it. If this wasn't the patrol force, how dare you be so arrogant? The girls' joyful expressions froze in place, their emotions swinging like a roller coaster, pushing them to the brink of collapse. Only Bai Lingling wore a look of worry. Could it be him? He's so foolish. This is beyond rescue. Why did he have to come? She simultaneously hoped he hadn't come, yet found herself hoping desperately that he was the one standing outside. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I've taken an interest in the supplies you've plundered. You're already surrounded by me. I'm in a good mood today, so if you lay down your weapons and surrender, I'll spare your lives. A familiar voice reached from outside the door. Bai Lingling could no longer contain herself. Tears of joy and worry flooded her face in a strange, painful mixture. You're alone. Hu Xiang stepped out of the room, his eyes fixing on the young man in the corridor outside. Rage boiled within him, though he masked it with calm composure as he asked. While Hu Xiang spoke, several Peace Society members lurked behind the door with their weapons drawn, awaiting their leader's command. From his position, 10 meters away at the stairwell, Su Bai sensed someone hiding just behind that door. The narrow corridor gave Su Bai the advantage. He could move freely at the stairwell entrance while his opponents were trapped with poor positioning. Numbers meant nothing here. And that was without considering Su Bai's superior physical conditioning. It was overwhelming. To him, there was more than enough time to kill them all before they could even raise their weapons. Their reaction speeds were in completely different leagues. Su Bai's confidence bordered on recklessness as he exposed himself openly, yet he remained far from arrogant. His rifle barrel stayed trained on them from concealment. He could take cover behind the wall at a moment's notice. If not for the risk of them desperation lashing out and killing their hostages, Su Bai would have already opened fire. He was ultimately here to rescue someone. Bai Lingling remained their captive. Whether I come alone or not is irrelevant. I've taken a fancy to your supplies and I want your weapons. Tell me what you propose. Su Bai silently powered down his phone. Certain matters were best kept from Zhang Yunxi until she had proven herself worthy. His words deliberately masked his true intention to rescue someone. From behind the door, a young thug grinned wickedly before suddenly extending his weapon with both hands. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Su Bai's muzzle still smoked as the thug collapsed dead from a headshot, crumpling heavily to the ground. TSK tisk, does anyone else wish to test my aim? Su Bai wore a calm smile, as everyone instinctively avoided his gaze. He didn't so much as glance at the fallen thug, as if the man were nothing more than livestock, dead and forgotten. In the corridor, Hu Xiang and his men grew restless with unease. That marksmanship, those reflexes. Their man had struck first, yet fell in an instant. They were utterly defenseless against such precision. For a moment nobody dared move, terrified of provoking another shot. Brother, we're willing to surrender. We speak for ourselves. Hu Xiang stared at the door just meters away, but couldn't bring himself to move. He shouted his surrender, choosing retreat over confrontation. He knew better than to challenge someone armed at this moment. Oh! A girl's scream erupted from within the room, and moments later 2 girls were thrown forward, positioned directly in front of the others as human shields. Hu Xiang reacted swiftly, discarding his earlier words of surrender. He seized the girl to use as a shield, drawing his weapon and aiming at the hostage, while shouting loudly. Don't fire. Consider these hostages, they're all still young. If you shoot, neither of them survives. You'd be murdering innocent people. Don't your conscience bother you at all? The girl held in front trembled with desperate screams, terrified Su Bai would pull the trigger. Oh! Another wave of screams erupted as 7 or 8 more women were shoved into the corridor within seconds, forming a living barrier that blocked the narrow space. Stay still, or I'll shoot you on the spot. Hu Xiang roared, firing a single shot that pierced the girl's chest, a fatal wound delivered instantly. The demonstration silenced the girls on the spot. Please don't shoot. Don't shoot, I want to live, the women begged. Don't beg me, beg him instead. If he fires, you all die. Hu Xiang remained composed, using the moment to gauge Su Bai's willingness to harm his hostages. Meanwhile, several seasoned thugs smoothly drew their weapons, positioning themselves behind the women as a protective screen while preparing to counterattack. Brother, these people will kill us. You absolutely must not fire. We're innocent, we just want to survive. Brother, please don't shoot at them. They have numbers on their side and will definitely kill us. We don't want to die. Save me, my son is waiting for me to come home. He's starving to death. Well, if you fire and survive, we will report you to the patrol force. You're committing a crime, breaking the law. Leave now and none of this will happen to us. That's right. You need to listen to them. Don't fire, lower your weapon. As long as you pose no threat, they won't use us as human shields anymore. Put down the gun, put it down. The women turned their heads and threatened Su Bai directly. They wouldn't dare refuse the thugs or resist them in any way. Yet they mustered the courage to threaten Su Bai, the man who had slain their kind. That was absurd. Outside the door stood one group of villains, while behind it lurked another, both watching with predatory anticipation to see what Su Bai would choose. At the same time, two men silently took aim at Su Bai on Hu Xiang's signal, but the human wall between them blocked both sides' line of sight, preventing either from finding a clear shot. Throughout the entire confrontation, Su Bai remained silent. He shifted 2 steps forward, partially concealing himself behind the corridor, while his expression eerily calm. The scene mirrored a classic police thriller, with the protagonist and antagonist locked in tension. It was almost amusing. Surely they didn't believe a human shield would save them. They couldn't possibly think he was some heroic figure, could they? These girls, surely they don't imagine him to be a kind man who can be easily bullied. Hu Xiang called out again. Brother, as long as you put down your gun, we'll let bygones be bygones, and we'll release all these girls. But brother, if you don't put down your gun, we're afraid of your marksmanship, so we'll have to find someone to take down with us. After all, we're dead men either way. Kill one, and we break even. To show our sincerity, we'll put down our guns first. After Hu Xiang spoke, the Peace Society members in the corridor exchanged smiles and lowered their weapons. Su Bai's indifferent demeanor led Hu Xiang to believe he was worried about the hostages' safety, which made Hu Xiang waste no time in exploiting them. He was exceptionally skilled at this. It was precisely such tactics that had kept him alive. Slowly boiling the frog in warm water. If Su Bai put down his gun, Hu Xiang would continue finding excuses to make him surrender. Retreat, one step, retreat, every step. Hostages in hand, the world is mine. This was a battle he was destined to win. Inside the room, the young woman fell silent. She glanced at her dying father beside her and said nothing. She knew exactly how these people operated. Once Su Bai put down his gun, he would surely die. She did not warn him. Words of good advice are wasted on those doomed to die. If he were truly foolish, he would not listen to her anyway. Her end was death, and so was his. If he were clever, she even more so could not speak. If she opened her mouth to warn him and the hostage tactic failed, she would become the scapegoat and face certain death. There had been a sliver of hope for survival, but once she spoke, death would be absolute. Bai Lingling closed her eyes, making herself look just like the other girls, silently praying for Su Bai in her heart. She had no confidence in Su Bai. He was fine in every way, likable and charming, but he had one fatal flaw. He was a hopeless romantic with a soft heart. He would most likely fall for this trick. Was there any way to help him? What if she made the first move? If she died, perhaps he would no longer surrender. That was it. Bai Lingling's eyes snapped open. She pulled out the mirror shard again, and quickly swept it across the room, searching for a target. Just as Bai Lingling steeled her resolve, Hu Xiang outside the door grew impatient and began to escalate the pressure. Brother, do you really want to burn the bridge and break the net? Do you really want so many young and beautiful girls to be buried with you? Some of them are the only daughters of their families, some are mothers of children. If you get them killed, it's as good as destroying countless families. Hearing this, the girls grew even more anxious. None of them wanted to die. Their kidnappers had already taken the initiative to back down, yet the man who came to rescue them refused to budge. How could they not be desperate? Listen to your big sister, put down the gun. Don't break the law. The patrols will shoot you on sight now. Just obediently put down the gun. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone walked away safely? Little brother, just put the gun down. They've promised to let us go. Yeah, you're a little hero, but trading fire with them isn't worth it. Peaceful coexistence is the best. They've backed off, so little brother, you back off too. Wouldn't it be better if everyone got along fine? Listening to the crowd's persuasion outside, Bai Lingling knew time was running out. Su Bai had a soft temperament, he simply could not refuse pleas. Her eyes locked onto the vicious bandit not far ahead, and she slowly crept closer. Bang! A gunshot rang out. All the chatter in the room abruptly ceased. Hey, you people jabbering on and on are really annoying. Could you just shut up? Su Bai swept the scene with an icy glare, rubbed his ear, and looked thoroughly irritated. Bai Lingling was not here. She should be inside the room. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Don't believe me. I'll kill a hostage right now. Hu Xiang flew into a rage, raised his gun, and aimed at a girl. If you don't put down your gun now, I'll take it that you refuse to coexist peacefully. Don't blame me. Blame him for being unwilling to coexist peacefully, Hu Xiang said to the girl in his sights with a tone of extreme regret. No, please don't shoot. Let me talk to him. Give me a chance. The girl was in her early 20s with an exquisite face. After she spoke, Hu Xiang gave no reaction. She immediately turned around, her terrified expression twisting into fury, and shouted at Subai, "Are you trying to get me killed? Can't you just back off? You're forcing him to kill. If I die, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." The girl spat out in rage. Subai watched coldly, not lowering his gun. Instead, he raised the muzzle. "You've been talking nonstop, so you must be the leader. If you want to kill, then kill. Stop wasting words. My gun is aimed right at you now. Kill a few hostages, and let me watch." Bang. A member of the Peace Society was shot in the head and collapsed heavily. He had just squeezed through a gap in the human wall, craning his neck to sneak an attack on Subai, only to be beaten to it. One shot right between the eyes. Subai's marksmanship was growing increasingly skilled and precise, hitting whatever he aimed at without fail. "Aya!" All the girls shrieked. That bullet seemed to shatter every last illusion. "I said I want guns and supplies. I never said I wanted dead weight or women." Subai sneered. "Anyone who isn't afraid of death can come try. Let's see if you're faster or I am." Bang, bang. Huxiang shot 2 hostages dead, glaring fiercely at Subai's expression. He refused to believe that in an era like this anyone could remain unmoved by deaths caused because of themselves. He must be putting on a brave front. He definitely was. Yet Huxiang was disappointed. He found not a single trace of unease on Subai's face. A hostage died, so what? It truly had nothing to do with Subai at all. "Throw 2 more out. I'll keep killing." Huxiang refused to accept it and shouted toward the room. Amid frantic chaos, 4 or 5 girls were shoved out. Among them, Bai Lingling was still absent. "Help! I don't want to die. While my husband is still waiting for me." Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out. The girls' screams came to an abrupt end. Beauty withering souls extinguished. The human wall of girls in the corridor trembled, uncontrollably terrified that Huxiang would go on a killing spree. Subai did not move. He glanced at the girl who had been shot, expressionless. It wasn't him who killed her. Bang. Subai's eyes sharpened. As the human wall shifted in panic, he found an angle, fired, and the bullet struck a bandit square in the chest. The man collapsed on the spot. At this moment, Huxiang was finally panicking. Hostages really were useless. The man opposite really had a heart of stone. The human wall was no longer a life-saving shield. Back into the room. Huxiang chose to abandon the human wall and retreat into the room. If they held the room, they would be invincible. There was no way Subai could charge in. The human wall of girls looked left and right, dazed for a moment, then quickly scrambled towards Subai and rushed down the stairs. As they passed Subai, they looked at him with expressions of sheer terror. If their eyes met his even briefly, they would tremble in fear. Clearly at this moment, Subai was even more frightening than the kidnappers. Subai did not stop them. Whether they lived or died was none of his business. Inside the room, Huxiang's face was grim. He knew today's situation had soured. The opponent's marksmanship was fearfully accurate, his reaction speed even faster, and he held the stairwell entrance, a position perfect for both advancing and retreating. In such a narrow corridor, no matter how many men they had, they would just be feeding themselves to him. "Boss, let's form another human wall, force them toward the staircase, and we hide behind them and push through." The bald man offered his idea. Lao Dao's face turned cold. He looked around at the number of girls left in the room and quietly shook his head. Too few. Some had fled through the human wall by the door, some had been killed. Only 7 or 8 women remained in the entire room. Forming an impenetrable wall was nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, even if they did manage it, what then? Given the man's cold-blooded behavior, Lao Dao was 100% certain he would open fire on all of them, wipe them out in one sweep. Hostages were useless against him. "No. Aren't you afraid he'll mow down the hostages together with us?" Huxiang directly rejected the bald man's idea. Against someone like Subai, a human wall was a joke. His success rate is under 10%. But he just now didn't shoot the hostages along with us. That means this plan could work. The bald man refused to back down. "If we don't act, we'll all die here. There's no food and no water in this place. How long can we hold out?" The bald man was furious, yet he voiced their greatest plight. "We can only gamble once." His tone was determined. Lao Dao walked over to him and said coldly, "It's useless. That's not gambling. That's suicide. I can sense it. That man has killed more people than I have. Do you think I don't dare to pull the trigger? He's a merciless killer. He must have been a crime boss before the apocalypse. Put yourself in his shoes. Would you dare to block all of us alone with a single rifle? Can you guarantee he wasn't deliberately holding back just now as bait to catch the big fish, waiting for you to do exactly this, then wiping you all out in one sweep?" After Lao Dao said this, the bald man fell silent. "We wait. Let's see who has more patience. When night comes, I don't believe he won't leave. And even if he doesn't leave, I don't believe he won't sleep." Huxiang ultimately chose to wait. This decision won unanimous agreement. None of them dared to try a frontal breakout down the narrow corridor. That was a death sentence. Suddenly, a young man's cold voice came from outside the door. Hey, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't surrender and toss your guns out in 10 minutes, I'm calling the police. You bunch of criminals who've done every kind of evil are about to face legal judgment. Tisk, at a time like this, you'll be shot by firing squad." A bolt from the blue. Huxiang and the others were completely dumbfounded. What? He can still call the police? We're criminals, yes, yes, yes. Then who the hell are you? One man with a rifle is surrounding a bunch of criminals like us. Who the hell are you? Damn it, is there no justice left in the world? What a shameless bastard. In the room, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The plan they had just discussed was instantly rendered useless. In these chaotic times, the sins they had committed would warrant execution. Being shot was merely a mercy. The patrol team was currently executing villains everywhere. They could not be captured. Moreover, they had just captured and tortured a patrol member to death. Even if he survived now, he would not last 2 more days. If the other side truly called the police, they would have no way out. Hu Xiang rushed into each small room, forcibly opened the sealed windows, and inspected them one by one, ultimately wearing a look of disappointment. He considered using the outdoor air conditioning units to climb down. It was dangerous, but better than charging into gunfire. Unfortunately, there were too few outdoor AC units, and the gaps were too wide. Bai Lingling crouched in the corner of the toilet, barely noticeable, with a terrified expression. Yet deep inside, she was grinning from ear to ear. Su Bai had the upper hand. The girl remained silent, lying on her father's body, as if she had fainted from crying. The middle-aged man, a patrol team member, was either dead or unconscious. He lay motionless. I don't believe you dare to call the police. You've killed someone too. If worst comes to worst, we die together, the bald man retorted curiously. Let me tell you, food and supplies are all on the 11th floor. You can take them directly. But if you push your luck, we'll fight to the death. Hu Xiang returned to the door and said coldly, go ahead and call the police. But before the patrol team arrives, you'll have to withstand our final assault. If it really comes to a fight, the bullets in our hands won't discriminate. We're all fighting with nothing left to lose. Are you sure you want to risk it all? You can take all the supplies and food, but not the guns. Hand over our weapons, and we'd be sitting ducks. You wouldn't spare us. The guns are our only lifeline. There was no response from outside the door. It was as if the people outside hadn't heard Hu Xiang's words at all. After waiting a moment, another voice came through. 8 minutes. I'll wait for you to come die. The guns will still be mine in the end. Hu Xiang was furious. He had never encountered someone so unreasonable. Was he truly fearless of death? Lao Dao took a couple of puffs from his cigarette and looked around. He was considering the human wall tactic. They were going to make a push either way, so he might as well have them block a few bullets. Suddenly, he spotted the 2 female members, Qing Lan and Zhang Man, and glanced back at the other women. Lao Dao's furrowed brows relaxed as a scheme formed in his mind. Haha, kid, don't blame me for being too cunning. Lao Dao walked over to Hu Xiang and whispered a few words. Hu Xiang immediately broke into a sinister, vicious grin, letting out a laugh like a villain. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Hu Xiang and the others were startled. They looked left and right, but couldn't see anyone fall. Immediately, confusion spread across their faces as they tried to understand what was happening. At the end of the corridor, Su Bai wiped the blood streaming from his palm with a cold expression. Half of his palm was bleeding, and he held the bullet tip from a pistol round in his grip. In his right hand, he held a smoking pistol. A direct confrontation was coming, and Su Bai wanted to test his own defensive capabilities. As a first-stage human, would he still be as defenseless as an ordinary person? As expected, he was right. When his palm faced the gunfire, the impact of external force caused his soft skin to harden in an instant, blocking the bullet. Half of the bullet head became embedded in his flesh. This had been a close-range shot. If it had been from farther away, the impact would have been even weaker. Su Bai understood now. Upon reaching the first stage of humanity, he could effectively resist lower-level thermal weapons. If an outsider had witnessed this scene, they would certainly have thought Su Bai was truly ruthless. If his assumption had been wrong, this hand would have been crippled. Su Bai brushed it off, wiped away the bloodstains, extracted the bullet head, and waited quietly. The wound began to heal, and the bleeding stopped. Creak. The innermost door was pushed open. Su Bai focused his gaze and saw 2 young girls in the bloom of youth being pushed out. Their faces showed fear as they approached, trembling with each step. All these girls were quite beautiful, including those already slain on the ground. Please don't kill me. The girl raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. They told me to say that as long as you're willing to let them go, they'll release the hostages. A fight to the death benefits no one. They're just seeking a way to survive. After delivering the message, the girl hurriedly ran downstairs. Having spoken their piece, the 2 girls scrambled away from this place of trouble as fast as they could. Su Bai watched them depart, not taking it seriously. What he had said earlier was straightforward, serving to disguise his true intentions while also being genuine. All the guns on the opposite side. He wanted them all. If he liked something, he took it. No need for excessive words. Bang. The door opened once more. 2 more girls walked out. This time, perhaps because the previous 2 had left safely, these 2 seemed less frightened. Big brother, they're discussing how to surrender. As they passed by, the younger girl kindly offered an update on the situation inside the room. Su Bai nodded and watched the 2 leave. Brother, we're ready to surrender. We've shown good faith by releasing some hostages. Can you guarantee that after we hand over our guns, we'll still be allowed to live? Hu Xiang spoke from inside the room. Once you hand over your weapons, I see no reason to continue targeting you. I'm not God. Whether you're good or bad is none of my concern, Su Bai replied. Very well, let's begin handing over our guns. We'll start with half, and for the remaining weapons, you'll need to let half of us leave first. Hu Xiang said again. Subai fell silent and thought for a moment before agreeing. Fine, hand over the guns first. They were willingly surrendering their weapons. He hardly had grounds to refuse. In the next wave, 4 girls emerged, each holding a pistol. The guns felt like hot potatoes in their hands, awkward and uncomfortable to grip. Subai watched them warily. They too seemed aware of the danger, quickly stepping to the stairwell, dropping their guns to the ground, and fleeing downstairs. Oh ho, they were actually surrendering. Subai smiled, picked up a gun to inspect it, and confirmed it was real. It seemed they truly had no other options. Subai's position was a defensible choke point. One man could hold it against thousands. Surrender or step out to die? Within seconds, 2 more girls emerged from the doorway, one chubby, one thin. They stepped out trembling, each carrying a gun. Brother, these 6 guns represent half of our arsenal. Next I'll release all the hostages, and our people will come out one by one. I hope you keep your word. Hu Xiang's voice carried through. Immediately after, a burly man raised his hands and slowly emerged. His expression was guarded, as if ready to dodge at the slightest provocation. This was a member of Hu Xiang's team. Subai lowered his gun. The opponent indeed had no weapons. By then the 2 hostages, one plump, one thin, had drawn near. There was something odd about their panicked expressions. Subai's attention was fixed on the doorway. He only cast a fleeting glance at the 2 hostages. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. The 2 shots came so suddenly that nearly everyone present was shaken to their core. Ha ha ha, it worked. I won. Hu Xiang burst dramatically from the room, jubilant as he looked toward the stairwell. Then his expression changed to shock. Near the stairwell, the 2 girls, one plump, one thin, lay on the ground with blood pouring from their thighs. 2 pistols lay discarded beside them. Tisk, you almost fooled me. Subai smiled coldly, his eyes icy, and decisively raised his gun. Hu Xiang executed a rolling dodge and scrambled back into the room. Bang bang. 2 more gunshots echoed. The vicious bandit, caught between advance and retreat in the middle of the corridor, met his death right then and there. A bullet hole now marred the spot where Hu Xiang had originally stood. How did you figure it out? Hu Xiang's voice brimmed with confusion and disbelief. His stratagem of deception was so subtle, it shouldn't have had any flaws. Exactly. We left no openings. How did you see through it? Zhang Man and Qing Lan wailed in anguish, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Neither had any idea what had gone wrong. They had been so close, just a little nearer, and they could have launched a surprise attack when he wasn't expecting it. Hu Xiang had promised both of them that if they succeeded, they'd become one of the most important figures in the team, complete with their own weapons. Yet neither could fathom why their plan had been exposed. Subai's face was cold. He had almost been ambushed. He glanced up at the door and said coldly, "What a well-thought-out plan. You exploited habitual thinking, continued releasing hostages, but tampered with the hostages themselves. Bullying me that I don't recognize the hostages. You substituted them with your own people just to get close to me. But simply getting close wasn't enough. You needed weapons. You proactively made the guns in the hostages' hands seem legitimate. The first batch and second batch of hostages were meant to lower my guard. Having hostages hold guns was also deliberately planned. Both the weapons and the method of approach were made to seem reasonable. But just in case, you also intentionally arranged an accomplice to divert my attention. What a brilliant plan. Too bad. Subai had originally detected something amiss and decisively opened fire. As he had predicted, Hu Xiang stepped forward, confirming his suspicions. Now deducing the enemy's plan, Subai felt only relief. Relief that this was a doomed ambush, and relief that it served as a warning bell for him. One must never be careless. Such a brilliant plan. How did you manage to notice something was wrong? Hu Xiang's tone was filled with unwillingness. This failure meant they would have no moves left. I thought the plan was perfect, flawless. Those 2 didn't even need to act. On what basis could you detect anything? He truly could not accept it. Big brother, please spare us. We were forced into this. We're victims too. 2 days ago we were captured by them and brought to this den. The chubby girl's face was deathly pale. In an extremely aggrieved tone she said, "My leg hurts so much. I'm bleeding. If I don't go to the hospital soon, I'll die. It hurts so much. Brother, could you take me to the hospital?" The thin girl bit her lip lightly. Subai didn't even glance at the 2 girls. Their words meant nothing. Many people had been taken captive. Why would it specifically be these 2 coming to assassinate him? You want to kill people, so stop looking for excuses. Discuss it among yourselves. Do you decide to come out and surrender or fight to the death? I have nothing better to do than chat with you about the flaws in your plan. Subai gradually applied pressure, giving them a choice. Your plan was flawless, except you overlooked one critically fatal detail. What detail, eh? Hu Xiang interjected. Those 2. Subai pointed at the 2 girls. What do you mean? Hu Xiang frowned, thought carefully, but still had no clue. Even Zhang Man and Qing Lan, enduring their pain, looked up at Subai. They also wanted to know where they had gone wrong. Subai gave a cold, disdainful smile and glanced at the 2 girls. These 2 are covered in acne. One fat and blocky, the other so thin she has barely any meat on her bones, always keeping her head down, looking at her feet. If these are your hostages, I truly wonder if you have peculiar tastes. At these words, everyone was stunned. Subai had merely felt something was off, so he shot to disable their legs and eliminate their threat. If a more merciful person had been in his place, there might have been many more variables. In the room, Hu Xiang and the others exchanged glances. At first it sounded absurd, but the more they thought about it, the more sense it made. Hu Xiang opened his mouth, hesitated, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he recalled the two girls' figures and appearances. Damn it, so it was their ugliness that exposed them. Thinking about it, it made sense. Those they had personally captured, while not all beauties, at least above average. But these two misfits, they wouldn't have bothered grabbing them if not for food. The various gang members nodded in agreement. That's right. The flaw was too obvious. These two misfits stayed here for 2 days, and were still virgins. To remain virgins among our group, you can imagine how ugly they must be. No one could bring themselves to do it. Their ugliness was evident at a glance. My fault. Old Knife admitted his mistake. Saw we were so close to success. What now? A spiritless murmur filled the room. Hu Xiang frowned, contemplating a countermeasure. You bastard, who are you calling fat and blocky? Believe me, I'll kill you. Down the corridor, the chubby girl broke down. Ignoring her thigh wound, she suddenly sat up and cursed loudly. You look like, ugh you. Whatever, you're a complete idiot, a total loser. Do you have any idea how popular I am on social media? I'm just a slightly chubby girl at over 200 gene. Was it necessary to be so vicious? The thin girl joined in. Exactly. A loser like him. Normally, I wouldn't even eat with him. What's so great about him barking here like a dog? Subai said nothing. He merely raised his gun muzzle. Oh, you dare to kill me. I've never done any evil or killed anyone. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Killing me is against the law. I know you're from the patrol team sent to rescue people. I will definitely file a complaint about you threatening us and slaughtering innocents. Bang bang. As the two girls cursed, two burly men sneaked out from behind the door. Before they could even aim, their heads exploded. Subai's marksmanship was shockingly precise. This was all thanks to infinite ammunition practice. The longer he handled guns, and the more he fired, the more he improved. His shooting was divine. These people were like cornered beasts fighting desperately. You little bastard, not going to kill me, huh? Let's see if you dare not. Oh, shit, you actually dare? It hurts. Cursing back and forth, Qing Lan and Zhang Man each received 2 bullets in their opposite thighs, crippling both legs. Subai even tilted his head toward the girls as if asking whether they wanted to continue cursing. Ah! Qing Lan screamed, reaching out to press against her wound. Blood bubbled through the gaps in her palm. I was wrong. But aren't you also at fault? Now I'm apologizing to you. If you take us to the hospital now, it's still not too late. Whimper. I want to live. Who will save me? Zhang Man, with her fat face and high body fat percentage, spoke first. But as she gradually lost strength, she couldn't help but sob softly. Qing Lan desperately tried to block the wound with both hands, but it was useless. Blood flowed endlessly. She slowly closed her eyes, regret filling her gaze. If only she hadn't rashly barged in for money, perhaps she would still be alive. That cheap woman Bai Lingling would soon come down to keep her company. No one could survive encountering such a devil. In the room, hearing the two girls' final words, Bai Lingling walked toward the door. Her emotions were complex. Deep down, she wished her roommates dead. But when they truly faced death before her eyes, a trace of pity arose, only to vanish shortly after. They deserve to die. I'll kill you. Outside the door, Zhang Man, in a last burst of energy, picked up a fallen pistol and prepared to shoot. Subai smiled and showed no mercy. Since you want to die early, I'll send you on your way. Bang. Headshot. The heavy fat body collapsed heavily. Almost simultaneously, the door was thrust open violently. A string of hostages were pushed out. 6 or 7 women and a young loli emerged. As soon as they came out, they instinctively formed a human wall and desperately ran toward the staircase. Bai Lingling was among them. This was a desperate last stand, success or death. The girls ran fast because before leaving, Hu Xiang had told them they would only have 5 seconds before charging out and opening fire. Run with all your might if you want to live. Unfortunately, it was a lie. The next second, the bald man rolled out of the room with 3 or 4 companions. While the crowd was still in the middle of the corridor, they used the human wall as cover and fired directly toward where they remembered Subai being. At this moment, the other girls' faces changed drastically and they quickened their pace. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Bai Lingling's body jerked suddenly, and she fell directly, crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud. A petite young body landed on Bai Lingling's back, motionless. Subai's pupils constricted. Bai Lingling was dead. His icy gaze darted backward, using the wall as cover to evade the barrage of bullets. The wall of girls collapsed like wheat before a harvester. Shredded flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Big brother, come out and help. We've temporarily suppressed his position. The bald man had impeccable aim. Every bullet he fired had struck the wall beside Subai. If Subai poked his head out, he would most likely be killed. His face filled with excitement as he couldn't help but shout. A Bao Shao Ma, you two reload first. I'll suppress him, keep him from showing his head. The moment the bald man finished speaking, 2 burly men began reloading. Hu Xiang's face glowed with excitement as he prepared to step through the doorway. However, in the next instant, Subai burst from cover, executed a combat roll to dodge 2 suppressing bullets, and dropped flat, raising his gun. Holy shit. The bald man immediately shifted his aim hastily, tracking the target, his face contorted with panic, as if sensing the delay was fatal. Bang 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 bang. Bullets flew like a deadly swarm, unstoppable at close range. The bald man took 2 shots to the head and 3 to the body, his form utterly shattered. The 2 or 3 men he had brought were riddled like sieves. Subai's expression remained cold. The corridor had transformed into a meat grinder, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He adjusted his gun barrel and fired 2 shots at the door. Huff huff huff. Hu Xiang gasped for air, his gaze fixed on the bullet hole less than half an inch from his face. Had he retreated any slower, he would have been dead. Bodies carpeted the hallway, blood flowing like a river. Subai rose, his left arm bearing his gun, throbbing with a dull ache. Glancing down, he noticed a grazing wound from a stray bullet that had merely scratched the skin. He swapped out the magazine and pressed forward. Hu Xiang's crew had suffered a devastating blow. This assault was their all-out effort with no reserve ammunition remaining. They were finished. The battle had concluded. Yet Subai felt no triumph, only a simmering rage. His mission to rescue had failed, his inexperience and poor control of the situation had cost Bai Lingling her life. Saving lives is always harder than taking them. The steady, deliberate footsteps outside echoed through the crimson-soaked corridor. Hu Xiang tilted his head skyward side, deeply raised his weapon, and aimed at the entrance. The final confrontation. Victory meant survival. Come on in and kill me, then, you little bastard. Stop hiding. Let's settle this face to face. I'll even give you 2 seconds. Hu Xiang bellowed, attempting to provoke and destabilize his opponent. In this type of direct confrontation with guns on both sides, it was a battle of psychological tactics. He held the superior position. His team had previously been unable to break through, and now Subai couldn't advance. If they hadn't captured patrol members and feared official intervention, they wouldn't have been intimidated by Subai blocking the intersection. They could simply wait it out. Even going 2 or 3 days without food, they could survive. Now he had resolved himself. If the patrol takes them, so be it. Live another day if possible. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. If Subai recklessly charged in and got shot by him, that would be even better. After speaking, Hu Xiang quietly repositioned himself, gun trained on the entrance. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Subai walked directly through the main door, utterly exposed, and after picking up a fine steel dagger from the ground, he deliberately holstered his weapon on his back, his expression icy. He's lost his mind. Hu Xiang's face drained of color, but beneath the shock lay a flicker of manic joy. This fool probably thought he was out of ammunition, attempting a desperate bluff. How incredibly foolish. In the left bedroom, Old Blade's face twisted with excitement. Hu Xiang drew a sharp breath, his trembling hands gripping the pistol, and steadied his aim. Bang! The gunshot echoed. With a gaze filled of anticipation, the shot struck Subai's chest precisely. Subai raised his hands to shield his face, took the hit, and was forced backward half a step. Ha! Hu Xiang burst into uncontrollable laughter, yet didn't forget to fire again. Bang bang bang. Every shot hammered into Subai until the magazine ran dry. Hu Xiang rose from his concealment, laughing wildly. You really crack me up. You had already won, yet you had to complicate things and take such a foolish risk. Did you really think I was out of bullets? I'm a leader after all, and I never let my gun leave my side. You're far too naive. Ha ha ha. Big brother, he really is an idiot, a complete idiot. How did someone like this manage to kill so many of us? Hu Xiang roared with laughter, and Old Blade joined in. The immense pressure Subai had placed upon them had brought them to the breaking point. Now that it had released, it seemed impossible to stop. However, after 5 or 6 laughs, Hu Xiang slowly realized something was wrong. Subai gradually lowered his arms and glanced down at his ruined shirt. He saw bullet after bullet lodged in his flesh. Had enough laughing. The ice-cold voice cut through the air. Hu Xiang's expression turned ashen, and Old Blade's face twisted with terror. Why are you unharmed? Hu Xiang was utterly stunned. He couldn't help but blurt out the question. Any ordinary person shot this many times would be dead and buried long ago. I'm wounded, obviously. See, there's blood. Subai gestured to his chest, wiping away the blood. He then reached down and plucked out a bullet. See, it does hurt a little. Hu Xiang's hand froze mid-reload. His gaze gradually transformed from ferocity to utter horror. This was what he called wounded. If I rolled down a flight of stairs, my injuries would be 10 times worse than this. And he said it bled. Even if you went to a hospital for bleeding like this, you'd be rushed to the emergency room. Any other department would be too slow. You'd heal before they even examined you. Hu Xiang, driven to despair, began thinking wildly. Then his lips curved upward. He fixed his eyes on Subai as the fear in his gaze diminished significantly. I understand now. You came here to rescue someone. And that person must have been among those just now. And she's dead. Haha, at least I didn't lose everything. Go ahead, kill me. Hu Xiang smiled triumphantly, a final attempt at self-consolation before death. Yet Subai merely glanced at Hu Xiang coldly, his silence deafening. In a single motion, he was upon him, the dagger piercing directly through his mouth, then slicing across. Rending. The blade flashed. MMPH. A harrowing scream pierced the air. In the bedroom, Old Blade's eyes dilated with pure terror, as if gazing upon a demon. He scrambled toward the window, and without hesitation hurled himself through it. Jumping might offer a 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Remaining here would be worse than death. Crash. He missed the 7th-floor air conditioning unit by a hair's breadth, plummeting downward like a meteor crashing into the ground and leaving a gruesome crater of blood. 2 or 3 minutes later, Subai emerged, his expression dark. He had changed into fresh clothes that concealed his wounds, appearing clean and composed. Bodies littered the hallway. Subai kicked them aside as he walked until he reached Bai Lingling's corpse, where he stopped. 2 corpses lay there. Bai Lingling was beneath her body, pressed down by an unfamiliar young girl, both covered in blood. As he prepared to crouch down, a voice like a singing lark rang out. "It seems you've discovered me. Do you want to kill me, brother?" The girl whose corpse had been crushing Bai Lingling sat up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She then asked, "Before you kill me, could you tell me, have you seen my father? He should be dead." Playing dead. Subai was deeply surprised. He realized she had misunderstood him. He hadn't sensed her playing dead at all. It was purely because she had been lying on top of Bai Lingling. In response to the girl's question, he furrowed his brow, considering, then answered. He was slumped against the door frame. He died from blood loss. There was something he didn't say. He had finished off that male corpse. "Lingling, are you still alive?" Subai suddenly felt a surge of hope. If this little girl could feign death, perhaps Bai Lingling had done the same. Yet after calling out twice, there was no response from Bai Lingling. Was she truly dead after all? "Big brother, do you know her?" The girl's face was full of surprise, then quickly shifted to remorse. "You overlooked me." The girl realized Subai's purpose. "Big brother, since you know her, you must have come here to save her. Could you let me go? I'm not a bad person." Subai waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. This girl posed no threat and hadn't offended him. Whether she stayed or left was inconsequential. The girl stood up and walked back toward the room. As she passed by, she caught a glimpse inside a bedroom. The scene inside made her entire body tremble. She quickly found her father's corpse and kowtowed 3 times. When the girl passed Subai again, she didn't dare meet his gaze. She hurried over the bodies and arrived at the stairwell, where she stopped and wiped away her tears. She glanced back at the dazed Subai. Her expression flickered uncertainly, her feet lifting twice before ultimately stopping. Finally, she made her decision. She walked back step by step, navigating through the pile of corpses with an unwavering expression. "Brother, I have no family left. I want to leave the city. If you're leaving soon too, could you take me with you?" The girl clutched Subai's pant leg, her face still bearing tear stains. The current chaos was unbearable. She desperately wanted to flee the city. But with limited abilities, one wrong move could turn her into someone else's prey. Asking the patrol for help didn't align with her wishes. The patrol would provide her a place near their station and a few days of food, but they would never help her leave the city. The city was like a ticking time bomb. She couldn't stay. When faced with the girl's questions, Subai remained silent for a moment. This girl had spirit. She had entered that room and witnessed the horrific scene inside, yet she still dared to negotiate with him to dance with the tiger. Seeing Subai's silence, Ling Ying's face flickered with disappointment. "Brother, actually, this sister isn't dead." Ling Ying spoke up. Subai crouched down to check her breathing. Indeed, she was still breathing. Then why wasn't she waking up? Subai raised his head to look at the girl. Ling Ying offered a faint smile and said, "This big sister is very clever. Those people deliberately used us as a human shield to block your first wave of gunfire in order to kill you. We could hardly have escaped. I didn't believe a single word they said. They were never going to let us live. I was already planning to play dead." This big sister happened to think the same as Ling Ying. She simply acted on it first. She might have been scared. At first I could still feel her rapid breathing, but once the gunfight broke out and gunshots kept ringing out, she went still. She had fainted from fear. Ling Ying tilted her head and added seriously, "Big sister seemed very tough when she was in the room. I really couldn't understand why she would faint. But now I think big sister cares about you too much. She was worried you'd get hit by a bullet, but she couldn't stand up and warn you. Worry clouded her judgment, and she ended up fainting in a daze." Subai nodded and said, "You're a clever little girl. These bandits must have robbed quite a lot of food and supplies. Take as much as you can." This girl was very bright. Forming a bond with her wouldn't be a bad thing. Unexpectedly, she shook her head, pointed at the ground, and said, "Brother, I don't want food. I want this. A handgun." Subai fell silent and swept a sidelong glance. Void-breaking pupil. Ling Ying. Race human, yellow-skinned. Strength 0. 6 normal adult male, value 1. Agility 0. 6. Spirit 0. 7. Combat evaluation, an ordinary young girl. Her only value lies in being usable for a few perverse amusements. Value none. Skills none. Profile, a clever and quick-witted girl from a single-parent family raised single-handedly by her father. She is thoughtful, sensible, reasonable, and has a lively, adorable personality. Ling Ying lowered her head, her heart full of unease. She didn't know whether he would give her a gun. This was a risky, dangerous move. But she had to try. "What's your name?" Subai suddenly asked. "Ling Ying." Ling Ying answered honestly. "I can't give you the gun. Take 1 extra portion of food and leave now." Subai waved his hand, signaling Ling Ying to leave. She said nothing, cast a regretful glance at the gun on the ground, and walked away. What cannot be done must not be forced. Subai crouched beside Bai Lingling. Listening to the fading footsteps, he calmly picked up a modified handgun. "Come here. Take the gun." Ling Ying was taken aback. She stopped, turned around, took a careful look at Subai, then broke into a smile. In 2 steps, she was in front of Su Bai and accepted the gun with great respect. Before she could speak, Su Bai tossed over 2 or 3 more magazines. Thank you. I will repay your kindness in the future. Ling Ying was extremely grateful. He had saved her and given her a gun. What a tremendous kindness. I hope you remember that. Su Bai replied. Ling Ying nodded, turned, and ran upstairs. Supplies and food were all on the 11th floor, Huxiang's stronghold. Ling Ling, wake up. Su Bai gently shook Bai Ling Ling and called softly by her ear. Bai Ling Ling's brows moved slightly. After 7 or 8 seconds her eyelids trembled, and she opened her eyes. Ah, Brother Su, it's you. The moment Bai Ling Ling opened her eyes and saw a man's face, she was startled. But when she looked closer, wasn't it Su Bai? She was both relieved and delighted. Bai Ling Ling thought of the scene before she had passed out. Looking around, the corridor reeked of blood and was strewn with corpses. She felt as if she were in a horror movie. Her face turned pale. Brother Su Wu, thank you for saving me. I almost thought I would never see you again. Bai Ling Ling buried herself in Su Bai's arms, crying piteously. She was a strong and unyielding person by nature. If the situation hadn't been so dangerous, with Su Bai fighting dozens of enemies single-handedly and saving her from peril, she wouldn't have been so shaken. Su Bai froze. The girl carried a unique fragrance that even the thick smell of blood couldn't mask, and it made him want to lean closer and take another breath. Bai Ling Ling's usually hidden figure was now fully on display. Su Bai couldn't help comparing her with Zhang Yunxi in his mind. The two were about evenly matched, with Bai Ling Ling having a slight advantage in being more statuesque. Alright, it's okay. Let's leave this place first and change clothes. We're filthy. Su Bai patted Bai Ling Ling's back to comfort her. I'm sorry, Brother Su. Bai Ling Ling looked up and saw that Su Bai's clean, neat clothes had been stained red in a large patch again. Her face immediately flushed. Once Bai Ling Ling calmed down, Su Bai took her to another room. They washed up briefly and found clean clothes. Meanwhile, he went outside and collected all the pistols, leaving not a single one behind. Brother Su, I'm ready. At the sound of her timid voice, Su Bai, who had already changed, turned around and brightened. Bai Ling Ling had her hair tied in a bun, wore a light gray shirt and a white pleated skirt. The shirt didn't fit. The collar bulged outward at the top, while at the waist it squeezed inward against her body, accentuating her slender waist. The hem was short, revealing a third of her navel. The top 2 buttons of the shirt couldn't be fastened, so it was adorned with a pink bow. Beneath the pleated skirt were a pair of slender, fair, and long legs. The only shortcoming was a slight lack of plumpness, standard chopstick legs, paired with cotton socks and cloth shoes. Su Bai had picked this outfit, just an ordinary girl's clothes, but he hadn't expected Bai Ling Ling's extraordinary figure to give it such an alluring look. Her cheeks were rosy, shy, yet with a hint of expectation. Her voluptuous figure combined with that expression made Su Bai lose himself for a moment. Bai Ling Ling smiled very sweetly. Let's go. Su Bai snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and found a topic to ask. I told you to head to the suburbs before. How did these people catch you? Bai Ling Ling's eyes held complex emotions. She was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly recounted the whole story. Once everything had been made clear, Su Bai nodded. He had no particular opinion about her being betrayed by her roommate. Zhang Man and Qing Lan's deaths were no great loss. I exposed myself by being careless. I should have been more cautious. Bai Ling Ling took the lesson to heart and said bluntly, actually, this couldn't be blamed on Bai Ling Ling. In modern society, no one would deliberately guard against others just to buy something to eat. That isn't caution, that's being paranoid. Su Bai said, this isn't your fault. Now let's go upstairs to look for supplies. Some of the girls we let go might have called the police. We shouldn't stay here long. Okay, I was locked in here for 2 days. I heard them say the supplies are stored on the 11th floor. Let's head up. After saying this, Bai Ling Ling pursed her lips. As she walked with Su Bai toward the 11th floor, questions were turning in her mind. She had pretended not to see or say many things. In her memory, Su Bai was gentle and refined, always smiling, always willing to help others, and loyal in love. That was exactly why she liked him so much. But from this meeting, which had lasted less than half an hour, she felt Su Bai had changed. He had become so unfamiliar. It was a strangeness she couldn't put into words. The corridor was littered with corpses, all at the hands of this once gentle and refined young man, and his expression never changed. The rifle carried on his back exuded murderous intent. The apocalypse had arrived. What had Su Bai gone through to change so completely? How much hardship had he endured? This transformation made her heartache, yet also made her feel fortunate. In a world like this, maybe one could only survive better by becoming like this. The two passed the 10th floor and reached the 11th. At the stairwell, they entered the corridor. Su Bai saw that the left side was lined with cardboard boxes and foam boxes of all sizes, leaving only a path in the middle, barely enough for one person to pass. Just then Ling Ying came out of the innermost room, carrying bags and bundles, while pushing 2 suitcases in front of her. Seeing Su Bai, she immediately smiled. Brother, you came up too. Hello. I'm the one who was lying on top of you just now. We even exchanged a couple of words. Ling Ying greeted Bai Ling Ling. She had also changed clothes upstairs, a plain t-shirt, jeans, and white cloth shoes, giving her a clean and crisp look. Bai Ling Ling looked at the young woman with complicated eyes. She had witnessed everything this girl had been through in a day. Are both rooms here full of supplies? Su Bai asked, surprise in his eyes. In this world, supplies and food were extremely precious. How had this group managed to scrape together so much? 2 entire large rooms couldn't hold it all. No, I checked. The first room has daily necessities, and the second room has food and drinks. I guess they robbed a lot of small convenience stores. The variety is mostly the same, but the quantity is huge, and there are many packaged snacks, very much a convenience store style. Linging explained. Subai nodded. With guns and manpower, and with the situation in chaos, the nearby convenience stores simply couldn't stop them. Perfect, lend a hand. Let's empty this place together. Bai Lingling's eyes sparkled. 2 rooms of supplies, so much. We can't move that much. We won't be able to carry it all. We don't need ordinary supplies, we can exchange them for food later. The most important thing is food, so let's just take the food. They have a jeep downstairs. We'll load the car and drive away. Subai said. Bai Lingling thought for a moment and agreed. There's a lot of supplies, Linging. Take whatever you can. I'll go downstairs first and find the car keys. Okay, brother. Brother. Hu Xiang and his crew had looted a great many supplies. Subai and his 2 companions went back and forth 7 or 8 times before they finally managed to fill the jeep. The back seat was left with room for 2 people, while the front seat was packed solid. They had carried off at most 1/5 of the warehouse, choosing only high-calorie, easy-to-store foods. It really is such a pity. There is so much food left. If we had taken all of it, we would never have to worry about food or drink again. With regret written all over her face, Ling chattered endlessly to Bai Lingling from her seat. A pity indeed. Today we have fulfilled the old saying, no man grows rich without a windfall and no horse grows fat without night feed. If we took everything, it would not necessarily be a good thing. A tall tree catches the wind. Bai Lingling was more open-minded about it. She remembered clearly that the calamity she had endured this time happened because the food she owned had been discovered. Linging nodded thoughtfully, changed the subject, and looked out the window. Why is Brother Subai standing in the middle of the road? Is he waiting for someone? I don't know. I only met him today. Wait. Bai Lingling stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze landed on the alley entrance at the end of the road where an unexpected woman was walking slowly toward them. To be precise, the newcomer was a girl dressed a little more maturely, shirt and short skirt. Her plain clothes nevertheless looked alluring and seductive on her stunning figure. Her features were well proportioned and complemented her oval face, looking natural, pretty, and poised. Overall, she gave off a pure, elegant, and refined impression. The most captivating part of her was her pair of straight, shapely bare legs. They were not the photoshopped legs from video apps. They were full, straight, and slender like the lead character of a comic stepping into the mortal world. No, she surpassed that. She was even more real. Zhang Yunxi. Bai Lingling blurted out, stunned. She knew very well the love-hate entanglement between Su Bai and Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi was the one who looked down on Su Bai the most. No matter how perfect Su Bai appeared in Bai Lingling's eyes, Zhang Yunxi would always despise him. The main reason was that Su Bai had been too lowly to the point of dust. Sister Lingling, do you know her? Linging asked curiously. I know her. Bai Lingling's tone was flat while her expression was complex. She was the most famous campus belle in our school, and also Su Bai's ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, huh? Linging glanced around, and then secretly studied Bai Lingling's expression, her eyes shifting. I'll tell you quietly. From her facial features, I can tell she's not a good woman. I don't tell this to just anyone. She doesn't hold a candle to Sister's features. Sister Lingling has the face of a woman who brings her husband good fortune. No. Ying, let me tell you. Bai Lingling beamed, and went on, no matter how innocent she looks on the surface and how much she acts like a good girl behind the scenes, she is always looking for sugar daddies. I've personally seen her eating and hugging with several rich men. More importantly, she used to look down on Brother Su Bai the most. Now she is following Brother Su Bai, so she must be coveting something of his. Like food. And a gun. Bai Lingling was absolutely certain of this. Zhang Yunxi was not a good girl. If she was willing to be with Su Bai, whom she had once looked down on the most, she must be after something. Linging seemed lost in thought, and asked softly, Sister Lingling, doesn't Brother Su know about this? He knows. He knows better than anyone, but he still has no regrets. Bai Lingling's eyes were complicated, and she sighed inwardly. If she had met Su Bai earlier than Zhang Yunxi, she would have cherished this relationship. Unfortunately, he was exactly the kind of pure love warrior who would go through fire and water for love. She truly wanted to know one day in the future would he regret it. In reality, what Bai Lingling did not know was that Su Bai had regretted it just before he died. A pure love warrior in the eyes of girls is nothing but a simp. Linging glanced at Bai Lingling's complicated expression and said nothing more. Instead, she raised her head to look at Su Bai outside the window and stayed silent. To be honest, she didn't believe what Bai Lingling said. From the moment she had come into contact with Su Bai until now, she saw him as intelligent, rational, cold-blooded, and seemingly without limits, yet still somehow possessing a bottom line. Such a person could never become a simp. Besides, outside the window, as Zhang Yunxi drew closer, Su Bai did not react at all, which clearly did not match a simp's behavior. More importantly, Bai Lingling might not have realized this herself in the relationship between Su Bai and Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi was the one in charge. If the two of them had not met, Su Bai here saving people would have been risky, and Zhang Yunxi would never have allowed it. Sister, you're absolutely right. It's just that brother Su Bai is the one to feel sorry for. Ling Ying withdrew her gaze and smiled at Bai Lingling. In the car, the two women whispered to each other. Outside the car, Zhang Yunxi did not behave the way Bai Lingling had imagined. She asked Su Bai with concern whether his mission had gone smoothly. Su Bai nodded, exchanged a few brief words, then took Zhang Yunxi and got into the car. The front passenger seat had been partly cleared, barely enough to squeeze in one person. Zhang Yunxi sat down with difficulty, turned to look at Bai Lingling and Ling Ying, and said nothing. For her, whom Su Bai saved didn't matter. It was enough that he was willing. She only needed to observe from a bystander's perspective whether there was any threat. The group drove away. Roughly 40 minutes later, several patrol vehicles came carrying the two girls who had escaped earlier. More than a dozen fully armed people went upstairs. They reached the 9th floor. Even though they were battle-hardened, they were still startled. Captain, the person we're dealing with is ruthless. In the corridor, the bodies of women and men lay everywhere, strewn in disorder, blood pooling like a river. There was not a single clean place to step, and the stairwell was covered with bloody footprints of all sizes. The scene hammered the psychological defenses of every person present. Phew. This man is extremely dangerous. He is armed, bloodthirsty, and unreasonable. He dared to kill so many people just to steal food and guns. We will issue a wanted order soon and have the whole city hunt him down. Chi City cannot allow such a person to exist. The captain in charge swept his gaze over the scene. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. He had never witnessed such a sight. Captain, these people were not good people either. Shut up. No one may take the law into their own hands. If they committed crimes, it is our job to judge them. The captain glared at his subordinate, then turned and said, go inside and see if you can find the bodies of Captain Ling and his daughter. The two girls, terrified by the scene before them, did not dare to follow. The patrol members had not expected them to follow anyway. They walked through the corridor and entered the room to search. What they found was a room with its doors and windows tightly shut. Bloody handprints covered the walls, and a corpse that could no longer be recognized as human had been hacked into a bloody pulp. The grisly scene was hair-raising. What kind of torment had the body suffered before death? An ordinary person would have felt sick at the sight. The patrol members all frowned and quickly left. Finally, they found Captain Ling's body under the bed in the bedroom. One patrol member exhaled, took out his phone, and began taking photos of the scene. 2 minutes later, the captain made a phone call. Chief, we found Captain Ling's body, but not his daughter's. Our preliminary judgment is that she escaped. In addition, I want to report to you that there was a vicious murderer in this incident. I request that you issue a wanted order. A response came through the phone. All right. I have already received the photos from the scene and reviewed the case. I agree with your idea. Bring the two witnesses back, make a composite sketch, and then issue the wanted order. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Su Bai and the others were driving along the road, completely unaware that they were wanted. Ling Ying, where do you wish to go? Along the way, Su Bai asked. Outside the window, smoke billowed everywhere. The once prosperous city lay in ruins. Collapsed debris left uncleared, pedestrians scarce upon the roads, often not a single soul to be seen for block after block. Occasionally, members of patrol squads could be seen drifting aimlessly through the streets, familiarizing themselves with the environment in preparation for the coming. Posters were plastered throughout every alley and street corner, wanted notices. All issued by local authorities, murderers, robbers, thieves. The notices were few and far between. With a cursory glance, Su Bai could only see they were largely similar, filled with propaganda slogans and pleas for various experts. Passing through the central district, the massive crater left by the nighttime explosion had been filled in, and the air reeked of disinfectant everywhere. Take me to Tianbao residential community. The area is spacious and sparsely populated with villas to live in. Few animals and supplies can be collected in the city center at any time. Ling Ying spoke up. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned back with a smile. Are you not going home? Your home should offer the greatest sense of security, and the surrounding environment is familiar to you. Home provides a sense of security, but it is not true safety. In the past 2 days, man-eating beasts have also appeared near my neighborhood. Panic has gripped the people, and nearly half have died. Ling Ying's delicate eyebrows twitched as she spoke. Our residential community is like this, and so is the entire city. After the relentless ordeal of the past nights, very few people have survived. I once studied a map of the entire city. In my opinion, the place that best meets the requirements for habitation and safety right now is Tianbao residential community. The next best option is a prison near Chi City. It is less suitable for living, but highly secure. It comes with high walls and firearms. The danger between people there is too great, so I cannot go. For me, Tianbao residential community is better. Ling Ying felt helpless. She actually most wanted to go to the prison where the security was unparalleled. Unfortunately, with her slender frame, going there would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Brother Su Bai, could I trouble you to take me into Tianbao residential community? I am afraid that carrying big and small bags will attract unwanted attention. Zhang Yunxi quietly observed Ling Ying, this young girl, who clearly had her own mind. Su Bai gave a slight nod. Tianbao residential community held a geographical advantage, boasted beautiful surroundings, and had a sparse population. It was an excellent place to take refuge. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to settle in the Tianbao area. Moreover, most of the villas in the community were unoccupied, and simply breaking open a door would make it their home. Convenient and comfortable. Brother Su, just now upstairs you mentioned that the place to stay is Tianbao Residential Community, right? Why don't we let Lingying come live with us? Having more people around would make it more lively. After hearing Lingying's words, Bai Lingling's own thoughts began to stir. She felt that Lingying was pitiful, only 17 years old and already having to survive alone in this damn apocalyptic world. A surge of compassion welled up within her. If she lived together with them, she would also be safer. Subai did not turn around, focusing intently on driving. He could not agree to this. He had many secrets he could not expose. Bai Lingling moving in was acceptable. Oh, at least they were familiar, and she would not easily betray him. Besides, Bai Lingling owed him a debt of gratitude. So he helped people to the end. Lingying he found somewhat pitiful, and he wanted to give her a hand. That was all. It did not mean he would keep helping her indefinitely. He had already given her the gun. Food was provided as well. If she could not survive, that was her own problem. His words were cold and cruel, but this was reality, and reality was inherently ruthless. No need, Sister Lingling. Lingying refused without hesitation, speaking earnestly, I do not want to disturb you, brother. My father told me that in this era people must grow on their own. If one does not wish to be eliminated by the times, one must adapt to this era. Brother, you have already done more for me than I could ever repay. Perhaps today I could shamelessly seek short-term stability, but I would most likely be eliminated soon after. I want to live so that father can watch me living up in heaven. Lingying tilted her head and gazed at the car ceiling. It was as if she could see blue skies and white clouds and saw her father's figure nodding toward her. Hearing this, Bai Lingling froze. She slowly lowered her head and fell silent. The speaker meant nothing, but the listener took it to heart. Bai Lingling felt that she herself was someone who pushed her luck. After all, Su Bai had saved her unconditionally and was willing to take care of her, yet she still wanted Su Bai to go help someone else. She could never repay this kindness. In the final analysis, what favor had she done for Su Bai at all? None. Absolutely none. Bai Lingling looked up at Su Bai's back and said slowly, Brother Su, I was wrong. Guilt filled her eyes, and she lightly bit her lip. My awareness is not as high as Lingying's. I have decided to find a house together with Lingying and survive together. You have taken care of me for so long and been so kind to me, yet I still wanted more. I was being greedy. If there is anything I did inadequately, please forgive me. I am young and foolish. Bai Lingling had come to her senses. If she truly felt Lingying was pitiful and needed help, she should go herself. Borrowing others' generosity was the most meaningless thing to do. Su Bai was just driving out of the city area when he sparingly glanced back at Bai Lingling. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have made up my mind. Bai Lingling's tone was firm. Su Bai turned back with relief and added, if you truly cannot survive, do not be stubborn. You can come to me for help at any time. That said, Bai Lingling was genuinely sincere toward him. Since she had decided to grow on her own, he still needed to keep an eye on her, preferably finding a villa that he could see at any moment. Giving someone a fish feeds them for a day, teaching them to fish feeds them for a lifetime. Self-reliance was the best path in the apocalypse, even though the journey would be arduous. Yes, I will. Bai Lingling smiled. Lingying reached out and held Bai Lingling's hand, warmth passing between their palms. And why is it snowing? Zhang Yunqi suddenly noticed snow beginning to fall outside the window. She at first thought she was mistaken. How could snow fall in the height of summer? But after looking more closely, she was certain. It was snow. The snow had arrived. The snow grew heavier. Within half a minute, the faint flakes that had barely been visible transformed into thick goose-feather snow. The sun hung high above, but the battered Jeep offered poor insulation and the temperature inside the car gradually dropped. The weather had changed. Su Bai glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having delayed all morning, it was indeed the expected moment for snowfall. This would be a relentless, unending blizzard. Summer snow. What kind of era is this? The mutated beasts have not even finished their rampage, and now this blizzard arrives. Bai Lingling gazed out at the heavy snow through the window, shrank her body, and her eyes filled with complex emotions. Such heavy snow. The temperature is dropping so fast, it's getting a little cold. Lingying rubbed her hands. It was currently one of the hottest months of the year, and they were dressed lightly, so they could feel the temperature change directly. Hold on tight. I am going to speed up. Su Bai pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Jeep shot forward like the wind. He knew this snow would not end anytime soon. If the people in the car caught a cold now, they would likely struggle to survive on their own. Just as Su Bai and the others were making their way to Tianbao Residential Community, the outside world was already roaring with tremendous upheaval. What would this snow disaster bring, and which direction would everyone take? Qishir Municipal Office Building. Lu Chong had just slipped into a thick cotton jacket, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a cup of hot tea as he gazed down upon the mortal world below. His eyes burned with intensity, his aging frame standing remarkably straight. Evolvers. Has heaven truly granted me another chance? The streets and alleys of Qishir lay utterly deserted. 9 out of 10 residences stood vacant, while those still inhabited had their doors and windows sealed tight. Inside a dimly lit bedroom, a woman distributed the day's rations to her 2 daughters. The family of 3 ate their dry compressed biscuits while huddled close together for warmth. In recent years, global warming had made thick cotton jackets rare in homes. Inferior down jackets provided meager insulation, yet still failed to ward off the biting cold. When will this snow ever stop? The power plant. Members of the patrol team braved the driving snow to clear the drifts. The bitter wind howled, stinging their ears with icy needles as they toiled shoulder to shoulder, shoveling away the accumulated snow. They shouted slogans, unyieldingly fearless of hardship, giving their absolute all. Clearing vital highways, organizing rescue operations, scouring every corner of the city for cotton jackets and down jackets to deliver to families in need. The cold wind screamed, snow swirled in wild gusts. The snow fell ever heavier, blocking roads, halting vehicles. They pressed forward on foot, assisting all who required help amid the howling blizzard. While the patrol team toiled through the rescue efforts, certain official leaders sprawled comfortably at home, feasting on hot pot, issuing commands from their plush quarters. Comrades, perseverance means victory. Cheesher's temporary warehouse, where staff debated having hot pot for lunch. Most were Lou Mayer's trusted confidants and well-connected associates, their faces beaming as they bantered with one another. Supplies were abundant, food freely taken from the warehouse. Family and friends gathered together, playing cards, their laughter echoing as they admired the snowy landscape. If only this snow would intensify further, perhaps the beasts would not emerge. The capital. A spacious living room. Several elderly figures gathered together. We've lost control at the county and township levels. Cities pay lip service while acting contrary. Provincial authorities continue transmitting orders, yet each faction calculates its own advantage. Let's issue the final announcement. No more suppression. Give the people a chance to save themselves. Tomorrow we may lose the very foundations of human survival. At least let people help themselves. We can no longer protect them. The Spark plan may now commence. Bases 2 and 3 can be completed tomorrow. Base 1 is already 1/3 occupied. The Logistics Support Department has already transferred most of the grain reserves to Base 1's granaries. Scholars and experts are progressively relocating into Base 1. Old-style weapons and equipment have been stockpiled. Blades, spears, and swords have all been sealed away. Major weapons factories have completed their relocation. The elderly figures spoke in turn, each pursuing their own thread of discussion. Their vitality had waned, yet their voices carried a slow, measured strength and unwavering resolve. Finally, an elderly man who appeared slightly younger than the rest rose to his feet, surveying the room before slowly speaking. Issue the final announcement. Proceed as planned. Comrades, the situation is beyond salvage. The present chaos serves a greater tomorrow. Humanity endures. Huaxiao endures. The Tianbao Villa District. A secluded abandoned villa less than a kilometer from Su Bai's residence. Its geographic position was most unfavorable. One side faced the lake, two sides sloped, gently sheltered from wind, and sat considerably lower than the surrounding villas. Essentially, Su Bai's villa could see this building from its first floor, while this building's third floor could not see Su Bai's villa at all. Ling Ying and Bai Lingling had taken shelter here, their jeep parked in the garage. Ling Ying wore an expensive down jacket she'd scavenged from the villa, carefully stashing away the food Su Bai had left for them. Bai Lingling had discovered a wealth of wooden planks in the villa's backyard, likely intended by the previous owner for some other purpose. She repurposed them to reinforce the villa, securing all doors and windows. Glass doors and windows were nailed shut with planks one by one. The two labored in the swirling snow until they were drenched in sweat. Their division of labor was precise. Ling Ying filled the bathtub with water and boiled several kettles of hot water, occasionally sipping to warm herself as the heavy snow continued to fall. By afternoon, the two paused briefly to rest. The villa had been transformed entirely. The interior was oppressively dim, all sources of light sealed away. The two sat at the dining table, each with a bowl of steaming instant noodles. Ling Ying opened her phone's video app, searching desperately for useful information. Everywhere were pleas for help, desperate cries for rescue. Countless people lacked food and clothing. The snow had come too suddenly. This snowfall had struck virtually the entire globe simultaneously, highly abnormal, or rather beyond all reason. Countless travelers journeying across the nation were trapped by the endless snow, freezing and starving, their fates uncertain. In times past, such a snow disaster would not have caused major catastrophe if the people united. Today there was no rescue, no assistance, only self-preservation. If things were this dire domestically, the situation abroad was even more chaotic. Natural disasters mingled with human conflict, bodies littered the streets, gunfire never ceased. Ling Ying stared at the harrowing video footage, her heart growing cold. Suddenly the screen auto-switched. A breathtaking message appeared. The final announcement. First, over the next 2 days, hundreds of transport aircraft will drop vast quantities of weapons and ammunition across the nation. Those destined to find them may take what they will. Second, we publish the precise locations of granaries and abandoned military bases across the country. Third, tonight a momentous change approaches. Possible outcomes include cessation of water and electricity, further climate cooling, and other drastic developments. Dear sons and daughters of Huaxiao, strive to survive. Fourth, we publish known mysterious information. Evolvers, those who obtain the evolution potion from the Cabinet of Destiny, may become evolvers. First stage evolvers are immune to heat and cold, possess powerful physiques, fear no ordinary blade wounds, and cannot be defeated by normal humans. Abilities: mysterious potions obtained from the Cabinet of Destiny may grant unknown abilities. There is a probability of death and a probability of acquiring unknown powers. The Cabinet of Destiny, origin unknown, contains mysterious objects, technology, weapons, knowledge, food, everything imaginable. Access conditions unknown. Those who enter face 9 deaths and 1 life, half emerge crippled. Every gift carries an unknown price. Taking from it means death. Addition: the Cabinet of Destiny will only accept 4 customers. Those who exceed this number will die upon entry. Fifth, we publish the location of Capital Base 3. Those seeking shelter may travel there independently. Experts and scholars willing to join us, please call the number provided. Your participation is most welcome. Sixth, humanity endures. Huaxiao endures. May all sons and daughters of Huaxiao find peace and safety throughout their lives. Ling Ying finished reading the entire announcement and glanced at the title once more. She understood the gravity of what she had witnessed. Her heart was seized by extreme terror. She could not accept this announcement. She did not believe the authorities would become so pessimistic merely over current events unless. Ling Ying's gaze instantly fixed on the third item. Tonight brings momentous change. The world is truly about to transform. An age of chaos truly begun. A sharp crack. Zhang Yunxi smashed a bowl, her face contorted in shock as she stared at the announcement playing on the living room television, utterly speechless. The Cabinet of Destiny. Had he entered it? 9 deaths, 1 life. Su Bai emerged from his room, holding his phone, his expression seemingly calm, yet still betraying a trace of something amiss. Be careful. Clean that up later. Noticing nothing unusual, Su Bai returned to his bedroom, his expression troubled. The Cabinet of Destiny. So that was the truth. 9 deaths and 1 life. Should I enter? The authorities had concealed many crucial details. Su Bai's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment he looked up once more. Activate prophecy. A familiar dark space. A familiar white screen. This time he did not choose to continue the previous prophecy, nor did he restart the 3-day prophecy. Instead he selected a 1-month time frame. I am Su Bai. June 10th, 2026. The legendary Cabinet of Fate appears once more. You open it, obtain the evolution elixir, and lose 1 arm. June 11th. The authorities attempt to recruit you, you refuse. June 12th. You are surrounded and attacked, yet you counter-kill 46 people. June 17th. The ice and snow cease, the beasts awaken, chaos erupts. The city district is devastated, reduced to ruins. The Tianbao residential complex is affected. June 21st. The Cabinet of Fate descends upon its original location. You enter it, lose your internal organs, and die. Please introduce variations to change the trajectory. If no new variables emerge within 10 minutes, the prophecy ends. Su Bai furrowed his brow, enduring the splitting headache. He noticed this time the pain wasn't as intense as before. Introducing variations. This differed from the previous 3-day prophecy. After contemplating silently, Su Bai conceived a variation within his mind. Do not enter the Cabinet of Fate. June 10th. The Cabinet of Fate descends. After Ling Yuding opens the cabinet, you take control of the entire situation. Instead of rushing in first, you directly order a random bystander to enter and retrieve the evolution elixir. The other person loses an arm, ignores all warnings, drinks it, and becomes an evolver. You slaughter them on the spot. June 11th. The authorities request your recruitment, you refuse. June 12th. 3 exceptionally beautiful women are sent by the authorities requesting your assistance in assassinating a mid-tier monstrous beast. You demand a large amount of supplies and require ownership of the corpse. You agree. June 14th. You lead a team in a sneak attack against a dormant mid-tier monstrous beast. A fierce battle erupts. Except for your injuries, everyone else is annihilated. You evolve once more. June 15th. A massive explosion occurs in your residence. You coldly observe everything from a withered tree in the courtyard, ambushing and killing over 70 people. Your old wounds relapse and you depart. June 17th. The ice and snow cease, the beasts awaken, monstrous beasts run amok, the city district is destroyed. June 21st. The Cabinet of Fate descends. You employ your old tactic, preparing to sacrifice others. The person you coerce enters and obtains an ancient painting, losing 70 years of life, and immediately perishes. June 23rd. You are besieged by 4 first-tier humans and 2 awakened. Through coordinated efforts, they finally inflict severe wounds on your relapsing old injuries. They die with imposing grandeur while you limpingly and dejectedly return home to recuperate. June 25th. You storm into the survivor base established by the authorities and assassinate Lu Chong, achieving your goal and withdrawing gracefully. June 27th. A high-tier monstrous beast is led into the Tianbao residential complex. You are pursued, severely wounded, and flee. Midway you lie in ambush within a small forest, ambushing the pursuers, killing Lu Dong and 4 first-tier humans. You kill 1,000 at the cost of 800 of your own. June 28th. Your injuries are too severe. You encounter a wild first-tier human Zhang Yunxi, who covers your escape and is beaten to death. Enraged, you forcibly kill the opponent. Your old wounds erupt. You die together. You are dead. The white screen flickers several times, and a line of text slowly appears. Please introduce variations. Subai's headache is excruciating, yet he's not surprised he could initiate a third prophecy. His spiritual energy far exceeded the previous time. Squinting, he carefully observes this content. He discovers a very peculiar point within these details. The thermal weapons have vanished. The people who attacked him should all be Lu Chang's men, yet no thermal weapons were seen. This implies thermal weapons became ineffective or problematic at some point in time. No. Subai furrowed his brow and glanced at the message again. On June 14th, he led a team to assassinate a mid-tier monstrous beast. The team members should not have been first-tier humans and should have been humans equipped with thermal weapons. They didn't malfunction, yet they weren't used against him. Why? Subai was puzzled. This prophecy was too vague. Everything required speculation. Many trivial matters were hidden within major events. Introduce variation joined the official base. Subai decided to join the base and find more intelligence through official channels. June 11th. The authorities request your recruitment. You agree. You are personally received by Lu Chang and become the deputy director of the future Chishui base with no specific duties for now. June 12th. Lu Chang sends 3 exceptionally beautiful women and personally comes to converse. He needs your help to clear a dormant mid-tier monstrous beast. You learn that mid-tier monstrous beasts only weaken during daytime and cannot revert to ordinary beasts. High-tier monstrous beasts can freely transform between monstrous and ordinary beast forms. June 13th. You requisition crossbows and armor leading 46 individuals fully equipped and ready for deployment. The Chishui base is established. You are granted a villa by Lu Chang. June 14th. You lead a team in a sneak attack against a dormant mid-tier monstrous beast. A fierce battle erupts. Except for you, the entire army is annihilated. You evolve once more. June 15th. You receive an honor medal and are granted 10 seductive women. You swear eternal loyalty to the base and successfully become the leader of the Chishui base security division. June 17th. The ice and snow cease. The beasts awaken. Monstrous beasts run amok. The city district is devastated. The Chishui base hangs by a thread. Lu Chang requests your assistance outside only to discover the building is empty with no one left. You fled. June 19th. You conduct an experiment causing Zhang Yunxi to evolve into a first-tier human. Simultaneously, you obtain information. Evolvers can only evolve by drinking first-tier evolution elixirs and possess no ability for self-cultivation. They must repeatedly gamble with the Cabinet of Fate. June 21st. You return to the Tianbao residential complex. The Cabinet of Fate descends. You employ your old tactic of sacrificing others. Through coercion and temptation, the person who enters obtains an ancient painting, loses 70 years of life, and immediately perishes. June 22nd. You return to the Chishui base. The base is in ruins. Lu Chang receives you personally once more. June 27th. A high-tier monstrous beast appears near the Chishui base. You accept the mission to lure away the beast. During execution, Lu Chang sells you out, leaving you alone to bear the pressure from the high-tier beast. Little does he know you turn around and bring the beast back to the base, taking the opportunity to escape. June 29th. The Chishui base is rebuilt. Having obtained the high-tier beast's corpse, you evolve once more. You return to the Chishui base and continue to lie low. Lu Chang passes by the villa 4 times without entering. He merely sends you the women he previously gave you. July 2nd. Lu Chang brings a second-tier human and demands your submission. You get up and blow the second-tier human's head apart in front of him, handing it to Lu Chang, then go back to sleep. July 7th. 2 high-tier monstrous beasts attack again. The base is destroyed. You flee during the night. This time the Chishui base ceases to exist. July 8th. You return to the Chishui base and scavenge for supplies. Lu Chang establishes Chishui base 2. This time he no longer invites you to join the organization. July 9th. 1 month later, snow falls from the sky, once more heavier, fiercer, and more violent. That very day, the Tianbao residential complex is destroyed. You are surrounded and killed by ice monsters. You die. Crackle. The white screen flickers. The prophecy ends. Subai held his head in silence. The pain was too intense. If the agony of his second death had been a placid river, this time, it was a raging ocean with waves of stabbing pain crashing upon him one after another. I was so cautious, yet I still died. And my luck was incredibly terrible. I happened to die right when the prophecy ended automatically, leaving me no chance to start over. Judging from the trajectory of the future, he already possessed the ability to protect himself. He never expected new complications to arise. A month later, the ice and snow would strike even harder along with unknown dangers. Thermal weapons had become useless. Lu Chang and the others were using bows and crossbows instead. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. The failure of thermal weapons was a good thing for him personally, but a disaster for society as a whole. This time the intelligence he had obtained was substantial. First, the exchange method of the fake god cabinet was extraordinarily dangerous. Only human lives could be gambled. The capital had deliberately kept this secret. Second, regarding the evolution potion, Su-bai had no intention of trying it. Zhang Yunxi had already served as the test subject. Once she consumed the evolution potion, her evolution depended entirely on continuing to take it. This passage actually carried an additional meaning. It meant that in the future there would be other ways to evolve. It simply had not been recorded in the major events. Since all events were intimately connected to him, he had certainly not paid much attention to future evolution methods. Additionally, he had confirmed one thing: Zhang Yunxi was genuinely sincere toward him. She truly had not betrayed him. Looks like I can give her some things I don't need. Su-bai frowned, then wondered if doing so might alter the future. After a brief moment of thought, he abandoned the idea. Who knew whether deliberately withholding things might itself be what changes fate? Never mind. No need to dwell on such matters. In this prophecy, neither Bailing Ling nor Ling Ying appeared, nor did Ling Yuding and her daughter from the previous prophecy. All three women were absent. However, the general course had already been set. Su-bai knew exactly what lay ahead, and he would walk the path better from now on. Evolution. He must evolve. Creak. The door opened softly. Zhang Yunxi tiptoed into the room and placed the hot water kettle on the bedside table. Yunxi, come here. Su-bai beckoned. He wanted to give Zhang Yunxi 2 pistols for self-defense. Hearing Su-bai call out, Zhang Yunxi's delicate face flushed. She cast a charming glance at him and began to undress. Swift and deft, within 7 or 8 seconds a fair and tender figure slipped beneath the covers. Su-bai fell silent. He felt the warmth beside him, unsure whether to tell her to get up. Fine, he would wait. It was not urgent. Outside, the cold wind howled. Snowflakes filled the sky as the temperature plummeted to around freezing, bone-chilling, and bitter. Tianbao residential compound's villas still had electricity. The air conditioning and heating were barely sufficient, but managed to raise the temperature marginally. Across the snow-white expanse, 2 figures, one tall, one small, trudged through deep and shallow footprints toward a villa. Their silhouettes looked profoundly lonely amid the swirling snow. She was a beautiful woman wrapped in thick clothing, yet unable to conceal the unique elegance radiating from her. It was the bearing of a noble lady cultivated through years of fine living and refined education. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, bundled in a heavy down jacket, deliberately playing with snow as she walked. Cough, cough. The noblewoman coughed. The temperature had dropped too rapidly, and many people had caught cold before they could react. She held her daughter's hand resolutely, making her way toward the villa by the lakeside. I hope what Yuding said is true. This family must have plenty of food. Lu Yin brushed snow from her daughter's head, steeling herself. Lu Yin was the homeowner here. Before the disaster, she had been a renowned angel investor in Qi City, enormously wealthy. Her husband had died young, leaving only her daughter behind. Despite the grief of losing him, she had raised her daughter in peace and harmony. Until the disaster struck. Supplies grew scarce, and neither she nor her daughter dared wander far. They believed the authorities would resolve the crisis soon, but instead the situation only grew worse. Today she had finally finished all the food purchased before the disaster. Not a single vegetable or piece of meat remained in the refrigerator. Even the rice was gone. Down to their last resources, she could no longer endure it. She considered borrowing food from the neighbors, but faced one rejection after another. 2 households even harbored malicious intentions, hoping to lure her inside. Until she met a kind soul. Ling Yuding, the legendary underground queen. Sensing their shared plight, both mothers struggling to keep their daughters alive, showed her a path forward. Her neighbors were a man and a woman, outsiders with ample food supplies. Perhaps she could beg for some. Lu Yin chose to come here and take her chances. It was her only option. In this environment, she had no survival skills. The mountains seemed close, but were impossible to traverse quickly. On foot through the heavy snow, Lu Yin and her daughter walked for 30 to 40 minutes before finally arriving at Su-bai's villa. Lu Yin composed herself, enduring the icy snow. She scooped up a handful of snow, washed her face, and dried it with her scarf. Then she crouched to fix her daughter's hair and gently rubbed her rosy cheeks. The little girl looked as delicate and adorable as a porcelain doll. Cough, cough. Lu Yin cleared her throat twice. Her refined face was pale. She stepped forward and knocked on the door. From the 2nd floor of the neighboring villa across the way, someone observed the scene. A fierce fire roared inside an iron basin, the wood crackling audibly. Windows were thrown open for ventilation. The indoor temperature was far warmer than the outdoors. Ling Yuding wore her hair in a neat bun, balancing maturity with a playful air. She donned a mink coat over black thermal wear and a hand-knitted sweater with no visible seams. Nearly invisible thermal leggings hugged her long legs, and she wore gray knee-high boots. Her overall bearing was remarkably mature. Despite her conservative attire, she exuded an unmistakable sensuality. She wore delicate makeup that accentuated her exquisitely sculpted features, as if carved by the heavens themselves, lending her an aura of cold arrogance. Combined with her rare height, this presence was enough to tower above the rest. The title of queen was truly well-deserved. Ling Yuding held a pair of binoculars, observing the scene before Su-bai's door. With each knock, once, twice, There was no response from within the villa. This little one is quite cautious. Ling Yuding's voice carried an unquestionable authority, forged through years of occupying a high position. It was the aura of command. Li Ningshuang stood beside her wearing a white round cap. Beneath it was a breathtakingly beautiful face still retaining hints of youthfulness. She was half a head shorter than her mother Ling Yuding, but her figure was no less impressive. She wore a pale yellow coat with a high collar over a form-fitting undergarment, concealing her perfect figure entirely. Only glimpses could be caught as she moved. Beneath her coat a section of leg wrapped in flesh-toned thermal, where was visible leading down to white knee-high boots similar in style to Ling Yuding's, but in a different color. Mom, is this guy really an evolved one? He's so timid. Could he be a fake? Absolutely not fake. I saw it with my own eyes. Li Ningxue refused to stand beside her sister as she appeared far too short compared to Li Ningshuang and Ling Yuding. She sat in a chair wrapped in a down jacket with a cartoon character, hood yawning sleepily. Hearing her sister's words, she couldn't resist shooting back a retort. Had the door opened. Zhang Yunxi pushed open the door. Outside stood a mother and daughter she had never seen before. Her brow furrowed. She had expected Ling Ying, and by Lingling. She had been preparing to experience something thrilling with Su by assuming it was by Lingling and the others, so she had restrained her anger. But when she opened the door, good heavens, strangers. Her expression immediately soured. Who are you? What do you want here? Zhang Yunxi cast a wary glance around. In the blinding white snow there were only two sets of footprints, one large, one small. Lu Yin observed Zhang Yunxi, whose vitality radiated excellent health, and knew she had come to the right place. Sister, I am the owner of Villa 107. The cold weather has left our family short on food and supplies. I came to borrow or purchase grain from a neighbor. Whatever you ask, I am willing to pay any price, give you anything I possess. Lu Yan's gentle voice carried a thread of helplessness, the sensation of prolonged starvation. The little girl stood obediently nearby, licking a snowball and smacking her lips, not disturbing her mother's conversation. Zhang Yunxi gazed coldly at the mother and daughter, speaking without a shred of mercy. If there's no food, then starve to death. In this day and age, who would sell food? You want to spend money? Give me money, and I'll give you food. How much do you have? I'll take it all. So many have already starved to death. You're just one or two more. The words cut deep. Lu Yan opened her mouth, utterly unprepared for such cruelty from this seemingly beautiful and enchanting woman. Such was simply Zhang Yunxi's nature. She had treated Su Bai the same way in the past. Now she only showed courtesy to Su Bai and those close to her. Strangers. She was no saint. I don't need much. I can give you gold. I brought gold. Lu Yan's face turned ashen, thrown into disarray. She hastily pulled a small gold bar from her pocket, weighing approximately half a kilogram. If they couldn't buy food this time in such bitter cold, neither she nor her daughter would survive. Zhang Yunxi didn't even glance at the offered gold bar, pushing it aside with contempt. In this world, what difference is there between gold bars and money? Get lost, stop bothering me. Zhang Yunxi, clearly impatient, moved to shut the door. The little girl stood frozen, no longer licking the snow. Lu Yan hung her head, utterly dejected. She had tried her best. Truly there was no way to survive. The wind seemed to grow even colder. The little girl gently embraced Lu Yan's leg, calling out in her childish voice. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Did Qianqian make Mommy angry? Qianqian shouldn't have licked the snow. Qianqian won't say she's hungry anymore. Don't cry, Mommy. Hearing her daughter's innocent voice, Lu Yan quickly wiped away her tears and crouched down to comfort her daughter. TCH, playing the sympathy card for whom? Zhang Yunxi sneered and slammed the door shut with a bang. Lu Yan soothed her daughter, then lifted her gaze to the vast sky, silently wordless. Where could she possibly go from here? Bang. The door was thrust open. Zhang Yunxi's brow creased tightly as she strode outside. You? Did you come to sell me food? Lu Yan's tears would not stop, as if hope had arrived. I can sell to you, but you must tell me the truth. Who sent you here? Zhang Yunxi spoke coldly. Something felt off. She and Su Bai were not residents here, yet this mother and daughter had somehow found their way here, as if knowing someone lived here. Lu Yan hesitated, then spoke. It was from Villa 177, the owner Ling Yuding. She told me there was plenty of food here and suggested I try my luck. I am telling only the truth. Lu Yan extended the gold bar toward Zhang Yunxi, biting her lip tightly, deeply anxious. When did I say I wanted gold? I want a big flat-screen TV. Do you have one? Lu Yan stood stunned. She deeply felt the cruelty of this world. Get lost now. Zhang Yunxi waved her hand and shut the door, hurrying upstairs to report to Su Bai. Lu Yan did not move. From hope to despair, her heart had died. Mommy, let's go home. The little girl obediently brushed the snow off Lu Yan's body, calling out in her tender voice. The gale howled and her small voice was simply impossible to hear. Lu Yan remained motionless. Thud. A dark figure crashed heavily into the snow before Lu Yan. It was a plastic bag stuffed full of food, cookies, instant noodles, small snacks, enough for a mother and daughter for several days. Lu Yan stared blankly at the plastic bag, rubbing her eyes, then stared for a long while more before slowly lifting her gaze to the sky. On the second-floor balcony, a handsome young man nodded slightly toward her. Amid the howling gale, she faintly heard 4 words. Transaction complete. Tears immediately welled in Lu Yan's eyes. Pulling her daughter, the two knelt in the snow and kowtowed toward the door. When she looked up again, the handsome young man had vanished without a trace. Lu Yan wiped her tears and immediately opened the plastic bag, stuffing the food packages into her clothing. Her down jacket had ample space. Before long, Lu Yan looked a size larger. She carried her daughter and returned home, having found nothing. She could survive now. This looks like being henpecked. Li Ningshuang furrowed her brow, never expecting that the first evolver to appear before the public would be henpecked, unable to make his own decisions. Having to sneak food out like this. This woman will be a weakness. Target her and strike when the opportunity arises. Li Ningshuang added. Ling Yuding nodded slightly. Xiao Shuang, go spread the word in the neighborhood group for this family. Let everyone without food go beg there. Be careful not to expose yourself. This family. The man is kind-hearted but has plenty of food. The woman is petty but holds the purse strings. As long as there's a point of contention, I refuse to believe they won't argue. We'll settle old and new scores together. Xiao Shuang, find a couple of people to slip in and stir up trouble. Get them to argue as fiercely as possible. Once their relationship falls apart, Xiao Shui, do you have confidence to slip in? Ling Yuding set the tone in just a few sentences. She planned to use the beauty trap. It was the best strategy against men. Mom, he has an impression of me, so it would be hard for me to pretend. Li Ningsno pursed her lips, lacking confidence. Xiao Shui, guess what? Before the disaster struck, what kind of person was he? What impression would you have on him? Ling Yuding smiled faintly. Li Ningsno knitted her delicate brows, contemplating for a moment before answering seriously. He was probably a student before not wealthy. Most likely he became her boyfriend through looks and being a sycophant. This woman is a green tea girl, just using him as a backup. That's why the woman calls the shots. His impression of me should be that of an arrogant and willful girl. Li Ningshuang shook her head slightly, saying, his impression of you should be a wealthy young lady, cheerful and open with a slight princess attitude, but extraordinarily beautiful. Someone who stands up for her sisters and mother a filial daughter. Li Ningsno was dumbfounded. When did my character become so noble? Ha ha. Li Ningshuang chuckled, her tone icy. Many men sometimes believe exactly that. Looks are justice. The advantages you display to the outside world can stir a man's deepest urge to conquer. Human beings are contradictions. He may call you spoiled, yet he will still adore your face. Besides, you haven't done anything to him. Onlookers will never truly empathize. The people I've bullied wish they could kill me, but those who eat at my table take pride in me and stay loyal to me. Li Ningshuang sneered and added, so he might hold a grudge against you, but it won't come to wanting to kill you the instant you meet. As long as you get the chance to see him, you must trust your charm. Win him over. Hearing this, Li Ningshua smiled and nodded with complete confidence. I've wanted to teach that man a lesson for a long time. I'll conquer him and turn him into my faithful dog. Ling Yuding turned and left, no longer concerning herself with the matter. She ascended to the 3rd floor and dialed a number. Sister Ting, all our people are settled. With your villa as the center, we've occupied the 6 villas around it. We've also arranged a trap building for ambushing mutated beasts at night. Also, 2 girls moved into Villa 174. No threat. The report came through the phone immediately. Ling Yuding nodded and asked him, how are the people secretly left behind in the city? Sister Ting, old Wu has been recruited into Lu Chang's ranks. Xiao Hu is dead and Ah Zheng has taken over school. Xiao Hu is dead. Shuanger left him so many guns. How could he just die? Ling Yuding's eyes turned cold. Yes. Worthless. Tell Ah Zheng to take good care of his wife, kids, and old folks, so old Wu won't lose heart. After hanging up, Ling Yuding stood up, checked the time, and decided to take an afternoon nap. She went into the bathroom and ran the water. Back on the bed, she read the news for a while. 10 minutes later, she returned to the bathroom. Ling Yuding, who will one day get to enjoy this exquisite figure of yours? Maybe no one will. I'd better savor the sight myself. In the afternoon, the snow came down even harder. The temperature had already dropped below zero, and every household relied solely on electricity to survive. Outside, after hours of heavy snow, the ice and snow grew deeper and deeper. The lower layer gradually froze solid while the upper layer was as soft as cotton. It had reached half a meter deep. Subai came out of the bathroom, walked through the corridor, and returned to the 3rd floor. Gazing out the window, he saw snowflakes falling gracefully. A beautiful view. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Sudden pounding came at the door, urgent and heavy. Open up. I know you're in there. Hey, 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 open up, you hear me. If you don't, I'll kick the door down. Subai's face went cold. He twisted around and jumped down the stairs in a single leap. He wanted to see just who it was. Who dared threaten to kick down his door? Zhang Yunxi, who had just finished bathing, darkened her face and went to the 2nd floor balcony to see what was happening. Someone was still shouting at the door. The people inside, open up. You're trespassing on private property. That's illegal. I'm the owner's brother, and he has given me full authority to manage this place. Open the door at once. Open the door now, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. Thump, thump, thump. The banging grew ever more intense. Subai shoved the door open and took a close look. Well, quite a crowd. 4 men and 2 women stood at the door. The 2 women were around 30 or 40 years of age, attractive and so well maintained that they looked as if they were in their 20s, their temperament merely more mature and composed. Among the men, apart from one young man, all the rest were middle-aged. All 6 exuded a wealthy, distinguished air, whether standing or crouching, every one elegantly poised. On closer inspection, they all had sallow faces and gaunt frames. They were clearly starving. The man who had been pounding on the door stood in front. He was around 40, kept a fit figure without gaining a paunch, and had plain features. Boosted by the aura of wealth, he had a touch of handsomeness, the kind of mature older man appeal women found attractive. Brother, entering someone's house without the owner's permission isn't really appropriate, is it? The man stopped pounding and glanced at Su-bai with contempt, then threatened, "Do you believe that if I call the police right now, a patrol can come arrest you and shoot you dead? Get the hell out." The middle-aged man, aggressively arrogant, directly ordered Su-bai to leave. Even Su-bai was caught off guard for a moment. He looked left and right, saw no ambush, and without another word drew his gun. The cold gun muzzle pressed against the middle-aged man's head. "Who exactly are you?" Those who had been standing aside just moments ago all started speaking. None of them had expected this young man to have a gun. It seemed he had gotten lucky and picked up a gun, and no wonder he had so many supplies. "Young man, don't. This villa is his friend's place after all, so they hold the advantage of being in the right. Even if he didn't say it nicely, we can still talk things through slowly. Drawing a gun at the slightest provocation isn't a good idea." The only young man spoke up to mediate. He looked a year or two older than Su-bai. "That's right. Boss Lu may have a sharp tongue, but what he said is true. Young man, you were in the wrong first, and he just has too hot a temper. Both of you should apologize and talk things over calmly." A woman spoke to soothe everyone, her voice calm and gentle. "Cough, cough, cough. In my opinion, Boss Lu should apologize. This young man can rent the villa by paying some supplies, and it's all settled. Nothing more." The pot-bellied middle-aged man spoke with a look that said the whole matter was simple and straightforward. "I don't think that's right. Boss Lu can't act on his friend's behalf either. There are many valuable things in this house that can't be damaged. I believe this young man is a decent person, but later we don't want to be accused of not making things clear." Another man, who was nothing but skin and bones, shook his head, finding the idea unreasonable. Upstairs, Zhang Yunqi, who had just returned from the bath, was seething with anger. These people were too wicked. On the surface, they seemed to be sticking to the facts and even taking Su-bai's side, but in truth, every sentence was meant to pressure Su-bai into backing down. And they claimed to represent a friend, words spilled out at random. Who knew whether it was true? What's more, in this world, people were dying everywhere, and anyone could shelter in an empty house without the authorities saying a thing. They were plainly ganging up to manipulate Su-bai. Absolutely despicable. His companions tried to dissuade him, but Boss Lu remained unyielding. Utterly indifferent to the gun at his head, he said with brutal arrogance, "Haha, who do you think you're threatening with that gun? I've been around and seen all kinds. You think I'll be scared by that gun of yours, all pose and no substance? Before I came, I told my brother if I wasn't back within an hour, he should call the police. In this world, killing gets you shot on the spot by the patrol, no trial needed. So what are you going to trade your life for mine?" The middle-aged man remained defiant. Before Su-bai could even respond, the others began to mediate again. "Don't, Boss Lu, don't. A life for a life isn't worth it for anyone. If we can settle it peacefully, let's settle it peacefully. I'm a kind-hearted man, and I'll say a fair word for the young man. This villa is right here, and in times like these, who knows who's died? The house does have an owner, and this young man was wrong to begin with, but there's no need to make it into such a scene." The pot-bellied man put on an angry look and spoke up fairly for Su-bai. "I've been watching for a long time, and I truly despise you grown men. Quibbling over every little thing. Aren't we all washout people? Wouldn't helping one another be better? Little bro, don't mind them. I, your big sister, have another villa at the foot of the mountain, so you move right in." A woman who had remained silent the entire time suddenly spoke passionately, denouncing Boss Lu and the others. Then she grabbed Su-bai's hand and started pulling him down the mountain. "Come on, we're not taking this crap. Sister will take you to your new place." After tugging twice, the woman sensed something wrong. Su-bai's body didn't budge an inch. She looked back. Su-bai looked at her, his eyes dripping with derision. He swept his gaze around, and the people who had been arguing moments ago all went quiet. Su-bai said coldly, "Quite the coordination. For my supplies, some of you play the good cops and the bad cop. Young man, we're all trying to do you good. Don't misunderstand. You were in the wrong first." Bang. Su-bai fired without the slightest hesitation. Thud. Blood stained the earth. The man, as skinny as a beanpole, collapsed, his eyes glaring wide, dead with outrage. The searing bright red blood melted the ice and snow. "All right, go ahead, call the police." Looking at the crowd with a sneer, Su-bai reached into the shocked middle-aged man's pocket, pulled out his phone, and handed it to him. "Go on, call them. Let me watch." At these words, Boss Lu broke out in a sweat in the icy snowfield. His eyes were lifeless as he stared fixedly at the familiar fallen man. Watching someone he knew die sent an inexplicable chill through him, especially when the gun pressed against his head again. Horror, fear, panic, and regret. Countless negative emotions surged through his heart. If it weren't for his years of traveling far and wide, he probably couldn't have stayed standing now. "Boss Lu, this is where you're being unreasonable. At your age, your tolerance is too small. What's the big deal if some young people stayed in your friend's villa for a few days? They didn't stay for free. They even cleaned up. The portly man began scolding Boss Lu. Besides, your friend didn't say a word. Why are you meddling? Do you have some ulterior motive? Boss Lu ground his teeth so hard they nearly broke. That bastard really was a beast. He switched sides the moment things went wrong without a trace of hesitation, and even kicked him while he was down. He was now stuck in a dilemma. The phone Su Bai had handed over remained untouched. He didn't dare move it. Boss Lu could tell that Su Bai was absolutely a ruthless man who had seen blood. With such a person, the best course was submission. They wouldn't reason with you or speak of righteousness or morality. Brother, I was wrong. Boss Lu weighed the matter and decided to abandon any dignity. He spoke sincerely, knelt down, and begged for forgiveness. As long as he survived this tribulation, he would never let Su Bai go. These days guns were no longer a rarity. Once he got a gun, it would be Su Bai's doom. When that day came, he would kill Su Bai and take his woman to vent his hatred. The others let out long sighs of relief. Old Lu was indeed a man who could bend and stretch when needed. They surely couldn't resort to murder, could they? He's definitely set on revenge. Should I go down and warn Brother Su? Zhang Yunxi understood how these people thought. They were all two-faced. After consideration, she trusted Su Bai's judgment. Su Bai looked around the circle, sweeping his gaze over each person and seeing through their little schemes. Boss Lu's thoughts were buried deep. Su Bai hadn't seen through them, nor did he need to. He put away his phone and sneered. Since you're unwilling to call the police, I won't force you. You people are full of tricks. You clearly came to seize supplies, yet you had to find excuses and reasons. Outwardly, you write articles of morality. In secret, you commit theft and lechery. Boss Lu gritted his teeth and remained silent. Let the scolding follow, it didn't matter. As long as he didn't lose his life. Who told him to be deceived, stupidly charging in to trigger the mine, and unwittingly becoming the vanguard? A gentleman can wait 10 years for vengeance. He would remember every humiliation he had suffered and pay it all back in the future. The others were smart enough to keep their mouths shut and endure. Su Bai had total control of the situation, so they had to compromise and survive. Tell me who sent you here. Su Bai asked a question no one had expected. These people had come here with no purpose other than to find a way to rob supplies. They had never met Su Bai, so where had they heard the news? Whether someone was targeting him, all of that had to be determined. Boss Lu's eyes flickered slightly. After a short pause, he said, Our villa district has a large group chat. Everyone there is a person of status and standing. More friends mean more ways forward, and nearly every homeowner is in it. Over an hour ago, someone posted several messages in the group. Boss Lu paused slightly to observe Su Bai's expression. Su Bai's face was calm. Who posted them, and what information did they post? He put away his gun, signaling his stance to Boss Lu and the others. It was an alternate account. I couldn't tell who it was. It posted a long passage. I didn't delete it. You can look at my phone directly. There's no password. Boss Lu answered honestly. Since he had decided to suffer a little grievance, he wouldn't scheme recklessly. Safety came first. Su Bai nodded slightly and took out the middle-aged man's phone again. When he opened WeChat, pinned at the top was a group called Riding the Whirlwind 90,000ly. The notification showed 99. When he tapped in, the total number of members was over 400, representing over 400 households. What met his eyes was a flood of messages seeking supplies. Among the supply-seeking messages, someone had also DM. A WeChat user called Yunwan Shufang asked him whether he had gotten it done. Scrolling further up, many people had asked him about the matter. Then just over an hour ago, a person named Fu Xiao posted 4 messages. The first, when I passed Villa 178, I saw someone inside. I couldn't contact the owner, so I suspect outsiders have taken over the nest. I even discovered that this family has an enormous amount of supplies. Damn it. If I weren't a coward, I really would make a big move. The second 4 photos. The first 2 were selfies of Zhang Yunxi, followed by a photo of a refrigerator and a screenshot of a forum post showing the address of Tianbao community. Take a look at these photos. These are the photos of flaunting wealth that went viral a while ago. That's right. It's our Villa 178, and it's a young lady. I also heard she has a weak-looking boyfriend. The third, I'm so hungry, so hungry. The fourth, he de-bossed Lu's WeChat. I heard you're a friend of the owner of 178. Why don't we join forces and make a move? Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll starve to death here. Su Bai scrutinized Zhang Yunxi's photos and resolved to teach her a lesson when they returned. She had bullied a widow and her child, and now he had discovered she was also flaunting herself online, stealing all the limelight. She had to be taught a lesson. Continuing to scroll, Lu Wu had agreed on a meeting place with the mysterious person, accepted 4 more people into the plan, and arranged to come together. There was strength in numbers. Su Bai swept a glance over the crowd and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. So which one of you is the mysterious person? Boss Lu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, the mysterious person didn't show up. We waited for a while at the designated spot, but he never came. How do you believe that? Su Bai asked with a smile. Boss Lu fell silent. In truth, on the way over, he had wondered whether that alternate WeChat account was one of the people right here. Brother, we were really blinded for a moment. Can you let us off? We promise we won't come near this place again. Boss Lu sounded extremely sincere, but Su Bai couldn't be bothered to listen. He found the mysterious person's chat history in WeChat. The conversation had been brief, and the mysterious person had even given him advice and strategies. He told Lu Wu to play the victim and beg for some food, and Lu Wu had agreed. But when the moment came, Lu Wu found 4 partners who delivered themselves to his doorstep and changed his mind. After a brief exchange, they changed their minds. No begging, they would rob. They would take the supplies, and the woman too. They had strength in numbers, and Villa 178 had only 1 man and 1 woman. They had worked it all out: first lure the man away, take all the supplies, and if the woman dared to block them, kill her. This era changed their minds quickly. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If the trick failed, they would take the risk and kill both of them. In the end, they had barely started the deception when Su Bai pulled out his gun. As for robbing, that was no longer possible. Blinded by greed, Su Bai nodded, acknowledging his words. Lu Wu's face broke into a smile. It seemed he had survived this calamity. Damn it. Sooner or later he would show Su Bai what was what. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Beneath the howling wind, it seemed utterly trivial. Lu Wu's shocked gaze gradually faded, his corpse falling heavily to the ground. This renowned tycoon of Cheese City died in the frozen wasteland known to no one. Smoke curled from Su Bai's gun muzzle. His expression was cold and utterly emotionless as he looked at the 3 people before him. You've lost your minds, insisting on seeking death at my hands. Wanting to rob my supplies and kill my women. You didn't think you'd walk away alive, did you? In this world, supplies and food are a person's life. Those who steal food seal their own fate. If you came to kill me, then accept the fate of being killed. Leave your last words. And then die. Su Bai's chilling gaze made the blood run cold. Telling someone to speak their last words before killing them was far more torturous than a swift end. He wanted them to slowly accept the brutal reality that they were about to die. Offending him meant death would not come easily. The remaining 2 men and 2 women were utterly panicked. Brother, we know we were wrong. Please spare me. I have elderly young children depending on me. If I die, what will become of them? The middle-aged man with a protruding belly had shed all traces of his former prosperity. Trembling with fear, he began desperately kowtowing. He wanted to live, he did not want to die. Su Bai remained unmoved. He raised his gun and took aim. Simple. I'll make sure they join you in hell. The fat man bolted, terror etched across his face. Bang. A gunshot echoed through the air. Su Bai felt no hesitation toward such people. He was no saint who would show mercy to those attempting to kill him. Last words are the final mercy I grant you. Do not waste them. Su Bai turned his head, delivering words designed to torment further, and raised his gun to aim at the noble woman who had once dominated Cheese City. If you kill me, the patrol will certainly execute you. I've already sent everything that happened here to them. If you don't kill me, I can use my connections to get you off. These 3 are already dead. It doesn't matter. The woman who had grabbed at Su Bai still clung to hope, refusing to accept her fate no matter what. Your last words won't suffice. Su Bai shook his head. Bang. She collapsed in disbelief. Only 1 remained. People do not remain successful forever. I hope that one day someone will humiliate you to death, and you will cry out in agony. I will wait for you in hell. Knowing survival was hopeless, the woman cursed Su Bai to share her fate. Her face contorted with vicious malice as she screamed her malevolent curses. What a tedious curse. Su Bai pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. These 6 elites of Cheese City all perished that day. Su Bai sneered, photographed the scene, and posted it to the community group chat. My door is always open to you. No one turned away. It was Lu Wu's WeChat, Lu Wu's photo post. But Lu Wu's corpse lay at its center. Blood crimsoned the heavy snowfall, which gradually covered it bit by bit until it vanished. The once lively community group chat fell silent in an instant. Those begging for supplies and those casually chatting all fell quiet. The 6 corpses strewn across the frozen snow-covered earth, their eyes filled with unwilling acceptance, sent shivers down everyone's spines. On the 3rd floor of the Lu Villa, Lu Yin nearly dropped her phone. She had somehow reclaimed so much food from a demon. No, that was wrong. They must have harbored malicious intentions. Lu Yin made her judgment. She could not believe someone willing to give away food could be a murderer. It had to be a misunderstanding. He was merely trying to protect himself. Exactly. In that moment, Lu Yan's thoughts aligned with Li Ning Shuang's. Despite Su Bai brazenly posting the photos, she still excused his actions. She scrolled up through the chat records and was absolutely certain this group only wanted to steal supplies. These people deserved to die. But did stealing supplies truly deserve death? Perhaps yes, perhaps not. Regardless, Villa No. 178 became a forbidden zone for most villa owners in that moment. Inside Villa No. 177. Ling Yuding was deeply surprised. She had not expected the previously merciful Su Bai to have shot 6 people dead. This did not align with the kindness he had shown before. A kind person would have let them go at most, issuing a warning. After all, he was unharmed, and none of them had succeeded. This little guy has a ruthless heart. Ling Yuding smiled faintly. Having just finished her bath, her body radiated warmth wrapped only in a towel. Her smile at that moment was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all who saw her. So you respond to compassion, but not force. Then can you handle the next few groups? Ling Yuding smiled gently. Perhaps driven by sheer boredom, she felt curious about what would happen next. For the first time, Li Ningshuang had arranged not just one group to beg for supplies. Even if some were too frightened to go now, there would always be those bold enough to try. Not going meant certain death. Going might only mean possible death. Everyone understood the stakes. Downstairs, Li Ningshuang frowned, deeply feeling she had misjudged him. Su Bai's behavior had changed far too drastically. One moment, he was a merciful man, the next a merciless killer. The stark contrast was staggering. From then on, Ling Yuding and Li Ningshuang, mother and daughter, closely monitored Villa No. 178. From afternoon into evening, 4 groups came and went. Each was pitiful, yet none was granted an audience with Su Bai. With wind and snow battering them, these people often could not last long before leaving. Meanwhile, Su Bai was inside the room training. No educating Zhang Yunqi. As the sun set behind the western hills, the bitter cold intensified. The temperature had dropped to -5 degrees with ice and frost forming everywhere. When night fell, the entire Tianbao Villa district fell silent save for the sound of falling snowflakes. Every household kept doors and windows tightly sealed, daring not make a sound. At Villa No. 174, after hours of preparation, Ling Ying led by Lingling into a bedroom where the floor was covered with quilts. Doors and windows were sealed shut, cracks stuffed tightly with towels and clothes to create an airtight barrier. A makeshift toilet sat in the corner of the bedroom alongside numerous thermoses filled with hot water. The air conditioner was turned off, eliminating its noise. The entire villa seemed completely deserted. The two embraced each other, huddled in the dark corner where the floor quilts had been doubled up, rising 7 or 8 centimeters higher than the surrounding area. Sleeping there was not as warm as a bed, but it was quieter and safer. They huddled in the corner beneath thick blankets, whispering to each other while browsing forums and watching short videos. This was how they would survive the nights when mutated beasts prowled. Villa No. 177. Ling Yuding's mother and daughter also moved into a small bedroom. With soundproofing measures, the air conditioner switched off. Although her subordinates stayed at the perimeter to report at all times, she remained cautious, choosing to sleep in the prepared small bedroom, without air conditioning, relying solely on body heat from the 3 of them. Thanks to the ceiling work done during the day, the room retained warmth, while staying several degrees warmer than outside. Everyone was spending the night this way except for Su Bai. He lay leisurely on his bed, enjoying a peaceful evening attended by Zhang Yunqi. After an indeterminate amount of time, the phone screen on the bedside table, which had been plugged in charging, suddenly went dark and the small lamp in the bedroom switched off. Zhang Yunqi's face filled with astonishment. Power outage. The power went out. Su Bai sat up and gazed into the distance where the bright moonlight cascaded over the ice and snow like a silver waterfall. Without the familiar city lights, the whole world felt strange and alien. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed from the void above, and a fireball could be vaguely seen, dazzling and brilliant. Whoosh whoosh. A fierce gale swept through as if the entire heaven and earth had fallen into a rage, dark clouds piling up. After about 1 or 2 minutes, a profound and inexplicable sensation suddenly welled up within Su Bai's heart. He felt that every breath was more comfortable than before. Zhang Yunqi closed her eyes, her breathtakingly beautiful face appearing ethereal like a fairy under the moonlight. With each gentle breath, she felt utterly refreshed and at peace. Su Bai involuntarily reached out to touch her, soft and supple, smooth as jade. This woman had some flaws in character, blindly loyal to him for no apparent reason, yet so bewitching in appearance. Zhang Yunqi opened her eyes, her face flushed as she looked at Su Bai, pursing her lips. Too frequent indulgence is unhealthy, brother Su. Take care of your body. Sheer will always be yours. There's no need to rush. Su Bai laughed helplessly, realizing Zhang Yunqi had misunderstood. Brother Su, the power is out. Will anyone come to fix it? Zhang Yunqi changed the subject, but spoke to the point. Of course. Su Bai nodded, sighing. This is a large-scale blackout. In the freezing night below zero where the cold pierces to the bone, people lack food and warm clothing. How many will freeze to death? This world will never lack heroes. Someone will step forward, disregarding life and death. Zhang Yunqi did not understand. She was a rather self-interested person and could not fathom the mindset of such people, nor did she wish to believe they existed. Mutant beasts roaming freely, snow and ice covering everything, hunger and cold everywhere. Would anyone still sacrifice themselves? Well, a beast howled wildly in the distance, bringing a sense of peril to the otherwise tranquil night. Bang! The first gunshot finally echoed from the direction of the city. With the revival of mutant beasts, the urban areas with concentrated populations became their first target. Though many had fled during the day, far more lacked the ability to escape. The patrol base also came under attack. Countless gunshots rang out across the surroundings, offering a sliver of hope to humanity hidden in the darkness. Su Bai's ears twitched slightly, his brow furrowing. He sensed the gunshots seemed to be growing fainter, perhaps an illusion, perhaps not. Roar! A earth-shattering roar echoed outside the villa. Su Bai turned to look, his pupils narrowing. Outside the villa, a 2-headed mutant beast strode toward the lake. Standing 4 meters tall and nearly 12 meters long, its sleek and rounded body was covered in a thick layer of silver fur. Two thick necks extended from its torso. The head on the left neck was ferocious, with two massive canine teeth over a meter long, glinting with cold light. The right head had no face, no eyes, no ears. It resembled less a head and more a giant maw slightly agape, revealing hundreds of sharp pointed teeth, a sight that would send anyone with trypophobia running for their lives. In the snow, each of its steps left a massive footprint. It followed the lakeshore to a clearing and lowered its head to sniff frantically. Subai narrowed his eyes. That patch of ground. He seemed to recall that when he had disposed of the tyrant boar's corpse, he had done so right there. It had followed the scent. Void-piercing eyes. This creature was no low-tier mutant beast. Devouring beast. Type beast, clan medium-tier organism. Value high, swallow one head and consume it. You have a small chance of gaining the devouring ability and the power to absorb common toxins. Ability Death Spirit Mouth. Released from the devouring maw, it can temporarily intensify gravity within a region of space, compressing air. Immortal Body. A devouring beast's physique holds endless vitality. As long as its devouring maw remains intact, its recovery speed is infinite. Even decapitation can be regenerated. Description: a variant spawned from the first generation of mutant beasts, a special breed that excels in slaughter. Subai dismissed the interface and decisively grabbed a still-dazed Zhang Yunxi, bolting away. Scaling the window, leaping over the wall. Within seconds, Subai had vanished into the night, taking Zhang Yunxi with him under the cover of darkness. Do not blame Subai for being too cautious. The tyrant boar, a high-tier mutant beast, possessed only one ability, while this creature, one tier lower, had an extra skill. His divination had shown he was injured even when ambushing medium-tier beasts. This creature was absolutely stronger than ordinary medium-tier beasts. What was he supposed to do? Charge in with his bare head? At the lakeside, the devouring beast paused as it approached Villa 178, hesitating. Where had those ants spying on it just moments ago gone? After a brief pause, the devouring beast resumed its stride, moving toward Villa 177. It had caught the scent. Arriving before the villa, its colossal frame made the building appear minuscule, easily toppled with a gentle push. It lowered its head and began sniffing slowly. Whoosh whoosh. The fierce gale swept through. In a small room on the second floor of the villa, Ling Yuding's face was pale. She tightly covered the mouths of Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang, terrified they might not hold their composure. Outside the window, an impossibly vast shadow was approaching, its head unseen. Ling Yuding quickly pulled out her phone and sent a message. At Villa 181 in the distance, a man dressed in black was watching a video, cursing the poor connection from time to time. Ding dong. A pinned notification appeared. Empress Ling, fire one shot outward. Quickly. The man paused, surprised that the Empress had activated the plan to lure out the mutant beast so swiftly. Was it too early? But he did not overthink it. The Empress never explained her orders, just follow them. Bang. He rose, walked to the window, and fired into the night. A thunderous boom. Deafening. The man rubbed his ears and casually strolled back inside. His villa lay within the encirclement of 3 companions. If any mutant beast approached, it would likely be sniped. They were a team equipped with heavy weaponry. Outside Ling Yuding's villa, the devouring beast heard the gunshot, immediately turned, and with a light leap covered 100 meters, vanishing in an instant. Quick, quick, quick. Grab the bedding and hide in the snow outside. Ling Yuding quickly rose, gathering the bedding and rushing toward the door. Mom, it's been lured away. Why run? It's so cold outside. Li Ningxue wiped the sweat from her forehead, clearly puzzled. Swear, what if it comes back? Li Ningxuang, helping Ling Yuding gather things, explained helplessly. That mutant beast is clearly not an ordinary one. If it turns around, do you really think we could stay hidden? Are you willing to gamble your life on it not returning? It is best to keep your fate in your own hands. As she spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and within that roar a few feeble gunshots could be faintly heard. They ceased within 3 seconds. Li Ningxue's face drained of color. Hurrying after her mother, she braved the biting wind and trudged into the snow. About 70 to 80 meters from the villa, Ling Yuding found a tree and cleared a patch of snow. She spread the bedding, laid down, and left space for her daughter before covering herself with a white blanket and remaining still. Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang quickly nestled beside their mother, pulling the blanket over themselves and huddling together for warmth. Beneath the heavy snowfall, the flakes rapidly buried them, leaving no trace. After approximately 2 minutes, the devouring beast returned, silently unseen. The devourer beast idly paced a circle around the villa, then lowered its head to sniff. On its right, from the enormous mouth set in its faceless, eyeless, earless head, blood dripped. An arm was caught between its teeth, and the hand still clutched a gun. Suddenly, the devourer beast scraped the courtyard with its sharp claws, and a male corpse covered in wounds rolled out from beneath the ground. The huge mouth on the devourer beast's faceless, earless head opened slightly. The corpse actually rose into the air, flew into the mouth of its own accord, and the jaws snapped shut. When the mouth opened again, the remaining arm outside had vanished. In the snow, Li Ningxue clung to Ling Yuding as if she had narrowly survived a catastrophe. She was immensely grateful for having such a clever mother. Ling Yuding's eyes held neither joy nor sorrow. Instead, she drew her body inward, for she was freezing. In this frozen wilderness, lying on the ground had been tolerable at first. She had felt nothing. But as their body heat melted some of the snow and ice into water, soaking the bedding, the chill grew ever more oppressive. If she had known the beast would return so slowly, she should have moved farther away. Now they were practically right under its nose, not daring to stir in the slightest. Think as she might, faced with the same choice again, Ling Yuding would still choose the snowfield. She would not gamble on the beast being slow to return. Li Ningshuang suppressed the urge to rub her hands together. Through a gap in the snow that had not fully covered them, she lifted a corner of the blanket and observed the devourer beast's movements. But after just 2 glances, the devourer beast whirled around and looked over. Its beastly pupils blazed with ferocity as it swept its gaze across the clearing, then looked away. Li Ningshuang pulled the blanket completely shut, drenched in sweat and shaken with fear. This beast was a true monster. Even one glance at it could be detected. It was utterly terrifying. "Mom, I'm so cold." Li Ningxue kept her eyes shut, trembling all over, pressing tightly against her mother. Ling Yuding tilted her head, glanced at Li Ningxue, hesitated for a moment, then held her close. Even a tiger will not devour its own cub. This blood-soaked underworld empress, ruthless and hardened, still showed a faint surge of motherly love at the critical moment. Li Ningshuang held on stubbornly motionless, letting the cold engulf her. As time trickled by, every second felt like an eternity, and just as she was growing dazed and disoriented, Ling Yuding suddenly spoke. "It's gone." Li Ningshuang snapped awake at once and felt that the blanket on her body had become extremely heavy. She held still a while longer, then tried to lift the blanket, only to find she could not. She took a deep breath and heaved upward. A mass of snow engulfed half her body. Only then did she realize the snow was just 7 or 8 centimeters thick. The time had not passed as slowly as she had imagined. She looked outside and saw that the enormous figure beside the villa had disappeared. Huge footprints filled the courtyard, and a wall on the second floor had been destroyed, exposing a small bedroom. It was exactly where they had hidden before. 8 minutes. At 5 minutes 40 seconds it smashed through the wall. At 6 minutes 24 seconds it left. Ling Yuding trembled as she sat up and spoke. Li Ningshuang helped the stunned Li Ningxue to her feet and looked at her mother with immense admiration. Were it not for her mother, she and Li Ningxue might both have frozen to death here. She had felt each day as an eternity, but Ling Yuding had suffered through every single second, enduring the cold while desperately analyzing every faint sound outside. Just thinking about it was terrifying. "Let's go home. It won't come again. Tomorrow arrange for someone to dig a cellar. Wait a while, then tally the death toll. Many must have died on this night." Ling Yuding walked back to the villa with trembling steps, hunched over, still pondering what to do next. When she stepped inside, she saw that the electricity had returned. "Run some hot water. Take a bath." Ling Yuding smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. The power returning was enough. Bathroom on the 3rd floor. The 3 of them soaked in a large bathtub, their pale skin exposed, giving off faint wisps of steam. Ling Yuding's full figure was faintly visible beneath the water, the envy of anyone who saw her. Li Ningshuang pretended not to care, yet she kept staring at her mother. Many people joked that she was a miniature version of Ling Yuding, and it was indeed true. She was almost a replica of Ling Yuding, just smaller in every aspect. Even so, she remained the dream goddess of countless admirers. "Mom, why wasn't that evolver at No. 178 targeted? He was right next door to us." Li Ningxue, soaking in the bath with a flushed face, kept stealing glances at her sister and mother. "He probably ran away. From the video you can tell evolvers are extremely fast. If he left right after discovering the beast, I think he would have made it." As Ling Yuding said this, her desire to secure Su Bai grew stronger and stronger. Evolvers had too great an advantage in this era. Strong in themselves, needing no external assistance, and exceptionally good at surviving. "Tomorrow we speed up the plan. Xiao Shui, you pretend to be a victim and ask him for help. He will definitely help you because he once had desire, or improper thoughts, toward you." "All right, Mom." As soon as she finished speaking, the power went out again. Ling Yuding fell silent for a moment, then said with a smile, "Lu Chong lost power so quickly. Looks like he's having a hard time too." With that, she rose from the water. At 1.80 meters, only her legs remained in the large bathtub, pale, flawless skin and a seductive silhouette. Li Ningshuang stared for a couple of moments before a bath towel blocked the view. Ling Yuding smiled and nudged Li Ningshuang, stepped out of the bathroom, dried herself, changed clothes, then went to the window and surveyed the surroundings with binoculars. The 2-headed monster was unlikely to return, but other beasts might easily come. Then suddenly she spotted a figure in a wooded area rushing across the snow at extreme speed and arriving at Villa 178. The figure glanced back at Villa 177, it pushed open the door and went inside. Through the binoculars, she recognized the man as Su Bai. Carrying Zhang Yunxi on his back, he had, just like the 2-headed beast, faintly detected her. Were all evolvers this powerful? He had indeed left to take shelter. Ling Yuding frowned, realizing she would have to treat evolvers with far more seriousness. Time passed gradually, but Ling Yuding remained vigilant. After contacting her subordinates, she learned that before the first half of the night had even ended, 6 people had already died. 3 villas had been destroyed in one blow. Just then lights suddenly came on in the 3rd floor of Villa 178, illuminating part of the darkness. Ling Yuding was taken aback. She tentatively tried charging her phone only to find there was still no electricity. He's using a generator. Every villa here was equipped with a generator and fuel, yet in the dead of night no one really used them. First, they did not dare. Second, they wanted to save fuel. Ling Yuding found Su Bai's actions increasingly unfathomable. Was he not afraid the beasts would come? In truth, Su Bai truly was not afraid. The devourer beast had lingered here for so long that its scent was now everywhere. In the eyes of low-level beasts, this place was a forbidden zone. Even after the tyrant boar died, low-level beasts had not dared to approach easily. And this was a living devourer beast. Unless there existed something even more powerful than the devourer beast. That was obviously unlikely. As for the devourer beast, he had seen with his own eyes it leave the villa area and head toward the city center. If not for the lingering scent of the tyrant boar, it would not have appeared here at all. Therefore, this place qualified as a safe zone, and Su Bai naturally intended to release the pressure in his heart and comfort. He had Zhang Yunxi take a bath and change into an elite goddess outfit, then toyed with uniform seduction. Morning. Snow still drifted beyond the window. The accumulated snow on the ground had grown another 2 feet deeper, burying the grass and vegetation. Even the trunks of distant towering trees were partially submerged, at least a meter deep. Su Bai opened his eyes, sensing movement within the warm blankets. He felt considerably stronger, and thinking of the ordinary people outside suffering through each endless day, and those who had risked everything to breach the fate divine cabinet for evolution serums, a sense of pride swelled within him. Remain vigilant against arrogance and impatience, Su Bai silently recited, gazing peacefully at the snowy landscape. Zhang Yunxi truly embodied the early bird catching the worm. After toiling through the night, she had risen even earlier than yesterday. The night passed exactly as Su Bai had anticipated, peaceful and undisturbed. Where the devouring beast had passed, no other mutant creature dared venture. All remained safe and sound. If other villa residents learned that Su Bai had enjoyed a restful night and grown even stronger, their envy would drive them to despair. Were they truly living in the same world? How could this be fair? Countless others couldn't dare close their eyes, afraid they'd react too slowly to danger. Meanwhile, Su Bai strolled about leisurely, drawing envious stares from all sides. Moments later, Zhang Yunxi slipped from beneath the covers completely naked as she padded toward the bathroom. She cast Su Bai a deeply seductive glance over her shoulder. Su Bai remained unmoved. Today was pivotal. He needed restraint. Rising from bed, he dressed with precision. He opted not for a heavy down jacket, but rather a long-sleeved autumn shirt paired with black trousers. The cold outside held no power over him. Whether wearing a down jacket or not, cold posed no concern. Zhang Yunxi remained in the bath, steam billowing through the bathroom. Resolutely descending the stairs, Su Bai pushed against the door. It refused to budge. Clearly snow had accumulated and blocked the entrance. Unfazed, Su Bai pushed once more, and the door yielded. His storage space conveniently absorbed the final bit of snow before the entrance vanishing into nothing. Just 2 or 3 meters ahead, a snow wall, over a meter high, came into view. The snow wall displayed visible layers. Its lower half dense ice, the upper half fluffy loose snow. Su Bai employed his supernatural ability to craft a simple slope ascending it. The familiar scenery seemed to have shrunk considerably since yesterday. After patrolling the snow-covered terrain twice, he found no trace of the fate divine cabinet. He recalled from his prophetic vision that it would appear in the afternoon, but he ventured out to ensure nothing was amiss. He casually checked on by Ling Ling and Ling Ying's villas, discovering both women already shoveling snow at dawn. Choosing not to disturb them, he noted they hadn't reached out. A brief observation would suffice. Su Bai deliberately sought out a remote clearing, extracting the mutant beast corpses he had acquired over recent days from his spatial pocket. Having already digested the tyrant boar's corpse for some time, it was time to absorb these lesser specimens. 7 corpses gathered from the city streets plus 2 obtained on the day he absorbed the tyrant boar. Upon completing the absorption, Su Bai felt nothing particularly remarkable, just a touch of hunger. Piercing void eye. Su Bai. Species human, yellow race. Strength 12. For normal adult male, baseline 1. Agility 12. 4. Spirit 10. 3. Combat rating peak, first stage human. 1 step further will breach second stage, unlocking extraordinary power. Value superior human shaped, celestial medicine. Skill spatial supernatural ability 0 stage. You have initially mastered supernatural capabilities. Profile: the honest man has undergone a complete transformation. You have become an evil individual committing atrocities without hesitation. Yet you retain a fragile moral boundary, as delicate as untouched purity, ready to shatter at the slightest provocation. As Su Bai had anticipated, his various attributes had marginally increased. The stark disparity between low-tier and high-tier mutant beasts was now evident in their combat prowess. The tyrant boar's name, though peculiar and seemingly foolish, had run amok in Cheese City Center, acting with absolute impunity. It had survived withstanding a massive explosion. Its strength was shockingly formidable. While lower-tier mutant beasts also slaughtered indiscriminately, a coordinated team of 4 or 5 armed individuals could bring them down. An enormous gulf separated them. Subai focused intently on his supernatural ability, noting the new 0-stage classification. Contemplating this, his expression grew grim. Clearly his self-proclaimed supernatural ability had previously been deemed unworthy by the piercing void eye. Only recently, as his control became increasingly dexterous, had it achieved recognition. Subai conjured a pistol from thin air. Aiming at a tree 30 or 40 meters distant, he fired. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out, both bullets embedding deep within the trunk. Subai furrowed his brow, examining the gun in his hand to ensure he hadn't grabbed the wrong one. He walked toward the struck tree, clearly sensing the recoil had diminished. This implied the firepower had likely decreased as well. According to the prophetic vision, thermal weapons were rendered ineffective. Now it appeared they were becoming progressively weaker. As expected, 2 bullet fragments remained lodged in the tree, having penetrated merely half a centimeter into the trunk. The firepower is already quite low, Subai murmured to himself. Within the effective range of a pistol, it could barely pierce the tree bark's defenses. If yesterday's gun had been used today, it would probably just make people scream in pain and bleed. There's no way it could kill outright. Subai retrieved a counterfeit AK. What about a rifle's firepower? Returning to his original position, he aimed and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced through the tree trunk without the slightest obstruction. Pondering the situation, Subai judged from the recoil that the weapon's power had decreased by more than half. He didn't understand firearms' intricate mechanisms, nor did he dwell on why the power was diminishing. Those explosions of void fireballs from last night were probably the nation's way of striking at something. The outcome was that while the surface remained unchanged, thermal weapons were gradually becoming ineffective. There might be other changes yet to manifest. In other words, from last night to this morning, thermal weapons had already lost most of their effectiveness. Extrapolating from this timeline, they would be completely useless before tonight. Some people must be panicking by now, Subai said with a smile. He didn't need to guess to know that those teams with power and manpower were already in a state of panic. His eyes flickered slightly as he gazed toward Villa 177 at the horizon. They must be panicking too by now. No rush. Just wait. They still had their uses. A smirk curved Subai's lips. He needed to be patient and wait a while longer. When the afternoon arrived, they would unleash their remaining value. This was also the fundamental reason he magnanimously forgave Ling Yuding, despite knowing she and her companions had orchestrated yesterday's events. People with value earned the right to live a little longer. Subai walked back to the villa along the path. Upon entering, he heard rapid footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Yunqi came rushing over. Within seconds, her figure appeared descending from the second floor. The living room had the heating on. Though not particularly effective, the temperature held steady at around 10 degrees. Zhang Yunqi's delicate face was free of makeup, pure and sweet. The beauty mark beneath her eye added an ethereal charm to her appearance. She wore a white beret and orange belted coat over a summery camisole. Her fair skin held a healthy, rosy glow. Her black miniskirt paired with flesh-toned thermal stockings remained a perfect match. The coat cinched inward, covering most of it, leaving only her shapely legs and knee-high boots visible. Welcome home. Zhang Yunqi smiled warmly, stepping forward to find replacement slippers for Subai. He glanced at her twice, then forcibly averted his gaze. Without changing his shoes, he walked inside. Zhang Yunqi froze for a moment, then casually tossed the slippers outside. Since father doesn't like wearing them anyway, what's the point of keeping them? I'll just mop the floor a couple more times to pass the time. Zhang Yunqi's breakfast was a lavish spread. A great pot of piping hot noodles, a veritable mountain of them dipped briefly in cold water and steaming in a large basin, was accompanied by 2 plates of stir-fry pepper-fried pork and tomato scrambled eggs. The portions were generous. Over the past few days, Zhang Yunqi had come to know Subai's appetite well. Yunqi, come eat with me. Subai waved a hand behind him without turning. Zhang Yunqi must have labored over this meal for quite a while, and after expending so much energy last night, he was bound to be famished. Hee. A strange, mischievous smile bloomed across Zhang Yunqi's breathtaking countenance. On any ordinary boy or girl, such a grin would have been utterly lecherous. On her face, it exuded a captivating womanly charm. Beauty, after all, is justice. In 2 steps, she reached the kitchen and carried out a bowl piled high with giant lobster. The bowl was as vast as an estuary. One could see the lobster, but not a trace of noodles. Subai was stunned. The noodles he had just sucked up lodging in his throat. He had stuffed the fridge full of food only last night, including 7 or 8 giant lobsters. Damn, he'd wager not a single one was left now, all sitting in her bowl. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Zhang Yunqi gazed at Subai with pitiful, pleading eyes. Here's the phone. Subai pushed his phone toward her and buried his head in his noodles. Hee, you really understand me. Setting the lobster noodles on the dining table, Zhang Yunqi snatched up the phone and opened the camera. She adjusted her appearance, sat down, propped the phone on its stand, and began recording. Hello everyone. What did you have for breakfast today? Me. I'm just barely scraping by with a couple of bites of noodles. Noodles are quite enjoyable on a snowy day, aren't they? Watch me take the first mouthful. Zhang Yunqi flashed a sweet smile at the camera and lifted her chopsticks ready to eat. All of a sudden she paused. She moved the lobster aside with her chopsticks and began searching. Huh, this lobster is such a nuisance. I can't find my noodles anywhere. Zhang Yunxi made a show of hunting for noodles while her chopsticks fussily dodged the lobster. Shelled and glistening, the giant lobster was nothing but succulent meat. In her entire bowl, there were just 2 lonely strands of noodles. She flicked the lobster away, then drew it back, unable to see the noodles, yet somehow seeming to. Finally, she spread her hands, shrugged, and addressed the camera with feigned helplessness. Oh well, I don't even have noodles to eat. How pitiful I am. So all you wealthy folks out there, what are you having? Do you get noodles? That's right. Zhang Yunxi was using Boss Lu's phone from yesterday, and she had posted in the owners group. Zhang Yunxi had no other hobbies to mention. Oh, vanity reigned supreme in her heart. Watching others suffer wind and hunger without making a display. How could she still call herself Zhang Yunxi? The video was posted. Without the slightest hesitation, she chomped down on an enormous wad of lobster meat. Delicious. Soul-satisfying. Zhang Yunxi thought it was divine happiness brimming from every pore. She swallowed 2 bites in quick succession and couldn't help licking her lips. She plucked the 2 plumpest pieces of lobster tail meat and set them into Su Bai's bowl, yet Su Bai refused. Eat up if you enjoy it. I don't care for lobster. Su Bai devoured the better part of the basin with the fury of a whirlwind, declining the offering without even lifting his head. Zhang Yunxi giggled softly. She felt blissfully happy. Yet while Zhang Yunxi savored her happiness, someone else's mind was exploding. Su Bai's phone buzzed continuously in his pocket. He took it out and saw the owner's group messages hopping without end. Yesterday, he had used Lu Wei's phone to pull himself into the group. Perfect accompaniment for a meal. He opened the owner's group. You animal. Do you know we're starving to death? We're gritting our teeth, quenching our thirst by picturing plums in our minds, and you tell us there are no noodles. Look at your own bowl. Are there any noodles there? With that gigantic lobster, where are the noodles? Are you fucking flaunting your food at us? My instant noodles suddenly don't smell appetizing anymore. Why does a woman like that get such fine fare while I slave away half my life and still eat instant noodles? If you're just making do, give them to me. I don't mind. I'm dying of craving. Could you spare me a bite? I don't ask much, just a single bowl of noodles. Envy, jealousy, hatred. I envy her so much. Why does she have so much food while at my house I can't find a single grain of rice? It's infuriating. In that moment, the tycoons shed all their former composure. They had hungered for far too long. Zhang Yunxi savored every message, the lobster in her mouth growing even more delicious. Then all at once her face darkened. It's that bitch. Yesterday, I went to her villa to beg for something to eat. She told me to do 100 push-ups and she'd give me instant noodles. I actually fell for her lies, gritted my teeth through every single one, and drained the little strength I had. She just shut the door with a laugh and handed me 2 instant noodle bags, telling me to go home and lick them. A fucking beast, that's what she is. Damn. So you got tricked too. Mine was 100 frog jumps with Oreos as the prize. I got halfway through and she handed me half an Oreo box, saying it was a fair deal for old and young. I wish I could kill that bitch, but she's got a gun. What? This woman has a gun. I almost went over there myself. What do we do? I can't take her anymore. She's not the only one packing. Her man is even more vicious. Yesterday, Boss Lu and the rest died at his hands. What? So they're a family. No wonder. The 2 of them are both beasts. Bang. Su Bai raised his head and saw Zhang Yunxi slamming the table. Fuck. How dare you curse at my brother Su? Zhang Yunxi's fury spiked, and she laid into the group directly. Su Bai cast a glance at the avatar of the offender and committed it to memory. Tisk tisk tsk. So this is all you losers can do. Shoot your mouths off in the group. You came to my house to beg. Whether I give is my choice, and if I refuse, then I refuse. If I recall, in those instant noodle bags I gave you, there were 2 mouthfuls of leftover noodle crumbs, weren't there? And the Oreo. I remember 2 soft cookies, right? What's the matter? A beggar turning his nose up at stale food. Surely not. Surely not. Don't tell me someone here hasn't had breakfast. And look at me. I don't even know what to eat for lunch. Come on, losers, give me some suggestions. Zhang Yunxi sent 2 more photos. The fridge packed with chicken, duck, fish, beef, and seafood, a cornucopia of every imaginable delicacy. I'm the chairman of a top 100 enterprise in this city, and you call me a loser. Do you have any idea what the villa you're living in is worth? If it weren't for this damn disaster, I wouldn't even want you licking my boots. Chairman. Pie spit on that. Lick your boots, he says. Piss in a puddle, and look at yourself, a fat-headed, jug-eared runt with a petty little thing between your legs. Even a streetwalker charging 10 yuan for 8 goes would have to offer buy one get one free. You'd be finished so fast she'd be too embarrassed to bill you. All of you yapping in here, you're just drooling after my lobster. A bunch of lowlifes. Bitch, you only got your food by selling your body. What's there to brag about? Oh, go sell yours then. I'd like to see if anyone buys you with lobster. Surely not. Surely not. Surely no one would even bid for you. Besides, I'd rather be his dog than be your wife. Aren't you furious? Zhang Yunxi battled the assembled crowd with words, neither side gaining ground, yet she kept firing away. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and turned off his phone. He knew Zhang Yunxi's character all too well. Her moral fiber was severely lacking, her heart steeped in vanity. But she had one incomparable virtue, loyalty. Subai swallowed the last bite of noodles, took a sip of water, and headed upstairs. Remember to clean up. Zhang Yunqi hastily rose and nodded to Subai. All right, I'll wash up and go upstairs to attend to you. Once Subai was gone, she sat back down, lowered her head, and carried on cursing in the group. Her combat prowess truly extraordinary. On the open-air balcony of the second floor, the sun umbrella was blanketed with snow. Subai braved the biting cold wind, lying on the ice-covered bench, his expression serene and unreadable as he gazed into the distance. He carefully inspected everything within his sight. The afternoon was the window during which the divine cabinet of fate would manifest. Judging from the clues woven throughout the prophecy, it should appear nearby, and he needed to discover it at the earliest moment. Two tiny black holes darted rapidly through the space surrounding the sun umbrella, devouring snowflakes, one by one. Yet the heavy snowfall continued unabated, with countless flakes breaking through the defensive barrier formed by the black holes and settling upon the ground. As time elapsed, the black holes grew increasingly agile, and the likelihood of snowflakes reaching the ground diminished steadily. Suddenly the black holes contracted inward. Following that, a soft sound of footsteps drew near. Zhang Yunqi crept to the balcony door, cast a glance at Subai's silhouette, shrank back slightly, and then stepped onto the open-air balcony. Brother Su, be careful not to catch a cold. Zhang Yunqi brought a wool blanket and draped it over Subai, its faint warmth barely perceptible. Subai gave a slight nod. The blanket offered negligible comfort to him, but he did not refuse. Zhang Yunqi was about to sit beside Subai when he cast her a sidelong glance and remained silent. Zhang Yunqi paused, her tall frame awkwardly balancing between standing and sitting. Sensing that Subai had something to say, she obediently squatted down. Finding herself too low, she rose slightly into a half-squat, one knee bent in a subservient posture. Wearing tall boots, the position was uncomfortable for her. Subai remained silent, showing no reaction. Zhang Yunqi held still without questioning, doing her utmost to maintain the pose, her lips slightly bitten, a pitifully alluring demeanor radiating from her. Subai reached out and patted the top of Zhang Yunqi's head, his hand brushing past her lips before settling on her shoulder. He turned his head back to gaze at the snowy expanse, and spoke. I am quite dissatisfied with the way you have conducted yourself these past 2 days. Zhang Yunqi nodded without hesitation, awaiting Subai's continued words. Internally, she pondered what she might have done amiss. Could it be that she had grown too comfortable during their encounter the night before, allowing herself to lose all restraint? Damn it, Zhang Yunqi, why do you always think only of your own pleasure? You must not repeat this mistake. Zhang Yunqi nearly slapped herself, but Subai had not given the word. She dared not act on her own, for the authority to punish belonged solely to him. Please punish me. Zhang Yunqi bowed her head, her manner sincere. There is no need to punish you. Subai did not even turn his head, speaking in a measured tone. You must alter your mindset going forward. Do not fear offending people, yet do not provoke them carelessly. If you truly do offend someone. Subai's eyes turned cold, a murderous intent radiating from them. Then eliminate them completely. Zhang Yunqi froze, stunned. She had misread the situation entirely. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly. Zhang Yunqi thought of her misdeeds from the day before, which had been exposed in the group chat, and she did not know how to explain herself. This had alienated a large group of people as well. Was she supposed to admit that she was a vain person who let a shred of power go to her head? Subai glanced back at her. He had observed Zhang Yunqi's behavior closely and had nothing more to say. Aside from her loyalty, she was utterly worthless. But loyalty surpassed all other virtues. Where others saw a despicable person, he saw unwavering devotion. To speak plainly, if Zhang Yunqi were to constantly display misplaced compassion and distribute their food to strangers, she might appear as a saintly figure to others. But would such behavior truly benefit Subai? Everything in this world is relative. I am telling you this because when I am absent, you must be vigilant against counterattacks from these people. You are mine. If you err, you err. Only I have the right to discipline you. No one else is qualified. Yet Zhang Yunqi felt a warmth bloom in her chest. Gathering more courage, she asked softly, how should I prepare for such threats? Subai paused, then replied coldly, do not waste your energy on defense. No fortress is impregnable. Should you offend someone, or should someone offend you, simply find a way to kill them. Remember to root out the threat completely. Leave no room for future retribution. Zhang Yunqi's pupils contracted slightly, but she quickly accepted Subai's reasoning. I understand. Yes, I will handle the aftermath for you. Now let me tell you some good news. The firearms will soon become useless. Subai reached into Zhang Yunqi's collar and retrieved a handgun from her cleavage. She preferred concealing weapons in such a manner, claiming it provided an element of surprise. A faint scent clung to the pistol. Subai took the weapon and handed it to Zhang Yunqi. Test it for me. After today, guns should retire from the stage of history. Zhang Yunqi casually adjusted her collar, still pondering what Subai meant by handling matters on her behalf. Taking the gun, she pointed it at a flower pot a meter or two away, somewhat skeptical. Bang! A single shot. The ceramic flower pot did not shatter. Its surface was covered in a web of fine cracks, with the bullet resting harmlessly on the ground. Subai nodded with expected satisfaction, while Zhang Yunqi stared in utter shock. The devastating power of firearms was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, yet this shot could not even break a ceramic pot. The force was hardly distinguishable from that of a powerful slingshot. Why then was the failure of firearms a good thing? Zhang Yunxi suddenly paused, remembering that Su Bai was an evolved being. For him, this was hardly advantageous. Firearms had once posed a threat to evolved individuals, but now that threat was gone. The shackles above the evolved were lifted. Tell me, Su Bai said with a meaningful undertone, when the people you have offended learn that guns have become useless, will they not come to ambush us? You have revealed much of our supplies, and they are starving. So that was it. He intended to eliminate all who held grudges against her in one decisive stroke. Zhang Yunxi was stunned, then broke into laughter, finding Su Bai delightfully wicked. I will film a video with the gun to demonstrate its weakened power. Let us lure them into the trap. We will wipe out all these people who wish us dead. Erase the thread entirely. In that moment, Zhang Yunxi finally understood Su Bai's manner of operating. Either he did nothing, or he carried things through to the very end. She grew impatient with excitement, desperate to witness the moment they fell into the trap. These wealthy elites who had once looked down upon her would find themselves in despair, and she would parade about in triumph. The feeling would be exquisite. Moreover, she would be on the side of justice. They were the bandits preparing to commit robbery. As for who had driven them to become villains, in that she took no concern. Record it clearly, and try to provoke them further. Do not let any slip through the net. Su Bai coldly sealed the fate of certain individuals. He needed a batch of people to enter the divine cabinet of fate that afternoon, and this would resolve everything in one stroke. This world had always been one where the strong devour the weak. Having harbored unworthy ambitions, they would have to accept the consequences. Zhang Yunxi rose to her feet, slightly unsteady as her legs grew numb. Whether intentional or not, she bumped into Su Bai, a collision that pressed her bosom firmly against his face. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if reacting slowly. Finally seeing daylight again, Su Bai looked at the seductive Zhang Yunxi and knew she had acted deliberately. A blush rose to her cheeks. Recording takes priority. We will discuss this tonight. With iron self-control, Su Bai refused decisively. Today was a critical day, and he would not allow himself to be distracted. Knock, knock, knock. An ill-timed knocking sound echoed through the room, accompanied by the faint weeping of a woman. Who's knocking at the door now? Zhang Yunxi snapped, her fury blazing. They had already made a nuisance of themselves all afternoon yesterday, and now they were back again. Su Bai chuckled softly. He already knew who the visitor was. From the second-floor balcony his view was wide open, and he had noticed the arrival long before. It was Ling Yuding's second daughter, Li Ningxue. This young woman, whom he had met briefly at the accident scene, had left a deep impression on him with her headstrong and willful nature. Most importantly, in one of his past prophecies, he had been betrayed and killed by this trio of mother and daughters. And she was the one who dealt the final blow. Their villa was right next door, yet Li Ningxue had approached from the opposite direction. Interesting. Bring her up, Su Bai instructed. Zhang Yunxi, who had been about to go downstairs to deal with the visitor on her own, paused in her steps and nodded. All right. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ningxue tapped softly on the door. In fact, she felt uncertain. According to the plan, yesterday's move should have made Su Bai and Zhang Yunxi quarrel, but somehow in the afternoon countless people had come to beg and plead for help. Su Bai, that benevolent man, never appeared, letting the heartless Zhang Yunxi receive them all and drive them away. After last night's events, Ling Yuding decided to take direct action and tackle the challenge head-on. She trusted her daughter's abilities, enough to conquer a man like Su Bai who was afraid of his girlfriend. The key was not to let Su Bai take too much advantage. If things became impossible, retreat. I hope the one who opens the door is not that wicked woman, Li Ningxue prayed silently. The first step to success was to see Su Bai directly. Creak. The door opened. Li Ningxue's heart sank. The wicked woman. Zhang Yunxi's cheeks were rosy, her features delicate, and her breathtaking face bore a faint curiosity as she scanned Li Ningxue. She was half a head taller than Li Ningxue, wearing an orange belted overcoat, her long straight legs sheathed in high boots. Even Li Ningxue couldn't help but draw a quiet breath. It was her first time seeing Zhang Yunxi up close. She hadn't expected her to look exactly like she did in the videos, with no trace of photo editing or beauty filters. With such beauty and poise, she could be compared with her elder sister Li Ningxuan. Li Ningxue, however, was not afraid. She and Li Ningxuan each had their own merits. She wasn't the cold, aloof, seductive beauty that Li Ningxuan was. Li Ningxue had excellent proportions. At 1.65 meters, she was neither short nor tall. Her mother's good genes had also been passed down to her, giving her a moderate, well-curved figure. Her proud legs were a shade fairer than Zhang Yunxi's, with softer muscle definition. The sort of legs one could admire for a year. That was the result of long-term pampering. The power of money. Her style could be both mature and girlish, striking both men and women from head to toe. Zhang Yunxi, on the other hand, had a pure face and a mature body. The contrast was her signature. Li Ningxue could be both mature and cute, her jade-like feet conquering all. The two were evenly matched, but Zhang Yunxi had a slight edge. Pressure mounted on Li Ningxue. She collected herself, cast a timid glance at Zhang Yunxi, and faltered, pretty sister, hello. I'd like to see Su Bai. I know him. Li Ningxue had once deliberately investigated Su Bai in order to take revenge on him, and that was how she learned his name. Zhang Yunqi gave Li Ningxue a brief once-over. The girl was dressed in rags. Her down jacket was mostly torn and her cotton pants had 2 holes. Her face was rather pretty, but her timid demeanor showed no confidence at all. She also carried a woven sack on her back, containing a set of soaked bedding. She was a beauty in the making. Zhang Yunqi looked her over for a while, and drew conclusions from all sorts of details. Hearing that the girl knew Su Bai, she didn't dare make trouble, and obediently led the way. Brother Su is upstairs. Please follow me. You can call me Yunqi. That's what Brother Su calls me. Zhang Yunqi received her politely, and led the way. She didn't give Li Ningxue a cold face. She was always polite to Su Bai's acquaintances. Love me, love my dog, as they say. Could she be Su Bai's cousin? What a stunning beauty. Li Ningxue stared at Zhang Yunqi, leading the way, completely stunned. What? How could this vicious, wicked woman be so nice all of a sudden? She racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out, so she obediently followed. They passed through the hall, climbed the stairs, and reached the 2nd floor. Zhang Yunqi pushed open the balcony door with a smile. Brother Su, your acquaintance is here. She didn't know exactly what Li Ningxue was to Su Bai, but calling her an acquaintance couldn't be wrong. Su Bai rose, turned to look at Li Ningxue, examined her carefully with a puzzled expression, and appeared thoughtful. You're the woman who scolded me at the accident scene. Su Bai pretended to remember, and spoke. Li Ningxue shrank back timidly, as if frightened by Su Bai. A trace of fear crept across her face as she choked in a tearful voice, I'm sorry, brother. Back then Schwer was naive and too willful. Whoa. Before she could finish, Li Ningxue burst into tears. Off to the side, Zhang Yunqi was dumbstruck. Damn it, this wicked woman. So she wasn't Su Bai's relative. She had tricked me. And she had once cursed at Su Bai too. This vile woman deserves to die. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi did not care that Li Ningxue had never claimed to be Su Bai's relative. Bitch. Using such tricks. As an onlooker, Zhang Yunqi saw clearly watching Li Ningxue cry while observing Su Bai. This was a rival. This woman was definitely here to latch on to Su Bai. How infuriating. As a manipulative woman herself, she knew such tricks perfectly. This was plainly playing pitiful and feigning misery. Men always fell for that because it stirred their protective instincts. Brother Schwer doesn't want to cry, but this sister is so fierce and kept staring at me. Whoa. Li Ningxue subtly drove a wedge. Zhang Yunqi was indeed a bit frantic, her face dark and somewhat frightening. If you don't want to cry, then hold it in, Su Bai replied seriously. Li Ningxue's tears hitched. With a wronged look, she rubbed her eyes and stopped crying. Brother Schwer will listen. Schwer won't cry anymore. You've had a hard time these days, haven't you? How did you know I was here? Su Bai sat down again. Li Ningxue slowly walked to the sun umbrella on the balcony. Braving the cold wind, she said in a hurt voice, ever since the disaster struck my mother, my sister, and I have been struggling to survive. The city is in severe catastrophe, extremely dangerous. Mom brought my sister and me to Tianbao residential area the day before yesterday, fleeing from the city. We have very little food. Even being frugal isn't enough. Last night a gang of villains barged in and demanded that my sister and mom become their concubines in exchange for food. My sister and mother had no choice. Forced by the need to survive, they gave me some food and told me to go find my own way. They were going to become someone's concubines just to get food. Whoa. A good story. Su Bai and Zhang Yunqi exchanged a knowing nod. The story was simple, easy to understand, and not complicated. Good enough to fool a fool. Damn it, something's wrong. She's taking me for a fool. She's taking Brother Su for a fool. Su Bai remained silent. It was a good thing that the other party took him for a fool. He shot Zhang Yunqi a glance, and she caught on at once. The anger on her face subsided, replaced by a countenance that made her look pitiful toward everyone she laid eyes on. How pitiful, Zhang Yunqi said with false compassion. Su Bai too wore a moved expression as he slowly said, Yunqi, give this little girl a bit of food. She's too pitiful, too miserable. As he spoke, Su Bai continuously observed Li Ningxue's expression. Li Ningxue's demeanor visibly relaxed. Her eyes reddened as she choked out, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Sister Yunqi. Schwer will take good care of you both, fetching tea and water, sparing no effort. Well, her play wasn't all that sophisticated after all, so she wanted to stay. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Judging by Ling Yuding's background information, she should be quite capable. Yet Li Ningxue had revealed her hand in just a few sentences, hardly the mark of a high-level player. Zhang Yunqi wore a look of, you poor thing, on the surface, but deep down she was already cursing up a storm. Who's your sister, Yunqi? Shameless bitch. If not for Su Bai, she would have torn that shameless face to shreds long ago. Li Ningxue watched Zhang Yunqi's expression and felt her heart sink. Her plan seemed to have both succeeded and failed. Her original intention was to deceive a kind person like Su Bai. A sympathetic, unsuspecting male college student was the easiest mark. She had never planned to deceive a woman like Zhang Yunqi. Instead, she deliberately exposed her intentions to provoke her anger. Once Zhang Yunqi either struck out or started cursing, Su Bai would likely end up in conflict with her. Then she would fan the flames with all her might, put on a pitiful act, and further ignite Su Bai's protectiveness and sympathy. In that way, the grand scheme would be accomplished. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Yunqi was not fierce in the least. She was exceptionally innocent. Such a plainly told story had managed to fool both of them. It seemed Zhang Yunqi's level was not high. Subai had expected this. Then it was time to switch tactics. How could we let a pampered young lady like you wait on us? That would be far too embarrassing. Subai feigned weakness to the enemy, shaking his head bashfully with a look of embarrassment. The divine cabinet of fate was about to appear. Others looked down on him, and he saw no need to prove otherwise. On the contrary, he would find ways to make them look down on him even more. When the moment came, what he wished to accomplish would be achieved all the more easily. Moreover, Li Ningxue had already revealed a piece of information. They knew he was an evolver. She had probably spotted it from the video, just like Zhang Yunqi had. Zhang Yunqi had mentioned this before, and he had watched the video too. Anyone who knew him a little could tell. There was nothing surprising about it. Li Ningxue's eyes brimmed with tears, looking deeply moved. Thank you, big brother. You make Xuer adore you. It's precisely because you're so good to me that Xuer wants to take care of you even more. Big brother, you seem thinner than before. Have you not been eating well lately? Li Ningxue's voice halted, as if she had suddenly realized something. Flustered, she hastily added, Big brother Xuer didn't mean that sister-in-law doesn't take good care of you. Xuer. She could not finish her second sentence as though stuck on a difficult problem. Subai felt drained. This woman was laying it on far too thick. It's fine. Don't blame your sister Xuer, she isn't a good cook. He brushed it off, and turned to give Zhang Yunqi a look. Zhang Yunqi understood in an instant. She stomped her foot, spun around, and went downstairs. She had been planning to record a video anyway. No sooner had Zhang Yunqi left than Li Ningxue looked as if she had been frightened. Big brother, is sister angry? At this point, Li Ningxue had stopped calling her sister-in-law. Subai nodded. She is always like this. Now he knew why Li Ningxue had come. To sow discord and exploit an opening. A honey trap. She wanted to subdue him. Big brother sister is so immature. Who is she making that face at? If Xuer were your girlfriend, I would never behave that way. Li Ningxue kept fanning the flames. When she saw Subai frown, she changed the subject and said, Big brother, can Xuer take a shower? The initial plan was complete. It was time to reveal her beautiful, alluring image. Once the contrast was at its peak, she would directly conquer Subai. Subai nodded. The second room down the corridor is the dressing room. Li Ningxue left smiling. Subai smiled. Ling Yuding really spared no expense. She was willing to sacrifice a daughter to bind him. No wonder she could rise to such heights and command a following at a word. Few people could match such ruthlessness. To personally send her daughter into a wolf's den, all for the sake of recruiting one evolver. Mind you, only yesterday an evolver was still no match for a gun. Ling Yuding's plan had begun yesterday. Subai's ears perked up slightly. Amid the sounds of the bathroom water, he could hear an unfamiliar female voice. The noise of the water was too loud to make out the specifics. Li Ningxue was clearly contacting her mother. Ling Yuding. Subai recalled the day he first met the mother and her daughters. Ling Yuding and Li Ningxuang had not once looked at him directly. That pride, that noble and coldly elegant temperament was unforgettable. Times had changed. The former underground empress was becoming increasingly desperate. Subai, the man she had once looked down on, was gradually entering her field of vision, so much so that she had to use her own daughter to ingratiate herself with him. One must never be carried away by momentary success. One must keep climbing, keep pressing upward without a moment's pause. Step by step ascend to the highest, the strongest. Today was the second step on his road to success. Creak. The sound of the door opening. Subai turned and was stunned. Li Ningxue had returned utterly transformed. Earlier, while down on her luck, one could barely make out her delicate features. Now, after a wash, she seemed like a completely different person. She wore a little white rabbit hat on her head, with a single ponytail. Beneath the hat was a face of breathtaking beauty. Willow leaf brows, features so finely sculpted that every inch was perfect, and a small mouth that always curved upward consciously or not, giving her a sweet, gentle aura. Her pale white down jacket hung open, revealing a white undershirt. The cotton undershirt was exquisitely made, with a hint of fullness at the chest, a delicate waist, and graceful curves. Her most striking feature was a pair of straight, slender legs. One glance made it obvious they could not belong to an ordinary mortal. The thick nude winter tights did nothing to conceal them. Her legs did not need concealment. In a pair of black leather shoes often worn by young girls, she gave off an impression that was both pure and seductive. Having spent recent days admiring Zhang Yunqi's beauty, Subai had developed some immunity to girls of this caliber. He merely glanced at her twice and did not look again. Big brother, have some hot water. Li Ningxuang walked over to Subai and handed him a cup of steaming water. Subai stared at the cup for a moment. Even though he was immune to all poisons, he still quietly sniffed it. There was no strange smell. I'm not thirsty. Take it away. Subai continued to gaze into the distance, searching ceaselessly for the divine cabinet of fate. All right, big brother. Li Ningxuang tactfully did not insist. She set the cup on a stool nearby, came up behind Subai, and standing amidst the swirling snow began to massage his head with a pair of delicate hands that had never known hard labor. Big brother Xuer will give you a massage. Please don't mind my clumsy hands. Li Ningxuang's voice emerged, achingly pure and laden with an intoxicating allure. As her fingers traced unfamiliar patterns across Su Bai's head, her warm breath lingered near his ear, igniting an unbearable restlessness within him. She was dancing perilously close to the flames. He was no gentleman after all. What restrained him was merely his own willingness or reluctance, not the dictates of propriety. Of course Li Ningxue understood she was flirting with danger. She harbored absolute confidence in her ability to control the situation. In her eyes, Su Bai was merely a fortunate upstart. From the depths of societal obscurity to sudden prominence in a single bound. Though his external circumstances had transformed, his fundamental nature remained unchanged. He had been utterly captivated by Zhang Yunxi, and she could manipulate him with effortless ease, allowing her to maintain complete control over his actions. Li Ningxue's assessment proved accurate. The former Su Bai had been precisely this kind of man. Even after Zhang Yunxi had shattered his heart, he remained hopelessly ensnared within her grasp. For the sake of some trivial, unattainable reward, he would offer his entire being without hesitation. However, everything had fundamentally shifted. Brother, there are words Snow wishes to speak with you. A delicate flush colored Li Ningxue's cheeks as she approached Su Bai, her movements betraying a profound embarrassment that suggested she found the words almost impossible to voice. If you truly wish to speak, then simply speak. A faint smile played across Su Bai's lips as he observed her carefully, fully anticipating her hesitation. He recognized this tactic from Zhang Yunxi's repertoire. Without exception, she would never actually verbalize her true intentions. Suji, I cannot bring myself to say it. Precisely as anticipated, waves of emotion cascaded across Li Ningxue's features, hesitation, unease, shyness, all while her gaze melted into Su Bai's with unmistakable affection. Her unspoken words seemed to declare, I harbor feelings for you, yet I am too timid to confess. Men by their very nature crave a woman's romantic confession. It satisfies their innate desires for conquest and possession. Should you perceive someone harboring deep feelings for you, congratulations. You have been successfully ensnared. If words fail you, let us abandon this pretense. Su Bai averted his gaze. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he detected a distant speck. After careful scrutiny, he shook his head in quiet disappointment. A lone individual crouched concealed within the snowy terrain, clutching a rifle bearing the unmistakable markings of patrol team equipment. Su Bai cast a cursory glance and dismissed the scene entirely. The concealed figure likely remained oblivious to the rifle's diminished lethality. In these desperate times, who would recklessly expend ammunition and compromise their position and capabilities? Regardless of the potential target, this matter held no relevance to him. Gazing upon the remarkably composed man before her, Li Ningxue experienced her inaugural moment of uncertainty. After prolonged deliberation, she resolved to deploy her ultimate, extraordinarily perilous strategy. She lowered her head in apparent dejection and retreated slowly. Suddenly her feet betrayed her, causing her exquisite form to stumble sideways, collapsing precisely towards Su Bai's resting place. Thud! A warm jade-like form collapsed into his embrace. Her restless hands clutched Su Bai with desperate intensity, while her eyes remained firmly shut, delicate brows creasing in subtle distress. MMPH. It aches. Li Ningxue murmured softly, cradling her head, while draped across Su Bai's chest. Her words carried a breath of faint, alluring fragrance that wafted toward him. Su Bai's eyes narrowed as he beheld this enchanting beauty before him, her innocent facade barely concealing deeper motives. The young woman repeatedly provoked him, yet she assumed she could maintain complete control over their dynamic. Was she not overreaching? 2 seconds elapsed before Li Ningxue's eyes fluttered open, meeting Su Bai's gaze directly. A fleeting expression of tender embarrassment flickered through her eyes, yet she made no move to rise. It was as if she were silently communicating her acceptance of their intimate proximity. You harbor feelings for me. Su Bai initiated. A blissful smile illuminated Li Ningxue's features as she eagerly nodded, fearful of missing this pivotal moment. Then prove your devotion. A subtle laugh escaped Su Bai's lips as he rose, gently dislodging Li Ningxue from his chest. Bewilderment clouded her expression. One heartbeat elapsed. A second followed. Su Bai's demeanor remained unruffled, as though he were playing the role of a particularly villainous antagonist within this unfolding narrative. Base, contemptible, and morally bankrupt. Brother, I am afraid. Li Ningxue inhaled deeply, authentic fear flickering across her delicate features. Snow fears that excessive boldness might cause brother to undervalue her. A knowing smile curved Su Bai's lips. That will not transpire. Demonstrate your conviction. Li Ningxue's hesitation crystallized before she summoned her courage and took one decisive stride forward. For her mother and sister's sake, she embraced this sacrifice willingly. Su Bai, you shall answer for this. I shall inevitably bring you under my complete dominion. Today's grievance shall be settled. XX. Villa 177. Ling Yuding's complexion had grown somber, her elegant and captivating silhouette commanding the window's vantage point as she gazed down upon the vast sea of humanity below. She had received alarming intelligence. Lu Chong intended to abandon Shishir and forge an independent domain entirely. Every official contact and embedded operative she had painstakingly cultivated had simultaneously vanished, having been systematically dismantled in a single coordinated strike. 70 casualties had been inflicted upon her associates, with merely a single insignificant low-ranking operative remaining, utterly inconsequential. Without their backing, any ambition to reclaim the urban center had evaporated completely. Ling Yuding, the former matriarch of the underworld, had become a relic of the past. The patrol forces had emerged as the apocalypse's supreme power, supplanting all traditional hierarchies of influence and authority. At this moment, Ling Yuding's yearning for dominance reached its most fervent peak. Unable to compete through legitimate channels against Liu Chang, her sole salvation resided in the Evolver Su, by whom Li Ningxue was presently attempting to court. Evolvers would ascend as tomorrow's sovereigns. She might suffer defeat today, but the future remained unwritten. A telephone's insistent ringing shattered the contemplative silence. Mother Ningxuang just communicated with me. She reported that progress is proceeding smoothly. Su Bai has become enraged with that woman. That foolish woman actually stormed off in a fit of anger. She intends to accelerate her endeavors, hoping to capture Su Bai's allegiance within this very day, thereby securing him as our ally. We shall subsequently require Lao Ba and Lao Jiu to orchestrate a stage drama, enabling Su Bai to rescue us from their fabricated clutches. Li Ningxuang relayed her sister's update with clinical detachment, concluding, should Snow succeed, we shall have effectively subjugated him, at least for the time being. Ling Yuding contemplated this information, her expression glacial as she spoke. That woman cannot be permitted to escape consequences. When Su Bai momentarily abandons her, we shall arrange her violation, document the act, and subsequently orchestrate her apparent suicide. Men frequently yearn to reclaim lost affections. She would deny him that opportunity entirely, leaving Su Bai with no alternative but to serve her purposes. Snow must have succeeded by now. He shall become our family's obedient hound, bound to our will. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Li Ningxuang affirmed with a knowing nod. A predatory smile illuminated Ling Yuding's features as she reached for her telescope. Liu Chang, you may have gained a marginal advantage today, but I have secured something of immeasurably greater worth. The Evolver shall be mine. Positioning the telescope, Ling Yuding beamed with satisfaction towards Su Bai's residence. Snow, you have brought such honor to our family. The villa's third floor stood vacant. Yet upon the second floor balcony, both Li Ningxue and Su Bai were present. Indeed. Ling Yuding's eyes dilated in utter disbelief, her entire frame trembling as she peered through the telescope's lens. This was the swift conquest her daughter had promised. Truly a masterwork of manipulation. Just as Ling Yuding was stunned, the phone beside her buzzed with a message, but she did not move. In that moment, she stared intently through the telescope at the scene before her, a murderous glint flashing across her face. There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you barge right in. She could allow Li Ningxue to pay a minor price, but she absolutely would not tolerate Li Ningxue behaving like this. This was her untouchable reverse scale. She had once said that whoever could conquer her would be able to conquer Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang. That statement was true. Ling Yuding was naturally drawn to strength. Every time she felt a man was formidable and stirred her admiration, she would inevitably discover his weaknesses and frailties once she got to know him. Then she would look down on him and begin using him to elevate herself. Gradually she grew stronger and stronger until no powerful man could catch her eye anymore. All the nobles and dignitaries knelt beneath her feet. Yet that longing had never faded. She had always feared that if the day ever came when she met a man to whom she would willingly surrender, how could she, a woman with a sullied past, ever offer herself to him? So she had groomed her two daughters as gifts. She might be a fallen flower, but her daughters had to remain unblemished jade. Even though no man had yet won her admiration, this was still her reverse scale. Ling Yuding and Zhang Yunxi were polar opposites. Once Zhang Yunxi chose her target, she devoted herself wholeheartedly and never betrayed. Even in times of momentary defeat, she remained forever loyal. In the prophecy, Su Bai was a tiger fallen to the plains and bullied by dogs. Zhang Yunxi would sacrifice herself to save him. That was also why Su Bai tolerated Zhang Yunxi's arrogance, and even her mistakes. Ling Yuding, by contrast, favored those stronger than herself. Yet they could not have obvious character flaws, could not lose their standing, and had to keep growing so as to avoid being surpassed by her. She was an extreme worshipper of strength, and would forever remain loyal to the one she deemed most powerful. Su Bai, you deserve death. Ling Yuding made her decision: gather her forces and crush him by force. She had plenty of soldiers and weapons at her command. There were also sniper rifles. So what if he was an evolver? Anyone who angered her would be killed all the same. Of course, she would keep Su Bai alive for a short time, torture the secret of the divine cabinet of fate out of him, and only then kill him. Either do not act at all, or settle everything once and for all. The evolver had to be killed. She would give him no chance to turn the tables. As for Li Ningxue, Ling Yuding lowered her head, her eyes flickering. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. When Ling Yuding answered, Li Ningxuang's voice came through. Mom, something terrible has happened. The guns have failed. That single short sentence jolted Ling Yuding. She quickly composed herself and asked what's going on. Could the guns have simply malfunctioned? Mom, look at the group messages, Li Ningshuang said. Ling Yuding immediately recalled the notification she had just received, exited the call, and entered the WeChat group. Someone had mentioned everyone. She tapped it, and the screen quickly scrolled up. The message had been sent by a user named Zhang Yunxi. Ling Yuding knew that Lu Wu's account had been renamed, and that this was the woman at Su Bai's side. Zhang Yunxi had posted a 2-minute short video. Ling Yuding tapped it open. In the video, wind and snow rushed straight into the frame as the recorder walked through the heavy blizzard and came to a crooked tree. Whoosh, hello everyone. This fairy had nothing better to do, so she deliberately came here to practice her marksmanship. All you tycoons and rich folks, do you have a gun? Surely no one still doesn't have a gun at a time like this, right? Zhang Yunxi's mocking smile resounded her pleasant laughter, stirring a nameless fury in the heart. Then a pitch-black pistol appeared in the camera frame, tightly gripped by a slender jade-like hand. At the sight, Ling Yuding curled her lips in disdain. One-handed grip. Who do you think you are? In the video, Zhang Yunxi fumbled like a complete novice. She began to aim the pistol in one hand, swaying slightly. 3 points in one line. Bang! There was a faint gunshot and a bullet emerged from the muzzle at a speed visible to the naked eye, flew half a meter, then arced down to the ground. Huh. Both Zhang Yunxi in the video and Ling Yuding let out a gasp of surprise at almost the same time. Neither had expected the shot to be so weak. Ling Yuding narrowed her eyes and carefully studied the gun in the video. Her initial judgment, a real gun. She stood up, took 2 steps back into the master bedroom, pulled a Desert Eagle pistol from the drawer, and fired decisively out the window. Puff! A strange dull sound. Ling Yuding barely felt any recoil, and the bullet blasted from the Desert Eagle dropped into the courtyard downstairs. Silence. Ling Yuding was stunned. The guns really had failed. This was not a malfunction, not a coincidence. They had genuinely, completely failed. In other words, the power of firearms had dropped to the absolute minimum, utterly devoid of lethality. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Ling Yuding's mind, and her expression turned grim. If firearms had failed, the ones gloating most would probably be the evolvers. She had lost her means of opposing them. She had just prepared to deal with the evolvers when in the next second her blade was gone. She had lost the blade to kill evolvers. Evolution. She had to evolve. A desperate craving for evolution surged within Ling Yuding. She had not felt this way in a very long time. From the depths of her heart rose a fear and powerlessness toward the world, and she desperately yearned to evolve. Villa 133. The living room was lavishly decorated. More than a dozen people sat around a large dining table, discussing matters with grim expressions. He has guns, so he definitely has knives, daggers, and other weapons. I suggest we set aside several people to form a riot squad. That way the anti-riot gear in the security office will finally prove useful. Once we succeed, the riot squad gets first pick of the supplies. They were scheming to divide up Su Bai's supplies. The moment they saw in the video that firearms had failed, someone immediately set their sights on Su Bai's stockpile. If the fridge was packed full and he could eat and waste as he pleased, how much stored food must he have? Without guns, Su Bai lost his deterrent. If one man couldn't beat him, then 3, 5, 10 of us together. Surely that would be enough. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Su Bai was the first to stick his head out and flaunt his wealth. The unlucky fool. Did the guns really fail? I remain skeptical. If they haven't failed, will be nothing but heads delivered to his doorstep one by one. Remember, Zhang Yunxi is his woman. Would any woman be stupid enough to expose the fact that their guns had failed? Someone raised an objection. He had been brought here by an acquaintance. As a healthy adult male, he had found it impossible to refuse. Still, he remained skeptical. Upon hearing the doubt, someone pulled out a pistol and fired 3 shots at the person beside him. Pop, pop, pop. 3 bullets slid out of the muzzle, utterly devoid of power. The gun's power is indeed gone, and it had been declining all along. When I first saw the video, I fired off a shot and could still get a bullet out. Now it's nothing but a fire poker. The gun owner's eyes were filled with grief. This pistol had been won through life and death experiences, and yet in the blink of an eye it had become useless. With so many of us, will his supplies be enough? Someone asked doubtfully. Heh. Compare the photos on the forum carefully with the new photos she posted in the group not long ago. The supplies in that fridge have changed significantly. There are even new varieties now. I think they most likely have an external warehouse stocked with large amounts of food and supplies. This is exactly why Zhang Yunxi is so arrogant and overbearing. External warehouse. It has to be outside the residential complex, right? If they really do have a warehouse, then I'm in. I'll join the riot squad. I agree. I second that. They were so arrogant a couple of days ago. Did they ever think today would come? When do we move out? I can't wait to beat him. Leave that bitch to me. The humiliation from that day is burned into my memory, and this time I'll repay it with interest. Good. Since everyone agrees, I suggest we call ourselves the Anti-Su Alliance. Down with the selfish bitch. Down with Su Bai, the murderous madman. Move out. As for the so-called Anti-Su Alliance, Su Bai was not yet certain, but he had long anticipated this situation. Zhang Yunxi had returned and was standing guard at the doorway on the 2nd floor. She had witnessed Li Ningshua's closeness with Su Bai, yet she showed nothing. In her eyes, the strong were entitled to dominate all things. If Su Bai was happy, then she was happy. Although there was indeed a faint ache in her heart, it was not because Su Bai had flirted with other women, but because her own allure was too weak to make him stay. She hated Li Ningxue's behavior all the more for it. Such thoughts were difficult for ordinary people to understand, yet this was exactly how Zhang Yunqi thought. Before long, Li Ningxue came out from the balcony, pushed open the door, and saw Zhang Yunqi. Surprised, she quickly covered her mouth. You, when did you get back? Humph, shameless woman. Zhang Yunqi's expression was cold as she sneered. So this is the so-called noble heiress, coming into someone else's home to seduce a man. How shameless. With that, without giving Li Ningxue a chance to retort, she went in through the door Li Ningxue had opened. You're here. Su Bai's gaze was calm as he asked how did things go. Zhang Yunqi looked demure and lowered her head. It's settled. Sheer expects that they have already begun planning to attack us. Brother Su, do you think Li Ningxue might be a spy? Zhang Yunqi's face was full of worry. Su Bai gently waved his hand to beckon her closer. When she walked over, he reached out and grasped her fair, delicate palm. I trust you, not her. She is only a tool. Do you understand? He knew that Zhang Yunqi was sowing discord. In the end, she wanted to drive Li Ningxue away because she feared for her position. In Su Bai's eyes, Zhang Yunqi's position was higher than anyone else's. She was the most loyal of all. If Bai Lingling had been the one outside the door, she would either have stormed off or barged in to interrogate him. Only Zhang Yunqi waited patiently, treating his words as a sacred decree. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's face instantly turned red. The one who had been harboring resentment toward Li Ningxue just a moment ago now nodded with shy sweetness, and deep inside her a sense of pride surged up. You are only a tool. I am the most important one. Downstairs in the first-floor restroom, Li Ningxue washed her face. Looking at the beautiful, moving reflection in the mirror, she gritted her teeth. Su Bai, just wait. One day you will fall into my hands. Li Ningxue's eyes turned fierce. Never in her life had she been treated like this. The humiliation of today was burned into her memory. That wretched woman is strange. She clearly knew I was inside. Why didn't she come in? Why didn't she make a fuss? Li Ningxue thought of Zhang Yunqi, whom she had encountered when leaving the room, and began to ponder. Could it be that the relationship between those two was not what they had judged? Maybe Zhang Yunqi was not the one in charge after all. Li Ningxue knitted her brows tightly, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Recalling every little detail of those two's interactions since they first met, she thought for a long time, and then her composure shattered. She had been played. Step by step she had walked into the trap they had laid. Unbelievably foolish. The more she thought about the inexplicable smile on Su Bai's face just now, the colder her heart grew. No, she was no match for him. She had to run. Otherwise, sooner or later Su Bai would devour her completely. Li Ningxue was a decisive person. Even after paying a price, she still dared to make her own judgment. She walked out of the bathroom and moved quietly toward the door. No one upstairs noticed. Li Ningxue reached the door and carefully unlocked it. She had just turned the lock, but not yet opened the door. Bang! A violent kick slammed against the door with an abrupt thunder. Li Ningxue stumbled back 4 or 5 steps and nearly fell. Her wrist hurt badly. Caught off guard, she had been injured. As this door kicked open surprisingly easily, a rough voice came over. Li Ningxue's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have been dragged into a matter she should not have been involved in. Before she could think, 4 or 5 men entered through the door, all sturdy and strong. Although their faces were sallow from hunger, they still gave off an immense sense of threat. The most conspicuous among them was a muscular man with thick, bulging muscles. Everyone else wore down jackets, but he alone was in a hoodie and loose trousers. Leave a few men outside to watch them. Don't let them jump out of a window and escape. In the middle, a man in his 30s coldly swept his gaze across the place. Seeing only an unfamiliar young woman, he turned and shouted an order. Soon more than a dozen more men came in through the door, all male, some fat and some thin, a great swarm that packed the entrance. Last came a short, thin young man with glasses who closed the door on his own. Li Ningxue quietly retreated, clearing the way to the stairs. She recognized the man who was giving orders. Kai Jin, once a well-known entrepreneur in Qi City, had twice knelt outside Ling Yuding's door to ask for help. Ling Yuding had taken 30% of his shares and stopped targeting him. That's right. Her mother had deliberately targeted him to get his shares. Li Ningxue did not say a word. This man surely bore resentment toward Ling Yuding. Before the apocalypse, he would not have dared to show it, but now these people would no longer care. This was no time for her to try claiming any connection. Where are Su Bai and Zhang Yunqi? Kai Jin walked up to Li Ningxue, scanning her body with ill intent. The way she had carefully dressed up to seduce Su Bai made Kai Jin's heart itch. Of course he was not stupid. The urgent priority now was to find Su Bai and Zhang Yunqi and finish them off. This woman would be one of the spoils too. Li Ningxue silently pointed upward. This Kai Jin was truly foolish. What was the point of asking? He should just go upstairs and see. Leave 2 men to guard her. Riot squad, push forward. We're going upstairs. From the crowd, some men holding forks and shields immediately moved to the front. They were all strong and powerfully built with an imposing bearing. Just as the crowd was surging noisily up the stairs, a strange disturbance seemed to come from outside the villa. Unfortunately, no one heard it, and they went upstairs in a clamor. Li Ningxue looked hesitant. She knew that Su Bai was an evolved, an inhumanly powerful being, someone who could withstand mutant beasts. These men were not easy to deal with either. They were well equipped, complete with riot shields and forks, while most of the others carried cleavers or wooden clubs of one sort or another. With such a lineup, even an ordinary mutant beast would be swarmed and beaten to death. Was Su Bai truly their match? What if these men had guns hidden as well? A glint crossed Li Ningxue's eyes. She turned, put on a pitiful expression, and looked at the two guards with a worried face. Brother, uncle, that wicked pair upstairs is fierce, and they have guns. Please be very careful. I'm an innocent person too. I was brought here by force. She had not seen guns in their hands, and wanted to fish for more information. One of the two men guarding her, a man with graying hair, looked at her with greed, and said with a smile, whether you're innocent isn't for you to decide. Besides, don't you know yet that guns have lost their effect? Otherwise, how would we dare come here? What did you say? Li Ningxue's eyes flew wide open, unable to believe what she had heard. Guns had failed. Then all the guns in their hands had become nothing more than firewood. She did not doubt these men's words. If guns had not failed, they would not have dared to come. This was bad. Li Ningxue suddenly realized a serious problem. Her family seemed to have lost their strongest weapon and had fallen to the same level as these people. Bang! The door closed. The sound of a lock followed. Li Ningxue and the two men turned around at the same time, only to see Su Bai standing at the door. He had appeared at some point holding a key and locking it. His smile was icy, and his gaze swept over the living room. In his left hand was a fire axe, in his right hand a dagger gleaming with a sharp cold light. His voice was cold enough to pierce bone. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. Quick, someone come. Su Bai is downstairs. Brother Kai, come down immediately. Su Bai is right below. The two men called for backup without hesitation. Near 50 years old and physically declining, they naturally would not foolishly face the young and vigorous Su Bai alone. Responding to their calls, voices came from upstairs. Brother, hold on, we're coming. Heavy footsteps echoed down from above. Walking across the villa's floor, Su Bai's calm eyes held a trace of stirring emotion. In his previous life, he had once waged a massacre within a villa just like this one. Rivers of blood flowed, corpses lay scattered everywhere. That night remained vivid before his eyes. Su Bai, too many of them are coming. While they're separated, strike first and defeat them one by one. Li Ningxue spoke up, believing the advantage lay with them. Su Bai glanced at her, but hadn't yet spoken when the two men guarding Li Ningxue decisively abandoned her and sprinted toward the second floor. They had no obligation to confront Su Bai. That was the riot squad's task. Otherwise, why would they enjoy special treatment? Su Bai, you beast, a bloodthirsty murderer who has lost all conscience. In broad daylight, under the open sky, you still commit crimes. One man, having retreated to the second floor and hearing his companion's footsteps draw closer, loudly cursed at Su Bai. Time to make an appearance. Su Bai cast a cold glance at him, memorizing his face. He said nothing. He had no patience for idle words with the dead. Hey, he's cursing at you like that, and you can just tolerate it. Li Ningxue was furious. If she were an evolver, she would have charged up already. She couldn't endure even a moment more. This cowardly Su Bai only knew how to bully her. Thump, thump, thump. Countless footsteps converged. They had arrived. The crowd looked down from above at Su Bai, their gazes settling on the fire axe and dagger, two deadly weapons in his hands. Everyone step aside. Members of the riot squad, follow me downstairs. Kai Jin, not shirking his role, led 4 robust riot squad members from the crowd to the forefront. Kai Jin wore a brilliant smile, exuding confidence in every gesture. Nearly 20 people stood behind him in a dense throng, their expressions varying wildly. Some filled with hostility, others with schadenfreude, and still others with excitement. As the saying went, when spring breeze lifts one's spirits, horse hooves grow swift. Kai Jin felt as though he had returned to the pre-apocalypse era, once again basking in the status of being responded to at a single call. Su Bai, you have committed numerous evils these past few days. First forcibly entering private residences, then murdering multiple people. You have become so unhinged beyond redemption. Your crimes are unforgivable. The patrol squad is currently busy, so we ordinary citizens have spontaneously formed the Tianbao security team to rid the people of this menace. Surrender yourself, and I will grant you a chance to explain. Otherwise, once we capture you, you will be executed on the spot. Surrounded by overwhelming numbers, Kai Jin spoke with righteous indignation, as though Su Bai deserved 1,000 deaths. Behind Kai Jin, the riot squad members advanced down the stairs in formation. For riot squad members, each carried riot shields. Although the shields were counterfeit, they should still be able to withstand Su Bai's dagger and fire axe without issue. The riot squad members were burly and muscular, their appearances unlike those of local property owners. Local residents typically carried an air of wealth. Even in their declined state, that distinctive temperament remained. They more resembled refugees who had fled here. In these times, survival of the fittest, those who survived the exodus, were mostly strong and resilient. Su Bai gave Kai Jin and the others a fleeting glance, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Oh, so you seek your own death. Kai Jin smiled, descending from the second floor with a large entourage following behind him. He did not believe Su Bai had any room to resist. 2 fists could hardly defeat 4 hands. And they had so much equipment, so many weapons. Brother Kai, he looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. A burly man from the riot squad frowned tightly, sensing he had encountered Su-bai before, but unable to recall exactly where. Hearing this, Kai Jin instinctively examined Su-bai more closely. Not familiar. I also find him familiar. I originally thought it was just my imagination. A voice came from within the crowd. Everyone, don't overthink it. This is our first time meeting Su-bai in person. Even his name is something we only learned about recently. How could we have seen him before? He's probably just some minor internet celebrity from before the apocalypse. Kai Jin dismissed, stabilizing morale. Hardly had his words settled when startled exclamations rose from the crowd. No good, I remember now. That guy is the evolver who killed mutants on the internet. The moment those words landed, 2 or 3 people pulled out their phones. After a brief silence, they immediately shrank back in fear. It really is him. This is bad. Almost everyone retreated 2 steps, daring not to advance. That elusive evolver, whose videos had circulated for a long time, yet never appeared in person, was actually hiding within Tianbao residential community. Don't be afraid. We've all seen the analysis videos. Though evolvers are powerful, they are still human. They fear blades and bullets too. Kai Jin raised his arm and shouted, but no one listened. The deterrent power of an evolver exceeded that of firearms. Kai Jin looked around and sneered, "Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, do you still think you can retreat unscathed? Now we outnumber them, each armed with weapons and shields. Su-bai will hesitate somewhat, but if we scatter, we will certainly be defeated one by one. To put it bluntly, we must fight this battle today. Without fighting, there is no path to survival. Besides, Su-bai has already blocked the door, clearly intent on killing all of us. What are you still hesitating for?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the truth. None of them were fools. They had no way out. Even if Su-bai were willing to let them go, they would not have believed it. Click. The door opened. Zhang Yunqi stepped inside. Her face beaming with a smile, looking refreshed, she regarded the group of wealthy elites. Close the door quickly. Su-bai glanced at Zhang Yunqi. He completely failed to understand why she had been begging outside the door for him to let her in and mock this bunch. However, not understanding caused no harm. Su-bai agreed, which was also why he had delayed striking. On the other side, Kai Jin and the others fully understood his intention. Today they were all Su-bai's prey. Click. Zhang Yunqi cheerfully locked the door, walked beside Su-bai, and addressed Kai Jin. "Tisk tsk, tisk, you little trash, you actually showed up today. Didn't doing 100 squats yesterday feel good?" Kai Jin's face turned green. Just yesterday, he had been thoroughly humiliated by Zhang Yunqi. Today he had come full of confidence, seeking revenge, yet fell into desperation once again. "Bitch, damn whore, what right do you have to flaunt yourself in front of us?" A rich young master with a distended belly glared in fury. He had also fallen for her tricks yesterday. Now that they had overwhelming numbers, he could not tolerate Zhang Yunqi being so arrogant before him. "Brother Su, he insulted me." Zhang Yunqi immediately tattled, her expression pitiful and full of grievance, irresistibly charming. "Bitch." At this moment, the rich young master's eyes bulged wide, while everyone else shared the same thought in their hearts. "Stand down." Su-bai coldly ordered Zhang Yunqi to retreat. Having satisfied her caprice, he would not delay further. Before his words finished, his body moved. "Defensive positions. Hold the shields." Kai Jin screamed as the crowd descended into chaos. Su-bai flashed through the masses like an afterimage, arriving before a middle-aged man, the same one who had cursed him from the second floor. Su-bai smiled faintly. The middle-aged man nearly lost his soul, his eyes filled with pure terror. He was terrified beyond measure. Raising his axe. "I'm sorry." "Oh." Squelch. A head hit the ground. In his final moments, he could never have imagined Su-bai would hold such a grudge. He should never have provoked him. Immediately afterwards, Su-bai's gaze swept sideways and spotted the man who had just viciously cursed Zhang Yunqi. In a flash, he pursued him. Within the crowd, a burly man in a hoodie from the riot squad instinctively used his shield to restrict Su-bai's movement. Bang! The shield flew from his grasp. The hooded man was sent flying 7 or 8 meters backward, colliding with 5 or 6 people, his arm broken and hanging limply at his side. Li Ningxue, hidden behind the sofa, could not help but gape in utter shock. How could a human possess such strength? Were evolvers truly this formidable? The burly man weighed at least 100 kilograms, shield and all, yet Su-bai sent him flying with a single bump. This was beyond human. He was practically a superhero. Li Ningxue was no stranger to posts about evolvers, nor was she naive about the world. On the contrary, she had seen far too many of them. She had even learned through Ling Yuding's sources that evolvers' true power was far weaker than what Su-bai had just displayed. And it was not just slightly weaker, it was a vast gap. In the hall before the staircase, Su-bai raised his axe once more. "A pair of bastards," the middle-aged man snarled, grinding his teeth as his final curse left his lips. A wet thud. Kai Jin, standing beside the middle-aged man, was splattered with blood across his face. "Help!" Kai Jin froze, then his trembling body turned and fled without a second thought. This thing is not human. The forum misled us. This is not something an ordinary man can fight. It's horrifying. How could anyone withstand this? Kai Jin shoved into the crowd, and sprinted madly toward the second floor. Only then did the others snap out of their daze and scatter in panic. In the blink of an eye, only 5 or 6 wounded stragglers remained behind, unable to keep up with the fleeing mob, as Su-bai blocked the staircase. Su-bai's gaze was icy as it swept across the scene. Someone could not help but beg for mercy. "Brother Su, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. My leg hurts so badly it feels broken. Please, it really hurts. I'm innocent. I just came to scrounge for some food. I was starving." A lavishly dressed young man lay on the ground, pleading, positioned closest to the hooded brute who had been sent flying. Now every inch of his body ached, his bones feeling as though they had come apart. Before Su-bai could respond, Zhang Yunxi lunged over and delivered a vicious, merciless kick straight between his legs from above. "Bullshit, innocence. You clearly came to kill and rob. Probably planning to rape me too. And now that you're about to die, you claim to be innocent. I'll show you innocent." Innocent. Zhang Yunxi's beautiful leg clad in a high boot stomped down ruthlessly, giving the young man a bone-crushing back massage. After taking several kicks, the young man let out 2 agonized groans. He glared at Zhang Yunxi and roared, "Bitch, I'll never let you go even in death. You're right. I wanted to rape you all along. So what if I'm not innocent? You're all murderers. The patrol squad will avenge us. Die." Just as Zhang Yunxi was about to retort, another wounded young man suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, leaped to his feet, and lunged ferociously at Zhang Yunxi, who was nearby. His chest ached unbearably. His ribs were likely broken. Knowing he was doomed with no way out, he was determined to fight to the death. An eye for an eye. He could not contend with Su-bai, but this bitch would die with him. Zhang Yunxi turned her head, her beautiful eyes shrinking in alarm, but before she could react, the man had already pounced. The cold gleam of the dagger reflected on her stunning face, sending a chill down one's spine. The cold light was blinding. At this moment, Zhang Yunxi felt nothing but regret and despair. She should not have come here to flaunt herself by bullying the wealthy elites who once looked down on her. A smile spread across the young man's face. A life for a life, he was not losing out. Humph. With a cold snort, Su-bai flashed to Zhang Yunxi's side. Ignoring the dagger's strike, he shot out his left hand, seizing the young man's arm just ahead of the attack, and twisted it violently. Crack. It snapped. The dagger clattered to the ground. Bang. A kick lashed out. The young man's body soared through the air like a sack, crashing heavily into a wall. Crack, crack. The pristine white wall fractured. The young man thudded to the ground, coughing up blood. He lifted his head, gazing at the terrified Zhang Yunxi with burning unwillingness in his eyes. Kill. The riot gear hooded man seized the moment to charge. He was badly injured by Su-bai's collision, but he was still robust and had finally caught his breath. He yanked out a cleaver, his eyes bloodshot, locked onto Su-bai, and rushed over with murderous intent. Admittedly, the man had real grit. One of his arms was broken from the impact, and the agonizing pain had him drenched in sweat. Adrenaline had driven him completely mad. He refused to believe Su-bai was truly invincible. Let him land just one slash. Unfortunately, adrenaline could not save him. His movements appeared in slow motion to Su-bai, who gave him an appreciative glance before bringing the fire axe down in a single stroke. A wet thud. He collapsed. Die. The remaining 2 who could still move seized the only chance while Su-bai had his back turned. A desperate final counterattack. A wet thud. Su-bai had already turned around, seemingly without effort, glancing casually at the cleavers in their hands as his axe swept through. A wet thud. Heads hit the ground. Before Su-bai, they stood no chance at all. Shier, protect yourself. Call for me if anything happens. Su-bai tossed a dagger to Zhang Yunxi for self-defense, then turned and ascended toward the second floor. Zhang Yunxi snapped out of her shock, picked up the dagger, and fixed her eyes on the severely wounded young man, now vomiting blood and not far from death, with a vicious glint flashing across her face. On the open-air balcony of the second floor, Kai Jin and the others had instinctively gathered there. There were only 11 of them now. Of the more than 20 who entered, nearly half were dead. Enduring the howling blizzard, they looked down at the grounds below, and their hearts sank. Before they entered the villa, a thick layer of snow had covered the ground beneath the balcony. Now nearly a meter of ice and snow had vanished entirely, leaving only dark gray concrete exposed. The balcony stood 5 or 6 meters above the ground. A fall from this height might not kill, but it would likely leave one crippled or badly wounded. But that was not the worst part. The real problem was that at some point a wall made entirely of ice and snow had risen outside the courtyard. It was not very tall, about 2 meters, yet it radiated a bone-chilling cold. It felt as though the snow missing from the ground below had been used to build this very wall. Kai Jin scanned his surroundings and realized the entire villa was completely encircled by the frozen barrier. Several corpses lay silently on the ground, frozen solid. Even if they managed to jump down from here, scaling that wall of ice was nearly impossible. Kai Jin fell into despair. We can't escape. The others plunged into hopelessness as well. At this point, all we can do is unite, stake our lives, and fight to the death. A short, skinny young man wearing glasses spoke up from the crowd. Right? If we want to live, this is the only way. Kai Jin snapped back to himself and shouted with a ferocious expression, brothers, grab your weapons and fight for our lives. Kill him. Evolvers are still flesh and blood. He can be cut down too. Kai-Jin rallied their morale once more, for at this moment there was no other road left for them. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. Footsteps drew closer. Terror was written across everyone's face as they recalled the scene of Su by plowing through the crowd, their legs nearly giving way. The gap in strength was simply too vast. As the footsteps neared, the bespectacled young man spoke again. Brothers, he's a bloodthirsty maniac, an inhuman beast. If we don't fight back, he'll show us no mercy. If we want to survive, we have to fight to the death. Evolvers are human too. They bleed and die just like us. The young man's voice was neither loud nor impassioned, yet it shattered every last shred of hope they had. There was no road to survival except to fight with their backs to the wall. Kill! One man let out a fierce roar. Bang! The door burst open. Subai appeared before them with a calm expression. The roaring man's voice caught in his throat, dissolving into violent coughs as his face twisted in discomfort. Gazing at the crowd on the balcony, Subai took in the man who had roared with a faint glance, then stepped forward one pace at a time. The fire axe in his hand dripped with blood, and the faint scent of gore hung in the air, unnerving everyone present. Since you've all come, none of you will leave. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned extremely grim. No matter how loudly they shouted, when he actually came face to face with Subai, Kai-Jin still felt a knot in his stomach. He tried to use veiled threats, appealing to Subai with logic and weighing the costs and benefits. Subai, I know you're an evolver who can take on 10 men at once. But there are a lot of us. Even if you could kill us all, can you guarantee you'd walk away unscathed without taking a single blow? At night, this world belongs to the beasts. If you get hurt, I doubt you'd fare well either. The short, skinny man in glasses beside Kai-Jin curled his lips in disdain. Brother Su, name your terms. Just spare our lives, and we promise to satisfy every demand. Even if you want all our food and weapons, we'll agree. A middle-aged man with an air of wealth spoke up, greeting him with a fawning smile. He called Subai Brother Su, more sweetly than anyone, showing no sign of embarrassment that Subai was far younger than him. With a single glance, Subai could tell the man was a local property owner, thick-skinned, and far more skilled at sweet-talking than Kai-Jin. Although their intentions were the same, Kai-Jin's words simply couldn't compare. One wanted to escape and scathe, the other was willing to cede ground and pay reparations. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong path. Subai's expression remained impassive as he scanned the crowd for the weak and cowardly, people he would need to retrieve something from the fake cabinet. Those who feared death would be prioritized. As Subai's attention briefly drifted, two men in the front row of the riot squad in Kai-Jin's group flashed a sharp glint in their eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, they lunged at Subai. Having fought their way here as refugees, they did not believe in mercy. The only way to survive was to fight. The two moved almost simultaneously with perfect coordination, adjusting their stances as they rushed in from both sides. One wielding a thick iron rod, the other a large chopping blade. The iron rod swung at his head. The blade slashed for his throat. Subai was separated from these men by only a small room, less than 4 meters. The attack arrived in a flash. Die! Kai-Jin and the others were startled, but after the brief shock came a surge of excitement from deep within. The ambush had to succeed, and even if it failed, they would still leave a mark on Subai. Bang! Bang! Subai raised his leg and delivered a 2-stage kick, just like kicking a football. With 2 heavy thuds, the 2 burly men flew out one after another and slammed hard into the wall. Both spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces frozen in utter terror, eyes bulging wide, dead on the spot. They collapsed to the floor without a sound. 1, 2, 3, 4. Subai watched the expressions of Kai-Jin and his men and quickly located 4 men whose legs had nearly turned to jelly. Kill! At that moment, 6 or 7 people all moved at once. Kai-Jin let out a furious roar and charged forward. A few whose legs had just been trembling lagged behind a beat and didn't follow. They all carried weapons. Kitchen knives, steel pipes, daggers, bone cleavers, a motley assortment. Even a mutant beast would have fled at the sight, afraid that if it lingered, it would be carved up. Yet Subai merely curled his lips upward. His figure flickered, and instead of retreating, he charged straight in. Bang! His body plowed into the crowd, instantly sending 2 men flying. With a casual sweep of his axe, he cut down 2 more. One died on the spot, another had his arm severed, blood spraying wildly. Thud! He swung his axe back around and knocked away the steel pipe flying at him. The wealthy man who had been ready to beg for peace was frozen in terror, his entire arm gone numb, able only to watch helplessly as the axe came down. Thwack! He collapsed. Blood flowed like a river. The thick stench of blood was overwhelming. No one could withstand a single blow from Subai's axe. Touch it, and die, graze it, and be wounded. In an instant, only 2 or 3 people were still standing. Subai's heart was as calm as still water. He even felt a bit bored, as if he were back in his old gaming days. A max-level character returning to the newbie village to bully low-level monsters. One-shot kill. One-shot kill. One-shot kill again. Ambushes were useless, and so was fleeing. For Kai-Jin and his men, only despair remained. The 5 people on the balcony who hadn't joined the assault from the very beginning now dared not take part at all. They kept glancing down at the ground below, some of them looking tempted. But none dared to jump. Even if they did, they still couldn't escape the grasp of the demon Subai. Subai glanced at the door. He could sense that someone was coming. Suddenly, at the very moment Subai turned his head, frost congealed in the room, and the temperature plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Kai Jin instinctively looked toward the epicenter of the icy air, and his pupils violently contracted. Impossible. A lifelike ice sculpture now stood in the room. Inside it was Subai, still looking toward the door, his head frozen, mid-turn, his eyes moving, a hint of surprise glimmering in them. Kai Jin was stunned. No warning. No logic. The murderous madman who had driven them to despair had been sealed in ice. Crack. A fissure appeared in the ice sculpture. Subai's gaze sharpened, and he continued to exert his power. The cracks in the ice spread wider and wider. Snap. The ice around his head shattered. Subai whipped his head around, his eyes locked onto the young man beside Kai Jin, who had barely drawn any attention. A short, thin youth holding a suddenly materialized sword of ice. A chill emanated from the tip of the ice sword, rapidly expanding from the thickness of a baby's fist to the size of a human head. The cold connected to the ice sculpture, and the cracks that had formed gradually healed. The ice that had shattered around his head refroze. Subai was completely sealed once more. The young man curled his lips. His unremarkable face broke into uproarious laughter. Huh. So the so-called first evolver is nothing special after all. Kai Jin turned his head and stared at the short young man in shock. Damn. A true master had been hiding among them. Recalling everything that had happened on the way here, how the man had never spoken up no matter what happened, big or small. He really had incredible patience. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sculpture split open again, the cracks spreading rapidly. The ice over his head shattered once more, and Subai stared at him coldly. The young man's face changed drastically. He slashed his finger across the ice sword, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the blade. The next second, the chill spilling from the sword tip grew even denser. The cracks in the ice sculpture stopped spreading, but they couldn't recover. A bitter stalemate followed. The young man's face darkened. He had been too hasty in his gloating. Even with a blood sacrifice, he still couldn't fully trap Subai. Hurry up and kill him. He can't move right now. The young man shouted at the stunned crowd nearby, needing all his focus to control the ice sword and deny Subai any opening. Subai was far, far stronger than he had imagined. Kill. Kai Jin snatched up a large chopping blade and charged without hesitation. Kicking a man while he was down was his specialty. The other survivor followed close behind, charging along with him. The young man's face brightened with joy, and he poured all his power into controlling the icy mist of the sword. The next second, bang! Before the young man could even react, the ice sculpture exploded. Chunks of ice flew in every direction, punching bloody holes into anyone they struck. Kai Jin and the man with him had barely gotten close when they let out miserable screams. The young man stumbled back several steps, gripping the ice sword, his expression grave. All trace of his earlier arrogance and laughter was gone. Subai wiped the ice shards from his face, ignoring Kai Jin and the others nearby, and calmly fixed his gaze on the young man. Void-shattering pupil. Li Dong. Race human, yellow race. Strength 8. For normal adult male, value 1. Agility 7. 9. Spirit 7. 8. Combat evaluation, a pseudo first-rank human who consumed a first-rank evolution potion. Future prospects bleak. Incapable of proper cultivation. Value low. A shoddily mass-produced product. Technique none. Brief, a lucky one who walked out of the fate cabinet. Cursed with misfortune, robbed of his kidneys, with no moral bottom line, acting wantonly at will. A pseudo first-rank human. Subai had finally encountered someone who had consumed an evolution potion. So this was what their evolution led to, pseudo first rank. No wonder they were utterly useless against his prophetic arts. Subai's gaze shifted once more, fixing upon the icy sword emanating cold vapor in the young man's grasp. Describing it as a sword was generous. It measured merely the length of an average person's forearm. Crystal clear and translucent as transparent quartz, its blade was thin, yet conveyed an unmistakable sense of indestructible solidity. He found this sword profoundly intriguing. Remarkably, it had managed to hold him at bay for a fleeting moment. Breaking void pupil revealed. Ice sword, white snow. Category sword type, dual form. Weapon grade, level 1 intermediate. Attached skills, ice binding transformation. Within a 10-meter radius, the sword tip can be aimed at a target to unleash its power. Ice binding can temporarily freeze an opponent. If the target's strength falls below 8 points, they can be permanently encased in ice. Should the user sacrifice blood, the technique can freeze targets with strength below 10 points. The cost of blood sacrifice, ice sword skills become unusable for 1 week. 3 consecutive blood sacrifices will cause slight damage to the blade. 10 consecutive sacrifices will render the sword completely destroyed. Transformation can be applied to the sword itself, morphing it into a crystal clear crystal pendant. Sharpness value 14. Can destroy armor with defense below 10 and damage armor with defense below 16. Growth value 3 stars, total 10 stars. Can be upgraded through special methods. Same grade evaluation, mid-tier, level 1 weapon. Introduction: forged entirely from ice stone, virtually indestructible, emanating powerful cold energy, with terrifying destructive capability. Closing the breaking void pupil. Subai glanced at the young man in amazement. This fellow could actually retrieve 2 items from the Destiny Divine Cabinet. What a gambler with his own lifespan. Subai, I never expected that after taking the evolution potion you'd achieve top-tier evolution. This time I admit defeat, but if I want to leave you can't stop me. Li Dong raised the ice sword, aiming at Subai, his gaze resolute. This sword is a level 1 weapon. I can freeze you whenever I want. If you push me too far I'll fight to the death. Li Dong was bluffing, taking advantage of Subai's ignorance of the ice sword's properties. Had Subai lacked the breaking void pupil, he might have hesitated and let him go temporarily, then followed from the shadows to find an opportunity for a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Subai knew the ice sword's properties intimately, even better than Li Dong himself. Brotherly, take us with you. Kai Jin scrambled up from the ground and hurried to Li Dong's side. Ice chunks had gouged numerous bloody holes across his body, the pain contorting his face into a grimace. 2 other men who had been feigning death now rose to their feet, positioning themselves behind Li Dong. Subai, this world doesn't have only you as an evolver. My brother Li is one too. The feigning man spoke with smug arrogance. Enough rubbish. Li Dong's cold gaze swept across them. His hand moved like lightning. A single thrust pierced straight through the speaking middle-aged man. Frost crystallized across both entry and exit wounds. Ah. The man's face was covered in frost, his words slurred beyond recognition as he trembled and collapsed. Not a single drop of blood flowed. All of it had been frozen solid. On the balcony, the 5 people who had been preparing to intervene stood frozen in shock. He had killed his own man. Kai Jin and another rat-faced man shuddered, quickly stepping back to increase their distance from Li Dong. Impressive. This was clearly someone who killed without hesitation. In truth, Li Dong's heart ached with hidden bitterness. He was merely barking with borrowed fierceness. These people were Subai's targets. If he dared to accept them and Subai decided to test his sword, what would he do then? Therefore he had to make a decisive break and sever all ties with this group. He was alone, just another evolver. The situation couldn't possibly escalate to mutual destruction, could it? In the corridor, Li Ningxue peered around the corner with stealthy movements. She had arrived long ago. It was her presence that had caused Subai to be distracted and ambushed. She observed the evolver Li Dong's performance closely. Who would have thought such a remote place would hide not 1, but 2 evolvers? That ice sword was an even rarer treasure. Weapons were the rarest category from the Destiny Divine Cabinet, and this sword, possessing additional skills, made it truly exceptional. In her view, Subai would surely back down. No point in both sides suffering when a 2-way battle offered no good outcome. I lost an ice sword yesterday. I never expected you to find it. Return the sword, and you may leave. Subai spoke calmly, his eyes radiating killing intent, projecting the demeanor of someone ready to strike at any moment. What a shameless scoundrel. Li Ningxue clenched her teeth silently. Subai had actually set his sights on another's weapon, offering such an absurd excuse. The battle was now unavoidable. As expected, Li Dong flew into a rage. Do you take me for a fool? I'm an evolver too. You want my sword? Come and take it with your life. Li Dong raised his hand, sword tip pointed at Subai, as if he could freeze the opponent at any moment. Subai remained unmoved. Li Dong was bluffing with borrowed authority. His acting was decent, but unfortunately he had encountered Subai. Subai took 2 steps forward. Li Dong's expression turned vigilant, his full attention locked on his Subai. Take 1 more step and see what happens, Li Dong said coldly. War was about to erupt. Kai Jin held his breath, preparing to dash toward the exit the moment the 2 began fighting. Perhaps he could grab Zhang Yunxi and secure a chance at survival. Li Dong's heart raced with tension. The moment Subai took another step, he would have to strike. The injured man, pretending to be dead, pressed himself against the floor, trembling, uncontrollably terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Li Ningxue watched intently, calculating who would emerge victorious. She estimated that the unknown evolver would be stronger. Weapon enhancement surely surpassed a mere evolver's power. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful face appeared beside her. It was Zhang Yunxi. 2 women, 1 above and 1 below. 2 faces of breathtaking elegance together formed a magnificent tableau. Li Ningxue glanced at Zhang Yunxi without a word, continuing to observe the situation within the room. Go ahead and try. What can you do to me? Subai's gaze carried contempt, his lips curving upward. Provocatively, he took another step forward, courting death. At this moment, Li Dong could no longer hold back. He had to respond, or his bluff would be exposed. He first feigned preparing to use the ice sword, then showed hesitation. Ultimately, he stamped his foot against the ground, soaring into the air and lunging towards Subai, the ice sword radiating freezing energy as he thrust it forth. Kai Jin shrank back, planning to slip around the 2 combatants and dash for the exit. He had seen Zhang Yunxi and Li Ningxue standing by the door. Capture them, and he would have a chance to live. The others were no fools. Almost simultaneously with Kai Jin, they made the same calculation. The moment Subai became entangled, they would rush out. Li Dong closed the distance to Subai with terrifying speed. The gap between them became negligible, nearly instantaneous. When he arrived before Su-bai, he caught sight of an eerie smile on the man's face. Before he could even contemplate this, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his body. His expression shifted dramatically, a miserable scream escaping his lips. In the next instant, his entire body was sliced into pieces, blood spraying horrifically across the floor and walls in all directions. Everyone present was stunned. They could not comprehend what had just occurred on the scene. The ice sword clattered heavily to the ground, and after a moment it transformed into a transparent pendant lying motionless on the floor. Everyone seemed oblivious to this strange occurrence, still immersed in processing everything that had just transpired. What on earth had happened? Li Ningxue's face was etched with shock, utterly speechless. Su-bai ignored the shocked expressions around him, showing no inclination to boast about how he had slain Li Dong. He had no need to satisfy others' curiosity. After all, that was merely one of his hidden trump cards. He bent down to retrieve the fallen pendant. It was a translucent snow globe suspended from a strap woven of 2 strands of silvery white silk. An esper. Disbelief flooded Li Ningxue's eyes. She required no explanation from Su-bai, nor was any necessary. Everyone could discern that it was the power of an esper ability at work. And precisely for that reason the shock ran deeper. Esper abilities combined with evolution, and yet Su-bai had survived entirely unscathed. Not even a limb missing. What on earth was this person? Li Ningxue's curiosity intensified beyond measure. Su-bai was simply too extraordinary. Li Dong, being a fully intact evolver, had already been staggering, yet Su-bai had quietly mastered esper abilities while undergoing evolution. This could never be mere fortune. After securing the pendant, Su-bai found himself in high spirits. Gaze falling upon Kai Jin and his companions, a smile curved his lips. You should get on your way. His tone was mild, almost as casual as asking if one had eaten. The shifty-eyed man immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Big brother, please spare me. Big brother, I'll give you everything I have. I'm willing to chop off my own arm. Please just let me live. A man in his 30s abandoned his feigned death. He knelt upon the floor, seized a nearby machete, and brought it down upon his own arm. He showed no mercy to himself, desperate to earn Su-bai's forgiveness. Those who had been evolvers had all been slain. He possessed no courage for a last stand. His sole path to survival lay in supplication, humble, wholehearted supplication. Yet Su-bai merely glanced at him, raised the fire axe, and swung it with deliberate slowness. Severing a hand would be agonizing. Allow me to assist with one clean stroke. Thwack! The axe fell, head severed from body. Such a man willing to sacrifice his own limb for survival could not be spared. Su-bai swept his gaze across the entire room, lingering upon the 4 or 5 individuals on the balcony. A man approaching 30 with a close-cropped haircut regarded the decapitated corpse with an expression of profound sorrow. The corner of Su-bai's mouth lifted. Brother, I'll trade vital intelligence for my life. Kai Jin wiped the blood from his face as he spoke, abandoning all thought of begging. Begging held no power over Su-bai. Intelligence, however, merited consideration. Without further words save for those on the balcony, Su-bai began finishing off the remaining individuals in the room one by one, cleansing the space entirely. Kai Jin alone survived. At this moment, Zhang Yunxi found the nerve to enter the room and assumed the task of interrogating Kai Jin. The situation made clear that Su-bai harbored genuine interest in intelligence. She possessed sufficient astuteness to recognize this. Speak. If your information proves valuable, we shall spare your life. Zhang Yunxi spoke with confidence, stepping before Kai Jin. Kai Jin lifted his head to regard the enchanting maiden before him. That bewitching form. Yet even in his desperate circumstances, he found himself swallowing involuntarily. Your guarantee holds no weight. I require Su-bai's direct answer. Kai Jin placed no faith in Zhang Yunxi. This beautiful woman harbored wicked intentions, behaved basely, and possessed not a shred of integrity. His trust rested solely with Su-bai, not because of any moral virtue, but because he understood something fundamental. As an ordinary man, he was nothing more than irrelevant weeds in Su-bai's eyes. Life or death mattered not, and no one would break a promise over a blade of grass. Su-bai contemplated in silence for a moment, then nodded. If the information proves useful to me, I shall spare your life. Zhang Yunxi remained quiet, observing demurely from the sidelines. Relief washed over Kai Jin as he began. I possess crucial intelligence regarding the Fate God Cabinet. Information you absolutely do not know. The Fate God Cabinet reappears at the same location. Counting from its first manifestation, every 3, 5, or 7 days it may appear again. If it appears on the 3rd day, its contents inevitably include 1 bottle of evolution serum. If it appears on the 5th day, there are certainly more than 3 bottles. The 7th day remains speculative. No one has witnessed it. Some have calculated that the Fate God Cabinet will likely reappear at a given location approximately 3 times before vanishing entirely. Each appearance lasts either 12 hours or 24 hours. The distinction between these 2 durations remains unknown. Su-bai nodded gently. What he said aligned with certain elements within his divination arts, lending credibility to his account. I find it curious. Given your strength and status, you would hardly qualify to receive such intelligence. Su-bai spoke without ceremony. These details were beyond Kai Jin's clearance. To speak plainly, even city or provincial leaders might not possess such knowledge. The Fate God Cabinet represented the paramount opportunity for transcendence since the apocalypse began. Every fragment of secret information was zealously guarded. No one would recklessly disclose such intelligence. Kai Jin understood Su Bai's lingering suspicion. He offered a bitter smile, speaking candidly. Indeed, I possessed no qualifications. But fortune favored me. In Chishire City lived a retired elder, a member of the private think tank for an official of considerable rank. His personal computer contained extensive intelligence records. We were friends across generations. The old man treated me with great kindness. Before he was taken away, he deliberately permitted me access to his computer, the very machine he never allowed anyone to touch. Within it existed only a single folder bearing precisely this information. Kai Jin possessed clear self-awareness. These insights were the old man's bequest to him. Unfortunately, he could no longer safeguard them. You understood how to invest in people. Su Bai credited his account. Those who had risen to city-level prominence inevitably cultivated connections. Even retired individuals never abandoned their networks. Yet those people were wizened beyond measure. Ordinary folk found it impossible to approach them. Kai Jin spoke simply, yet for an old man to violate protocol and leak secrets, the depth of their bond spoke volumes. Thus Su Bai spoke of investment. There was genuine affection between us. Kai Jin paused, speaking slowly, each word weighed with meaning. This intelligence holds value. The transaction is complete. You may live. Su Bai dispensed with sentimentality, delivering precisely what Kai Jin most wished to hear. Kai Jin exhaled in profound relief, a faint smile surfacing upon his features. You were never on the survivor roster. Now that you're alive, I shall simply eliminate another. Having spoken, Su Bai rose and walked toward the balcony. Before Kai Jin could grasp the implications, Su Bai casually hurled his axe into the crowd. The spinning weapon struck true, burying itself in the crew-cut man's skull. The man collapsed, expression frozen in bewilderment. Dead instantly. He never understood why. The remaining 4 individuals trembled uncontrollably, yet offered no desperate resistance. These were the elite ranks Su Bai had cultivated. Cowards, precisely the kind of elites he desired. Congratulations. You may survive. Su Bai's face wore a smile. The 4 elites stood dumbfounded. They had resigned themselves to death, yet they could live. What about him? Beside them, the crew-cut man who had just met his end lay with corpse still warm. They were utterly numb. Within the room, Kai Jin stared wide-eyed, scarcely daring to believe these 4 could survive. This is unjust. He had surrendered critical intelligence. On what basis did they deserve to live? Can we survive? Asked the somewhat overweight youth timidly. He was dressed magnificently, wearing an expensive brand-name watch on his wrist. The other 3 looked at Su Bai with utmost tension, fearing he might be playing tricks on them. They had witnessed the gruesome bloodbath outside, where corpses were piled up and the stench of blood reached here. Kai Jin uncharitably thought that Su Bai was surely manipulating them. Why should only he pay the life money? Zhang Yunxi glanced at the people on the balcony and curiously surveyed them. She could tell at a glance that each of them was an oddity, a rare talent. Facing the threat of death, they were all sitting and waiting to die. Such people were hard to come by, let alone 4 or 5 in one place. It was simply a flock of extraordinary individuals. Why would he let them go? I need you to do me a favor, Su Bai said with an even broader smile. His smile made the others even more apprehensive. Kai Jin blinked and suddenly recalled what Su Bai had just mentioned, the survivor list. No way. Kai Jin realized something was wrong. He didn't seem to be out of danger yet. Brother Su, since you've let me go, I'll leave first. Kai Jin decisively got up to leave. My. Su Bai softly hummed. Kai Jin broke into a cold sweat, daring not step out the door. Li Ningxue stood at the doorway, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Kai Jin had never felt such fear or dread before, not even when facing Ling Yuding at her home. Now in front of Su Bai, he was completely obedient, not daring to disobey in the slightest. The times had changed. Zhang Yunxi watched from the side with a half-smile. Brother Su didn't say he disagreed with you leaving. You can go, she said. Bitch. Stinking whore. Kai Jin cursed Zhang Yunxi in his heart. She hadn't even said she disagreed. With that tone, he wouldn't dare go anyway. He cursed Zhang Yunxi for 3 seconds, then resolutely returned to his original seat and froze. Not daring. What favor? The chubby youth asked timidly. I need you to enter the heavenly fate cabinet and fetch something for me. What a... Before Su Bai finished speaking, Kai Jin burst out in shock. He never expected Su Bai to be planning this. Wasn't this a typical use of scapegoats? How ruthless. Using innocent people to die in his place to obtain gifts from the heavenly fate cabinet. You have an objection, Su Bai turned around, his smile vanishing. No objection. Kai Jin shook his head, wearing an expression as if agreeing with him. He pondered for a moment, and the corners of his mouth turned up. This plan wouldn't work. He had figured out the pros and cons. The survivor list Su Bai mentioned was actually a death list. If he didn't go, it was basically certain death. If he went, there was a certain probability he could survive. And the heavenly fate cabinet wouldn't appear again in the short term. Since Su Bai's survivor list came first, and his information came later, the scapegoat list was just a spontaneous idea from Su Bai. Could he possibly have foresight to know when the Heavenly Fate Cabinet would appear? As for whether the Heavenly Fate Cabinet Su-Bai had previously entered would appear again soon, that was debatable. But most likely not. The longer the delay, the greater the variables. At night, when mutated beasts appeared, Su-Bai still had to protect them, free bodyguards. Su-Bai's plan was beautiful, but it was merely wishful thinking. There were too many variables. Kai Jin relaxed, he could rest easy. We have no right to refuse, the chubby youth said after a long silence. Glancing at the corpses strewn about the room, he calmly accepted it. They had no right to refuse. The other three elites were outsiders. Among the refugees there were two extremes. One type was extremely fierce and inhumane in their quest for survival. The other type was very timid and fearful, surviving on sporadic meals, enduring hunger to stay alive. They belonged to the timid category, like the chubby youth who were desperate for food. They never expected a supposedly foolproof plan to almost cost them their lives. I'm willing to help you. Can you give us some food? I'm hungry. A man about 50 with a pleading face and withered skin, emaciated by hunger, made a request. I'm also willing to help. Can you let me eat a few good meals? The other two, equally emaciated, nodded in agreement. They looked pitiful, but Su-Bai knew clearly that these people were also utterly wicked. They were accomplices abetting evil. If Su-Bai were the loser, Kai Jin would have won. They would feast and drink champagne to celebrate, not caring at all about Su-Bai's fate, and would even descend into greater wickedness. Now with Su-Bai as the victor, they appeared pitiful, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Such people were precisely this type. Su-Bai thought about it and decided to feed them one meal. Food wasn't very precious to him, as long as they were willing to enter the Heavenly Fate Cabinet. Su-Bai turned and ordered, "Shira, throw the ingredients you don't like to eat into the kitchen. Let them prepare it themselves later." Zhang Yunxi was reluctant, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She tugged at Li Ningxue, who was watching the drama from the side, and they headed downstairs. Li Ningxue followed reluctantly. She didn't want to leave yet. "You can have food, but if you regret it and refuse to work after eating, you'll know my methods." Su-Bai turned to look at them, his tone icy. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Not going meant death. Going gave a chance to live. But even then they wouldn't live long. Perhaps only 2 days of full bellies before dying. Everyone silently nodded, though inwardly they were despairing. Su-Bai seemed to read their minds and slowly said, "Of course I'm not heartless. If you help me get one item, I'll give you 100 caddies of food and let you go free." This was an empty promise. Items from the Heavenly Fate Cabinet weren't easy to obtain. Getting one and surviving fulfilled two conditions which could be considered being blessed by luck. Moreover, it could dispel their idea of fighting to the death. Hope would make them abandon any plan for mutual destruction. This sliver of hope moved everyone. If it were true, they wouldn't mind trying earnestly. All eyes turned to Su-Bai. "My word is my bond," Su-Bai nodded. "You came to rob me, I could have killed you all. But now I'm giving you a chance. If you want to live, bring me an item. After I inspect it personally, I'll give you food, ensure your temporary safety, and you can leave any time." Upon hearing this, green lights appeared in everyone's eyes. Either way, they were gambling with their lives. If they won, they'd have ample supplies and could live. Kai Jin fell silent. He had originally planned to risk using the evolution potion if the day came, and try to evolve to fight Su-Bai. Now he hesitated. If he truly obtained it, would it be fighting to the death or freedom? Coincidentally, Zhang Yunxi returned with Li Ningxue at that moment. "Brother Su, I've already prepared it." Hearing this, Su-Bai nodded and said to the group, "Now you can go to the kitchen and prepare your own food." He added, "Don't touch anything randomly." Seeing that Su-Bai wasn't bluffing, Kai Jin hesitated, then was the first to walk out of the room. This time Su-Bai didn't stop him. Instantly, everyone hurried out. The strong scent of blood was unbearable here. Su-Bai took the two women from the second floor to the third floor and looked out from the window. Under the faint sunlight, Su-Bai sensed someone was spying. He pretended not to notice. This was Ling Yuding and others closely monitoring him. Kai Jin's fierce advance couldn't be concealed. Su-Bai disregarded Ling Yuding's spying. Habitually scanning the surroundings in the biting cold wind and heavy snow, he suddenly spotted far away on a flat area a silver mysterious machine slowly emerging from the snowfield. The Heavenly Fate Cabinet has descended. This was the second time Su-Bai had seen it. It was located very far from Su-Bai's villa, approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away. With his powerful vision, Su-Bai could make out this colossal structure half hidden behind the adjacent forest. The first time he had spotted it from afar at the high-speed rail station, it had only resembled a vending machine. Now looking more closely, it was far larger than any vending machine. Compared with other reference objects, its length, width, and height were each at least 5 meters. It was perfectly square in shape, uniformly colored with not the slightest variation. It appeared silently upon the snow-covered earth. Finally it has come. A spark of excitement flashed in Su-Bai's eyes. He had finally reunited with the Fate God Cabinet. He intended to seize this opportunity and climb to even greater heights. Zhang Yunxi focused her gaze in the direction Su-Bai was looking, but saw nothing. Li Ningxue frowned, sensing that Su-Bai's expression was unusually excited. What exactly had he discovered? An evolved's eyesight was far superior to theirs. Where they could see nothing, Su-Bai must have found something extraordinary. Su-Bai cast a sidelong glance at Li Ningxue, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he spoke. Sierra, stay home and take care. I'm going out for a bit. Having said this, Subai leapt down from the second floor, landed steadily, and bounded forward, clearing the 2-meter-high wall, before sprinting toward the fake god cabinet. His movements were as light as a swallow, leaving only faint traces in the snow. On the first floor of the villa, Kai Jin, who happened to be throwing out the trash, witnessed Subai's departure. He hesitated for a moment, then walked back into the villa and stood at the doorway, lost in thought. His gaze alternated between the rooftop and the distant snowfield. Subai had left. Zhang Yunxi and Li Ningxue were merely two frail women with no fighting ability. If they seized them, could they escape? Kai Jin's brows knitted together as he weighed his options, and he couldn't help but admire Subai. They truly did not dare to lay a hand on Zhang Yunxi or Li Ningxue. There were now 3 paths ahead. The first was to gamble his life against Subai. Death and fortune were both destined by heaven. The second was to flee quickly while Subai was absent. The third was to cause trouble for Zhang Yunxi and Li Ningxue while Subai was gone, and then escape. The third option was unthinkable. Everyone understood Subai's terrifying strength. If they simply fled cleanly, Subai might consider it too troublesome and let them go. But if they harmed those 2 women, they would be forcing him to pursue them relentlessly. That would be stirring up unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he and the other 4 were not of one mind. Even if Kai Jin were foolish enough to attempt harming Zhang Yunxi, someone would likely step forward to protect them both. If someone cunning pretended to agree on the surface but turned against them at the critical moment in front of Zhang Yunxi and the other woman, and then Zhang Yunxi spoke a few kind words to Subai, they wouldn't even need to run. Subai would let them go. Anyone with a functioning brain knew which side to pick, making an enemy of an ordinary person or making an enemy of an evolved. At that moment, Kai Jin understood Subai was not trusting them. He was trusting human nature. When there is a way to live, no one chooses death. This was not gambling, it was inevitability. True to form, Kai Jin cautiously mentioned Subai's departure to the people in the kitchen, and their expressions varied. What a delicious feast, so fragrant. One person muttered to himself, busily cooking as though he hadn't heard a word. As for the other 2, one was chopping vegetables, while the other sat at the kitchen entrance enthusiastically washing produce with an excited expression. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yunxi strode down the stairs. The people in the kitchen froze and turned to look. Good day, miss. Welcome to inspect. We assure you the kitchen is clean, and all the garbage has been thrown outside. At the kitchen entrance, the man who had been washing vegetables beamed, rose to his feet, and greeted Zhang Yunxi with quick wit and a flattering smile. Kai Jin looked back and thought, bloody hell. That vegetable washing man had to be at least 50, while Zhang Yunxi was barely 20. That obsequious smile. Damn it, he's stealing my line. Kai Jin seethed inwardly. At only 40-something, he was perfectly suited to call Zhang Yunxi miss, while that man was simply shameless. Hello, sister-in-law. Did Brother Su send you to inspect? Kai Jin grinned, changing his phrasing, and simultaneously shot a contemptuous glare at the vegetable washing man. I've been playing the humble servant for years. Am I going to lose to you? Zhang Yunxi approached the kitchen, rose on her tiptoes to peek inside, confirmed that the ingredients were the ones she had brought, and turned to ask Kai Jin. You're quite capable. What was your name again? She could hardly suppress her smile. She clearly appreciated Kai Jin's choice of address. Sister-in-law, my name is Kai Jin. You can call me Xiao Jinzi. Kai Jin hurried forward, 2 steps, bowing and scraping. Disgusting. The man washing vegetables sneered with utter disdain. Bitter cold and endless snow. Before the silver fake god cabinet, Subai came to a halt and studied it at close range. There were no seams, no doors. It was simply a solitary, unopenable cabinet. Near the top center of one side, 4 indecipherable characters were carved in a crooked hand. This must be the front. Subai pondered for a moment, then positioned himself facing the inscribed side and activated his void-piercing pupils. He wanted to test the ability of his void-piercing pupils. Fake god cabinet. Attribute. Rank. Attached skills. Offensive power. Defense power. Growth potential. Evaluation at same rank, none. Description. Subai deactivated his void-piercing pupils. As expected, he could not discern any useful information. What on earth was the method to open the fake god cabinet? Subai gazed up at the towering structure before him, circled it twice, and found no suspicious points whatsoever. He approached the front face and gently tapped the silver surface. Knock knock knock. The fake god cabinet remained utterly unresponsive. Subai then attempted to drip 2 drops of blood onto it, but still received no reaction. At a loss. All 4 sides were identical in color with nothing unusual. Subai spent a long time trying various methods to no avail. He even activated his void-piercing pupils to examine the 4 indecipherable characters more closely. Face forward. The 4 characters were plain and straightforward. Subai gazed straight ahead for a long time, but it was useless. Eventually, Subai gave up. Following his original plan, he vanished from the scene. Soon the wind and snow covered his footprints, and in the distance 2 figures emerged, trudging through the snow, 1 deep step at a time. Subai concealed himself on a slope. The fake god cabinet stood on level ground with flat terrain extending to its right. To its left, about 1 kilometer away, was a hillside rising nearly 20 meters above the flat land. Subai burrowed into a snowdrift, exposing only his eyes as he watched covertly. The distance was neither too close nor too far, precisely within his control range. He could reach the Fate God Cabinet's location in under half a minute. As the newcomers drew closer, they proved to be unexpected. It was none other than Lu Yin, whom he had encountered once before, accompanied by her daughter. Could her villa be nearby? Lu Yin wore her usual down jacket. Her dirty face bore traces of deliberate smearing. She wore a hat, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Her daughter's clothes were equally filthy, as though intentionally left unwashed, and she skipped cheerfully alongside Lu Yin. Both appeared in excellent spirits, clearly benefiting greatly from the food Subai had given them. Lu Yin led her daughter around, looking left and right, just as Subai had, equally curious about this suddenly appeared colossal structure. She had actually guessed it was the Fate God Cabinet, but finding no way to open it, Lu Yin lingered for over 10 minutes before leaving reluctantly. Before departing, she took a photo with her phone. Less than 5 minutes after Lu Yin left, someone else arrived. One man and two women approached, all bundled in thick cotton-padded jackets. As the trio neared the Divine Cabinet of Fate, they discovered the faint footprints left behind when Lu Yin had departed. Lu Yin had only just left. The ice and snow were insufficient to completely cover her tracks. The three of them immediately began scanning their surroundings, then produced binoculars to confirm nothing was amiss before launching their assault on the Divine Cabinet of Fate. After a brief period of exploration, they too realized there was no way in. The man, acting with reckless abandon, seized the iron rod in his hand and struck the inscribed face with all his might, hoping to force a violent breakthrough. Yet his hands grew numb from the relentless pounding, leaving not a single mark. Utterly at a loss, the two women patiently examined all four sides, tapping gently with a tree branch inch by inch in their careful inspection. After enduring for over 20 minutes, they departed in disappointment. The blizzard intensified, yet the Divine Cabinet of Fate remained unchanged in height, as though perpetually rising above the snow-covered ground. The surface facing directly upward repelled all snowflakes. Each one vanished upon contact. Throughout the day, 4 or 5 additional groups arrived, but all departed empty-handed. The snow grew heavier. Suddenly a stout figure emerged from the base of the hill, climbing upward step by step into Subai's line of sight. He squinted to get a clearer look. It was Lu Yin. She carried 2 thick cotton quilts, each wrapped in a waterproof cloth cover stitched together. The 2 quilts were strapped to her back, a hot water bottle in her left hand, and a small bag of food in her right. She wore a pure white down jacket and a fluffy white hat. She walked hunched over through the snow, her figure unremarkable, yet the bulky quilts impossible to miss. The weight of her supplies made every step a struggle against the deep powder. Nevertheless, Lu Yin moved forward with unwavering determination, leaving a trail of footprints behind her. After more than half an hour, she finally reached the small hilltop. She found a sheltered spot away from the wind, spread out the quilts, and crawled inside, leaving only her head exposed. Removing the binoculars from around her neck, she began scanning toward the Divine Cabinet of Fate. She was not far from Subai, roughly 200 meters away, positioned below and to his left. With no one else near the Divine Cabinet of Fate, Subai watched her intently, lost in thought. He never imagined a woman so delicate could possess such determination. He had already witnessed 2 groups attempting to keep watch, most giving up within 20 minutes, slipping away dejectedly, with only occasional glances back. A woman like Lu Yin dared to keep watch. Along the way, she had proven her perseverance and patience. She would not abandon her post halfway. Was she trying to discover how to open the Divine Cabinet of Fate? Subai understood her intentions. Many shared this hope, yet none had succeeded. Could she truly sustain her efforts where others had failed? Brushing away the snow from before him, Subai found a new focal point. His gaze kept drifting involuntarily toward Lu Yin's position. Every so often, Lu Yin needed to clear the accumulated snow, then resume her prone position, pausing occasionally to sip hot water from her flask or eat cold biscuits. The wind and snow had dried her face, revealing eyes filled with unwavering determination. The 2 waterproof quilts offered little warmth against the biting ice and howling gale. Every moment she endured was torment, constantly clearing snow and wiping away condensation that gathered on the waterproof surface. Suddenly, Lu Yin raised her binoculars toward the Divine Cabinet of Fate. Had someone arrived? Subai shifted his gaze to follow, only to recognize 2 familiar figures. Bai Lingling and Ling Ying, both bundled in oversized down jackets with hats and scarves wrapped tightly around them. Without Subai's familiarity with Bai Lingling, he might not have recognized her. As the 2 of them circled the Divine Cabinet of Fate, twice Subai's phone buzzed with a message. He pulled it out to read. Bai Lingling, Brother Su, I think we've found the Divine Cabinet of Fate. Do you want to come take a look? 2 photos accompanied the message. Subai paused for a moment, then replied, How did you find it? The message failed to send. It failed again. Subai had to attempt sending the same message 3 times before it finally went through. The signal was deteriorating rapidly. From the vantage point of Bai Lingling and Ling Ying's villa, the Divine Cabinet of Fate would be invisible. The terrain there sat slightly lower and roughly level with this location, offering no line of sight. In the open field, Subai watched Bai Lingling tap away at her phone for an extended period. A notification chimed. Bilingualing, I secretly joined the homeowner group chat. Someone posted a photo, and after searching for a while we finally located this place. Subai exited the private chat and confirmed the group messages had surged past 99. He opened the thread and scrolled to the top, encountering continuous lag. After several minutes, he spotted a photo posted 40 minutes ago by an account named Linger. Amidst the frozen landscape, a massive silver structure rested upon the snow, its surface so cold that not a single snowflake could cling to it. A caption accompanied the image. Linger, could this be the divine cabinet of fate mentioned in the official reports? Subai closed the group chat and replied to Bilingualing. Leave. He offered no further explanation. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Bilingualing and Ling Ying received his message and departed. Subai watched them go, ensuring they hadn't encountered any other threats, then turned his attention back to Lu Yin below. Only 2 or 3 people had photographed the divine cabinet of fate. Among them, the angle and position in the group photo closely matched where Lu Yin had been standing at that time. Most likely Lu Yin was the one who shared that photo. To uncover the secret of opening the divine cabinet of fate, she needed more people to test it. Clever, yet it introduced an unpredictable variable for Subai. His phone buzzed. Zhang Yunxi, brother Su Li Ningxue has left. I noticed there seem to be photos of the divine cabinet of fate in the group. Can you confirm if this is true? After reading through it, Subai paused to consider his response. Between 5 and 6 tonight, make an effort to create the impression that I'm home. He had witnessed numerous people arrive, yet not a single one managed to open it. According to the prophecy, it was Ling Yuding and her 2 daughters who opened it. At this point, they remained the most likely candidates to unlock the mystery. In the prophecy, they went at dusk, right after he returned home. This was no coincidence. It was surveillance espionage. They were deliberately avoiding him. Thus, Subai decided to have Zhang Yunxi create the illusion of his presence at home, confident she could pull it off. Yet he remained vigilant, watching and waiting. The prophecy could be trusted, but never blindly. There was always the possibility that Ling Yuding wasn't the true opener, but merely taking advantage of someone else's work. Staying put here was the safest approach. Everything proceeded exactly as Lu Yin had anticipated. More and more people kept arriving, and information spread faster by the moment. In the afternoons, it was common to see pairs of groups deliberating together over how to unlock the divine cabinet of fate. This was the first time Subai had seen so many residents of Tianbao community come out of hiding. Easily over 200 people, all the timid individuals who normally kept to themselves, now unable to resist the pull of the divine cabinet of fate's appearance. As minutes ticked away, the secret of the divine cabinet of fate remained undiscovered. Waves of people would depart, only to be replaced by newcomers. The cold wind swept fiercely through the scene. Many had tried holding their positions, but few could endure beyond 30 minutes before giving up. Only Lu Yin persisted, unwavering in her vigil. As time passed, even the water in her flask had diminished considerably. It was clearly becoming insufficient. On such snowy days, daylight was scarce, and by 5 in the afternoon the sky was already darkening. The bright lights of Villa 178, Subai's residence, flickered to life. Villa 177. On the 3rd floor in the master bedroom, Ling Yuding wore a beige coat. She leaned out of the window with both hands braced on the windowsill, gazing outside. The bitter wind blew fiercely. Cold pierced to her heart. Only in such chill could she remain composed, unperturbed by external influences. Snow and ice met her face as she narrowed her eyes slightly, her fine hair dancing in the frigid wind. Her delicate features appeared calm at first glance, yet carried an unspoken authority that inspired awe. Li Ningxue stood in the room like a child who had done wrong, head bowed in silence. Mother, when shall we go? Li Ningxuan glanced at the sky and added, it's getting late, venturing out at night is too risky. And we also need time to figure out how to open the door. The footage from our cameras was blurry, we couldn't see clearly how that dead man opened it. Li Ningxue blinked. So her sister and mother had such a secret. They actually had footage of opening the Destiny Divine Cabinet. Though trial and error was needed, there was great hope. Ling Yuding returned to the room, closed the window, and wiped the frost from her face with a towel. She said calmly, Subai is also in the group. Tell me, where is he now? Li Ningxuan frowned. She actually knew where Subai was, but she thought, if he wasn't there or had just left, that would be perfect. You're anxious. Ling Yuding accurately judged Li Ningxuan's state of mind. A flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. Li Ningxuan was accustomed to smooth sailing under her mother's protection, and when situations slipped out of control, her mindset tended to falter. Do not gamble. Ling Yuding patted Li Ningxuan's shoulder and reasoned, he must have entered the Destiny Divine Cabinet. It has been exposed for at least several hours, how could he not know? If he knows, why wouldn't he go? He will certainly go, but should he enter? Ling Yuding paused, a cold sneer appearing on her stunning face. He won't enter. The Destiny Divine Cabinet does not guarantee an evolution potion. Merely by opening it, one must risk his life. If I were him, I would wait patiently like a rabbit hunter by a stump. Whoever among you manages to open it, whatever he produces will be his. If no one goes to open it at the last moment, he will have to weigh whether to take the risk. Ling Yuding was confident and stated bluntly, unless I see him with my own eyes, this opportunity is a trap. We cannot go. Mother, do you think the Destiny Divine Cabinet allows someone else to retrieve items for us? Sacrifice another to obtain the goods, then have them willingly handed over. Li Ningxue spoke suddenly. Ling Yuding frowned, considered carefully, and then said, if the rules of the Destiny Divine Cabinet remain unchanged, such a possibility exists. However, two difficulties must be overcome. First, find someone willing to risk their life for you. Second, ensure that the person does not use the items from the Destiny Divine Cabinet to ambush you and must not betray you. After all, it is them who enter and obtain the true good things. If they betray you, you will suffer the backlash. Then it means it is possible, right? Li Ningxue nodded and stated firmly, then I think Su Bai is certainly not waiting there like a rabbit hunter. This morning he did not kill all those people. He left 5 who were cowardly and greedy for life, explicitly ordering them to retrieve items from the Destiny Divine Cabinet. As an evolved being of high rank with a suspected special ability, he had brutally killed an evolved being before them. His strength was formidable, so he need not worry about being backlashed by those who enter. As Li Ningxue spoke, Ling Yuding's anger nearly burst forth. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Ling Yuding was truly furious. She had been scheming here, exploring every possibility, yet dared not cross a single step. How could Li Ningxue have such crucial information and keep it hidden? With this information, it could be basically determined that Su Bai had definitely abandoned this chance at the Destiny Divine Cabinet for some absurd reason. Such a low-level individual had likely seen this round's Destiny Divine Cabinet and guessed that the items here were not good enough. He also did not need a Tier 1 evolution potion. He was waiting for a higher-level Destiny Divine Cabinet, while also believing that ordinary evolved beings were no match for him, so he ignored it. Although a bit unreasonable, there was no other explanation. Could it be that he didn't know how to open the cabinet, unable to enter? That would be a joke. We are setting off immediately. Go to the Destiny Divine Cabinet. Hurry up. Ling Yuding was quite angry, but now was not the time to discuss this. The urgent matter was to head to the Destiny Divine Cabinet first. Li Ningxue lifted her head proudly. Her contribution, this time, was full marks. Humph. Su Bai will see. The night grew darker. At 510, Ling Yuding, accompanied by her 2 daughters, quietly hastened toward the location of the Destiny Divine Cabinet. At the same time, she summoned 2 loyal subordinates to go ahead to the Destiny Divine Cabinet. They were her diehard followers. Before leaving the villa, Ling Yuding casually glanced back and happened to see 2 intertwined shadows on the 2nd floor of Villa 178. A man given to wine, and women a good-for-nothing. When I become an evolved being, I will make you kneel before me. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The cold climate made even Su Bai uncomfortable, mainly because he was huddled in a snowdrift soaked through and frozen into frost. The outdoor temperature was likely below -15 degrees. At the foot of the hill, Lu Yin was still persisting. She was completely curled up between 2 quilts, only exposing her head to observe the Destiny Divine Cabinet. The frequency of her clearing snow had decreased. She often shrank back into the cotton quilt, not emerging for minutes. She could hardly hold on any longer. Su Bai even witnessed her tear open the top waterproof cloth and slip into the cotton quilt. From this, one could see how terrifying Su Bai's constitution had become. In temperatures above -10 degrees, wearing a set of frost armor, he only felt a little cold. As night fell, the Destiny Divine Cabinet emitted a faint silver glow. Su Bai's powerful vision encountered no obstruction. His eyes gradually shimmered with a faint green light, still able to see everything near the Destiny Divine Cabinet. Lu Yin held binoculars, using the faint silver glow from the Destiny Divine Cabinet to barely continue observing. No one was coming. Night was approaching. Su Bai began to wonder if he had made some mistake that caused Ling Yuding and others not to come. He had created too many variables. The future would not remain unchanged. He gazed forward. What did it mean exactly? Just as Su Bai was pondering, his vacant eyes caught sight of 3 people. Instantly his spirits rose. They had arrived. It was none other than Ling Yuding and her 2 daughters. Less than 500 meters to Ling Yuding's right, 2 men were already approaching the Destiny God Cabinet. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to rise and ambush the 2 men, he saw Ling Yuding take out a flashlight and shine it into the distance, illuminating the area around the men. Instantly, the 2 burly men came into view. They were powerfully built with broad shoulders and thick waists, each standing well over 1.8 meters tall and weighing at least 125 kilograms. After Ling Yuding called out twice, the 2 groups merged within half a minute. The 2 hulking men followed Ling Yuding obediently as they made their way toward the Destiny God Cabinet. Without a doubt, they were all one group. Su Bai shrunk back into the snowdrift, his sharp gaze filled with anticipation as he waited for Ling Yuding to open the Destiny God Cabinet. By the Destiny God Cabinet, Ling Yuding looked up at the colossal structure. Her expression was complex. This was the legendary Destiny God Cabinet. She turned and nodded to Li Ningxuang, who immediately sprang into action. First, she directed the 2 burly men to take out binoculars and scan the surrounding area, checking for any signs of open flame. No one posted. Li Ningxuang gave her verdict. In weather like this, without a fire, no ordinary person could survive. The only beings capable of enduring were evolvers, but that lecherous evolver hadn't come. She could never have imagined that someone with a mortal body had endured an entire day in the snow waiting for this very moment. Let's begin. Ling Yuding nodded without any hint of surprise. Li Ningshuang stepped forward 2 paces, took out a slender cigarette, and began smoking directly in front of the Destiny God cabinet. Smoke curled around her, and in no time she had finished 4 or 5 cigarettes. Suddenly she looked up at the silver wall of the Destiny God cabinet, extended her pale hands, and slowly ran them across the surface. After a moment her hand stopped. Li Ningshuang lifted her foot and kicked the wall. Thud. The impact brought tears to Li Ningshuang's eyes as she yelped and hopped in pain. Once the ache subsided, she leaned against the wall and continued smoking sporadically, occasionally casting a deep, lingering glance at the wall. In the distance, Su Bai was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Some kind of exorcism ritual, or an attempt to open the Destiny God cabinet? He had no idea, he simply could not understand. Downwind Lu Yin was filled with astonishment. Had she not known Ling Yuding and the other 2, she might have taken them for lunatics. How bizarre. Just as Su Bai was struggling to comprehend the scene, Li Ningshuang slowly rose to her feet, took a couple of puffs from her cigarette, and exhaled the smoke upward into the air. Wisps of fragrance drifted through the mist. Beneath the faint drifting smoke, the Destiny God cabinet suddenly trembled violently. Right beside Ling Yuding and the others, an identical Destiny God cabinet slowly materialized. Its entire structure was pale golden, square and solid, facing the silver cabinet, mere 5 meters apart. Where the silver cabinet bore inscriptions, the golden one featured instead a basketball-sized eyeball embedded in its wall. It possessed twin gold-and-silver pupils, and its surface was slightly sunken. As the eyeball rotated, it radiated an unmistakable sense of wickedness. Su Bai stared fixedly at the golden Destiny God cabinet, utterly stunned that it had opened so easily. After a brief moment of shock, he began replaying Li Ningshuang's every action in his mind, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Gazing straight ahead, he recalled Li Ningshuang's final movement. She had leaned against the wall, staring forward, directly locking eyes with that sinister eyeball. So that was it. Staring straight ahead had a prerequisite. You had to lean your back against the silver Destiny God cabinet and make eye contact with the hidden golden cabinet's eyeball. Only then would the true Destiny God cabinet appear. The silver Destiny God cabinet was merely a ruse. Su Bai sighed. The condition was simple, yet at the same time not simple at all. If you fixated entirely on the silver cabinet, no amount of inspection would ever open it, because the means of opening lay behind you. But if you treated it casually and carelessly, you might trigger the Destiny God cabinet almost instantly. A method that defied human nature. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at the patiently observing Lu Yin, wondering whether she had figured it out. He emerged from the ice and snow, vanishing into the hillside. Lu Yin sensed a faint disturbance and sharply turned to gaze into the darkness, but after a moment, she shook her head. No one could possibly be like her. Thud. A deep, muffled sound echoed from the golden Destiny God cabinet. Then the seamlessly closed walls gradually split into 4 sections, 3 of which folded away. The space behind the walls was laid bare. Snap. The bottommost section transformed into a red carpet that stretched from the entrance all the way to Li Ningshuang's feet, as if extending a welcoming gesture. Li Ningshuang did not move. The red carpet radiated warmth and was dotted with grape-sized fleshy nodules, each fringed with tiny white barbed bristles. This was no ordinary red carpet. To Li Ningshuang it felt more like a tongue. Combined with the Destiny God cabinet itself, the entire scene resembled a demon gaping wide, extending its tongue in a terrifying invitation. Ling Yuding's gaze swept the interior with sharp precision. On each wall, roughly 1.5 meters above the ground, a row of items hung suspended, as though magnetized to the surface. They were spaced half a meter apart, numbering 9 in total. Across the 3 walls the count was a mere 27 pieces. It differed somewhat from the prosperity she had imagined. For such a vast space, there were surprisingly few items. However, Ling Yuding spotted a bottle of the legendary evolution potion. She had seen its picture before. She smiled. Aki, go retrieve that bottle for me. Ling Yuding pointed to the center of the left wall, where a bottle filled with milky white liquid sat. A burly man gave a slight nod, glanced at the red carpet before Li Ningshuang, and stepped onto it without hesitation. It was incredibly sticky. With uneven sinking steps, Aki reached the threshold. The moment he crossed inside, the red carpet suddenly coiled upward, blocking everyone's line of sight. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Snap. The tongue-like carpet unfurled once more at Li Ningshuang's feet, and the interior was utterly empty. A bottle of milky white evolution potion lay overturned just a few steps inside, as though within easy reach. Su Bai, who had been hastening toward them, narrowed his eyes, clearly taken aback that a perfectly fine person had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw 2 figures approaching from the direction of Tianbao residential community. A man and a woman clad in thin clothing, unbothered by the freezing cold. Su Bai hesitated briefly, then slipped into concealment. Using the cover of darkness, he crept toward the 2. Who were these newcomers? The outsiders, a man and a woman. exchanged hushed whispers upon spotting the Destiny God cabinet, then fell completely silent. They lay prone in the snow watching and waiting. In the darkness, Su-bai had closed the distance to their vicinity. His expression was calm as still water, his gaze rarely fixed upon them. Meanwhile, by the Destiny God cabinet, Ling Yuding took new action. "Xiaobai, you go in and fetch it," Ling Yuding said, taking a deep breath and turning to issue her command. "Stay alert. If anything goes wrong, call out." The burly man silently nodded, bowed deeply to Ling Yuding, and strode confidently onto the red carpet. From nearby, a woman whispered to her companion, "Brother Liu, once they step on that cursed carpet, they're as good as dead. They don't understand these things. I'm afraid they'll waste all 4 attempts. Why don't we take the risk ourselves?" Her voice carried a hint of flattery. "Wait a little longer," the man replied in a steady tone. "I don't believe someone capable of opening the Destiny God cabinet would be a fool. They're numerous. If they can retrieve even 1 or 2 items, we won't need to risk ourselves. Dare to step on such a bizarre carpet. I hardly think they're particularly clever," the woman scoffed. Su-bai had just reached their vicinity when his brow furrowed. Were these evolvers also drawn by the Destiny God cabinet? Su-bai's eyes flashed. Void-piercing gaze. Zhongbing. Race human, yellow race. Strength 7. 80. 9. The evolution potion's effect has not ended. Agility 7. 20. 7. Spirit 6. 80. 7. Combat evaluation: a pseudo first-order human who took a first-order evolution potion not long ago, incapable of cultivation. Right palm, missing combat strength, severely diminished. Value: low-grade trash product. Skills: none. Profile: a social climbing man who for money and status would sell anything and anyone. Extremely lustful and skilled at deception. Captain of the Chishui Base Defense Force and a member of Liu Chang's Guard Corps. He had received orders to come to Tianbao residential community to search for the newly appeared Divine Cabinet of Fate. Su-bai had just put away the man's status panel when a muffled grunt reached his ears. He looked over intently. He saw Zhang Bing with an arm around a woman. She had a beautiful face and a fine curvaceous figure. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she gazed at Zhang Bing with tender affection while with feigned reluctance pushing gently against his chest. She whispered into Zhang Bing's ear with a fawning look. Zhang Bing seemed to think of something amusing and his face flushed with excitement. "That guy really is a lecher." Su-bai shook his head and focused his gaze on the woman. "Who you?" "Race human, yellow race. Strength 6. 41. 3. Agility 6. 31. 2. Spirit 6. 81. 1. Combat evaluation: a pseudo first-order human who took a first-order evolution potion not long ago, incapable of cultivation. Value: low-grade, a shoddy assembly line product. Skills: none. Profile: a lucky one who emerged from the Divine Cabinet of Fate completely unharmed. On the surface, she is Zhang Bing's lover, but in secret she is Liu Chang's informant. She is not skilled at combat, but excels at scheming. Heavenly fortune once lingered upon her. She is extremely lucky. Su-bai's eyes lit up. Though Hu Yu's combat strength was low, she was tremendously lucky. Wasn't she the perfect choice to retrieve treasure? For now, he would let them go. It was a long story, but actually from the moment Su-bai crept over to the moment he inspected the 2 people's information, only 10 seconds had passed. At that moment, the man walking on the magic carpet reached the entrance. Su-bai looked intently, temporarily ignoring Liu Chang's people. He had not expected this treasure gathering to require none of his own people. It differed from the divination again. These 2 are good comrades. Su-bai thought of something else and the corners of his mouth curled up with an eerie smile. "Xiaoba, wait." Ling Yuding suddenly spoke, her gaze extremely sharp. Xiaoba was briefly stunned. He stopped the foot he was about to step into the Divine Cabinet of Fate and turned around looking confused. Li Ningxuan looked thoughtful. Li Ningxue casually unwrapped a lollipop and ate it with relish. These matters were not her concern. Xiaoba stepped off the red carpet first. Xiaoqi's death is suspicious. I suspect he never even touched the evolution potion. Ling Yuding sneered and said it had only been a dozen-odd seconds with his retreat blocked. I don't believe he could have gone straight for the evolution potion. And from beginning to end, I never heard him say a single word. If he got the evolution potion, shouldn't he have said something? Ling Yuding stared coldly at the eyeball above the Divine Cabinet of Fate. At that moment, the eerie eyeball was also looking back at her. Xiaoba felt that Ling Yuding was right. Obediently, he moved to the side. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as he was about to step off the red carpet, the soft white barbs suddenly caught on Xiaoba's trouser leg. The barbs grew wildly, and in an instant stood more than 2 meters tall, trying to wrap around him. However, the barbs had barely moved before they instantly withered into a patch of yellow dead fuzz. New fuzz pushed through the withered fibers and grew out again. The entire process took only 2 seconds. Before Xiaoba could even react, it was over. The red carpet regained its original appearance. Xiaoba stepped back onto the snow in one stride, staring at the red carpet in terror. In that moment, he had truly thought he was about to die. No wonder the man in the video simply disappeared. So it was this thing's doing. Li Ningxuang frowned, her delicate brows knitted. "Mom, quick look." Li Ningxue suddenly pointed inside the Divine Cabinet of Fate. Everyone looked over and saw a strand of white fuzz descending from above, snatching up the evolution potion from the ground and placing it back on the wall. Well, so the red carpet had staged the whole show itself. Xiaoqi had probably been done for the moment he went inside. Mom, do we still need to go in? Li Ningxue, a lollipop in her mouth, smacked her lips and asked hesitantly. Li Ningxuang gave her sister a cold look and said, of course we're going in. So many people have become evolvers. There must be someone who can pass this trial. Besides, it won't be too complicated. I can't figure it out, so let Mom explain. Li Ningxue silently glanced at her sister and smacked her lips. If you can't figure it out, don't talk. I'm asking Mom too. What does scolding me make you look smart? All you have to do is not step on the red carpet. Ling Yuding answered with certainty. There were two possibilities. First, find a way to destroy the red carpet. Perhaps the red carpet was the source. Once destroyed, they could enter safely. Second was the simple, crude method, just jump in. Judging from the red carpet's behavior, it seemed to have a special killing rule. If the rule was not triggered, then, like Xiao Ba's situation, nothing would happen. It was a choice between the two. Ling Yuding had no choice. She had no way to destroy an unknown monster. There was only one path for her. Xiao Ba, jump in from the side. Don't touch the red carpet. Ling Yuding spoke again. The man called Xiao Ba nodded silently and walked toward the side without the slightest hesitation. Others could not understand such behavior at all, but Xiao Ba knew all too well that Ling Yuding's kindness to him was too great. She had spent tens of millions to give his old mother 7 more years of life. His mother had told him countless times that he must repay kindness. He Chen Ba had no other abilities, just one worthless life. This time he would give it back to Ling Yuding. When he reached the underworld and saw his old mother, he could hold his head high and tell her that the debt of gratitude had been repaid. Still, he was also prepared to receive a beating from his old mother. It had been a long time since he had felt his mother's beating. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His footsteps in the snow were unusually slow. Chen Ba reached the edge of the red carpet, leaped up, and jumped into the space inside the divine cabinet of fate. This time the red carpet did not stir. Ling Yuding stood outside watching Chen Ba draw closer step by step to the wall of evolution potions. Her excitement grew. Xiao Ba, throw it out as soon as it's in your hand. If it looks like you can take two more, Ling Yuding reminded him. The divine cabinet of fate exacts a price, and she was afraid Xiao Ba would die in a short time. Okay, Sister Ling. Chen Ba turned back with a smile, bright, sunny, and radiant. That smile. Ling Yuding froze as if she had been carried back to the moment she first met Chen Ba. In the cold corridor of the hospital, a despairing young man, upon receiving her help, had flashed a smile, full of hope. Ling Yuding was dazed for 2 seconds. When she came to her senses, Chen Ba had already reached out and taken down the evolution potion. Sizzle. Almost at the instant Chen Ba took down the evolution potion, golden barriers appeared around all the other items. Ack. Before Chen Ba could steady the potion, a mouthful of blood burst from his lips. He swayed twice, leaned against the wall, then turned and hurled the evolution potion toward Ling Yuding. Ugh. Thank. Ugh. You, Sister Ling. 4. Ugh. Your care. Chen Ba looked up and spoke with difficulty. Watching the evolution potion fall into Ling Yuding's hands, he smiled in relief. He was bleeding from all 7 apertures, dark black blood oozing out, while mouthful after mouthful of blood poured from his mouth. Chen Ba's face was deathly pale. He swayed on the verge of collapse, yet he did not fall. He turned his head with great difficulty and looked at a stack of paper hanging beneath the barrier beside him. Can I still take one more? Ling Yuding picked up the evolution potion, uncorked it, and without hesitation poured it into her mouth. The milky white liquid was ice cold and tasteless, much like drinking a bottle of ice water. She swallowed it with relief. As the ice-cold liquid entered her body, she felt a surge of heat rising from her stomach. Her delicate frame trembled, and an itching sensation intensified from within. Ling Yuding took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and endured the itching. Looking up at Chen Ba, her pupils contracted slightly. Chen Ba was bleeding from all 7 orifices. In a sense, he was already dead. Both eyeballs had fallen from his sockets, plunging him into darkness. Yet he hadn't fallen. His back pressed against the wall, one hand clutching the golden barrier beside him, completely still. Only his trembling lips betrayed that he was still alive. It was hard to imagine what he was thinking at this very moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Zzz. The barrier vanished. Chen Ba sensed it immediately. Summoning his final strength, he lunged toward the wall, clutching a stack of papers. His empty eye sockets silently turned toward Ling Yuding. With a wave, he threw them with all his might. Thud. The papers landed on Ling Yuding. She caught them, and when she looked up again, she saw a faint smile on Chen Ba's face. A genuine, heartfelt smile. Chen Ba's body shuddered twice. His arms fell off cleanly. His legs were severed by some mysterious, unknown force. Deprived of support, he finally collapsed. Bang. A few seconds later, several white down feathers drifted down from the sky, wrapping around Chen Ba's broken body. After coiling around it a few times, they vanished along with what remained of him. Mom, brother Chen is dead. Li Ningxue stared blankly. I know. Ling Yuding exhaled a breath, a trace of sorrow lingering in her eyes. Unfortunately, Ling Yuding wasn't a woman swayed by emotions. The sorrow came quickly and left just as swiftly forgotten in an instant. Sha, sha, sha. Suddenly Ling Yuding's ears twitched. She heard someone approaching. The crunching sound of footsteps on ice and snow was especially piercing. Could it be Su Bai? Ling Yuding's expression changed slightly. Though she was reluctant to admit it based on Li Ningxue's report upon returning home, even as an evolutionist, she wouldn't stand a chance against Su Bai. Mom, what's wrong? Li Ningxuang noticed Ling Yuding's unease and quickly asked. Someone's coming, an evolutionist. Hi. Ling Yuding faced the darkness. She took a deep breath, racing to familiarize herself with the surging power within her. She needed to prepare for battle. Li Ningxuang decisively pulled the still grieving Li Ningxue away far from Ling Yuding and hid behind another section of the Destiny Shrine. Just as Li Ningxuang took cover, a woman's voice came from the darkness. Which you actually drank the evolution potion? The woman's voice was somewhat exasperated, clearly resentful of Ling Yuding's actions. Hearing this, Ling Yuding felt not anger, but relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Su Bai. The next moment, two figures appeared before the Destiny Shrine, like flashes of wind. A man and a woman. Ling Yuding quietly studied them. The man had thick eyebrows and large eyes, stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a burly build. His left arm was shorter, missing his hand, clearly diminished combat capability. The woman was unharmed, showing no obvious defects, yet every movement she made sent pressure rippling toward Ling Yuding. Hand over the treasure you obtained, and I may spare your life. Zhang Bing's mouth curved upward, his gaze sweeping over Ling Yuding with palpable aggression. He'd never seen such a beautiful woman. Her unique aura and icy beauty was utterly captivating. He harbored dark intentions. Hu Yu subtly glanced at Zhang Bing, her cold, chilling stare sending shivers down spines. Feeling the gaze, Zhang Bing turned to look. Hu Yu shot him a flirtatious look, then called out to Ling Yuding. What are you waiting for? Brother Zhang is offering you a way out. Stop hesitating and hand over the treasure, you little slut. The evolution potion was yours to take first. How infuriating. Hu Yu's discontent was plain to see. The most precious evolution potion had been consumed by Ling Yuding. It was a great waste. Fortunately, she had still obtained that stack of mysterious papers, so the trip wasn't entirely in vain. Who are you? Ling Yuding timidly retreated 2 steps, gazing at Zhang Bing with fear. She was stalling for time. As time passed, Ling Yuding could clearly feel her strength growing stronger. The longer she delayed, the more advantageous it would be. Thus, she chose to appear weak before them. She had sensed Zhang Bing's predatory gaze, a lustful brute, easily manipulated. Ling Yuding's fearful expression contrasted sharply with her earlier aloof demeanor. Zhang Bing stared transfixed until Hu Yu's prompt brought him back to his senses. Who we are matters not for now. What matters is handing over the items first. Rest assured, if you come back to Qi City with me, I, Zhang Bing, have the strength to ensure your survival. Zhang Bing made his promise with righteous assurance, yet his eyes never left Ling Yuding's figure for a moment. Let me think. Brother, could you give me some time? Ling Yuding whispered softly. Of course. Zhang Bing patted his chest and agreed. In the darkness, Su Bai watched as Ling Yuding effortlessly turned Zhang Bing around with mere words, marveling at her quick wit. He looked at Ling Yuding, his pupils contracting, then turning completely white. Eye of penetrating truth. Ling Yuding. Species human. Strength 4. 73. 9 agility 4. 63. For spirit 5. 23. 3 assessment pseudo first rank human who consumed a first rank evolution potion. Physically healthy, no deformities. Excellent level absorption of the evolution potion. Unable to cultivate. Value moderate. Beauty and intelligence, elegance and sensuality. She is a rare woman. Profile former underground emperor of Qi City. After losing the struggle for power, she was driven out by Lu Chong. She intends to make a comeback from Tianbao residential area. She leaped over the dragon gate to become an evolutionist. Cunning and deceitful skill that exploiting others' weaknesses, seeking every opportunity. He closed the panel. Su Bai looked at Ling Yuding in astonishment. This woman's potential was extraordinarily high. If she fully tapped into her latent stats, she would possess the highest attributes among the evolutionists he had encountered thus far. Excellent level evolution potion absorption. So there were different levels of absorption when consuming evolution potions. It seemed Zhang Bing, Hu Yueli Dong, and the others were all ordinary absorbers. Could there be perfect absorption? It appeared the evolution potion wasn't as inferior as he'd imagined. Brother, I'll give you the treasure. Come and get it. Ling Yuding invited with a smile, producing the stack of papers in her hand. Pretending to be shy, she lowered her head, and in that instant a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She had already figured out how to use these papers. All 8 sheets could unleash massive fireballs, each with 2 distinct methods of dispatching enemies. They could be used once every 10 minutes, consistent with the capabilities of a newly ascended first-rank esper. Good. I'm coming. Zhang Bing chuckled merrily and walked toward Ling Yuding. He had no concerns about an ambush. Having also consumed an evolution potion himself, he knew it required at least 20 hours for complete absorption and refinement. Ling Yuding for now could only be considered pseudo first rank, still needing time to grow. As Zhang Bing approached Ling Yuding, his lips curled upward, and he reached out directly for her well-maintained tender hand. However, the next moment, a cold, sharp voice rang out. Fireball. Ling Yuding's cold voice immediately sent a shiver through Zhang Bing's heart. What did she mean? An ability? Or those mysterious talismans? At this moment, he was only a few steps away from Ling Yuding. If he went all out, he might have the upper hand. However, Zhang Bing valued his life and was extremely cautious. Until he understood what this so-called fireball was and how powerful it was, retreating was the wiser choice. He was unwilling to gamble with his life, convinced that as long as he dodged this ambush, Ling Yuding would not be able to cause him any real trouble. Bitch, just you wait. Zhang Bing leaped into the air, his forward momentum suddenly veering to the left. His feet barely touched the ground, gliding over the ice and snow, leaving only faint footprints behind. Whoosh! A fireball several meters in diameter materialized out of nowhere. Its pale yellow sphere radiated waves of intense heat, melting the ice and snow. Scorching surges rolled outward one after another, causing the temperature within a 100-meter radius to skyrocket. Within a 20-meter radius, the ice and snow vanished. All of this seemed like an eternity, but in reality it happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Bing felt the scorching heat wash over him, the blistering temperature making him uneasy. His eyes remained locked on the fireball as he retreated backward, facing Ling Yuding. As Zhang Bing fell back, the fireball moved. Its massive volume concealed an unexpectedly terrifying speed far surpassing Zhang Bing's. It appeared behind him before he could react. The wave of heat hit him. Zhang Bing's pupils dilated sharply, terror flooding his face. The fireball was less than half a meter away, its searing heat making it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Fuck. In this moment, Zhang Bing regretted everything. He should have advanced instead of retreating, tangled himself with Ling Yuding, rendering the fireball useless. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as regret. The fireball approached mercilessly. Zhang Bing let out a desperate roar as he was devoured by the flames. Oh! The fireball completely engulfed Zhang Bing. Screaming in agony, he thrashed about aimlessly in the snow like a headless fly. To the onlookers, Zhang Bing appeared as a human-shaped torch carrying a fireball larger than his own body, running wildly across the snow. What seemed like an eternity lasted less than 10 seconds. In those mere 10 seconds, Hu Yu's mood shifted from curiosity to anxiety. As she watched the fireball consume Zhang Bing, she let out a scream. Brother Zhang. But there was no response. Hu Yu turned her gaze toward Ling Yuding, her eyes filled with venom. What a fucking mess. What if Zhang Bing died here? How would she possibly explain this to Lu Chang? She had spent the entire day catering to him, going through all sorts of elaborate schemes, finally completing Lu Chang's mission and earning Zhang Bing's trust. And now he was dying. If he perished during their treasure hunt, how would she ever justify herself when she returned? Hu Yu's icy glare did not go unnoticed. Ling Yuding sneered and pulled another yellowed talisman from her pocket, its thin surface covered in intricate black and red patterns. Do you want to try a fireball yourself? Hu Yu hesitated. Zhang Bing's screams cut off abruptly. The figure within the fireball slowly collapsed as flames consumed him and snow melted away. Hu Yu's eyes narrowed and a retreat soon formed in her mind. The fireball's power was too terrifying. In the snowfield, the fireball gradually extinguished, revealing a charred corpse. Get lost. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Ling Yuding spoke with authority. The immediate crisis had passed, and with a stack of fireball talismans in hand, she felt fearless. Hu Yu's expression darkened as she hesitated. Suddenly, movement came from the distant snow. The charred corpse slowly rose to its feet. You fucking bitch, you hurt me. Zhang Bing's face was covered in blisters of all sizes, using pus. He clawed at his wound with his mangled hand, and thick yellow fluid seeped from the ruptured skin. His clothes were gone. His body was scorched, making him appear like a demon risen from hell. You're not dead. Do you want another fireball? Ling Yuding was initially startled. She had not expected an evolution organism to possess such resilience. She quickly drew another fireball talisman. Die. Zhang Bing showed no fear. His figure became a black streak, surging directly toward Ling Yuding. His one remaining intact eye burned with intense hatred. He knew his own condition all too well. He was severely injured, his face completely disfigured, and even his prized artifact from days of indulgence had been reduced to ashes with no hope of recovery. Losing that artifact meant losing everything to him. His only thought now was revenge. Even if it cost him his life, he would kill Ling Yuding. Damn it. Ling Yuding's brows knitted together. The fireball talisman could only be used once every 10 minutes, and she could not activate it in time. Zhang Bing gave her no time to prepare. With a cold expression, Ling Yuding decided to face him head-on. They were both evolution organisms. Who was afraid of whom? Fine. You're already running on fumes, and still dare to come after me. Ling Yuding sneered, coldly casting a sidelong glance at Hu Yu before stowing her fireball talismans away. Killing you with a fireball would be nothing short of shameful for me, Ling Yuding. I'll deal with you myself. The moment she finished speaking, Zhang Bing's attack was already upon her. From 10 meters away, Zhang Bing launched himself into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. His fist was the arrow striking straight for Ling Yuding's head. The punch whistled through the air. Ling Yuding moved swiftly, a look of contempt flashing in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Bing was far too arrogant to underestimate her like this. This move was far too easy to dodge. A person midair could not change direction. She leaned to the side, evading to the right. Zhang Bing sailed past her. Ling Yuding smirked, coldly lifting her long leg and delivering a vicious kick with the sharp heel of her boot. Her target was Zhang Bing's lower abdomen. Thud! Zhang Bing let out a cold snort, reacting with incredible speed. His left arm, though missing part of his hand, instantly blocked the kick, remaining completely still. Instead, using the rebound force, Zhang Bing adjusted his trajectory, launching himself 2 or 3 meters backward before landing and charging straight toward Ling Yuding. The strength disparity was enormous. Ling Yuding had failed to budge Zhang Bing and was knocked back 2 or 3 steps by the recoil, barely regaining her footing. Zhang Bing arrived. With a ferocious expression, he delivered a kick to Ling Yuding's lower abdomen, sending her flying 7 or 8 meters through the air before she tumbled 5 or 6 times in the snow. "You worthless bitch, die." Zhang Bing showed no mercy. He pursued her even before she finished rolling, leaping into the air and driving his right elbow down toward her head. Every strike was lethal. Zhang Bing was fighting to kill. Ling Yuding's mind was reeling. She was completely unaccustomed to combat of this intensity. The power, the speed, it was all too overwhelming. She severely lacked combat experience as an evolution organism. Just moments ago, Zhang Bing had been on the back foot, yet her confident kick had been blocked, giving him the opening he needed. A sharp pain erupted in her lower abdomen. Watching Zhang Bing's ferocious elbow strike descend, Ling Yuding realized for the first time just how powerful an evolution organism truly was. As Zhang Bing lunged, Ling Yuding rolled to the side, evading the blow, and sprang to her feet. Thud! Zhang Bing's elbow crashed into the snow where she had been. Ling Yuding closed the distance in 2 strides, mimicking Zhang Bing's elbow strike, and drove her elbow down hard toward the back of his head. Zhang Bing turned, facing her strike. He showed no panic whatsoever, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You little slut, you walked right into my trap." Zhang Bing's face was twisted with malice, making him appear even more demonic. Ling Yuding's gaze was unwavering as she struck down without hesitation. Thud! Unexpectedly, Zhang Bing merely raised his hand to block, then seized Ling Yuding's right wrist. Her left hand formed a fist and struck at his vital points repeatedly, yet he deflected every blow. He grinned viciously. "You little slut, you have no idea the gap in power between us. To me, you're nothing but a powerless lamb. And I am a ferocious tiger." Zhang Bing, still on the ground, lifted his leg and kicked hard at Ling Yuding's abdomen. Bang! The blow to her lower abdomen sent her flying into the air, but he yanked her back by the wrist, twisting and pulling until her arm nearly dislocated. She couldn't break free from his grip. The strength gap was overwhelming. Like an adult bullying a child, and without law to intervene, how miserable would that child be? Bang! 1 kick. 2 kicks. Ling Yuding spat blood, her gaze cold as ice. She swung her left hand down fiercely. Since he held her other arm, he couldn't dodge either. She slammed her fist into his limb. Zhang Bing kicked her again, then released his grip. He wouldn't risk it. Ling Yuding soared through the air like a broken kite until she crashed to the ground. She endured the searing pain and forced herself to stand. "Bitch, do you feel the pain now?" Zhang Bing's sinister voice came. His blistered face betrayed no emotion. "We're not done yet. I'll make you die in agony. And those 2 daughters of yours, I'll have them gang raped. This is the price of defying me." Zhang Bing roared. Ling Yuding glanced disdainfully at the shriveled corpse near Zhang's lower body, remaining silent. Her expression said it all. "You're asking for death." Zhang Bing went utterly mad, eyes bloodshot, and lunged at her again. This time Ling Yuding was far more cautious. She didn't attack recklessly. Dragging her injured body, she dodged and weaved, evading Zhang Bing's strikes. Zhang Bing was indeed badly hurt. Ling Yuding focused entirely on evasion. When she couldn't dodge, she exchanged blows and then found a chance to slip away. With this mindset, they clashed frequently, and while she took many hits, Zhang Bing couldn't finish the fight quickly. He lacked a weapon. Against ordinary people, he needed none. His bare hands could kill or cripple, but against a resilient, evolved being, a cold weapon would have been a tiger's wings. "Next time, I must carry a weapon," Zhang Bing cursed inwardly. He was wounded and couldn't afford to drag this out. With a furious roar, he tapped into his hidden reserves, and his speed surged. Ling Yuding was startled. Her raw strength was insufficient. She was about to take a couple of hits and flee when Zhang Bing's face suddenly turned ashen, his foot stumbled, and he nearly fell. A man's strength has its limits. Zhang Bing's force surge not only failed, but worsened his injuries. He could now exert at most 60% of his power instead of 70. Sensing Zhang Bing's weakness, Ling Yuding's eyes lit up. She seized the moment to pull a fireball talisman from her pocket, but it hadn't charged yet. Just then Ling Yuding's expression soured. Because Hu Yu was approaching. After prolonged observation, Hu Yu had concluded that the fireball technique wasn't simple to unleash. During the battle with Zhang Bing, Ling Yuding had already been in dire straits. If she could casually use fireball, she'd have done so long ago. "Bitch, you were bluffing me." Hu Yu blocked Ling Yuding's path forward, with Zhang Bing following closely behind. If she changed direction, he wouldn't hesitate to throw a couple punches. Ling Yuding's heart sank. She had never considered herself at a dead end, but now she felt the true despair of being cornered. She had no tricks left. It was pure, overwhelming force. No external help, no one to exploit. No, there is someone to use. Ling Yuding spun around decisively and ran left. Ryup. Zhang Bing nearly caught her. Actually, he did catch her, but only her clothes tearing off 2 strips of fabric. Trying to run, Zhang Bing struggled in pursuit, but Hu Yu surprisingly overtook him, her form like the wind, closing in on Ling Yuding rapidly. Ling Yuding's speed seemed slower. No, Hu Yu was simply too fast. In a flash she caught up. Zhang Bing was heavily wounded, but she was not. Thud. Hu Yu struck Ling Yuding square on the head with her palm, flipping her over and sending her face first into the snow. Before Ling Yuding could react, Zhang Bing charged over and stomped on her abdomen. He was determined to torment her thoroughly. Ling Yuding calmly spat out blood, rolled away to dodge his next stomp, and after 2 turns before she could rise, Hu Yu slapped her across the face. This time Ling Yuding didn't get up. She curled into a ball, shoved an item from her right hand into her mouth, then shielded her head with both arms, enduring the brutal beating from Hu Yu and Zhang Bing. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Hu Yu raged, striking and cursing. You drank my evolution potion. I'll make you pay, make you pay. Hu Yu had never let go of that grudge. Her strength was terrifying. Though she lacked combat experience fighting like a street shrew, grabbing, pulling, slapping, her overwhelming power made Ling Yuding's life miserable. Suddenly Ling Yuding shouted, "Fireball!" In an instant the talisman in her mouth turned to ash. The time was up. A massive fireball erupted into existence, its scorching heat radiating through the air in waves. The moment Zhang Bing heard the shout, he instinctively turned tail and fled. Hu Yu was a beat slower, never imagining Ling Yuding could still unleash fireball. But slower or not, she didn't run like Zhang Bing. Instead, she pressed close against Ling Yuding, pinning her down. She refused to believe Ling Yuding would harm herself to hurt an enemy. If she dared, they'd burn together. Ling Yuding naturally wouldn't do that. But who told them fireball had only that one method of attack? Die? Ling Yuding's voice was icy. The fireball shifted to a deep crimson, its temperature distorting the very air. The sphere hurtled straight at Hu Yu. The instant the fireball touched Hu Yu's body, the clothes on her back burst into flames. As it contacted her flesh, the stench of burning meat filled the air. Bang! A detonation. The fireball's searing heat and energy exploded in a single instant. Hu Yu screamed in agony. She was blasted away like a broken doll, one arm, severed, blood drenching her body. Ling Yuding spat out blood, a flicker of regret in her eyes. She hadn't unleashed the fireball's full power, for they were standing too close. Even at half strength, the explosion injured her, and that was with Hu Yu absorbing most of the blast. It was clear just how devastating a fully powered fireball would be. A fireball explosion was far more destructive than mere burning. Just then Zhang Bing charged over from a distance, not sparing a glance at Hu Yu, lunging straight at Ling Yuding. He wanted to seize her while she was wounded. Zhang Bing's injuries were severe, his speed had diminished greatly. Ling Yuding forced herself upright and kept running forward. Meanwhile, Hu Yu struggled to rise. She was in even worse shape than Zhang Bing. A massive hole had been blasted in her back, and 2 loops of intestines slipped from her body, charred black. Her eyes burned with murderous intent. She had almost died. Almost died. You will die. Hu Yu roared in fury. Her whole body ached, but she forced herself up, dragging her severed arm, and gave chase. The 2 lengths of intestine trailed behind her. The vitality of an evolved being was astonishingly tenacious. Both of them were badly injured, and so was Ling Yuding. Her physique was inherently weaker than Zhang Bing's, or Hu Yu's, and with her injuries, if they caught her, she was dead. Schwer, make the call. Ling Yuding shouted toward a direction, then hastily turned back and yelled, "Fireball!" Zhang Bing and Hu Yu both halted almost simultaneously, but the anticipated fireball never came. Zhang Bing grinned savagely and lunged at her. Trying to scare me. Your fireball can't be triggered back to back, can it? Facing the pressing Zhang Bing and Hu Yu, Ling Yuding seized a moment to glance back toward the Destiny Divine Cabinet, only to see Li Ningxue looking at her with a bewildered expression. As if she were saying, make a call. What call? Who could she call? How did I give birth to such an idiot? Ling Yuding's face turned green with anger. Bitch, you still want to call the police? Do you know who we are? Zhang Bing's face twisted ferociously as he and Hu Yu closed in on Ling Yuding from both sides, cackling menacingly. He was one of Lu Chang's men. Calling the police. Wouldn't that be like a plaintiff in court accusing the very magistrate before him? Brother Zhang, stop wasting words with her. She still has her fireball art. Aren't you afraid of taking another hit? Hu Yu circled around, puzzled by what Zhang Bing was doing. At a moment like this, why would he voluntarily delay? Fine. Zhang Bing stopped wasting words. He wanted a quick resolution. His body could barely hold on, and even an evolver couldn't withstand such abuse. The 2 closed in, and Ling Yuding slowly backed away. Zhang Bing rushed forward in 2 strides, raising his palm to strike at Ling Yuding's chest. Ling Yuding tried to dodge, but Hu Yu blocked the way, giving her no space at all. Like a shrew brawling, Hu Yu grabbed at Ling Yuding's hair. With one in front and one behind, Ling Yuding had no way out. After a brief thought, she dodged Hu Yu's grab, shielded her chest with her uninjured hand, and took Zhang Bing's blow head on. Bang! The force of the palm strike sent Ling Yuding stumbling back several steps, each step leaving a deep pit in the snow. Zhang Bing leaped forward, caught up with the retreating Ling Yuding, raised the left hand that had no palm high, and brought both palms down toward her head. Twin peaks piercing the ears. Ling Yuding reacted swiftly, raising both hands to block. As she did, she kept Hu Yu in her peripheral vision. Outnumbered, she had to stay vigilant. Bang! Bang! Crack! Her right arm, already fractured, was now broken. Ling Yuding groaned in pain, her face turning pale. Her left hand couldn't hold the defense either. Zhang Bing's powerful blow traveled through her arm and struck her head. Smack! Her head took a heavy blow, and Ling Yuding became dizzy. Such overwhelming force. No way to defend against it. Was I, Ling Yuding, going to die today? Die at the hands of a nobody? How unwilling I am. I just became an evolver. If only I had more time. Zhang Bing's face twisted ferociously, his blistered face like a vengeful ghost. Bitch, you just drank the evolution potion. Did you really think you could go head-to-head with me? You don't know your place. Smack! Hu Yu added a palm strike, sending Ling Yuding flying 1 or 2 meters, blood spilling from her mouth. Unwilling to give up, Ling Yuding opened her eyes again and let out a fierce shout. Fireball! Zhang Bing and Hu Yu instantly panicked and ran to the side without looking back. After running only 2 steps, the two felt no wave of heat and turned back to look. Ling Yuding, dragging her broken arm, was sprinting desperately forward. Damn, tricked again. Zhang Bing, furious, moved and gave chase once more. Ling Yuding was truly severely wounded. Holding her breath, she ran with all her might, but simply couldn't shake them off. Zhang Bing and Hu Yu quickly closed in. The three chased all the way back to the vicinity of the Divine Cabinet. Li Ningxue watched helplessly as Ling Yuding fell into danger, her heart frantic as she racked her brain, trying to figure out what make a call meant. Call whom? They didn't seem to know anyone. Suddenly she thought of someone. Only he had any chance of saving Ling Yuding. Subai. She took out her phone and immediately made a WeChat call. Beep. 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 A pleasant ringtone echoed through the snowy field. Li Ningxue was startled. Why was her dial tone so loud? The sound was extraordinarily loud. Ling Yuding looked toward the direction of the ringtone, her eyes widening in shock. She stopped. Zhang Bing and Hu Yu were also startled because the ringtone was right beside them, incredibly close. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby. Hu Yu stopped and turned her head toward the sound, her pupils contracting. A young man sat atop the Divine Cabinet, dressed in thin clothes covered with thick frost. He was no more than a dozen meters away. In his right hand, he held a blood-stained fire axe, his other hand propping up his chin, his feet dangling. His cold, indifferent eyes calmly watched them. The ringtone kept sounding from his pocket. Who might you be, sir? Zhang Bing stopped, eyeing Subai warily. His instincts told him this man was not to be trifled with. Hu Yu stepped forward and said, "We are Lu Chang's people from Qi City. We hope we can leave each other alone. You two ugly freaks don't speak." Subai didn't even glance at the two. His gaze fell on the severely wounded Ling Yuding. Ling Yuding, have you thought about the conditions for me to save you? Subai's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. He had waited patiently until now for this very moment, to drive Ling Yuding into true despair. A person like her would never submit unless she had fallen to an absolute low. Especially when he had once been nothing but an ant in Ling Yuding's eyes. Sir, aren't you taking us too lightly? Hearing this, Zhang Bing's gaze turned icy. He had been ignored. If he weren't injured, he would cut this man down himself today. In one-on-one combat, he feared no one. In the snow, Ling Yuding looked at Subai's ice-crusted clothes, a trace of surprise in her eyes. So he had been here all along. Every move of hers had been under his watch. Ling Yuding lowered her head in thought. Her body, severely wounded, couldn't help coughing twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. She looked up at Zhang Bing and Hu Yue, then made up her mind. Ling Yuding walked step by step to the Divine Cabinet facing Subai. A smile appeared on her cold, proud face. She smoothed her hair, bent her long, straight legs slightly, and slowly knelt down. The woman who had once been so haughty before Subai that she wouldn't deign to glance at him now fell into the dust. I am willing to serve you, Lord Subai. Please pull me up and help me through this crisis. Ling Yuding's voice was soft, as pleasant as a nightingale. She looked up at Subai above her, her eyes filled with a myriad of charms. On the surface, Ling Yuding appeared sincere and submissive, but in truth, she felt extreme humiliation inside. She had once been the underground queen of Qi City, whose word was law. Now she had to kneel and serve to gain the help of a man she had once regarded as an ant. But who was Ling Yuding? Since she was destined to lose face today, she might as well abandon all pretense. She knelt without hesitation, only to leave a deep impression on Subai, earn a measure of trust, and plan her next move. Those who achieve great things are not bound by trifles. She would endure today's humiliation. Mom, Li Ningxue exclaimed in shock. She never imagined that her mother, who was always proud and scorned all men, would kneel to Subai. She felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Li Ningxue remained silent, her breathing slightly rapid, her eyes complex. For the first time, her mother, who had always seemed perfect in her eyes, had been tainted. Sir, aren't you a little too arrogant? We are all evolvers. Why do you act so superior and look down on us? Zhang Bing watched the woman he coveted kneel to someone else and beg for help. It was like a goddess he could never have been bullied by someone else. He was furious and raged. Subai ignored the ugly freak. Zhang Bing looked down at Ling Yuding, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The moment I set eyes on you, I desired you. Subai recalled their first meeting. Ling Yuding's haughty demeanor still seemed before his eyes. Ling Yuding, however, didn't want to recall memories would only deepen her humiliation. Subai, you'd better pray you keep improving, otherwise. Ling Yuding's smile grew even brighter. Brother Zhang, let's go. Who you felt something was wrong and wanted to leave. Both of them were injured. Provoking an evolver now was truly unwise. Go my ass, this guy is faking. Zhang Bing sneered, looking as if he had seen through Subai. There's no way he's an evolver. If he were an evolver and knew the little bitch, would he have almost let us kill her? That doesn't add up. He's pretending to be an evolver, trying to scare us off to save that woman. Zhang Bing was lustful, but not stupid. Hu Yu hesitated, feeling there was some sense in his words. Hearing this, Subai glanced at the two ugly freaks, smiled, and leaped down from the Destiny Divine cabinet. He landed heavily, splashing up a large cloud of snow. His figure moved, darting toward the two like a ghost. The fire axe glinted coldly as it was raised high. Die! Zhang Bing's pupils constricted sharply as he watched Subai's axe cleave toward him. He wanted to dodge, but felt as though his body had frozen in place. The entire world seemed to slow down. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move. Subai's speed was so terrifyingly fast that his body simply couldn't keep up. Who the hell is this man? Could he be a second-tier evolver? Zhang Bing's face twisted in shock as he desperately forced his left hand up to block. Move, move. Just as Subai's axe descended, Zhang Bing finally raised his arm to intercept, sacrificing a limb to survive. With a dull thud, the fire axe smashed down, severing the arm in an instant. Deflected by the resistance of the limb, the blade tilted slightly and carved across Zhang Bing's chest. His torso split open, and the axe casually slashed away a chunk of flesh that fell to the ground. Subai shot Zhang Bing a surprised glance, severely wounded, yet still able to endure another blow. Impressive. Still holding back strength, Subai shifted his arm and forcibly redirected the axe toward Zhang Bing's left leg. Crack. Before Zhang Bing could even feel relief at surviving, a sudden hollow sensation struck his calf, followed by searing pain as he collapsed to the ground. A severed shin still wearing its shoe lay quietly beside Zhang Bing's ear. His leg was gone. He was crippled. Subai didn't pause. With practiced ease, he raised the axe, aimed at the prostrate Zhang Bing, and swung heavily toward his neck. Zhang Bing's eyes shrank at the approaching blade, and he let out a desperate roar. No! A sickening crunch. Zhang Bing was decapitated. The fire axe was far from sharp, yet in Subai's hands it was as lethal as the finest sword. Zhang Bing was dead. Though it seemed a long tale, it had truly been a single exchange. Zhang Bing lay headless without mounting any real resistance. A pure crushing of strength. Ling Yuding knelt nearby, her expression stunned. She knew better than anyone how powerful Zhang Bing was. Against him, she had barely escaped with her life, walking on the edge of death. If Zhang Bing had been armed with a weapon, he could have slain her countless times. Yet this evolver who could dominate her so thoroughly was as fragile as a chick before Subai. He could crush him with a flick of his fingers. Unbelievable. Both were evolvers, so why was the gap so immense, so vast that no hope of closing it could even be seen? Could it be? He's already a second-tier evolver. Is he human or ghost? While countless people still search for the Divine Fate Cabinet, he had already reached the second tier. How powerful was that? Ling Yuding's enchanting eyes flickered with a brief daze. It had been a long time since she last tasted fear toward another person. When she looked at Subai again, an involuntary smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Is he even human? Li Ningshuang blinked. From her perspective, the fight between Ling Yuding and Zhang Bing was already too fast for her to track, yet Subai's movements were utterly invisible to her. Only when Zhang Bing fell headless did she realize it was all over. He also has supernatural abilities, Li Ningxue muttered. I wonder why he's so strong. Her mind wasn't really on that topic though, she was pondering a different problem. How exactly was she supposed to get along with her mother from now on? That was a truly monumental issue. While everything seemed serene on one side, on the other, Hu Yu's heart had turned to ash. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. Zhang Bing's words had made sense, but this youth had simply descended and refused to listen to reason at all. One axe strike from the very start. Who could possibly withstand that? Zhang Bing was gone. What was she supposed to do now? Hu Yu was panicked to the extreme. Even begging for mercy failed to form on her lips. Subai wiped the blood off his fire axe, strode 2 steps to stand before Hu Yue, and slowly raised his hand to pat her shoulder. Don't worry. I won't kill you for now. Huh. Hu Yu was dumbfounded. Could this guy have some peculiar taste? Actually liking her disfigured, scar-covered face. Go inside and retrieve an item for me, and I'll let you go. Subai continued, his gaze fixed on the golden Divine Fate Cabinet. Clearly he was using his enemy as a sacrificial pawn. Hu Yu mulled it over, then gritted her teeth. You'd better keep your word. She had intended to go in anyway. Hu Yu had been lucky her whole life. If luck was enough to survive, she believed this time would be no exception. Besides, she was still alive while Zhang Bing was dead. Wasn't that a form of luck in itself? A gentleman's word is a promise that cannot be broken. Subai replied with a faint confident smile. Fine, I'll go in. Huyu nodded and strode calmly toward the divine fate cabinet. When it came to luck, she feared no one. Subai walked over to Ling Yuding, reached out to lift her delicate chin, and gazed down at her with calm, unreadable eyes. Ling Yuding lowered her head, slightly unwilling to meet the gaze of someone she had once scorned. But Subai would not let her have her way. He forcibly tilted her chin upward. At last their eyes met. Subai's stare was forceful, brimming with pressure. For the first time, weakness and unwillingness flickered in Ling Yuding's eyes, even as an elegant smile remained fixed on her face. Get up and properly tend to your wounds. Subai smiled, released his grip, and looked toward Huyu, who was walking into the divine fate cabinet. Ling Yuding rose slowly, deftly tearing off a strip from her cotton-padded jacket to bandage herself. Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang, two daughters of vastly different temperaments, came over to help her. Three beauties, each unique together, formed a pleasing sight. Subai couldn't help but take a second look. Once these women had been far beyond his reach, today they belonged to him. Over at the divine fate cabinet, nothing had changed yet. Huyu skirted around the magic carpet and leaped into the divine fate cabinet. Subai strode quickly to the entrance, his gaze sharpening. His pitch-black pupils turned the color of white jade as he swept his sight over a piece of hide, hanging in the very center. Skin of the Void God. Effect: price: sacrifice 49 living people to obtain this hide. Current number of sacrifices 0. Subai laughed wildly inside. He could actually see the mysterious price. Yet the very next second the panel before his eyes flickered and became chaotic. Skin of the Void God. Effect: a carved manual recording a supreme cultivation art. Price: sacrifice a single strand of hair, nothing more. Subai was stunned. Then two completely different messages began alternating rapidly before his eyes. What was going on? Subai narrowed his eyes, confused. After roughly 7 or 8 seconds, the panel fixed itself on the second display. Subai fell silent for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the other items. Rampage Fists. Effect: price 1 heart. Featherfall Potion. Effect: price 1 right arm. Primordial Brutality Art Fragment. Effect: price 1 random internal organ. None of the other items displayed 2 panels like the skin of the Void God. Frowning deeply, Subai ultimately resolved not to risk himself by entering the divine fate cabinet. Finding a scapegoat was all he needed. This divine fate cabinet seemed sinister no matter how he looked at it. I want the 4th item on the right, Subai commanded. He wanted the primordial brutality art. It was likely a cultivation technique. Huyu turned and looked at the 4th item, a yellowed piece of paper. She cautiously stepped forward 2 paces, felt nothing amiss, and immediately beamed with joy. Her 6th sense didn't warn her. She stepped forward and snatched the yellowed paper. Huyu's body shuddered. She felt as if she had lost something, yet nothing seemed missing at all. Still, she was alive. Ling Yuding hadn't expected Huyu to be so fortunate, and her brow furrowed slightly. Huyu walked out of the cabinet and handed the yellowed paper to Subai. There, I've done my part. You can let me go now, right? Huyu smiled. Though her face was ruined, ugly and terrifying, her eyes shone with unmistakable joy. Ling Yuding glanced at Subai and slightly shook her head. Since Subai had made a promise, he would most likely let her go. Many people feel a sense of guilt about breaking their word, which is a mistake. One can hold moral principles, but must not be enslaved by them. Subai, this lucky boy who has had an easy life, will most likely let someone go who has a chance to become a second-rank evolution. How utterly foolish. Ling Yuding secretly despised Subai. With a man like that, give her just 1 month. She could turn the tables and become the one in control immediately. Subai, standing nearby, was unaware of the complex drama unfolding in Ling Yuding's mind. He took the yellowed paper and smiled at Huyu. Why don't you bring me another one? Subai stepped in front of Huyu, his face wearing a smile. Huyu stared blankly at Subai, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, she spoke. You promised to let me go. I won't be fetching anything for you anymore. You clearly have no intention of letting me leave. She wasn't foolish. Subai's behavior spoke volumes. Let you go. Subai's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at her coldly and waved his hand. Who said I was letting you go? Ling Yuding, who had been sneering at Subai beside him, froze. This wasn't the expected plot. Wasn't she supposed to be released then return as a second-rank evolution seeking revenge? This Subai seemed to not even bother making excuses. He was simply telling her, sorry, you're not leaving, and my words mean nothing. Do whatever you want. There was a cruelty about him that surpassed even her own. Ling Yuding was dumbfounded. Subai's behavior was completely unpredictable. Huyu took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with terror as she shifted something in her pocket and argued fiercely. You clearly promised me. You said I could take 1 item from the Destiny God cabinet, and once I handed it to you, you'd let me go. You only said this moments ago. Don't you have any honor left? If you're going to break your word, you're a coward, a scumbag, a liar, who keeps no promises. A beast. Huyu cursed Subai with all her might. At this moment, there was nothing she feared saying. Subai wore a broad smile, hoisted the fire axe, and said dismissively, why should I reason with you? It's just 1 swing of the axe. Reasoning is so troublesome. Seeing Su Bai's increasingly cold gaze and the fire axe raised in his hand, Hu Yu's emotions were on the verge of collapse. You promised. Why are you breaking your word? Why are you going back on your promise? Hu Yu truly did not want to die. She was an evolution with a promising future and wealth ahead of her. Who told you to trust me? You're far too naive. Su Bai's gaze hardened, and he swung the axe directly at Hu Yu's head. Her pupils contracted as she tried to run, but her feet had barely moved. Thwack! A grotesque head rolled across the snow a few times, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Su Bai would never be foolish enough to spare an enemy who had become an evolution. The threat was far too great. She had been so fortunate. Who knew she might obtain a second-rank potion one day and return for revenge? Promises reason. Sorry, I'm not a man who deals in reason. Scumbag pile, a man of broken promises, Li Ningxue sneered at Su Bai. This fellow had coerced her at the villa, and now he had fully exposed his treacherous nature. If it were her, she would have honored her word. A person should keep their promises. Li Ningxuang blinked. She suddenly felt that Su Bai resembled someone, or rather that the two of them were very similar. Her gaze drifted toward Ling Yuding, who was tending her wounds in the distance, and she noticed the strange look in Ling Yuding's eyes as she regarded Su Bai. To put it plainly, it was like a devoted fan encountering their idol, or an ordinary person meeting someone even more depraved than themselves, yet sharing the same tainted nature. This is the third time. There's one more. As far as Su Bai could recall, the Destiny God Cabinet still had one opportunity remaining. He took out his phone just as he was about to notify Zhang Yunxi to bring the substitutes over, but he hesitated. Night had fallen and mutant beasts were beginning to appear. If Zhang Yunxi happened to encounter one, or if the substitutes realized something was wrong and tried to flee, these were situations Zhang Yunxi could not handle on her own. Su Bai's gaze lingered on Ling Yuding, whose both arms had been severed, then he glanced at Li Ningxuang and Li Ningxue. Ling Yuding, go to my villa and tell Zhang Yunxi to bring the substitutes over. If they try to run, kill them as you see fit. Su Bai spoke, gesturing for Ling Yuding to return alone. First as a secondary evolution, even severely wounded, she was far beyond what ordinary people could resist. Take Zhang Bing and Hu Yue for example. They had been badly injured, yet they still fought Ling Yuding to a standstill. Compared to ordinary people, Ling Yuding's dominance over them was even more overwhelming than Zhang Bing's dominance over her. Even without her arms, she remained just as formidable against ordinary humans. If she encountered a mutant beast, she would still have the ability to fight back. Of course, the best solution would have been for Su Bai to return personally. But he couldn't afford to leave Ling Yuding and the others unattended, and bringing both Li Ningxuang and Li Ningxue along would slow them down considerably. Understood. Ling Yuding nodded. She had brought the Li sisters to Su Bai. She knew perfectly well that her daughter was being used as a hostage, but so what? Wasn't this a perfectly normal thing to do? Mom, you're injured, and it's getting dark, Li Ningxue said worriedly, but she dared not argue with Su Bai. Li Ningxuang carefully tightened the bandage on Ling Yuding's wound and stole a glance at Su Bai. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Ling Yuding patiently replied to Li Ningxue, then turned to look at the young man beside her who stood half a head shorter, a faint smile on her lips. Lord Su Bai, I shall return swiftly. Ling Yuding's mature, commanding voice softened into something alluring, sending shivers down the spine. Her eyes curved with a smile, and having lost her padded jacket, her form-fitting white undershirt left her curvaceous figure fully on display. Sexy, tall, striking, stirring, endless fantasies. Ling Yuding did not linger. Planting her tall boots firmly, she leaped forward and vanished into the night, heading toward the 178 villa. Su Bai gave Ling Yuding's departing figure a lingering look, then turned to Li Ningxue and waved. Come with me. Li Ningxue silently looked at her elder sister Li Ningxuang. If her eyes could speak, they would have cried, save me, save me. Li Ningxuang blinked, but said nothing. Save you? I should count my blessings she hasn't dragged me along. Chi City. Supply warehouse office. Bang. Lu Chong slammed his fist on the desk, resembling an enraged male lion, his eyes fierce and radiating killing intent. In the brightly lit office, a round table sat surrounded by 7 or 8 people, all the top brass under Lu Chong's command. Pondering the cause of his fury, they remained utterly silent. Have you all lost your voices? We've lost 2 evolutions, and you have nothing to say. Lu Chong glared coldly at the group before him, his anger mounting. What message did Captain Hu Yu send you before she died? At the round table, Simon, head of the patrol team, and one of Lu Chong's most trusted lieutenants, broke the silence. They had merely received intelligence that Hu Yu and Zhang Bing, 2 evolutions who had gone out searching for treasure, were dead. They did not know the specific cause of death. Lu Chong scanned the expressions of those around him and spoke 6 words, each one deliberate. Tianbao. 2nd rank. Video. What does that mean? Besides Simon, Deputy Director Bai Yu wore a puzzled expression. This woman was nearing 40 but possessed a youthful face. With proper care, she showed no signs of aging at all, instead giving off the impression of being young and beautiful, an uncommon sight. Lu Chong cast a glance at Bai Yu. Useless woman, brains in the chest, and nothing above it. If not for her absolute loyalty to him, he would never have entrusted her with any important tasks. If I'm not mistaken, Tianbao refers to an address, the Tianbao residential compound in the Villa District. At the round table, a stout barrel-chested man spoke part of the answer, adding, second rank. Playing it bold, it likely refers to a second-rank human. The murderer is him. As for video, I'm less certain about those two words. After the man finished speaking, the entire room fell into shock. Second rank. Second order, impossible. Bayu's youthful face shook her head without hesitation as she bluntly stated, so far today we attacked all 7 Fate God Cup locations as a full force, yet not a single second order evolution potion was found. How can we possibly reach second order if we can't even locate the potion? Her voice was girlish and sweet, making her seem much younger despite being in her 40s. Moreover, second order potions must certainly be more costly than first order ones. We lost dozens of people to obtain just 3 evolution potions. Why should that evolver deserve a second order one? Bayu added, as the overall commander of today's operation, I still have a say in this matter. Bayu, nothing is absolute. Zhang Bing, and who you have already lost contact, which means they are dead. Liu Chang spoke, completely rejecting Bayu's words, emphasizing heavily, both of them are evolvers. Perhaps there are other evolvers in this world who could defeat them, but no first-order human could make them unable to escape. It must be a second-order human. Liu Chang stated firmly, which was only reasonable. If it truly is a second-order human, it will be very difficult to handle. Someone spoke with deep concern. The strength of a first-order human was obvious to all truly beyond ordinary humans. Second order was an unimaginable level. You say? Between second-order humans and mid-level mutated beasts, which is stronger? Liu Chang asked with a strange smile. He would not allow the existence of a second-order human. This person had to die. It was the perfect opportunity for using another's hand to kill. It's not that simple. They're not fools. Why would they fight to the death against mid-level mutated beasts? Ming hesitated before choosing to speak the truth. Furthermore, I've always wanted to say, could who you have misjudged? We know nothing about what happened. Judging by the results, the other party does have second-order suspicion, but we cannot rule out who used misjudgment. If the opponent were a first-order evolver skilled in martial arts who successfully killed Zhang Bing, who used misjudgment is also possible. I agree. Bayu, after being silenced for a while, seized the topic again, saying, Brother Liu makes a lot of sense, but I think the probability of a second-order human is very low. I lean towards the possibility that the opponent is among the best of first-order evolvers. Just like ordinary people with the same physical fitness, some people can simply fight 10 alone. Liu Chang raised his teacup and slowly took a sip, his eyes observing everyone's expressions. Only when he put down the cup did he speak. We cannot rule out this possibility. Tomorrow I'll send Captain Li to lead a team of armed forces to Tianbao residential community for close observation. If they are indeed second order, we will find a way to eliminate him. If they are first order, we'll first attempt to recruit them. Captain Li can bring several young and beautiful women. If the opponent is male, these women can serve as an opening approach. If she is female and still refuses, then we'll send someone to deal with her. She sure does not allow the existence of such people. Snowflakes drifted and danced. Su Bai admired the night scenery, while beside him Li Ningxue's resentful gaze fixed upon him as she squatted in the snow drawing circles. Li Ningxuang tightened her cotton coat, enduring the cold wind. She often pretended to casually glance at Su Bai, her gaze lingering briefly before shifting away. In the deserted corner, Li Ningxuang's eyes turned cold. She had remembered the humiliation she endured today. Mother, my sister. Su Bai, please never give my mother and me a chance. Li Ningxuang looked indifferently at Su Bai, but when he suddenly turned back to look, her expression instantly changed to a sweet smile. Hurry up and walk. Suddenly a woman's domineering shout echoed from afar. Su Bai patted the snowflakes off his clothes and looked toward the sound. In his line of sight, Ling Yuding was approaching with 5 people. Ling Yuding stood at the front of the crowd. After a simple wash, she had changed into a base layer shirt. The previous one was thin and loose. The new one was a black tight-fitting base layer that outlined her curves beautifully. Her hair was piled high, giving her the aura of a mature woman. Jeans and tall boots made her look vibrant, her figure curvaceous, radiating endless charm. Especially her towering height, which made her stand out from the crowd. Usually women who are too tall tend to appear proportionally imbalanced, but Ling Yuding carried this height effortlessly, enhancing her overall appearance. She looked at the men behind her with cold, disdainful eyes, as if not considering them human. One wrong step, and she would simply kick them. Anyone who saw her would feel that this woman was not to be trifled with, arrogant and commanding. Zhang Yunxi stood beside her, a head shorter. Despite her goddess-like beauty and perfect figure, she went unnoticed. Although everyone knew Zhang Yunxi was beautiful, their eyes would inevitably drift to Ling Yuding. Ling Yunting and Zhang Yunxi led 4 scapegoats walking toward this direction. Kai Jin bore a tall boot print on his face, silently blending into the crowd. One person was missing. Clearly Ling Yuding had made an example of someone. This was why Kai Jin and the others obediently followed the 2 women into danger. Ling Yuding scolded the group for walking slowly while observing her surroundings. Suddenly, as if sensing Su Bai's gaze, she turned her head and saw him, a smile appearing on her cold face. Soon the group appeared in Li Ningxue and her sister's line of sight. Seeing their mother was fine, the 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. The night grew deeper. Occasionally roars of mutated beasts echoed from afar. In this vast, boundless snowfield, Kai Jin and the others felt a profound lack of security, always feeling that mutated beasts might charge at them and kill them. Ling Yuding quickly approached Su by her straight legs, slightly bent, leaning forward. The elegant noblewoman, over 1.90 meters in tall heels, was still half a head shorter than Su Bai's 1.77 meters. Lord Su Bai, this humble one has completed the task you entrusted. Su Bai caught a faint fragrance emanating from Ling Yuding. Brother Su Shi'er missed you so much. Zhang Yunxi followed closely behind, leaping into Su Bai's arms, her long legs wrapping around his waist as she shot a provocative glance at Ling Yuding. All right, stop messing around. Su Bai patted Zhang Yunxi's peach-shaped buttocks, signaling her to get down. Zhang Yunxi obediently complied. She was merely declaring sovereignty, proving she was the woman closest to Su Bai. Brother Su, I never expected you. Kai Jin glanced at Ling Yuding, then at Su Bai, swallowing his words silently. He never imagined that the underground empress of Qixi would be subdued by a mere child. Su Bai walked in front of Kai Jin and the other three, gesturing for them to look toward the Fate God Cup direction, speaking loudly. Your opportunity has arrived. The Fate God Cup is right before you. Each of you will enter separately. As long as you obtain the item, you can exchange it with me for food, and I will personally escort you out. Ling Yuding's smiling eyes flashed with coldness. This Su Bai was truly ruthless and merciless. 3 people have already entered. According to official statements, only the first 4 to enter will have a chance to obtain the treasure. Anyone beyond that will surely perish. Nobody knew whether this rule was correct. As for Su Bai, he intended to use these people's lives to test the accuracy of the rule. Ruthless. It could all be summarized in a single word: ruthless. Brother Su, I hope you'll keep your promise. Kai Jin gave a bitter smile, glanced at his 3 hesitant companions around him, and resolutely walked toward the Destiny Divine Cabinet. At this point, he had no way out. He could only obediently comply. Resistance was meaningless, though obedience might offer a glimmer of survival. Passing by his 3 companions, one of them looked pitifully at Zhang Yunxi, as if hoping she would speak on his behalf. These people were indulging in delusions. Even Zhang Yunxi belonged to Su Bai now. What right did they have to contradict their master's words? Perhaps in less critical moments, a few whispered words from Zhang Yunxi might have offered them a chance. But now, this was a critical moment. Zhang Yunxi would not even cast them a glance. She was no fool to alienate herself from Su Bai for strangers. Just as Kai Jin had suspected, Zhang Yunxi stood beside Su Bai, massaging his shoulders while casting contemptuous glances at the others. She snapped, "What are you staring at? Go line up. If you delay Brother Su's plan to retrieve the treasure, I'll break your damn legs." Hearing this, the 3 elite individuals slated to die felt rage bubbling within them. Back at the villa, they had fawned over Zhang Yunxi, and she had patted her chest, promising to put in a good word for them. Damn it. Not only is she not speaking up for them now, but she's kicking them while they're down. Miss Zhang, you promised to plead our case. You said that as long as you spoke for us, Lord Su Bai would agree. One of them spoke sharply. I want to ask Lord Su Bai directly. Did Miss Zhang deceive us, and deceive you as well? The speaker was a man in his 40s with a square face, utterly unremarkable. He had managed to eat his fill that day, his belly distended, and a foul odor emanated from his mouth as he spoke. He was deliberately sowing discord and seeking revenge against Zhang Yunxi. Since she had deceived them, he would report her, claiming she had overstepped her boundaries and made promises on Su Bai's behalf. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's expression darkened, his eyes turning icy cold. Zhang Yunxi showed no sign of panic, continuing to massage Su Bai's shoulders without her hands trembling even slightly. Beside them, sisters Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang watched the spectacle unfold, both utterly puzzled as to why she remained so unfazed despite Su Bai's evident anger. Ling Yuding glanced down at her arm, which had suffered severe trauma. After returning to the villa, she had Zhang Yunxi fashion several splints to secure it. She wondered whether an evolver's constitution could fully recover. The informant cast a sinister glance at Zhang Yunxi and immediately spoke again. Lord Su Bai, you see. Enough. Su Bai cut him off, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on the tattletale. A cold smirk curled his lips. Perhaps I've been too lenient with you all. You dare scheme behind my back. I was too kind. Ningxuang, come handle him. The man wore an expression of pure bewilderment. This was not how events were supposed to unfold. Li Ningxuang found herself unexpectedly drawn into the fray. Composing herself, she glanced at Su Bai, confirmed his intent, and without hesitation strode forward, seizing the man by his hair. The man offered no resistance, his eyes fixed on Su Bai as he prepared to explain when Li Ningxuang, her tall boots flashing, delivered a sudden sideways kick straight to his knee. A sickening crack echoed as his knee twisted abnormally. Off. Which let me go. The man's snot and tears poured forth simultaneously. Though Li Ningxuang appeared submissive and docile before Su Bai, never displaying any dominance, this was because she understood her place perfectly. She knew who held authority. Yet beneath that compliance lay a woman of considerable ruthlessness. Keep screaming then. Li Ningxuang dragged him through the snow, stomping relentlessly, as though channeling some deep frustration, her sharp heels tearing through flesh and leaving bloody trails. You are demons. Evil. The man struggled to form the words, his voice growing fainter until it faded into silence. Kai Jin, don't walk the red carpet. Circumvent it, and leap in from the snowy ground beside it. Ling Yuding was watching Kai Jin closely and intervened just as he was about to step onto the crimson path. While the man's feeble pleas echoed in his ears, and the remaining two cowered in silence, Kai Jin glanced back, disregarding the man's wretched state entirely. He veered around the obstacle and launched himself into the divine cabinet. Upon entering, he did not rush to claim anything. Instead, he turned back towards Subai's direction. Lord Subai, which treasure should I take? Kai Jin was a prudent man who understood that his life and death rested entirely in Subai's hands. Seeking guidance before every move proved the right approach. I'll go inspect it myself. Subai spoke to Ling Yuding and walked toward the divine cabinet. Zhang Yunxi followed, casting a triumphant glare at the obese young heir, as though silently saying, what can you do about it? Standing before the divine cabinet, Subai did not immediately order Kai Jin to act. His void-piercing pupils had limited uses, and he needed to observe carefully. Ling Yuding's beautiful eyes swept over the remaining two men, offering a soft affirmative sound. They stumbled forward in desperate haste toward the cabinet, the fat young heir moving the fastest. Mother, are you truly going to? Li Ningshuang lifted her gaze, noticing Subai in the distance, and spoke cautiously. Yes. At first perhaps some choices were forced upon me, but now I do this willingly. Ling Yuding replied nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken than she winked at Li Ningshuang, casting a sidelong glance at Subai, though she felt a certain, delayed admiration for what he had done. Yet how could Ling Yuding ever accept being subordinate to another? This was merely a choice forced upon her by circumstance. Li Ningshuang smiled faintly and fell silent. Mother, he's roughly my age. Would this be appropriate? Li Ningxue pouted resentfully. After all, she had already been intimate with Subai. Wouldn't this disrupt the family hierarchy entirely? Whether it's suitable or not is hardly your decision to make. Ling Yuding shot back at her youngest daughter with a displeased glance. That man is despicable and dishonest, resorting to coercion. What a complete villain. Li Ningxue continued her tirade against Subai. Li Ningshuang, however, asked solemnly, are you calling mother and me the same? Good heavens! Considering how her sister and mother had behaved in the past, Li Ningshuang and Ling Yuding fit the description perfectly. Li Ningxue fell silent. Then she recalled an old saying, like mother, like daughter. Does this mean I should call you sister from now on? After pondering for a long while, Li Ningxue finally managed to voice her thought. Ling Yuding was taken aback, while Li Ningshuang regarded her sister and mother with an impassive expression. You impudent child, daring to say such things. Ningshuang, teach her a lesson. That sister remark should never leave your lips. Ling Yuding ordered Li Ningshuang to discipline Li Ningxue. Without hesitation, Li Ningshuang raised her hand and struck her sister's bottom. Up. Kai Jin, take the seventh one on the left. Hearing this, Ling Yuding turned and walked toward the divine cabinet. She wanted to know what treasure Subai had set his sights on, and whether he could successfully claim it. Kai Jin was not like her die-hard followers who would rather die than relinquish a treasure. These patsies would never toss out their treasures unless they were absolutely certain they were safe. When death loomed, who cared about anyone else? Li Ningshuang gave Li Ningxue a perfunctory spanking before following along, leaving Li Ningxue fuming. You get to do whatever you want and still complain when I speak. Before the divine cabinet, Kai Jin obediently followed Subai's command and moved to the left. The seventh item was a delicate jade box, palm-sized, with a translucent interior, housing a thumb-sized space containing 2 drops of silvery liquid. Kai Jin approached the jade box with a head full of sweat. He was extremely nervous. All he had to do was remove the jade box and his life or death would be decided. Surviving this trial was only the beginning. He still needed to consider what came next. Would Subai actually let him walk away alive? Kai Jin hesitated, but Subai made no hurry, letting him ponder. No one would turn down the hope of survival, and no matter how long he deliberated, he would eventually reach for it. Subai had just exhausted the remaining uses of his void-piercing gaze, but found nothing satisfactory. Only items whose names failed to spark any interest. The jade box had originally fallen outside his target range. Its exterior was far too unremarkable. But as he eliminated each intriguing treasure one by one, and turned back to re-examine the remaining items, Subai discovered 2 mung bean-sized drops of silver liquid concealed within the translucent jade box. Chances were the true treasure was those 2 drops of liquid with the jade box, serving as mere disguise. The fact that the liquid could coexist in the same chamber as other treasures made it worth claiming. Subai, will you truly let me live? Kai Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked over his shoulder. Secure the jade box first, then we can negotiate. Whether you even survive to talk is another matter. Subai replied calmly. The price demanded by the divine cabinet varied greatly. Wasting breath now served no purpose. Better to claim the jade box first. If Kai Jin died, the jade box would never fall into his hands anyway. Oh, then I'll go ahead and take it. Kai Jin nodded, and as casually as one might pick up vegetables at a market, casually reached toward the wall. The jade box fell into his hand. ZZZZT. The golden protective barrier reappeared. Su Bai's gaze fixed on Kai Jin, awaiting the price due for the jade box. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Kai Jin was unharmed. What? Li Ningshuang looked at Kai Jin, internally marveling at his absurdly lucky fortune. Kai Jin maintained a composed expression while wiping his sweat, then turned back to Su Bai and said, "I'm fine. You can decide now whether to let me go." His voice carried an undercurrent of tension laced with a hint of excitement. "I, Su Bai, am not a man who breaks his word. You entrust me with your life, and I will provide you with food and see you out." Su Bai answered without hesitation, his face plastered with sincerity. Kai Jin sighed inwardly. Was there any trace of sincerity in the man standing outside? He was nothing if not a true villain. Integrity promises, all of it was nonsense. What else could he do? Disbelieving him meant death. It was better to live dishonorably than to die. At the very least, the man had spoken plainly and earnestly. He had no choice but to believe that this shameless scoundrel would honor his commitment. "I trust you." After much deliberation, Kai Jin gave Su Bai the outward appearance of respect, and with that promise in hand, he stepped out immediately. He handed over the palm-sized jade box. Only after Su Bai took it did Kai Jin's heart begin to pound. He had no idea whether this villain would honor his word. He felt he most likely would die. Su Bai handed the box to Zhang Yunxi for safekeeping before turning his gaze back to Kai Jin. "What are you staring at? If you want supplies, go fetch them from the villa yourself. Now get out of here." Su Bai waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Kai Jin was stunned. Faced with the hope of survival, he found himself unable to believe it. Why was he being so accommodating? This made no sense. "Thank you." Kai Jin dared not overthink it lest Su Bai find an excuse to kill him. He thanked the man politely, and in the end broke into a jog across the snow. Every few dozen meters, Kai Jin would glance back over his shoulder. It was not until the faint glow of the fate divine cabinet disappeared into the darkness that he finally snapped back to reality. "I'm alive. He really let me go." Coming to his senses, Kai Jin pondered for a moment, then decisively headed in the direction opposite to Villa 178. "Screw those supplies. I don't want them anymore." Before the fate divine cabinet, Kai Jin's departure was insignificant to Su Bai and the others, but to the two remaining individuals it sparked considerable excitement. It was truly possible to leave alive. If before it had only been a promise, now it was a proven fact. "I'm going in." The obese youth volunteered to enter the fate divine cabinet, seemingly unable to contain his impatience. Su Bai smiled and stepped aside. Who would obstruct a benevolent soul willing to risk their life for them? As the youth approached the fate divine cabinet, he could feel the weight of everyone's gaze fixing upon him. Su Bai observed the fate divine cabinet's reactions, eager to see what kind of event would be triggered by a fifth person entering. The authorities claimed certain death. Was that true or false? Since he had witnessed Kai Jin's method right before his eyes, the youth mimicked the same approach and leaped inside. Click. The youth had barely landed, his stance still unsteady, when all three walls began to change. They seemed to transform into water, with all the treasures gradually dissolving into the interior of the walls. Within 2 short seconds, the wall was stripped bare of any trace of treasure. In their place emerged 3 pulsating flesh walls, resembling countless intestines of varying sizes, entwined and undulating. Thump, thump, thump. The walls pulsed like a heartbeat, emitting deep, lowering sounds. "Oh!" The youth screamed and turned to sprint toward the exit. Bang! At some unknown moment, the former entrance had been sealed by a pale yellow barrier. The youth crashed into it with full force. The barrier did not budge, and he was knocked backward several steps, landing heavily on the ground. His pupils dilated, his eyeballs crisscrossed with dense blood vessels, and a streak of fresh blood traced down from the corner of his eye. Uffed. The youth stared blankly at the doorway, then suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Blood began streaming from his nose and ears. The 3 flesh walls continued to tremor incessantly, and countless fine white filaments descended from above, slowly wrapping around the youth. Bang! The youth's eyeballs burst. His empty sockets stared vacantly in Su Bai's direction. Schlick! Another spout of blood erupted from his mouth, this time mixed with fragments of internal organs. Thud! The youth collapsed. White filaments coiled around the corpse and vanished. The flesh walls ceased their trembling, neither reverting to their original state nor stabilizing. Only the pale yellow barrier at the entrance dissipated, like drawing prey into a trap, leaving the lone remaining man to seize the opening and flee. Yet at that moment, Ling Yuding's figure darted forward, intercepting him. With decisive force, she kicked and shattered the man's limbs one by one, crushing his legs and arms beneath her boots as he shrieked in agony. Li Ningshuang assisted her mother, dragging the man back. At Ling Yuding's signal, they seized the man, his face contorted in despair, and hurled him into the fate divine cabinet. This time, what transformation would the fate divine cabinet unleash? "No, don't throw me in." The man was hurled inside just as the fading yellow barrier reappeared, sealing off the only exit. The 3 walls of flesh seemed to be composed of intestines of varying thicknesses, tangled and writhing against one another. Thump, thump, thump. The pulsing sound was faint, yet it echoed as the first ripple. The man was grievously wounded. blood pouring from all his orifices, his eyeballs rapidly swelling and bursting with a sickening pop. "Ah, it hurts so much, please save me, someone save me, I'm in so much pain." He rolled desperately across the ground, spitting mouthfuls of blood. Outside the door, Subai watched the flesh wall in silence. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong with it. Soon several fleshy tendrils dragged the man's corpse away. The writhing of the flesh wall came to a halt. The yellow barrier dissolved. The now still flesh radiated an eerie, unsettling presence. Subai carefully examined the interior of the fake god cabinet several times, ensuring he hadn't overlooked any detail. As far as he could tell, the fake god cabinet had consumed 2 people without any anomalies. Could it really be, as the authorities had said, that the fake god cabinet only accepted 4 people? No. Subai narrowed his eyes. Though he didn't know the origins of the fake god cabinet, if it could appear mysteriously, it could just as easily vanish. If it truly wanted to drive people away, there was no need to keep them here. And if it were a trap to lure people, why not restore it to its original state? Wooden shelves laden with treasures be far more enticing. It didn't add up. Subai believed there had to be hidden conditions. What were the activation requirements? The authorities didn't lie. After 4 people enter, anyone else who goes in is signing their death warrant. Li Ningxua's expression grew thoughtful as she made her judgment. The authorities would naturally not tell falsehoods. Li Ningxua was unconvinced. She simply couldn't understand her sister and mother's concerns. Could the authorities really deceive them? A smile played on Ling Yuding's lips. Her beautiful eyes feigned looking at Li Ningxua, but through her she peered into the interior of the fake god cabinet. She observed carefully. Gradually Ling Yuding's brow furrowed with thought. Zhang Yunxi followed behind Su by patiently scanning the surroundings. It was late at night, and the mutated beasts were beginning to stir from their dens. Subai contemplated his responsibilities as a lookout. Especially Ling Yuding. She knew he was an evolved being. If she struck when he let his guard down, it would be catastrophic. After a long while, Subai seemed to realize something. He looked up and surveyed the area. Zhang Yunxi shook the snow from her hood, enduring the bitter cold of wind and snow chafing her trembling hands. Her gaze repeatedly shifted between Ling Yuding and the pitch-black night sky, eyes full of vigilance. Utterly loyal. Subai smiled as he approached Zhang Yunxi and took her soft hand in his. "Let's go home with me." Zhang Yunxi paused, then smiled sweetly. "Yes, brother Su, did you discover anything?" Zhang Yunxi rubbed her cheek against Subai's rough palm, a look of pure bliss on her face as she asked curiously. Subai didn't answer Zhang Yunxi. The woman was indeed fiercely loyal, but she couldn't keep secrets well. He glanced at Ling Yuding, then at Li Rengshuang, and Li Ningxua thought for a moment and said, "Ling Yuding, stay at my villa tonight." The words sent shockwaves through the group. Zhang Yunxi instinctively gripped Subai's hand tighter before quickly letting go. Subai approved. The woman was indeed quite attractive. Zhang Yunxi studied Ling Yuding's figure carefully and gave a slight nod. "Mother." Li Ningxua turned to look at Ling Yuding, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. A dark flash crossed Li Rengshuang's features before vanishing. She smiled warmly, but remained silent. "How wonderful. It is my honor to serve Lord Subai." Ling Yuding's face was radiant with delight, a hint of shy delicacy gracing her exquisite features. The woman was an excellent actress. Subai smiled along, well aware of Ling Yuding's hidden agenda. But what of it? If Ling Yuding planned to betray him, let her try. If someone with the art of foresight could still succeed in betraying him, he wouldn't deserve to live. "Let's go. Let's head home." Subai led the 4 women toward the villa. In the dark night, every person harbored different thoughts. On the way, heavy snow fell. Mutated beasts roamed the night, yet Tianbao district seemed untroubled by them, perhaps due to the devouring beast from the previous days. Or perhaps they were there simply unseen. In any case, they arrived safely. Along the road, Subai idly turned the jade box over in his hands, a look of disappointment on his face. The box wasn't as remarkable as he'd hoped, for engraved on its surface were 8 delicate characters: holy water of self-healing, 1 drop every 3 days. It was a healing treasure producing a single drop every 3 days, though its true efficacy remained unknown. The jade box could be opened, and the 2 drops of liquid were stored in adjacent compartments shaped like a Taiji diagram, 1 drop black, the other white. They appeared to merge, but never truly did, kept eternally separate. Above the Taiji compartments were 2 tiny holes. Simply by inverting the jade box and gently pressing 2 small jade flaps near the openings, the holy water of self-healing would flow out. Subai pondered, then looked at Ling Yuding. She was severely injured, perfect for testing the healing effects. He strode over to her in 2 steps. Ling Yuding paused, her beautiful eyes fixed quietly on Subai without a word. She couldn't decipher his intentions. Beside her, Li Rengshuang wore a guarded expression. Was Subai about to unleash his primal instincts here? Li Ningxua stepped in front of Ling Yuding protectively, a determined look in her eyes. "Don't be nervous. Today won't have been in vain. This drop of sacred water can heal injuries. Drink it." Subai glanced at Li Ningxua, his eyes lingering briefly on her cherry-like lips before handing the jade box to Ling Yuding. "Thank you, Lord Subai." Ling Yuding accepted it and examined the box carefully, locating the method of use. She opened one of the holes and tilted her head back to receive the drops. Pure white liquid slipped from the hole. Ling Yuding tilted her head, her red lips slightly parted, her profile dignified and delicate, her fine skin lending her an exquisite beauty. Drip. A single drop of holy water of self-healing fell inside. Ling Yuding's lips moved as she savored the sacred water. Su Bai watched her intently, eager to observe the water's effects. Ling Yuding returned the box to Su Bai and described what she felt. I feel incredibly comfortable inside. Every wound seems to be healing. And my broken arm appears to be regenerating on its own. It's strange. She closed her eyes, recounting her sensations. The holy water of self-healing indeed seemed to possess miraculous properties. Very well. You've consumed the sacred water. Now come with me back to the villa. Su Bai reached out and gently stroked Ling Yuding's smooth cheek. The possessiveness he'd suppressed since before the apocalypse was beginning to stir uncontrollably. This proud empress was finally ready to descend from her lofty throne. When Su Bai spoke again, the hearts of the women grew all the more complex. Zhang Yunxi, for her part, was quite unruffled. She had never harbored the fantasy that Su Bai would belong to her alone. A year ago there might have been a chance, now it was out of the question. Zhang Yunxi had long since thought it through. Su Bai treated her well, and always indulged her capricious temper. Even when he disciplined her, he never reproached her outright. He was more like an old father confronted with a daughter who had erred, educating her patiently and step by step. In the space of a few short days, what had begun as a one-sided reliance on Su Bai had, without her even noticing, become total unreserved love. Perhaps some credit was due to her brainwashing herself day and night, but when all was said and done, Su Bai simply matched the image of her dream lover all too perfectly. And from childhood to now, she had never imagined that her future dream lover would be a man of exclusive devotion. In fact, she had secretly rehearsed countless tricks of vying for favor and waging palace intrigue. Therefore, she was utterly nonchalant about Su Bai's behavior. She might be nonchalant, but the two elegant beauties Li Ningxuang and Li Ningxue were far less composed. Whenever Li Ningxue recalled that Su Bai was the same age as herself, an unutterable melancholy gathered between her eyebrows, with a faint hint of dejection in her eyes. Su Bai had teased her 2 or 3 times. After the first time, when she had felt indignation, she had been half willing, half reluctant in the subsequent encounters. Li Ningxue had asked herself why on multiple occasions. The answer she obtained was always a mystery. Perhaps having shared so many experiences with Su Bai, she had unknowingly come to love him. And now he was going to be with Ling Yuding. Oh, I want to kill him. Li Ningxuang lowered her head to hide her expression, her face ablaze with fury and her eyes glinting with a cold light. She was entirely unlike Li Ningxue. In her heart, she was looking for an opportunity to kill Su Bai, to slay this man who vainly wished like a toad to feast on the flesh of a swan. Her mother was a woman of extraordinary pride. Born into poverty, she had risen to the azure summit, held a position of power, and looked down on all heroes. Countless extraordinary men had never earned a place in her eyes. Yet today this very woman was being cowed by a man of formidable personal martial might. It would be like the day she was pressed beneath a man who once was not even qualified to lick her shoes, and would have to fawn over him. If such a thing were to happen, she would rather die. Just imagining it filled her with humiliation, let alone her mother. A woman even more prideful than she was. If she were truly to face the scene she had pictured, the disgrace would be beyond words. Su Bai, I will definitely kill you. Li Ningxuang vowed in the depths of her heart. She steadied her expression and raised her head to look at her mother's smile-covered face. All at once a pang of bitter grief surged through her. Ling Yuding had been smiling the entire time, her smile, very sweet, faintly tinged with bashfulness. A mature, gorgeous woman exuding such shyness was stirring. If Master Su Bai is willing to command this humble woman, it is naturally my honor. Tonight let this humble woman attend to you properly. There was not the slightest break in Ling Yuding's voice. Her gentle tone flowed like fine rain beside one's ear, unhurried and unwavering, neither fast nor slow, leaving a heart tickled with restless longing. Very good. Su Bai smiled and walked forward. Ling Yuding hurried after him, occasionally casting shy glances his way. Her seductive eyes and exalted, frosty disposition presented a striking contrast. Li Ningxuang and Li Ningxue followed in turn. Zhang Yunxi on the far left cast a sidelong glance at Ling Yuding's receding form. She faintly sensed that Ling Yuding was not quite right, a woman's sixth sense. Moreover, she always felt that Li Ningxuang, who so often smiled at her, gave her a feeling like needles pricking her back. Only Li Ningxue seemed unexceptional to her, except that she frequently looked at Ling Yuding and Su Bai with a troubled face. The party returned to Villas 177 and 178. At Villa 177, Li Ningxue and Li Ningxuang reluctantly took leave of Ling Yuding. Watching Ling Yuding disappear into the darkness, the two sisters were heavy with worry. Even after returning to the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, they did not exchange a word. Li Ningxuang brought out a telescope and stood before the window silent. Li Ningxue wore an expression of deep sorrow, sighing every now and then. At Villa 178. The villa, both its floors, was immaculately clean. The traces of the scuffle had been wiped away completely. Except for a lingering residue of blood in the air, the place looked as if nothing had ever happened. Without a doubt, Zhang Yunxi had made those scapegoats clean it up. Outside the window, heavy snow drifted and a cold wind screamed. It was not as lively as the previous nights. Occasionally the calls of strange beasts drifted by and the world had sunk into silence. His villa had continued generating electricity throughout, never stopping. Su Bai entered his room one step ahead. He left Zhang Yunxi and Ling Yuding in the living room. Like the mistress of the house, Zhang Yunxi took a plate of fruit from the refrigerator and ate it leisurely, glancing at Ling Yuding with impatience. What are you standing there for? Go shower and change. Ling Yuding smiled at Zhang Yunxi, nodded, and headed upstairs. The floor plans of villas were all more or less alike. Naturally, she knew where the bathroom was. Walking up the staircase to the second floor, Ling Yuding's eyes were as cold as ice. She could already picture Su Bai in the bedroom, unable to contain his eagerness. Worthless. Consider this nothing more than a dog bite. Ling Yuding, you must accept this humiliation. It is the punishment for your arrogance. Ling Yuding's gaze was icy. From the very start, she had possessed the means to slay Su Bai. Before firearms became defunct, she even had heavy weapons at her disposal. It was simply that she had wanted to subdue Su Bai through guile, which was why she had walked step by step to today's outcome. Although this outcome was caused by the unexpected invalidation of firearms, she still believed it was her own fault. She could have done better. Unconsciously, she had reached the cloakroom. Ling Yuding drew a deep breath and pushed open the door. Over half an hour passed. Wearing light makeup and clothes selected with great care, Ling Yuding slowly made her way to the third floor. Her hair was wound high, a pair of lensless gold-rimmed glasses adorned her peerless face. She had the steadiness of a mature woman. Her large, long phoenix eyes were extremely cold. Beneath her high-bridged nose were flaming red lips with a hint of mockery, seemingly playing at the corners. She wore a schoolmistress's professional outfit, a white blouse, a black short skirt. Her slender straight legs were clad in nude stockings, and she stepped in 8-centimeter pointed-toe high heels with red soles and silver uppers. A cold, stunning beauty without peer. Ling Yuding's arm moved freely. The effect of the holy water of self-healing was astonishing. In only 1 hour, her broken arm had already begun to recover. On the way to Su Bai's bedroom, she took every step lightly, yet her heart sank with each one that brought her closer. She climbed the stairs. She could almost see Su Bai's lewd appearance as he lay on the bed. No one could resist her beauty. This had been tested by countless men. 99% of them she had buried beneath the earth or sunk into the great rivers. And Su Bai was to become that 1%. Ling Yuding reached the corridor past the small sitting room, her gaze on the third-floor bedroom. Her steps did not halt. She knew that an evolver's hearing was incredible. Since she had decided to make the sacrifice, she would not hesitate. Come then. Let me, Ling Yuding, see how repulsive you are. Creak. The door was pushed open by her. The door was pushed open. A gust of cold wind swept through the room. The biting midnight wind struck Ling Yuding, and even with the physique of an evolver, she felt a trace of chill. She cast her gaze into the room, but the scene she had imagined was nowhere to be seen. Su Bai was not sprawled across the bed. Instead, he stood at the window staring into the pitch-black night sky. Putting on an act, was he? Ling Yuding smiled as she entered the room and closed the door behind her. Clearly Su Bai had heard her footsteps and was deliberately playing the brooding, mysterious man. A young man like him would always have such childish moments. Lord Su Bai, I am ready. Ling Yuding spoke shyly, obediently sitting at the edge of the bed, ready for the dog's bite that would follow. The wind howled past. Su Bai quietly turned around, looking at Ling Yuding with a faint, ambiguous smile. You are beautiful. In that attire, Ling Yuding was breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, the outfit struck an even deeper chord in Su Bai's heart. He had previously been a student. Ling Yuding's outfit, combined with her peerless figure and beauty, was enough to stir anyone's blood. Especially when a beauty who was completely ready was there for the taking. The joy of conquest was beyond description. Ling Yuding smiled, certain that Su Bai was about to pounce like a hungry wolf. She had already planned the exact expression with which to greet him. Men were forever controlled by the thing between their legs. To the bitter end. Su Bai walked step by step to Ling Yuding's side and stood before her. Ling Yuding, her eyes still smiling, lowered her head to feign shyness, and a cold glint flashed through her gaze. Despicable man. He couldn't keep up his act for even 2 seconds. Come on. One day I'll repay every bit of the humiliation I suffered today. The wandering hand she had expected did not arrive. Instead, Su Bai's cold voice reached her ears. You are beautiful, but a beautiful face that has lost sincerity is hardly enough to stir my desire. Su Bai watched Ling Yuding's deliberately shy expression and added flatly, you're already the mother of 2 daughters. There's no need to force yourself to imitate a young girl's mannerisms. I may be young, but I'm not foolish. Su Bai sat on the edge of the bed, lay back, and his head happened to land right on Ling Yuding's thigh. His eyes met hers as she lowered her head. There was a cold, merciless, murderous intent hidden in that gaze. Ling Yuding's eyes widened. She had never imagined Su Bai would be so unscrupulous as to stick his head into her lap. I'm curious. Why do you always regard me as a fool? Su Bai asked calmly, as if he hadn't seen Ling Yuding's eyes. I haven't. Tears instantly welled in Ling Yuding's eyes as if she had been wronged. Su-bai said nothing, simply looking at her. Ling Yuding might let him do as he pleased, but that wasn't what he wanted. She could stab him in the back at any moment. Human beings are greedy. Previously, Su-bai had only coveted Ling Yuding's beauty, and it was pure possessiveness. Now he wanted to be greedier. Ling Yuding was cunning and resourceful. She could help him. And now that she had become an evolver, she was even more valuable. He could have taken Ling Yuding openly today. She could not resist, and would not resist, but that was no longer what Su-bai wanted. It would become a thorn, making it impossible for Ling Yuding to truly submit, and forcing Su-bai to wipe her out completely. He knew his own nature. Anyone capable of threatening him had to be killed. Ling Yuding's cunning and intelligence were not to be underestimated, and her beauty was superb. Killing her would be a pity. Watching Su-bai and seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Ling Yuding cautiously tried to speak, only to see him close his eyes. When Su-bai opened his eyes again, he glanced at Ling Yuding without a trace of emotion and said calmly, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days you either truly submit to me, or you will be taken by me and then destroyed completely. If you get a chance, you may try to flee. If I catch you, I'll end the 3-day period early." Ling Yuding fell silent. She suddenly found the young man lying on her lower abdomen unfamiliar. His tone was steadfast, and a murderous air lurked between his brows. When his gaze fixed upon her, it was the first time she felt true fear. 3 days. He really wants me to submit. Absolutely impossible. Ling Yuding will never bow to anyone. Ling Yuding met Su-bai's eyes with a determined stare. Since he had already seen through her disguise, she would not waste her efforts on pointless acting. "From your eyes, I seem to already see the outcome after 3 days. Su-bai shifted his gaze away, turned over, and lay sideways on her lower abdomen, revealing the back of his head. "You can try to kill me, but it's best not to make a reckless move." Su-bai patted Ling Yuding's thigh. "Give me a massage. Let me savor you a bit longer, lest I never see you again after 3 days. Su-bai slowly closed his eyes, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth for a moment. "You're already in my grasp." Ling Yuding did not move. "You'd better behave yourself. The rules I said don't apply to me, and I don't want to send you off ahead of schedule." His cold voice sounded, showing his displeasure at Ling Yuding's hesitation. "Show me your enthusiasm. You put on quite a good act just now. For the next 3 days, I don't want to see you making a sour face. I saved you, and I can also kill you. I am the one who decides whether you live or die. Giving you 3 days is simply because I was in the mood and wanted to do it. You'd better obey and show me some real enthusiasm. I have seen through you, and you have to pretend I haven't. That's how we'll get along for the next few days. I hope you remember that." Su-bai's eyes were still shut, yet the words he spoke made Ling Yuding's heart pound. For the first time, she sensed the man's charm and audacity. With beauty right before him, he remained unruffled. He was no righteous gentleman, yet he could restrain himself. That made him all the more exceptional. Unfortunately, Ling Yuding would not yield. Looking at the seemingly exposed Su-bai, she felt that even with his eyes closed, he was still staring at her. The slightest reckless move on her part would bring utter disaster. She had never experienced such a feeling before. A person had completely exposed his vulnerability, and yet Ling Yuding didn't dare to move. After 2 seconds of silence, she wore a sweet smile, stretched out her delicate hands, and started to massage Su-bai. Her technique was clumsy, not as good as Zhang Yunqi's. Clearly she had never done this sort of thing before, which was only natural. The former Ling Yuding had been the empress of the underworld, let alone massaging someone. Even Su-bai lying there so casually would have been a capital offense. Night deepened, and time slipped by. Su-bai's breathing gradually became calm and steady, as if he had fallen asleep. Ling Yuding kept her smile, and never stopped her hands, but a struggle flickered in her eyes. After their brief exchange, she was certain Su-bai was no fool. Would he really just fall asleep like that in front of her? She didn't believe it. He was definitely trying to lure her into making a move. No. He didn't need to lure her into making a move. He didn't need an excuse, he could just kill her directly. Wait, if he wanted to kill her directly, why give her 3 days? What was he thinking? At this moment, Ling Yuding was a tangled mess. Her eyes landed on Su-bai's peaceful sleeping profile, and she felt a wave of fear. This man, she could no longer see through him. It had been a very, very long time since she had felt this way. Was he truly asleep? Or was he waiting for her to make a move? The fingers of Ling Yuding's hands slowed in their massage. The night wind howled, scattering Ling Yuding's thoughts. She simply could not fathom Su-bai's intentions. Su-bai was indeed a formidable evolver. Unless the official team invested all their resources into cultivating him, he stood unrivaled as the foremost expert. He was among the apex tier of evolvers, terrifyingly powerful. Yet no matter how strong he was, he remained human. Capable of injury, capable of death. To so brazenly lie in her embrace, seemingly asleep. What arrogance! Ling Yuding acknowledged she was no match for Su-bai in strength, but she too was an evolver possessing the fireball technique, a devastating weapon. How dare he? Does he not fear me? Or does he simply believe I wouldn't dare act? Ling Yuding's gaze turned icy cold. She felt utterly despised by Su-bai, as though he had her completely under his thumb, certain she wouldn't make a move. She lowered her gaze, slightly gazing at the sleeping Su-bai. Her exquisitely beautiful face twisted into a cold smirk. He probably assumed she hadn't brought the fireball technique talisman. Indeed, under normal circumstances, she would never carry fireball technique talismans. Without her talismans and lacking weapons, she truly wouldn't dare make a move. That might have been the reason for Su Bai's audacity. Unfortunately, who was Ling Yuding? A person of extremely cautious disposition. She had hidden 2 fireball technique talismans in her high heels, one beneath each foot. If it weren't for considering that her mouth might need to be used for other purposes, she would have readily stashed a couple between her teeth as well. With a cold smile, Ling Yuding slightly lifted her right leg, propping up Su Bai's head. Her left foot created some space as she slid it free from the high heel, revealing a delicate petite foot. Through the sheer nude stockings, one could faintly glimpse the snow-white instep, 2 subtle blue veins decorating it like accents, her toes neatly aligned from smallest to largest, without any prominent bony protrusion, truly rounded and lustrous. As her left foot slipped free from the high heel, a dull yellow talisman lay quietly beneath, serving as an insole. It was the fireball technique talisman. Ling Yuding steadied her breath, maintaining her position for the moment. She lowered her head to observe Su Bai's facial expressions, still deep in slumber. She struggled to spread her toes, attempting to grip the talisman. The stockings made her movements clumsy, requiring 7 or 8 attempts before she barely managed to grasp it. Halfway through grasping it, Ling Yuding suddenly sensed something amiss. She felt a dangerous presence despite Su Bai lying perfectly still, unchanged in any observable way. Yet she unmistakably detected an aura of peril. A woman's sixth sense. At this moment, Ling Yuding hesitated. Her eyes swirled with doubt and uncertainty. She meticulously observed every detail of Su Bai's expression. He was indeed sleeping. Was he pretending to sleep? Unlikely. People feigning sleep often inadvertently drift into genuine slumber. She had massaged him for nearly an hour. Anyone would fall into deep sleep. Unless someone used sheer willpower to resist sleep and force themselves to stay awake. Was she going to act or not? She, Ling Yuding, dared to gamble with her life. But when gambling with one's life, if the opponent deliberately reveals weaknesses suddenly, it becomes a different matter entirely. Psychological warfare. Her overly suspicious nature always made her sense a trap, prompting her to deliberate thrice before acting. Ling Yuding contemplated at length. Even knowing that hesitation breeds disaster, she continued to deliberate. Could a second-tier human withstand a fireball technique? Would a second-tier human possess special abilities? Would a second-tier human have some kind of danger-sensing capability? Outside the window, heavy snow swirled. Ling Yuding sat up from the bed. She had initially prepared to get up naturally, but her gaze suddenly froze. Recalling last night's events, her scalp prickled with horror. She had actually fallen asleep. While contemplating Su Bai's trump cards, she had actually fallen asleep. A men's jacket was draped over her. Ling Yuding hastily pulled it aside, discovering she was perfectly fine. Her white shirt, her skirt, nothing had been disturbed. Untouched. Even one of her high heels remained on her foot. The high heels. Ling Yuding rushed to the bedside to check, and there lay the removed high heels in their original spot. The fireball technique talisman was gone. Before she could dwell on this, her peripheral vision caught a yellowish talisman on the nightstand. A closer look confirmed it, the fireball technique. Simultaneously beside the fireball technique talisman lay a piece of paper covered in writing. Ling Yuding fell silent for a moment. This was clearly left by Su Bai. She wondered what its contents might be. Would it be mockery, accusation, or outraged fury? She reached for the paper. The handwriting was hurried but legible. Ling Yuding read it in silence. Ling Yuding, I've prepared breakfast downstairs for you. You may go down when you wake. The 3-day deadline. Today is the 2nd day. You've already forfeited one of your options that I left you. I gave you the perfect opportunity to assassinate me, yet you lacked the courage to act. What indecision. If you truly don't wish to submit to me, last night's opportunity was absolutely one you couldn't afford to miss. Unless, of course, you've changed your mind. If you have, you're welcome anytime. I liked how you dressed when we first met. Such an aristocratic aura. Since you didn't dare act last night, I doubt you'll dare ambush me now. The opportunity simply won't be as perfect as it was yesterday. As things stand, you still have one path. I exercise downstairs every morning. You can use the excuse of visiting Li Ningshue's villa, then escape. Or you can wait until nightfall, when I've fallen asleep, and flee with your daughters. These 2 options have the highest probability of success. Don't attempt any other methods. I don't have that many vulnerabilities. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention you look beautiful when you sleep. Seeing the words is like seeing me in person, Su Bai. Ling Yuding stared at the unexpectedly gentle contents of the note, momentarily dazed. What did he mean by all this? Why would he give me a 3-day deadline, yet conveniently provide me with escape routes? What on earth does he want? Ling Yuding had to admit, she no longer had any intention of ambushing Su Bai. Her only option to avoid submitting to him was indeed to flee. Yet Su Bai had explained everything clearly, the timing and location of her escape laid out in explicit detail. Was he letting her go, or preparing to catch her like a turtle in a jar? No, I'm overthinking this too much. Ling Yuding's expression chilled. She quietly shook her head. It wasn't that she was overly suspicious. It was that she genuinely could not comprehend Su Bai's way of operating. It could be said that in their brief psychological confrontation, she had suffered a complete rout, a devastating defeat. Drawing a deep breath, Ling Yuding resolved to find an opportunity to flee. She had no other choice. If she refused to submit to Su, by running was her only option. Feigning submission would be futile. She had gained a preliminary understanding of Su Bai. If she didn't genuinely submit, he would surely kill her. He was fully capable of being ruthless toward beauty. Ling Yuding slipped on her high heels, straightened her slightly creased white shirt, and walked toward the door. Clack, clack. The crisp sound of high heels echoed. As Ling Yuding made her way to the first-floor lobby, she spotted Zhang Yunxi practicing yoga in the living room. Her form-fitting yoga pants perfectly accentuated her magnificent figure. When Zhang Yunxi saw Ling Yuding descending the stairs, she immediately sneered, "Oh, my Su Ji has been up exercising for ages, and someone's only just recovering from last night's passion. How delicate you must be. What will you do going forward?" Zhang Yunxi's words were laced with mockery, but Ling Yuding did not respond. This ill-mannered girl was deeply trusted by Su Bai. She walked into the large dining room beside the living room where the table was laden with a full spread of food. Lobster, abalone, seafood, chicken, duck, and fish, everything one could ask for. Of the dozen or so dishes cramming the table, only 3 were vegetables. Tisk tisk tsk. Spoiled by favor, aren't you? When I speak to a certain someone, that certain someone refuses to even acknowledge me. If you're so capable, don't eat the food I cooked. Zhang Yunxi followed her, leaned against the wall and sneered, "Don't think that just because you slept with Brother Su you've soared to heaven. You're not loyal at all. To Brother Su you're just a novelty. Once the novelty fades, a certain someone is finished. You clearly hate me, so why cook such a lavish meal for me?" Ling Yuding turned to look at Zhang Yunxi, asking curiously. She understood perfectly well the source of the girl's hostility, precisely because she understood it so clearly. She was curious why such a sumptuous meal had been prepared. This was the apocalypse. For ordinary families, a single bowl of rice a day was already a happy, blessed existence. On a normal day, she would just make do with canned food and rice. But here at Su Bai's place, the bounty was almost absurd. Brother Su ordered that since you've just become an evolver, you're bound to be hungry and need a big meal. Of course I listened to Brother Su. Even though I despise you, a disloyal woman, I would never defy Brother Su's instructions. Zhang Yunxi raised her head proudly, then cast a contemptuous look at Ling Yuding. Zhang Yunxi may be morally flawed, but I understand the principle that a loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. Unlike some people, I wasn't destined to be an ungrateful wretch. I'll be watching you relentlessly on Brother Su's behalf. Hearing Zhang Yunxi's words, Ling Yuding could not help taking a second look at her. She had not expected that a girl of such poor character could possess such loyalty. No wonder a man like Su Bai, who ruthlessly crushed flowers, felt at ease trusting her. You underestimate your Brother Su. He isn't as easy to fool as you think. Ling Yuding thought of what happened last night, and this morning, and a fear born of being unable to see through him crept over her. Zhang Yunxi's words made Su Bai sound like an easy dupe, and Ling Yuding could not help retorting. Of course he is. My Brother Su is the best. I'm just filling in the gaps for him, adding another pair of eyes to see things clearly. Zhang Yunxi agreed with Ling Yuding. She glanced at Ling Yuding, who was about to eat breakfast, thought for a moment, and added, "Oh right. Brother Su told me to tell you that you may leave the villa at any time. You're free." Those were Brother Su's exact words. After saying this, Zhang Yunxi went back to the living room to practice yoga, leaving Ling Yuding in a daze. Was he serious? Was he really not going to restrict her freedom? Ling Yuding had been half convinced by what was written on the note, but she had not expected Zhang Yunxi to confirm it. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As she pondered, her stomach growled. She was hungry, very, very hungry. She let out a light chuckle and began eating in earnest. Whether it was real or fake, she would find out once she finished her meal and went home. Those who said pretty words were a dime a dozen. Su Bai was hardly the first or the only one. In more than 20 minutes, the entire table of food had essentially disappeared into her stomach. Ling Yuding's waist, free of any extra flesh, remained flat as ever. Feeling the powerful strength surging through her entire body, the corners of her mouth curled upward. At this moment, she was finally a true evolver. Passing through the living room, she noticed Zhang Yunxi glancing at her twice before continuing her yoga. She pushed open the door. Zhang Yunxi kept practicing on her own, paying her no mind at all. In the villa's courtyard, Su Bai was jogging slowly around the swimming pool in the backyard. With snow falling heavily, the path ahead of Ling Yuding was completely clear. No one tried to stop her. Stepping onto the snow-covered ground, Ling Yuding's eyes were filled with confusion. Could Su Bai really just let her go like that? Was he truly not going to stop her? She was an evolver. As long as she made it back home, with her injuries healed, she could seize any chance to flee. Once she did, it would be like a fish returning to the sea. She would vanish without a trace in an instant. Huff! Ling Yuding let out a long breath, then stepped into the whirling snow, heading toward Villa 177. The way was clear with no obstacles whatsoever. Back at Villa 177, she opened the door and stepped inside, then stood still, silently dazed. She couldn't believe it. She had made it home safe and sound without incident. Upstairs, Li Ningxuang and Li Ningxue heard the door open and immediately left their room. Seeing their mother Ling Yuding standing there in a daze, her exquisite figure dressed in a teacher's professional suit, both girls' hearts suddenly lurched. It's over. She really has been ruined. Li Ningshuang hadn't slept well all night, constantly thinking that perhaps her mother would be clever enough to avoid being defiled by that loser Su Bai. But now her fantasy was shattered. Li Ningxue looked at her mother's expression and could not help recalling the scene of the first time she had been bullied. "Mom, you're back." Li Ningshuang spoke up first, hurrying downstairs in her cotton slippers. "Are you okay?" Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Li Ningshuang saw Ling Yuding's dazed expression and could not help consoling her. "Mom, it's all right. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog twice. We'll find a way to get revenge later. Yeah, Mom, Ningxue will always support you. You can do it." Li Ningxue, wearing a little dinosaur pajama set, cheered Ling Yuding on. Ling Yuding snapped out of her thoughts, glanced at her two daughters, and said irritably, "If you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. Nobody treats you as mutes." In truth, deep down Ling Yuding had wished Su Bai would force himself on her, because then everything would remain within her control. But Su Bai's behavior now, without taking her body, yet as if taking her soul, left her guessing wildly and utterly unsettled. "Mom, how could he let you come back?" Li Ningshuang ignored her mother's irritation. After all, her mother had sacrificed so much, a little anger was only natural. What she was curious about was how Su Bai could have let Ling Yuding come home. Li Ningxue tilted her head and looked at her mother, smacking her lips as if about to speak, then swallowed the words. "He didn't restrict my freedom. He has real boldness." Ling Yuding was speaking honestly. She could not fathom the meaning behind Su Bai's actions, but his conduct over the past 2 days had let her see the kind of man he was. He absolutely had boldness and composure. She then glanced at her younger daughter, who was hesitating to speak, and said with exasperation, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in, and let your imagination run wild." "Oh." Li Ningxue nodded, then said to her sister, "Mom must have served Su Bai so well that he let her come home." Li Ningxue's heart ached sourly. After lying awake all night, she felt she had started to like Su Bai, his overbearingness, his ruthless decisiveness. It was just that he was too fickle-hearted. Worse, his wandering heart had landed on her own mother. That was painful. Li Ningshuang remained silent, clearly agreeing with Li Ningxue's view while silently feeling sorry for what Ling Yuding had given. Ling Yuding stared hard at her rebellious daughter, furious. "Who told you that something happened between me and him? Nothing happened between us at all." Her voice was icy. Li Ningxue shrank back, curling her lips. "Mom, do you really think I believe that? Even my sister wouldn't believe it." Li Ningshuang truly did not believe it. A man and a woman alone behind closed doors. Who would believe that nothing had happened? They were all adults after all. With Ling Yuding's looks, any single part of her body was enough to captivate a man for years. With no consequences and no punishment to fear, any man would find it impossible to hold back. That statement was absolutely right. If Su Bai had not been too greedy, not contending for a single day but for 10,000 days, yesterday would have been Ling Yuding's day of suffering. Both daughters wore expressions of disbelief. Ling Yuding let out a helpless sigh. If this had not happened to her, she would not have believed it either. "Pack the important things. We may need to leave at any moment," Ling Yuding said, changing the subject. Li Ningxue's eyes widened. "Where are we supposed to go? Outside it is frozen and snowy, and at night there are mutant beasts. This era is dangerous everywhere. There are not many safe places left. The villa south of the city is said to have been destroyed, and our home in Yang City has been occupied by others. We have nowhere to go." Although our little sister is usually a bit silly, what she said today does make some sense. Li Ningshuang agreed. After thinking it over, she felt that Ling Yuding must have a reason, so she continued, "Mom, you finally earned Su Bai's trust. Why run? Is that little bitch Zhang Yunxi pushing you out? Should I find a way to kill her?" Li Ningshuang was ruthless and vicious. Ling Yuding had sacrificed so much, yet she was being pushed aside by a cheap woman. This was a life and death grudge. She had to be killed. "We cannot kill her." Li Ningxue raised her head, her gaze firm. Li Ningshuang turned back in astonishment. "Sister Zhang Yunxi is indeed irritating, but I believe she would not push Mom around. She would not, and she would not dare." Li Ningxue answered with absolute certainty. "She is a woman utterly loyal to Su Bai. As long as Su Bai accepts Mom, she will never dare to offend even a single hair on Mom's head. Besides, Zhang Yunxi is under Su Bai's absolute protection. Right or wrong, if we killed her, do you think he would be a fool? Do you think he would forgive us?" Li Ningxue had spent some time with Zhang Yunxi, so she had naturally formed a rough judgment of their relationship. Li Ningshuang frowned, feeling that her younger sister had a point. If they could not kill her, would their mother simply have to suffer being ostracized and let all her previous efforts go to waste? Ningshuang, this is not as simple as you think. Let me explain it clearly." Ling Yuding had no choice but to recount what had happened yesterday in complete detail. Since she could not guess Su Bai's thoughts, she might as well pool their ideas. After listening to Ling Yuding's account and confirming over and over again that it was true, the two sisters fell silent. They had never imagined that Su Bai would actually make a bet with their mother. Something that was clearly within reach had to be made complicated. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Ningxue's lips. Su Bai really was different from others, and besides, back then he had forced himself on her. Didn't that prove she was more alluring than her mother? "Humph. I forgive you for bullying me." A little girl's mind always leaps from one thought to another, often leaving people baffled. Li Ningshuang, however, underwent a dramatic change of expression after a brief moment of thought. "Mom, it's over. He must be watching us from somewhere nearby. We have no chance to run. Li Ningshuang was filled with shock. Su Bai had given them 3 days to decide, so he would surely monitor them every single moment. They had no chance to escape. Ling Yuding's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said slowly, there is no surveillance. At least I have not sensed any. This was the part that baffled Ling Yuding the most. Li Ningshuang knitted her brows, thought for a long time, and finally shook her head helplessly. Clearly she could not guess Su Bai's thoughts either, but then again she did not want to. Mom, this is no place to stay long. Tonight in the early hours we will find a chance to run. I don't believe he can know exactly when and where we leave. On this point Li Ningshuang was quite confident. If they could not win, could they not still run away? Their freedom had not been restricted, they could flee at any time. What did he have to stop them? Then I'll go upstairs to pack. Li Ningshua silently went upstairs. Although she did not want to leave this place, her sister and mother had agreed to leave, so she had no choice. Shuang, do you think this could be a trap? Ling Yuding was suspicious. A trap? Mom, what are you thinking? The world is vast. How could Su Bai possibly set a trap for us by himself? In my view, he is simply too arrogant. That's true. I was overthinking it. Ling Yuding nodded. Casting aside all her inner worries, her eyes filled with determination. Tonight in the dead of night we escape. As Ling Yuding's family planned to leave, a motorcade arrived at the entrance of Tianbao residential community. 4 jeeps led the way, followed by 2 Hummer off-road vehicles. All of them were equipped with snow tires, and both the front and body of each vehicle had been reinforced with thick steel plates, greatly enhancing their defensive capability. The convoy had more than 20 people in total, most of them men. Only in the right Hummer sat 4 young and beautiful women. One was mature and composed with lingering charm. One was an innocent young girl, obedient and adorable. One was valiant and spirited with a cold and proud bearing. One was a graceful, mature beauty, elegant and poised. In the front passenger seat of the left Hummer sat a burly, brawny man. His gaze frequently drifted toward the 4 women, his eyes filled with the most primal desire. These 4 beauties had been carefully selected from the base, originally intended as welcome gifts for a new evolver. Yet no one had expected that with a single order from Lu Chang they would be sent as gifts to a strange evolver far away. How absurd. Bai Yunfeng's eyes turned icy. One of the 4 was on the verge of belonging to him, only to have her snatched away by someone else. A second-order human. If you really are second-order, I Bai Yunfeng will swallow this. If you're only first-order, you'd best wait for death. The convoy entered Tianbao residential community and began sending people to gather intelligence, first determining who the evolver was. Su Bai's existence was hardly a secret. With a few simple inquiries, Bai Yunfeng locked onto Su Bai. After clearly confirming Su Bai's gender, he led 8 members and the 4 young women towards Su Bai's villa as planned. Passing an empty plot of land, Bai Yunfeng spotted a divine cabinet of fate. He got out of the vehicle and approached it, only to see intertwined inner walls inside. Immediately he shook his head in disappointment. The 4 chances had been used up, and at the very least one person had been given away for nothing. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the doing of that legendary second-order evolver. No smell of blood could be detected around, but Bai Yunfeng knew that at the very least many people had died here. Set out again. Bai Yunfeng got back into the vehicle and continued toward Villa 178. Before long the off-road vehicles stopped not far from Villa 178. They did not approach rashly. After Bai Yunfeng observed briefly, everyone got out and walked over on foot. Arriving at the door, he knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. In the 3rd-floor bedroom, he stood by the window, gazing into the distance, having just finished his training. Heavy snow fell without ceasing. In his ears came the intermittent voice calls from Bai Lingling along with Ling Ying's cheerful interjections. The 2 of them frequently called Su Bai, which both indicated their safety and deepened their bond with him. Their voices were often interrupted with frequent network issues, and sometimes the internet would drop for extended periods, leaving their phones without signal. The relentless ice and snow were gradually wreaking devastating destruction upon the world. He believed that before long both the network and signals would be completely severed. Ling Yuding, you are probably already preparing to flee, aren't you? Su Bai's lips curled upward. Everything was within his grasp. Unless something unexpected occurred before dawn that day, he would truly become Ling Yuding's master. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance toward the convoy downstairs, his expression unchanged. These were Lu Chang's people arriving. They harbored no good intentions. Who is it? Zhang Yunqi called out carelessly. Ling Yuding, just come right in. The door isn't locked. As an ordinary person, she had failed to sense anything unusual outside the door. She pushed the door open. Zhang Yunqi stared blankly at the large group of people waiting outside. Good heavens, where did all these people come from? She had never seen any of them before. Hello, may I ask if this is Su Bai's residence? Bai Yunfeng asked courteously. His sidelong glance silently assessed Zhang Yunqi, and he found that Su Bai certainly enjoyed considerable fortune with women. Keeping such a beautiful woman at home, no doubt the nights were filled with pleasure. Truly a man driven by desire. Bringing beauties along was clearly meant to flatter him. Hey, you'd best pray you truly are a second-stage human and can enjoy those privileges for a few more days. Otherwise, you might as well wait for death. Bai Yunfeng's expression remained unchanged. Noticing Zhang Yunqi seemed somewhat dazed, he asked quietly once more, "May I ask if this is Su Bai's residence?" "We are members of the Qishui base formed by Mayor Lu Chong of Qi City. We were formerly official personnel and are not bad people." Zhang Yunqi's gaze fell upon Bai Yunfeng. This middle-aged man with a face full of righteousness and thick brows and bright eyes wore an ordinary down jacket and wore a hearty smile. Although the sly glances he stole at her were concealed, she was still aware. If he had not stopped looking after such a short time, Zhang Yunqi would have already called Su Bai downstairs. This man was undoubtedly a lecher in nature, severely contradicted by his honest exterior. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Zhang Yunqi's first reaction was disbelief. Her eyes deliberately scrutinized the 8 fully armed men outside the door. These men indeed bore some resemblance to patrol team members. Each carried an iron sword and broadsword on his back, wore a steel helmet, and his eyes shone with spirit and vigor. They looked very much like patrol team members. This was most likely genuine. They also carried bulging snakeskin bags in their hands, clearly containing quite a bit of goods. This was the first time Zhang Yunqi had encountered an official force since the apocalypse. Was this an arrest? No, they were too courteous for that. Could it be that they needed something? Zhang Yunqi could not determine their purpose. After brief consideration, she nodded. "This is Su Bai's home. What do you need?" Even knowing that their intentions might be ill, Zhang Yunqi was not afraid. She trusted that Su Bai was always keeping watch here. Nothing would happen. "Then this is Lord Su's residence. Men prepare to carry the supplies inside." Upon receiving confirmation, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and the 8 fully armed men carried their snakeskin bags toward the villa. Anger flashed across Zhang Yunqi's features, and she stepped directly in front of the doorway. How dare they barge into someone's home without the owner's consent? This was a clear disregard for Su Bai, absolutely intolerable. Witnessing Zhang Yunqi's resistance, Bai Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. This girl carried considerable backbone. Could she truly be a second-stage human? This was merely a test on his part. With justified grounds at worst, it counted as an unintentional offense. "Oh, hold on, all of you wait. You didn't even let me explain properly to this young lady, and now misunderstandings have arisen." Bai Yunfeng's brows and eyes brimmed with anger as he reprimanded. "I said prepare to enter. Do you even know what prepare means? You have all grown so tall, yet lack the slightest sense of propriety. The lady hasn't even agreed to let us enter, and you rush in recklessly." After those 2 reprimands, Bai Yunfeng looked up at Zhang Yunqi again and said, "I sincerely apologize. I forgot to explain this to you properly. Mayor Lu Chong announced a new policy today. All evolved humans may receive 400 gene of supplies free of charge each month, with absolutely no conditions. We only hope that in times of human crisis, evolved humans will lend a helping hand, and in peacetime, may share intelligence. To demonstrate our sincerity, the first delivery of supplies will be brought directly to your door by us." After hearing Bai Yunfeng's explanation, Zhang Yunqi's gaze fell upon the snakeskin bags in their hands. "Open them and let me see." She did not believe that pie would fall from the sky. 400 gene of supplies was no small amount, given away for free, without demanding anything in return. Zhang Yunqi did not believe it. Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and the men carrying the snakeskin bags set them down, beginning to untie the ropes and reveal their contents. There were 7 snakeskin bags in total, each packed to the brim with supplies. Instant noodles, cured meat and sausages, canned meat, canned fruit, biscuits, bread, and countless other miscellaneous foods. Zhang Yunqi drew in a breath. Good heavens, they were actually serious about this. Wait, there was a conspiracy. Zhang Yunqi was no fool. Free food with absolutely no demands. Even the so-called help was not mandatory, carrying no binding constraints whatsoever. Providing such vast quantities of supplies every month. Was this a joke? Absolutely something was wrong. Should she accept the food? Yes. Regardless of any sinister schemes that might follow, she simply refused to cooperate, and that would be that. Just as Zhang Yunqi decided to accept, Su Bai's voice came from upstairs. "Sheer, invite them to the second floor small parlor to talk." "Yes, Brother Su." Zhang Yunqi turned to look upstairs, nodded obediently, and upon confirming Su Bai had not said anything further, she turned back to face Bai Yunfeng and the others. "You may come in quickly. Place the supplies in the kitchen. As for you," Zhang Yunqi said to Bai Yunfeng, "come upstairs with me." Bai Yunfeng smiled and said, "No rush. Let me help the brothers carry the supplies first, and we shall go up together afterward." He had gathered intelligence from nearby residents. The target was a ruthless killer who slaughtered without mercy. He did not dare venture upstairs alone. There was no sense of security. Zhang Yunqi frowned. Bai Yunfeng and the others, however, moved with maximum speed, carrying all the supplies to the kitchen before rejoining Zhang Yunqi. "Follow me." Zhang Yunqi led the way, and Bai Yunfeng and the others followed with 4 beautiful women. Bai Yunfeng kept his left hand in his pocket, a smile on his face. Upon reaching the second floor, Bai Yunfeng's eyes immediately caught sight of a young man sitting arrogantly in the small parlor. So young it was scarcely believable. Bai Yunfeng activated a treasure artifact to carefully sense Su Bai's aura. His pupils contracted. He could not detect the invisible pressure that a high-tier evolved human radiated. He was not a second-stage human. At that moment, Bai Yunfeng's eyes turned ice cold. Bai Yunfeng had once obtained a treasure from the Ark of Destiny. Its effect was exceedingly simple. Any being whose evolution level surpassed his would instinctively exert an intangible pressure on him, while any being whose evolution level was lower would see his overall strength boosted by 10%. A double-edged sword. If he was weaker than others, the treasure was not merely useless, it was a burden. If he was stronger, it was like wings added to a tiger. Yet he sensed neither pressure nor augmentation from Su Bai. The treasure's feedback indicated that Su Bai was at most a first-tier human, and one of mid-tier evolution at that. At best, he was merely an evolver skilled at fighting, having defeated Zhang Bing and Hu Yu in a 2-on-1. Bai Yunfeng loosened his hold on the treasure in his pocket, sat down on the sofa opposite Su Bai, and crossed his arms over his chest. Behind him stood 8 imposing, fierce-looking men. The women brought by Yunfeng lingered near the corridor, covertly sizing up Su Bai. They knew their own fate all too well. This time they had been brought to be given to him as gifts. At first glimpse, the 4 women were quite satisfied with Su Bai. He was not a repulsive old man who, in truth, he was rather handsome. Su Bai looked at the man before him with faint surprise. So arrogant. Zhang Yunqi cast a cold glance at those people. How rude they were. Had she not been mindful of Su Bai's presence, she would have unleashed a string of curses. Seeming to notice that Su Bai had no intention of speaking, Bai Yunfeng frowned, then relaxed his brow, and said coolly, "Brother Su Bai, we come from Qi City, and we are members of the Qishui base established by Mayor Lu. This visit is to publicize Mayor Lu's new policy. Any evolver can receive 400 gene of supplies every month with no obligations attached. If the Qishui base has missions requiring evolvers, they will be compensated correspondingly. If an evolver is willing to join the Qishui base, they will enjoy preferential treatment, 500 gene of staple grain every month, vegetables, fruits, and a measure of meat, as well as eligibility for a villa in the base's inner city and 8 maidservants of their own choosing. Each maidservant would also receive 20 gene of supplementary grain every month." After finishing, Bai Yunfeng looked at Su Bai and asked, "I wonder if you would be willing to join the Qishui base." Su Bai frowned slightly. No wonder in his prophecy evolvers around Lu Chang had appeared without end, impossible to kill off. So this was the root of it. To be fair, Lu Chang did offer a considerable amount of food. Any random evolver received 400 gene of supplies. Joining the base meant 8 maidservants, a private villa, and 500 gene of staple grain plus vegetables and fruit. In other words, once an evolver joined the base, he was immediately at the pinnacle of life, with everything he could want. This would likely attract countless evolvers to join. As a leader, Lu Chang naturally made his base stronger as evolvers poured in. As for the food problem, to put it bluntly, no one knew how many people had died in this catastrophe. With fewer people, grain would not simply disappear. It was leaders like Lu Chang who had restricted its circulation and hoarded it. China did not lack grain, but methods like Lu Chang's would trigger a snowball effect, making the Qishui base more and more powerful. Unfortunately, in the prophecy, his fate was not good. The base was destroyed several times by mutant beasts. Yet that in turn proved Lu Chang's resilience. He would not be crushed forever. "I have long been accustomed to a life as free as clouds and wild cranes, so I am not suited to restraint." Su Bai refused. He had no interest in playing house with Lu Chang. He only needed to make use of Lu Chang for a while to speed up his own growth. The Qishui base never forces anyone. At the start of next month, you are welcome to come to the Qishui base and collect supplies. Bai Yunfeng acknowledged, then clapped his hands, and the 4 young women who had been standing to the side for some time stepped forward. The 4 women were exceptionally beautiful, each with her own distinct charm. In both figure and temperament, they were at the level of goddesses. On a scale of 100, they would score no less than 80. These women had been singled out by Lu Chang through an exhaustive selection, so each naturally had her merits. Su Bai took a glance at the 4 beauties, shook his head, and refused. "I have no use for women. Take them back the way you brought them." The 4 beauties were certainly attractive, but compared to Ling Yuding and her daughter, they fell far short. Before women like Ling Yuding and the rest, they were nothing more than painted dolls not worth a mention. Bai Yunfeng gave Su Bai a puzzled couple of glances. Could this man be a eunuch? He wouldn't even accept top-tier beauties handed to him for free. Is he insane? Your words have been heard. Naturally, Bai Yunfeng would not insist on leaving them. He knew Su Bai's strength was roughly equal to his own. If he wanted them, fine, if not, fine as well. He would take them all himself. All under one quilt. By the way, the Qishui base is about to launch a large-scale operation. Are you interested, sir? Suddenly remembering, Bai Yunfeng said with a smile, the reward for this mission is extraordinarily rich, not only food, but anyone who makes a significant contribution will receive an additional treasure. Here came the highlight. Su Bai knew all about this from his prophecy, but he feigned ignorance and asked curiously, what kind of mission requires a treasure as a reward? Treasures are precious. How can Mayor Lu bear to give one away? Bai Yunfeng smiled mysteriously and said with feigned nonchalance, Mayor Lu's greatest abundance lies in treasures. He has no shortage of talents under his command, so offering a treasure as a mission reward is hardly surprising. I have heard that this treasure is also a talisman of tremendous destructive power, quite awe-inspiring. Bai Yunfeng wore a proud expression, clearly proud of his identity as a member of the Qishui base. Talisman, probably something like the fireball technique. Su Bai curled his lips. What was so precious about a one-use talisman? Even if it were thrown at him, he would find it a nuisance. And the mission? Su Bai showed a hint of interest as if he wanted to give it a try. The mission? It is not exactly difficult, but it is not all that simple either. Bai Yunfeng gave a faint smile, but did not continue. Instead, he shifted the topic. The mission must be approved by Mayor Liu. Tell you what, I will go back and report to Mayor Liu, and as soon as he approves your participation, I will definitely tell you all the mission details truthfully. I see. Su Bai seemed lost in thought. Bai Yunfeng rose with a smile, and took his leave saying, since I have already met Brother Su today, and still have duties to attend to, I must beg my pardon. Once I return to report to Mayor Liu, I will come visit again tomorrow. Go ahead. Su Bai nodded, looking displeased, and did not rise to see the guest out. Bai Yunfeng smiled, and walked toward the stairs untroubled in appearance. The moment he turned around, however, his smile vanished, and his cold eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Su Bai, stay right here, and wait for death. Without even reaching second tier, you dared to kill a member of our Qishui base. You won't survive past tomorrow. Clack, clack, clack. It was the sound of high-heeled shoes on the stairs. Bai Yunfeng looked over, and saw a tall, voluptuous noblewoman slowly ascending from below. Her phoenix-like eyes radiated cold arrogance, and she cast a faint pressure toward Bai Yunfeng as she gave a cold snort. Move aside. Her contemptuous gaze was icy cold, her towering height, imposing a formidable pressure upon all present. With curves that defied perfection, her figure was simply breathtaking, particularly clad in that elegant teacher's attire radiating an aristocratic and cold beauty. The allure of a mature woman laid utterly bare, stirring unspoken desires. Bai Yunfeng sensed the pressure emanating from her, his expression shifting subtly. He stepped aside to clear the path. She was an evolver, and her level exceeded his own. Witnessing Bai Yunfeng yield the way, the crowd naturally parted as well. The four beautiful women glanced at Ling Yuding and felt their own appearances pale in comparison. Cannot understand simple human speech. Ling Yuding's eyes were ice-cold as she paused. Bai Yunfeng hesitated briefly, then quickly reacted, ushering everyone back down the stairs to the second floor. Ling Yuding ascended the stairs, casting a cold glance at them before dismissing them entirely. There was only one man here worth her attention, Su Bai. She strode towards Su Bai while Bai Yunfeng and the others hastily descended the stairs, not daring to linger. Someone gazed longingly at her retreating figure until she stood before that handsome young man. Give me a leg massage. Su Bai didn't even turn his head, eyes fixed on his phone as Ling Yuding's delicate fragrance drifted toward him. All right. Ling Yuding nodded and knelt obediently, rolling up her sleeves to reveal two sections of fair arms. Her slender fingers settled upon Su Bai's thigh and began to knead. Her body leaned slightly forward, legs crossed, her right knee touching the floor. A foot clad in white silk slipped free from the high heel, revealing a fireball talisman affixed to the sole. Who were those people just now? Ling Yuding asked casually, gazing up at Su Bai's profile with curiosity about his identity. If he had merely hired those people as temporary help, her escape plan for tonight might need adjustment. Lu Chang's people. They're recruiting evolvers across the city. Su Bai held nothing back from Ling Yuding, speaking casually. He's got plenty of resources. This time he should be able to recruit quite a few. After saying this, Su Bai shook his head. Alas, in this era, quality will always matter more than quantity. Ling Yuding nodded in earnest, continuing to knead Su Bai's thigh as she added, Lu Chang is not to be underestimated. He's meticulous in everything he does, often seeing dozens of steps ahead with each move. This might not be as straightforward as it appears. Perhaps he has other designs. Perhaps. Su Bai remained unruffled. He knew Lu Chang's general direction inside and out. In the prophecy, minor details might have changed, but the overarching trajectory remained correct so far. So have you figured out what time you'll be leaving tonight? Su Bai spoke suddenly. Ling Yuding's body stiffened, her face etched with shock as she stared at him. She had only just finished coordinating every detail with Li Ningxuang, yet Su Bai appeared to have seen through it again. Choose a good timing. Ling Yuding offered no reply, but Su Bai had already confirmed his answer. He cradled her chin with one hand, a knowing smile playing at his lips. In that moment, Ling Yuding was remarkably obedient. Head tilted back, eyes half closed, wearing a sweet, gentle smile. This servant would never do such a thing. Before the villa, at number 178, Bai Yunfeng departed, his expression shifting dramatically. He recognized that woman. Ling Yuding. The former underground queen driven out of the city by Lu Chang, yet here she stood. That cold, proud aura was simply beyond words. Ling Yuding. Su Bai. What relationship could these two possibly have? Could the deaths of Zhang Bing and Hu Yu be connected to Ling Yuding? If it related to the cause of Zhang Bing and Hu Yu's deaths, then the assessment of Su Bai's strength might be even worse. He simply couldn't understand why Hu Yu would send such a definitive conclusion. Second tier. Could it be that Su Bai is merely a front puppet? In truth, he could never have guessed. The artifact that detected whether someone had consumed evolution potion was completely useless for determining Su Bai's actual strength. His evolution had absolutely nothing to do with any evolution potion. Let's see how Brother Lu handles this. Bai Yunfeng led the group into a secluded corner and immediately sent out his prepared message. Brother Lu, upon thorough investigation, there are two evolvers within Tianbao residential area, a man and a woman. Based on my assessment, the man's evolution is average, posing no danger, and he shows willingness to take on tasks. He can be utilized. The second evolver is a female, a wanted criminal, named Ling Yuding. Her evolution level is relatively high, exerting considerable pressure on me. Please, Mayor Lu, make a swift decision and provide instructions. Bai Yunfeng waited. As planned, after his initial contact with the so-called second-tier human, he was to send his assessment the moment he stepped outside. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes passed. A brief reply arrived. 4 evolvers have been dispatched, led by Lin Changtian. They carry artifacts and will arrive shortly. Eliminate by force immediately. Yunfeng assist from the sidelines and leave nothing to chance. After reading the message, Bai Yunfeng's gaze turned toward villa number 178. Recalling his retreat on the stairs just moments ago, his eyes turned ice cold. Ling Yuding, perhaps I may yet get a taste of you yet. Within the villa, Su Bai picked up a piece of yellowed paper the size of an A4 sheet and examined it. This was the Time Manju from the Divine Cabinet of Fate, a fragment. The Time Manju fragment contained 3 layers of technique and a breathing meditation diagram. Ling Yuding massaged his legs at his feet, while Zhang Yunxi stood behind him, giving massages. Occasionally, she would lean close to whisper in his ear, her gaze flirtatious. Piercing void eye. Su Bai's pupils constricted. He dared not attempt it directly. First, he would use the piercing void eye to see if more information would reveal itself when these artifacts left the Divine Cabinet of Fate. Time Manju Fragment 39. Category: Technique Type. Rank: Elementary Technique. Technique effect: can absorb spiritual factors from the world, breaking human limits. At maximum cultivation, it grants the practitioner an additional 10% base strength bonus. Maximum technique cultivation 4th tier. Fragments maximum cultivation 1st tier. Due to missing keys, supplementary medicine, cultivating the fragment will cause left arm inflexibility. Growth value 2 stars out of 10 total. Technique can be completed. Same rank evaluation among elementary techniques. This is the lowest tier. Cultivation not recommended. The breathing meditation diagram is the original breathing method of most techniques, no evaluation given. Optional cultivation. Introduction created by unknown beings. The complete version counts as introductory cultivation material. The fragment is worthless. Su Bai fell silent. Although leaving the Divine Cabinet of Fate allowed these artifacts to display more information, the Time Manju truly was a bit rubbish. Only the breathing meditation diagram might have some use. Nevertheless, Su Bai had gained considerable useful information, so it wasn't a complete loss. He tucked away the Time Manju fragment only to see Zhang Yunxi lean close, once more speaking into his ear. Brother Su sure is thinking of you. Zhang Yunxi gazed at Su Bai with blushing cheeks, eyes full of allure. This was the second time she had said it. Clearly last night she had tossed and turned in sleeplessness. Su Bai glanced at Ling Yuding, who was still massaging his legs, then turned to look at Zhang Yunxi. Right here then. Have Ling Yuding hold you while it happens. You bastard. Ling Yuding's face flushed crimson as she straightened her disheveled blouse, her mind churning with 100 curses against Su Bai as she recalled what had just transpired on the sofa. Shame. She had actually been reduced to a tool for someone else. Yet within Ling Yuding's long-dormant heart, a flicker of desire suddenly ignited. Su Bai possessed not only formidable strength, but also rare combat prowess. She drew a long, steadying breath, pushing those tangled thoughts aside, and perched herself on a corner of the sofa, contemplating what Su Bai had said earlier. How could he be so certain she would attempt to flee tonight? If Li Ningshuang could witness Ling Yuding in this state, she would be utterly bewildered. Mother dear, have you so quickly forgotten what just happened? Once the Maniverse Ice Queen, now unfazed, even when treated as someone's tool. No. You've fallen in love. The observer sees clearly what the one entangled cannot. Unconsciously, Ling Yuding herself remained oblivious to how her attitude towards Su Bai had already begun to shift. At this moment, she was still puzzling over how Su Bai could possibly know about her nighttime escape plan. A guess? Hardly likely. Without restrictions on her freedom, she could flee at any moment throughout the 24 hours. A bluff. Perhaps, though not very convincing. Based on her assessment of Su Bai, the man seemed to hold all the cards. Perhaps she should. No, absolutely not. Ling Yuding inhaled sharply, realizing something was terribly wrong. How could she be entertaining such thoughts? He was far too young for her. The silence stretched on indefinitely. Bitter winds howled as snow swirled in great drifts. Upon the flat, snow-blanketed expanse stood a 3-story villa, its first floor buried nearly halfway in white. A rope ladder hung from the second-floor balcony, allowing passage in and out. Near the villa stood a rock garden, now buried beneath thick ice and snow. On the second-floor balcony, a girl in a down jacket peered cautiously in all directions, when suddenly her eyes lit up with joy as she gazed upon the snowy ground. Mama, you're back. A frail silhouette emerged slowly from the frozen world, carrying 2 large bundles of firewood on her back, each step leaving a deep imprint in the snow as she approached the villa. The woman wore a thick tattered cotton coat with her hair tied in a bun. Her round face possessed a natural dignified air of nobility and grace. Her willow leaf eyebrows framed a pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes radiating allure. This elegant facial structure combined with those enchanting eyes created an exquisite contrast. A high-nosed delicate lips parting slightly from exertion. Bearing the weight of both firewood bundles, her gaze remained serene as though accustomed to this hardship. Lu Yin, once a pampered noblewoman before the apocalypse, had through countless trials forged herself into a woman capable of standing alone. Appearing to hear her daughter's call, Lu Yin glanced up and offered a warm smile. The little girl giggled in response. After climbing the rope ladder and soothing her daughter, Lu Yin pulled up the ladder and hid it inside the room, deliberately leaving the second floor door open. She descended the pitch-black corridor toward the first floor. Lu Yin brought her daughter to the first floor, preparing to make something for the child to eat. Her villa had lost both electricity and gas. A small fire burned at the entrance of the storage room, contained within a black iron basin. The flames were modest, with partially burned charcoal glowing with blackish-red embers. Above the fire hung a barbecue grill on which sat an iron pot, filled with snow slowly melting. The distant main hall was piled high with firewood of various sizes, forming a wall unto itself. The sole window of the storage room remained tightly shut, its exterior sealed by a hard layer of ice and snow. Lu Yin guided her daughter around the fire into the storage room. A small bed occupied one corner of the floor, covered with a summer air conditioning blanket, while the bed itself held thick quilts. The little girl settled onto the air conditioning blanket, watching silently as the snow in the iron pot melted. Lu Yin finished arranging the firewood she'd brought home and was about to sit down for a moment's rest and a drink of water when the roar of a generator sounded outside the villa. Lu Yin rose swiftly and rushed to the third floor, praying the visitors would simply pass by. After all, the snow piled high at her doorstep would make it hardly worthwhile for anyone to bother entering. Arriving on the third floor, she entered the only room with its curtains drawn. Through two tiny holes in the curtain, she peered outside. Immediately she froze in shock. In the frozen wasteland, a convoy crawled forward, 9 vehicles in total. Leading the way was a powerful modified off-road vehicle armored with thick steel plates on both front and rear. Captain, where exactly is that Su by Brat's villa? Where has that little bastard by Yunfeng hidden himself? Someone called out from a window toward the vehicle ahead. In the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, a handsome young man leaned against the window, dressed in a thin hoodie, a strip of yellow cloth wrapped around his wrist. Hearing the shout behind him, he turned coldly to look back. Keep the nonsense to yourself. Bai Yunfeng is waiting for us up ahead. The rest of the convoy maintained silence, every member dressed in military coats, their movements disciplined and precise. They carried swords and broadswords on their backs, their eyes burning with murderous intent. The leading young man suddenly turned his head to glance at the nearby villa. After studying it briefly, he shook his head. It must be his imagination. Why would anyone be watching him from such a place? Lu Yan's face drained of color. She quickly withdrew her gaze, recognizing these were official personnel. Only the authorities would have such disciplined members. Clearly this group had come for her benefactor. She wasn't foolish, she knew Su Bai was no saint. But Su Bai had shown her kindness as weighty as a mountain. Others could curse him as a villain, a bandit, a ruthless killing machine. But she could not speak, think, or act against him. A life-saving debt weighs as heavy as the mountains themselves. Without hesitation, Lu Yin took out her phone, logged into a secondary account, and found Su Bai and Zhang Yunxi's WeChat, sending a friend request. The officials have sent a convoy to hunt you down. Run quickly. She attached the message, then returned to the first floor with a heavy heart. She tore open a package of instant noodles and waited for the water in the pot to boil. Gazing at the instant noodles, her heart churned with a mixture of emotions. Benefactor, I hope you can survive. If only you were truly a good person, how wonderful that would be. But where do my daughter and I go from here? Meanwhile, on the second floor balcony of Villa 178, Su Bai sat eating an apple. An ice sword was planted in the nearby snowbank. Calm and composed, he awaited what was to come. Ding. A notification sound chimed. Su Bai picked up his phone and smiled upon seeing it. A friend request from Lu Yin. He glanced at the request prompt and broke into a grin. This must be from Lu Yin. That woman loved creating alt accounts. Thank you for the warning. If you get the chance, come by. I'll give you another bag of food. Su Bai sent the message, pleased by Lu Yan's display of gratitude. Su Gu, this is terrible. Zhang Yunxi's startled cry rang out from downstairs, followed by rapid footsteps thundering up the stairs.